A 3-year-old child with eyes that come with an encyclopedia? Ridiculous. The moment Huang Wei fell to the ground, he thought he was going to die suddenly again. When he opened his eyes again, he was soaking in a medicinal barrel, and a string of words suddenly popped up in front of him. Plant name, blue silvergrass. Growth years, 15 years. Function, slightly restores soul power. Usage, soak 20 strands in boiling water. What happened to my eyes? Huang Wei rubbed his eyes, and the words disappeared. He stared at the vine next to him, and just as he was about to ask what it was. Plant name, green vine. Growth years, 20 years. Function, increases physical resilience. Usage, soak 10 strand for a bath, damn. A golden finger has arrived? Huang Wei splashed water excitedly. You see, he had traveled to the Douluo Continent for 3 years, doing push-ups and frog jumps until he vomited just to have some confidence when awakening his martial soul at the age of 6. Without a system or cheat, he thought he would become a useless farmer. Now, he could know the effects and usage just by looking at the plants. This was simply a mobile herbal encyclopedia. Blue silvergrass can restore soul power. Green vine can strengthen the body. Huang Wei stroked his chin and smiled. Tang San has a Xintian skill. I have a plant instruction manual. Isn't that fair? He tried to concentrate his thoughts, staring at the residue in the medicinal barrel. Plant name, mandarin snake skin. Growth years, 30 years. Hidden effect, slightly increases mental power, requires moonlight soaking. Huang Wei's pupils contracted. Where did the village chief get this snake skin? It even has this effect. Just then, the village chief Huang Nan walked in. Xiao Wei woke up. You scared Grandpa to death just now. Why did you suddenly faint? Huang Wei blinked and pointed at the medicinal barrel. Grandpa, can we add a few more of this grass? It feels good soaking. That he didn't dare to reveal the secret of his eyes being too special in the Douluo Continent is not a good thing. After the village chief left, Huang Wei stared at the weeds in the yard, his eyes shining that if he went to the forest, wouldn't there be treasures everywhere? Practicing soul power, strengthening the body, and he might even find hidden effects. He suddenly remembered Tang San's sect's secret techniques, the corners of his mouth curling up into a smile. Dark weapons need materials, right? Maybe I can find the most suitable herbs for poison refining? At that moment, a villager's shout came from outside. Village chief, the people from the spirit hall have come to awaken their martial souls. Huang Wei's heart sank. He was only 3 years old. Why did the spirit hall come so early? Could it be related to his sudden fainting? Would his eyes be considered a special martial soul? Huang Wei quickly climbed out of the medicinal barrel, his hands trembling as he got dressed. This golden finger just arrived, and it was about to be discovered. The excitement continues. Want to know if the people from the spirit hall will discover his secret? Stay tuned for the next episode. My dear grandson, you finally woke up? You scared Grandpa to death. I've already told you not to exercise so intensely. You're only 3 years old. Why make your body so miserable? Huang Nan's voice carried a sense of fear, and Huang Wei quickly sat up straight from the medicinal barrel. Grandpa, I'm sorry. I will be more careful from now on. He clenched his fists, the fire in his heart burning brighter. This eye of living beings was not given for free. Over the past 3 years, he relied on his eyes to identify herbs and strengthen his body, making himself stronger than a 10-year-old. Sometimes, fate can be changed. Huang Wei looked at Huang Nan, his eyes shining brightly. I must become a soul master to repay you and the village, and I will find my parents who abandoned me. Huang Nan sighed and patted his head. Grandpa believes in you. 3 years passed in a flash. On a morning in Huangjia village, a 1.55-meter tall boy ran wildly with a bamboo basket on his back, his muscular lines clearly visible under his short sleeves. This was the 6-year-old Huang Wei. Xiao Wei is out gathering herbs again. In a few days, he will awaken his martial soul. This child is definitely capable. Amidst the villagers' discussions, Huang Wei rushed into his house and dumped the contents of the bamboo basket. Green vine, 85 years. Increases body resilience. Usable by soul masters below level 15. Purple orchid vine, 80 years. Strengthens body hardness. Usage the same as above. Thin orchid, 90 years. Crushed to extract juice. Applying to the forehead can enhance mental power. Suitable for those below level 20. Perfect. Huang Wei looked at the treasures in front of him, his eyes shining. Over the past 3 years, he relied on the eye of living beings to thoroughly understand the plants around the village. What others saw as weeds were all good things for body training and mental enhancement in his eyes. Now, his physical strength was comparable to that of a soul master, and his mental power far surpassed that of children. His Ajihi was just waiting for the awakening of his martial soul. Xiao Wei, the people from the spirit hall will arrive tomorrow. Huang Nan entered with breakfast, unable to hide his excitement. Huang Wei's heart sank. It's here. He touched his chest, where he had hidden a dried mandrake petal 100 years, the most powerful plant he had found, which could slightly enhance soul power affinity. Grandpa, I'm ready. That night, Huang Wei lay in bed, staring at the moonlight outside the window. The eye of living beings could only see plants. What if he awakened a useless martial soul? What if the martial soul was related to his eyes? He suddenly remembered a strange herb he had seen in the mountains during the day, and when his eyes scanned it, the information panel had an extra note: can merge with martial soul, requires special conditions at tea that time. He didn't dare to look closely, but now he thought about it, breaking out in a cold sweat. The people from the spirit hall were coming tomorrow. Should he go back to the mountains tonight? What exactly was the use of that herb that could merge with a martial soul? Even more exciting was that the village's old hunter said that there had recently been soul beasts appearing in the mountains, seemingly a 100-year-old lone wolf. Huang Wei flipped out of bed and grabbed the bamboo basket. Whatever. For the sake of becoming stronger, he would risk it all. Could he find that strange herb before the awakening of his martial soul? What would the awakened martial soul be? When the people from the spirit hall arrive tomorrow, would they discover his secret? I am already 6 years old, and I expect to undergo martial soul awakening in the next few days. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder what my martial soul will be. As Huang Wei did push-ups, he stared at the thin orchid in the yard over the past 3 years. He had relied on it to enhance his mental power, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to sustain his training. 3 days later, in front of the martial soul awakening house in Huangjia village, Huang Wei looked at the cold and proud young man in a light blue coat, his heart pounding. Wasn't this Su Yuntao, the legendary blind Douluo? My name is Su Yuntao, a level 26 great soul master. The young man turned around, unleashing his soul power, and 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, rose up. Lone wolf possession. The other 5 children were frightened and stepped back, but Huang Wei stood tall. 6 years of training was not in vain. What was this little pressure? Su Yuntao activated the formation and pointed to the little girl on the right. You go first. The little girl's palm emitted a scythe, but the testing crystal ball only lit up with a weak glow. Weapon martial soul scythe. Innate soul power level 1. Su Yuntao shook his head. One after another, they went up, either a hoe or firewood, all with 0 soul power. When it was Huang Wei's turn, Su Yuntao looked at him a bit longer. Step inside. The moment golden light enveloped his whole body, Huang Wei felt a force surging inside him. A warmth surged through his right palm, and a plant entwined with green vines emerged, its leaves like swords, and its vines were thorny. This is a mutated plant martial soul? Su Yuntao frowned. Huang Wei stared at his martial soul, and suddenly information popped up in his mind. Plant name: green vine sword orchid mutated. Potential: unknown. Ability: can absorb plant energy and convert it into soul power. Damn. Huang Wei felt a surge of joy. This martial soul can consume plants to level up. He placed his hand on the crystal ball, and just as Su Yuntao was about to say, I estimate the soul power won't be too high, the crystal ball suddenly erupted with dazzling blue light. First innate, full soul power. Su Yuntao's eyes nearly bulged out. A plant martial soul can have innate, full soul power. Huang Wei clenched his fists, the corners of his mouth unable to suppress a smile. 6 years of sweat, 3 years of medicinal baths. It was worth it. Su Yuntao grabbed his arm. Come back to the Martial Soul Hall with me. No, let's go directly to Martial Soul City. Your talent. But Huang Wei suddenly thought of his grandfather in the village and that miraculous herb that could fuse martial souls. Can I not go? Su Yuntao was stunned. Do you know what innate full soul power means? Resources. Status. Huang Wei looked at his green vine sword orchid and suddenly smiled. I can find resources myself. His eye of beast could identify all herbs, and his martial soul could absorb plant energy, so he didn't need the Martial Soul Hall at all. Su Yuntao was so angry he nearly jumped. You'll regret it. Huang Wei ignored him and turned to leave. I could see that moment. His martial soul suddenly trembled violently. Pointing towards the forest outside the village, there was a powerful surge of plant energy oscillating. Was it that miraculous herb that could fuse martial souls? Or was there an even more powerful plant? Seeing his reaction, Su Yuntao suddenly sneered. It seems I'm not the only one keeping an eye on you. Huang Wei turned back and saw a trace of malice flash in Su Yuntao's eyes. Had he been targeted? What exactly was that surge of plant energy? Your turn. Come up. As Su Yuntao's voice fell, Huang Wei took a deep breath and stepped into the formation. Warm currents swept over his entire body, and his right hand suddenly felt warm. A bronze-long spear appeared out of thin air. Does this spear have a name? Su Yuntao's eyes lit up. Bronze spear. Huang Wei blurted out, as if someone in his mind was telling him the answer. When his hand touched the crystal ball, the air seemed to freeze. The first 5 children all had useless martial souls, and Huangjiao village was counting on him. 1 second, 2 seconds. The crystal ball showed no response. Su Yuntao's heart sank, and Huang Wei also clenched his fists. Suddenly, blue light erupted, instantly illuminating the entire awakening room. Innate full soul power. Su Yuntao went crazy, grabbing Huang Wei's arm. What's your name? Come back to the Martial Soul Hall with me. Resources are guaranteed, and you will be prioritized for cultivation. But Huang Wei frowned. He had read the original story while the Martial Soul Hall was good. There were too many rules. Where was the comfort of wandering freely? Thank you, Brother Su. Huang Wei bowed with a firm tone. I don't plan to join for now. Su Yuntao was stunned, and the 5 children next to him were also bewildered. Innate full soul power and still rejecting the Martial Soul Hall? This operation was too impressive. Su Yuntao stared at him for a long time, then suddenly sighed. Fine, I'll give you this. He handed over a token. If you change your mind, come to the Martial Soul Hall to find me. This token will allow you to meet the higher-ups directly. Huang Wei took the token, just about to say thank you, when shouts suddenly came from outside. Village chief. Not good. A lone wolf from the mountains has entered the village. Huang Wei's heart sank with that 100-year soul beast. His bronze spear suddenly trembled, as if it was excited. Grandpa. Huang Wei turned and rushed outside. Su Yuntao's gaze sharpened. Following him. Kid, don't be impulsive. At the village entrance, a half-human tall lone wolf was gnawing at the fence, its eyes glowing red. The villagers were too scared to approach, and Huang Nan was protected at the back, anxious and stamping his feet. Bronze spear. Huang Wei shouted, gripping the spear, and soul power surged instantly. Su Yuntao was about to intervene, but saw Huang Wei's movements. The spear technique had an inexplicable rhythm, not something a 6-year-old could execute. The lone wolf lunged at him, and Huang Wei sidestepped, thrusting the spear straight. With a thud, the spear tip pierced the lone wolf's leg. Su Yuntao's pupils constricted. This kid not only had high talent, but also incredible skills. How had he trained? The lone wolf howled in pain and retaliated angrily. But Huang Wei remained calm, his steps agile, treating the lone wolf like a live target to practice on. Is this a basic spear technique from the army? Su Yuntao was increasingly astonished. Just as Huang Wei prepared to strike, his eye of beast suddenly displayed information. Creature name, 100-year lone wolf. Hidden weakness, an old injury in the throat, fears mandala flower pollen. Huang Wei's eyes brightened, and he suddenly turned back towards home. Su Yuntao was bewildered. What was he running back for at this time? The lone wolf howled and chased after him. Could Huang Wei use the lone wolf's weakness to counterattack? Would Su Yuntao step in to help? Even more thrilling was that what Huang Wei was fetching was a medicinal powder made from mandala flowers. Could he deal with this 100-year soul beast? You really are different from other kids. If it were any other child, they would definitely not refuse. Fine, you may not be able to return with me now. I won't force you. Perhaps we will be members of the same hall in the future, that if you have any issues later, you can find me at the Martial Soul branch in Nodding City. They'll be waiting for your joining. Su Yuntao's tone carried a hint of helplessness, but Huang Wei smiled. Thank you, Brother Su. Once they exited the awakening room, Huang Nan was already anxiously pacing. Soul Master. Do we have a Soul Master in our village? Su Yuntao pointed at Huang Wei, the corners of his mouth curling up. Not only do we have one, but he also has innate full soul power. Ha ha ha, my dear grandson, Huang Nan exclaimed excitedly, slapping his thigh, then turned to persuade Huang Wei. The Martial Soul Hall is great, going there guarantees security. Huang Wei shook his head. Grandpa, I want to go to Nodding Academy and consider the Martial Soul Hall later. Su Yuntao, listening from his side, ground his teeth. This grandfather and grandson pair were truly stubborn. Once Su Yuntao left, Huang Wei called over the 5 disappointed children. I have a training method that might help you condense soul power. Do you want to try? Yes. The 5 children's eyes lit up. Huang Wei taught them all the push-ups, frog jumps, and running he had practiced for 6 years. Start with 100 a day, run 50 laps, and if you persist, there might be surprises. That he also asked Huang Nan to spread the method throughout the village, especially to children under 6 back at home. Huang Nan stared at him. Let Grandpa see your martial soul. Huang Wei focused his mind. Green soul power surged from his palm, and a bronze long spear appeared out of thin air, taller than him by half. This spear. Huang Nan reached out to touch the spear body, then suddenly exclaimed, why does it feel a bit warm? Huang Wei also noticed the surface of the bronze spear shimmered with a faint glow, as if a life was pulsing within. His eye of beast suddenly displayed information. Martial soul name. Bronze spear evolvable. Current status. Absorbing plant energy progress 1. Evolution condition. Devour the core of a plant soul beast over 100 years old. Can't evolve. Huang Wei's heart raced. This martial soul is actually growth-oriented? Just then, a commotion came from outside the village. The old hunter was injured by a soul beast. Huang Wei grabbed the bronze spear and rushed out, with Huang Nan shouting from behind, "Be careful." At the village entrance, the old hunter lay on the ground, his leg mangled and bloody. Next to him was a spiky vine. Huang Wei's eyes scanned the area, and information popped up. Plant name: bloodthirsty, thorn 100-year soul beast. Ability: vines can secrete paralyzing toxins. Weakness: afraid of flames. It was the bloodthirsty thorn. Huang Wei tightened his grip on the bronze spear, the spear tip suddenly glowing red. It hasn't gone far. The villagers stepped back in fear. "Xiao Wei, don't go. It's too dangerous." Huang Wei, however, smiled just when he wanted to find a soul beast core for his martial soul's evolution. It came knocking on his door. He charged into the forest, the bronze spear feeling as light as a feather in his hand. Not far in, he spotted a plant entwined with blood-colored vines writhing, with animal bones hanging from the vines. "That's you," Huang Wei shouted, thrusting the bronze spear forward. The bloodthirsty thorn suddenly lashed out its vines, reeking of blood, wrapping around his neck. Huang Wei dodged to the side, sweeping the spear tip to sever several vines. Strangely, the severed vines that touched the bronze spear instantly withered, transforming into a green light that was absorbed by the spear. Progress 2. Huang Wei's eyes lit up, attacking even more fiercely. The bloodthirsty thorn became enraged, countless vines raining down like a storm. Huang Wei felt the wind at his feet, circling around it and targeting the vines. Just as he was about to exhaust himself, the bronze spear suddenly trembled, its tip bursting forth with dazzling red light. This is the Huang Wei's martial soul about to evolve? Can he take down this bloodthirsty thorn? Even more thrilling, a beast roar echoed from deep within the forest, sounding far more powerful than the bloodthirsty thorn. Huang Wei gripped the heating bronze spear, wondering whether to continue deeper. Martial soul, valiant bronze spear. Innate skill, to live from death. All attributes increase by 200. Ignores pain and control, frantically recovers for 5 minutes, becomes weak for a day afterward. Activation condition, near death or overwhelming negative emotions. Level, bronze level evolvable. Huang Wei stared at the information panel in front of him, his mouth agape. This skill is too explosive. It's practically an immortality cheat. Even more outrageous, his mental strength is at the level of a 40th level Soul Master, with physical strength approaching that of a 20th level Grand Soul Master. In 3 months, go to Enrolling Academy. Huang Nan's words pulled him back to reality. In the days that followed, Huang Wei practiced with the spear like a madman. Chop, smash, hang, thrust combined with medicinal baths. His spear skills improved tremendously. The 5 kids in the village were even more intense following his methods for 3 months. They actually cultivated soul power. The entire Huang family village was buzzing, with people coming every day to ask for training methods. 3 months later, Huang Wei followed Huang Nan to Notting City. Standing at the academy gate, a burly gatekeeper looked over with a sideways glance. "Old man, what are you here for?" Huang Nan's face instantly darkened. This attitude is too aggressive. He handed over a piece of parchment, registering as a work-study student. "This is the proof from the Martial Soul Hall." Huang Wei stood behind, his fists clenched tightly. How dare he call my grandpa that? He must be tired of living. He remembered that the gatekeeper in the original story was not a good person, often bullying work-study students. If he dares to cause trouble. Huang Wei touched the bronze spear at his waist, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. I could see that moment. A commotion arose from within the academy. A black-haired, black-eyed little kid was surrounded by several seniors, clutching a hammer in his hand. Huang Wei's eyes brightened. "Isn't this Tang San?" Seeing Tang San come out, the burly gatekeeper immediately changed his tone, smiling ingratiatingly. Turning to see Huang Nan, he reverted to his obnoxious demeanor. "So you're a work-study student? Go on in, but don't go around touching things. If you break something, you won't be able to afford it." Huang Wei sneered and deliberately bumped into the gatekeeper. With a loud bang, the gatekeeper stumbled back 2 steps, staring at Huang Wei in disbelief. How can this little kid be so strong? Huang Wei ignored him and followed Huang Nan inside. As they passed by Tang San, the two exchanged a glance. The flicker of vigilance passed through Tang San's eyes, but Huang Wei smiled. Finally, he was about to meet the protagonist. This should be interesting. But he didn't notice that the gatekeeper behind him was staring at his back, eyes filled with malice. "Kid, just wait and see. How will Huang Wei deal with this gatekeeper? Will he become friends or rivals with Tang San?" Even more thrilling, the bronze spear suddenly warmed slightly, as if sensing something. What awaits him in Notting Academy? With a direct summon, the bronze spear charged towards the man, sweeping horizontally at his abdomen. Upon seeing this, Huang Nan's expression changed. "Grandson, stop!" But it was already too late. The gatekeeper was also stunned by the sudden turn of events. In the next second, he was slammed against the iron gate by the sweeping attack. Letting out a scream, he clutched his stomach and crashed to the ground, rolling in agony and howling in pain. His back and abdomen hurt terribly, causing his body to tremble, cold sweat to pour down, and his teeth to chatter. His face turned pale with fear. He never expected the other party to be so brutal, resorting to violence with a gun over a mere disagreement. Huang Wei stepped in front of him, the bronze spear aimed at his eyes, only a fingertip away, cold light flashing in his eyes as he coldly said, "Do you still think the soul awakening is a fake?" At the same time, this scene was witnessed by an old man and a young child who had just arrived, both showing expressions of astonishment. Although the tip of the bronze spear wasn't as sharp as one would hope, its appearance was still filled with sharpness and cold light, especially under the unique murderous intent and chill emanating from Huang Wei, which made it even more intimidating. However, the gatekeeper, being an ordinary person, felt an intensified tremor at the sight of this imminent threat. He didn't care whether it was sharp or not. It was dangerous. That's all that mattered. "It's real. It's real. I must have seen it wrong just now. No, no. Young hero, spare me. Young hero, spare me. It's my fault. My eyes are blind. I'm sorry. In that moment, he truly felt fear. Death was indeed so simple. Seeing someone stand up for him, Huang Nan's earlier anger dissipated, and he felt immensely pleased. "Humph, you people only know how to bully those from our village. Aren't you just an ordinary person like us? What are you being so arrogant about? Now you've kicked the iron plate of my good grandson." However, his expression tightened, feigning solemnity. After all, this was Nodding City, where soul masters resided. If his grandson got into trouble for fighting with the gatekeeper and various reasons prevented him from enrolling, that would be troublesome. So he immediately looked to Huang Wei and said, "He has apologized. He knows his mistake. This is also a lesson. Quickly, grandson, put away your soul weapon." "Yes, grandpa." Huang Wei nodded, and the bronze spear disappeared from his hand, along with the soul power. He actually didn't want to use his soul weapon against an ordinary person. However, this guy was too arrogant and infuriating. That's why Huang Wei intended to teach him a lesson, though he didn't truly want to kill him. He just wanted to scare him a bit. Of course, if this person continued to go too far, he would definitely kill him, as he wasn't a good person and wasn't easy to bully. The gatekeeper finally breathed a sigh of relief, but the pain in his abdomen persisted. Huang Wei said coldly, "Take care of yourself. Why haven't you opened the door yet?" The man, clutching his abdomen, struggled to stand up and open the door. At that moment, an old man and a young person quickly approached from the other side. "Are you old Huang?" An aged voice called out. Huang Nan was taken aback and looked over, his smile becoming even more pronounced. "Old Jack, it's you." "Hey, it's really you, old Huang. It's been a few days since we last met. Is this the grandson you mentioned before?" Old Jack was also satisfied with Huang Wei's recent actions. Someone as arrogant as him should be taught a lesson. "Old Jack? Then that kid must be Tang San for sure." Hearing their conversation, it was clear that these two were familiar with each other, and very well acquainted at that. Huang Wei's gaze turned to the boy beside Old Jack. At the same time, the boy was also sizing up Huang Wei. Is this person really 6 years old? How can his height and physical fitness differ so much from mine? It seems he is a natural martial artist. That green long spear earlier must be his martial soul. The boy pondered. Huang Nan smiled and looked at Huang Wei. "Good grandson, don't just stand there, quickly call Grandpa Jack. He is the village chief of Shenghun Village, which is right next to our Huangjia village, but still more than 10 miles away, so it's south not close. However, it is the closest village." "Wow, so Shenghun Village is right next to our village? It's a shame I haven't even left the village in the past 6 years. His activities over the past few years have only been within the village and some surrounding jungles and valleys, and indeed, 10 miles is quite far, so it's normal not to have seen it." Huang Wei smiled politely and said, "Hello, Grandpa Jack. My name is Huang Wei." Old Jack nodded with a smile and replied, "Hello, hello. This young man in front of you is Huang Nan, the village chief of Huangjia Village." The young man also politely bowed slightly and said, "Hello, Grandpa Nan. My name is Tang San." "Very good." Huang Nan chuckled. "You brought him here too, right? The quota for this year?" Old Jack nodded in agreement. The man at the gate seemed to have been forgotten. The two then walked forward. Huang Wei was sizing up Tang San, and Tang San was also observing him. The son of luck, the protagonist of this world, right beside me. Hee. It's good to get to know him. As for fawning over him, forget it. I have my own path to walk, destined to not be on the same journey as him. In many fanfiction novels from my past life, they portray Tang San as very evil. But if we think about it overall, what's wrong with Tang San seeking revenge for his mother? Should he just let the murderer of his mother go free? After all, Qin was the Pope of the Spirit Hall. And all of this is also closely related to Bibi Dong. After all, the one who truly killed Qin was her. But why did she have to chase after Tang Hao and the others? From another perspective, Tang Hao actually helped her. Otherwise, with her strength at that time, she couldn't have killed Qin. In fact, Huang Wei had many doubts about the plot of the original novel from his past life, with many unreasonable aspects. He thought to himself, the final answer is, a hateful person must have their pitiable side, and a pitiable person must also have their hateful side. There is no right or wrong in this world, only the eternal law of the jungle. So Huang Wei would not act like the protagonists in those fanfiction novels, fawning over the Spirit Hall to help Bibi Dong kill Tang San, nor would he fawn over Tang San to destroy the Spirit Hall. He would just be himself. Whoever provoked him, he would kill, and it would just be a matter of interest. If you want to go in, show your proof. After being reprimanded, the gatekeeper was no longer as arrogant as before. However, Huang Wei noted down the grudge he had against him. After all, he was just a little brat without even a soul ring. He would definitely have someone wait for him outside the academy. Thinking of this, the gatekeeper felt extremely smug. Just wait and see how you die. We come from Holy Soul Village, and we're using this year's work-study student quota. This is proof of the Spirit Hall awakening. Old Jack handed over the proof. A trace of disdain flashed in the gatekeeper's eyes. Another country bumpkin from a village. However, he didn't dare to say it out loud. After taking it and looking at it, his eyes widened, and he couldn't help but throw it on the ground. Old man, this proof looks fake to me. Blue silvergrass can have innate, full soul power. The gatekeeper was now certain, directly angered, just in time to vent his rage. Do you really think I'm that easy to fool? Shut up. But just then a deep voice sounded. Everyone looked over, and they saw a middle-aged man with a stubbly beard walking over steadily from behind. You Xiaojang? Upon seeing the middle-aged man in front of him, Huang Wei immediately thought of this person's name. The gatekeeper was also startled at that moment, because this person definitely had a higher status in the academy than him. This person was the master, not someone he could provoke. Moreover, the master had a good relationship with the dean of Enrolling Academy. A familiar scene from the original work appeared. Picking up the proof, Yu Xiaojang looked coldly at the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper trembled as he handed it over to him. After Yu Xiaojang looked it over, he turned his gaze to Tang San, nodded, and said coldly, "This proof from the Spirit Hall is genuine." Then he looked at Old Jack. "I apologize for this person's behavior that just damaged my academy." He then coldly stared at the gatekeeper. "Your behavior is too despicable. From now on, you're no longer the gatekeeper of Enrolling Academy. Pack your things and leave immediately." Yu Xiaojang ignored the man's pleas for mercy and instead looked at Huang Nan. "This old gentleman, may I also see your grandson's proof?" "Sure." Huang Nan handed it over. Yu Xiaojang took it and looked at it, his eyes showing some surprise. Also innate, full soul power? He then thought to himself, bronze spear? A weapon type martial soul, I've never heard of it. Could it be a mutated martial soul? What? Also innate, full soul power? As soon as these words came out, both Tang San and Old Jack looked at Huang Nan in shock. The former thought he was the only one with innate, full soul power. It seems that there really are heavens beyond heavens, and there are people beyond people. Yu Xiaojang slowly said, "This is indeed a genuine proof from the Spirit Hall. You two old gentlemen can go back now. I will take them in later. Huang Nan, good. Huang Nan, grandson, practice well, so we can bring honor to our Huangjia village. Old Jack, Xiao San, you too." Huang Wei and Tang San nodded at the same time. "Don't worry, I will." After saying this, the two of them left Nodding City together, while Old Jack naturally sat in Huang Nan's carriage to leave. After ordering the gatekeeper to get lost, Yu Xiaojang led Huang Wei and Tang San inside. Once inside, the two looked around, completely like inexperienced children who knew nothing. Although this was a primary soul master academy, with everyone aged around 6 to 10, the people here seemed quite mature. Along the way, Huang Wei had already seen several couples sitting on benches chatting about life. The academy did not interfere with such matters. When they reached the bridge, Yu Xiaojang suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at Tang San. Then the classic scene from the original work unfolded. Tang San, having his twin martial souls discovered, immediately felt a murderous intent towards this middle-aged man. However, the next second, Yu Xiaojang expressed his analysis. After that, Tang San believed him and the murderous intent disappeared. Then Yu Xiaojang stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Tang San. "Tang San, do you wish to be my disciple?" Tang San was convinced by Yu Xiaojiang's theory, and as a reincarnated traveler, he was already unfamiliar with this world. He needed a mentor to clarify his doubts. So he directly knelt down on both knees and bowed his head. I am willing, Tang San said sincerely. Huang Wei stood aside, watching this scene. Not intending to stop them, there was really no need. What are you doing? Yu Xiaojiang was a bit confused by Tang San's sudden action. Tang San said, in our hometown, it is like this. To pay respects to a teacher, one day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father. Tang San can kneel to you to show respect. Yu Xiaojiang was very pleased to hear this, nodded, and revealed a long-lost smile. All right, get up. I understand. Xiao San, teacher. Xiao San, teacher. Satisfied, Yu Xiaojiang looked at Huang Wei, wanting to achieve 2 goals with 1 arrow by taking this person in as well. It was really the perfect time for him to return here today, as he encountered 2 individuals with innate full soul power. Moreover, one of them had a twin martial soul. The other one, though not confirmed yet, could definitely be determined to have a mutated martial soul with a bronze spear. Otherwise, it would be impossible to possess innate full soul power, or this person might also be a twin martial soul. Xiao Wei, do one of your parents have a spear-type martial soul? Yu Xiaojiang asked. Huang Wei shook his head and said, I don't know. I've been an orphan since I was little. I've never seen my parents. It was my grandfather who found me and raised me. Otherwise, I would have died in the jungle long ago. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San were both taken aback. A hint of sympathy appeared in their eyes. Yu Xiaojiang nodded and said, I see. According to my theory, your martial soul is very likely to have undergone mutation. As for what gun-type martial soul it evolved from, I don't know, unless we can find your parents. Master, is there really no bronze spear martial soul on the Douluo Continent? At this moment, Huang Wei had summoned his martial soul, the bronze spear. Instantly, soul power surged forth. Although Tang San had seen the spear before, seeing it up close now, it was indeed extraordinary. Yu Xiaojiang examined the bronze spear in Huang Wei's hand carefully, squinting his eyes, and quickly recalled various books. There were indeed green spears, but they were very ordinary and quite rare. Yet this bronze spear was completely different. He then shook his head and said regretfully, no. There are plenty of green long spears, but I don't know if yours is related to them. If it is, maybe it can help you find your origins. Huang Wei looked at the bronze spear in his hand. This spear was extraordinary, and its innate abilities were factors that were not mentioned in the original work of Douluo Continent. If there truly were soul weapons that could evolve, and such monstrous innate skills, then it would definitely have been heard of. He murmured to himself. Perhaps this spear is not a mutated soul weapon, but is just like this from the beginning. However, he was also very interested in finding his parents. Thank you, Master, Huang Wei said. Yu Xiaojiang replied. You could also take me as your master like Tang San. With my theories, I can definitely cultivate you to a level that is not weaker than that of a soul Douluo. He had this confidence. However, after hearing this, Huang Wei was somewhat dismissive in his heart. Geniuses can step into greatness on their own, and those theoretical books exist as well. So taking a master would only be a waste of time. He politely declined. Thank you for thinking highly of me, but I currently have no plans to take anyone as my master. All right, you can come find me when you come to your senses, Yu Xiaojiang sighed, looking somewhat regretful. However, being able to take in a twin martial soul was enough. The 3 then directly walked into the hall. After preparing the necessary procedures, Huang Wei also saw the scene in the original work where people mocked Tang San for taking Yu Xiaojiang as his master. He remained silent about it. They were all staying in the 7th dormitory, which was specifically for working students. After all, working students were not particularly welcomed here. They were all poor kids from the village. Huang Wei, have you been training since you were little? Your physical quality far exceeds ours. Are you really only 6 years old? At this moment, Tang San took the initiative to speak, and he was very curious about Huang Wei. This kid gave him a sense of familiarity, feeling unlike the demeanor typical of someone at this age. Huang Wei clenched his fist and said, I started training when I was 3 because I know the foundation must be built solidly from a young age. While they were talking, they had already arrived at the 7th dormitory. Huang Wei understood that the attack from Wang Sheng would happen next, and he was mentally prepared. Watch out. The moment the door opened, a fist was indeed coming straight towards his face. Huang Wei, be careful. Tang San behind him reminded with a slight change in his expression. Huang Wei's lips curled slightly. With a slight turn of his head, he easily dodged Wang Sheng's punch. Wang Sheng's expression changed, and he wanted to continue attacking, but in the next second his pupil shrank. Huang Wei had already kicked him in the abdomen, and as a mouthful of spit sprayed from Wang Sheng's mouth, he flew back and crashed hard onto the ground. rolling while clutching his stomach. His face was pale, gritting his teeth, so painful. At the same time, Huang Wei had also stepped back to avoid the spit that Wang Sheng had spat out. Wu Huan, that depends on whether you can force me to use it. The others in the room were also taken aback. They didn't expect this newcomer to be so powerful, easily defeating their boss, Wang Sheng. However, their boss had not used his full strength. He was just testing the waters. Since the test had resulted in defeat, Wang Sheng naturally got serious. Struggling to stand up while holding his stomach, he suddenly crossed his arms in front of him, lowering them in a downward motion, and shouted, "Battle Tiger Possession." As his voice rang out, a thick soul power appeared around him, accompanied by the manifestation of a white tiger spirit. Wang Sheng's body visibly increased in size. "My name is Wang Sheng. Kid, you're strong. What's your name?" The pain in Wang Sheng's abdomen had eased quite a bit, as a soul master's physique is generally stronger than that of an ordinary person, with some exceptions, of course. Wang Sheng slightly bent his legs, widening his stance, and held his fists one forward and one back, assuming his battle stance. "My name is Huang Wei. Since you can still stand up and summon your Wu Huan to resist me, it seems that kick I gave you is too light. Next, I'll be a bit heavier." Huang Wei's expression was plain, but Wang Sheng had also ignited his fighting spirit. After all, in the 3 months since awakening his martial soul, he had only fought against some beasts, which are not comparable to soul beasts. The soul master in front of him was someone he faced for the first time, so he was very much looking forward to it. He also clenched his fist and assumed a smooth fighting stance from his previous life. Tang San watched from the back, curious to see what was special about this unique person. Suddenly, a surge of soul power emerged from Huang Wei, and his aura instantly matched Wang Sheng's. But the next second, he suppressed it again. Wang Sheng felt a shock. How old was this guy? How could he be taller and stronger than them? He was already at a disadvantage in momentum. "Aren't you going to use your martial soul?" Wang Sheng frowned. Did this guy plan to fight him without using his martial soul? Huang Wei's expression was calm. "No rush. Let's exchange a few moves first. If you can force me to use my martial soul, I will naturally unleash it." "Arrogant. You won't have the chance to do so. Just lie down on the bed for 2 days." Wang Sheng felt humiliated and instantly ignited the anger in his heart. He rushed towards Huang Wei at the fastest speed, spinning around to execute a single-leg sweep. He used the power of the battle tiger, believing that if he hit, the opponent would definitely be in trouble. Faced with the sudden fierce attack, Huang Wei did not panic. Instead, he remained calm. Reacting instinctively, he stepped back with his right foot, twisting his body and head to dodge Wang Sheng's attack. Wang Sheng missed and attempted to continue with a kick using his other leg, but at that moment, Huang Wei grabbed his sweeping right leg with his left hand and pulled it towards him. Wang Sheng's expression changed, and he was met with an uppercut from Huang Wei. This punch generated a strong gust of wind. Wang Sheng immediately shifted from attack to defense, instinctively crossing his arms in front of his head. Bang! He managed to block it, but his arms were met with intense pain, causing him to grunt. At the same time, Huang Wei leaped and delivered a horizontal kick, making Wang Sheng's head tilt sharply. He screamed as he spun 360 degrees in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. "Want to continue?" Huang Wei asked flatly. That last kick had concentrated all of his soul power, causing intense pain, but it avoided hitting any vital areas. Otherwise, Wang Sheng would now be unconscious or even dead. Looking at Wang Sheng, who was rolling on the ground while holding his head, Huang Wei noticed that the battle tiger martial soul on him was gradually fading away. Huang Wei's footsteps slowly approached and came to a stop. It seemed that the efforts of these years were not in vain. Combined with the constant revision over the past 3 months, he had already mastered his own set of combat techniques. Tang San frowned behind him. At this moment, he also felt that Huang Wei was not simple. Achieving such accomplishments at the age of 6 was impressive, and if he didn't possess the Tang sect skills like Xiantian skill, he might not have been able to achieve this. However, for him, the Xiantian skill of the Tang sect was the strongest, so if he really had to compete with Huang Wei, he believed he still had a very good chance of winning. "No, I won't fight anymore. I concede you win." Wang Sheng gritted his teeth in pain, tears welling up in his eyes, and immediately raised his hand to beg for mercy. Huang Wei reached out to pull him up, and Wang Sheng immediately thanked him, saying, "Sorry, I wasn't targeting you on purpose just now. It's a rule in our dormitory that the strongest member has to challenge the new arrivals. After all, our status as work-study students isn't great, and we get bullied here every day. If we don't stick together, we have no hope at all. You defeated me so easily, and you didn't even use your martial soul. I'm completely convinced by you. From now on, you're our leader, the leader of Dormitory 7. Everyone, greet Huangda. Wang Sheng immediately said to the other 5 people in the dormitory. Huangda. Together with Wang Sheng, the other 5 people directly got out of bed and bowed to Huang Wei. Huang Wei shook his head, looking disinterested. I'm not interested in your leader position. I'm here to cultivate, not to waste time being a leader. No way, boss. We work-study students need a leader or we'll be bullied. Wang Sheng and the other 5 people urgently chimed in. Huang Wei looked towards the door and said, If you really want a leader, I can recommend someone. Him. Tang San was taken aback, and everyone's gaze turned to him. Tang San immediately said, Huang Wei, don't mess around. I'm here to cultivate, not to be a leader. I'm not interested. Wang Sheng suddenly remembered something and said, That's right, leader. We've already determined the victor between us. But you and him haven't settled it yet. According to the rules, you have to challenge him. Huang Wei's gaze was fixed on Tang San, with a strong sense of battle intent. Tang San looked at Huang Wei and also felt the pressure, which ignited his own fighting spirit. Huang Wei turned around, his lips curling slightly. We might not be interested in the position of the boss, but we definitely want to have a match between us. He took 2 steps forward and then stopped. Tang San, let me see your skills. Wait for me to put down my things first. Tang San nodded earnestly. Just place them on any bed. Huang Wei pointed to the side. Tang San walked over and took off everything that might affect his performance, then walked back to stand opposite Huang Wei. Huang Wei showed a strong fighting spirit. Tang San didn't know why, but the moment I saw you, I felt that you were different from others. My intuition tells me that you are an opponent who can make me give my all. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Tang San, was taken aback. Tang San's expression became slightly serious. Rest assured, I will definitely not let you down. Fight! Huang Wei let out a low shout, stepped forward, and directly charged at Tang San with a mid-air leap and a double kick. Tang San immediately reacted. As a disciple of the Tang sect, his combat methods were quite diverse. 9. The fierce battle between Huang Wei and Tang San. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, the two were in a fierce battle, both sides using their soul power, but neither had used their martial souls. Every collision of their figures was smooth, as if they were born martial artists, with a solid foundation. This scene left Wang Sheng and the other 6 dumbfounded. They hadn't expected that these two could battle to such a standstill without using their martial souls. If it were them, they would have been defeated long ago. With a gulp, Wang Sheng thought to himself, it wasn't unfair to lose just now. Boss Wang hadn't used his full strength at all. Thinking of this, his face turned red. He then sighed slightly, and seeing the battle coming their way, everyone tactfully retreated to their beds, leaving the space in the dormitory for the two of them. Bang! After the 2 fists collided, both bursts of soul power erupted, and both were shaken back. Tang San was pushed back 10 steps, while Huang Wei was pushed back 4 steps. The former was secretly alarmed. Could this person be a master of external skills? His physique is incredibly strong. At such a young age, he has already achieved this, and my hands are aching from the impact. Looking at his own small fist, tender and delicate, and then at Huang Wei's large, solid fist, with healthy light yellowish-black skin, full of strength and weight. It looked like he had trained. During the previous skirmish, he also used some of the Tang sect's unique skills, such as crane control and dragon capture, and ghost shadow mysterious trace. However, this only resulted in a 50-50 draw with Huang Wei, as he couldn't gain an advantage in strength. Huang Wei also felt the tactical changes of Tang San during the battle. He understood that this guy must have used those Tang sect skills. Having skills makes a difference. Unlike me, I don't have these skills at all. Sigh, it's a congenital disadvantage, but it's not a big problem. Once I refine my body well, even if you use hidden weapons in the future, you won't be able to break through my body. Looking at his own fist, Huang Wei secretly pondered. Without a system, he couldn't be like those protagonists in fan fiction who start off with a bunch of flashy, against-the-sky skills. That's completely unrealistic. He could only rely on himself to progress step by step. After the recent clash, Huang Wei deeply felt the benefits of body refinement. At least, when Tang San hit him, it felt like just a tickle. On the other hand, it was different for Tang San. Not only could he not break through Huang Wei's physical defenses, but there was also a kind of rebound damage ability that made his strikes on Huang Wei's body even more painful. They hadn't determined a winner yet. Was it going to end in a tie? Wang Sheng said. It must be said that the fierce battle between these two was very thrilling to watch. Huang Wei, martial soul, bronze spear. Huang Wei's expression was calm, his tone flat. With his hands pressed together, he suddenly pulled, causing a wave of bronze-colored soul power to surge violently. The bronze beam elongated, forming a very long bronze spear. It was indeed his martial soul, the bronze spear, based on his understanding of Tang San. This guy's first martial soul, the blue silvergrass, was quite weak before he became the blue silver emperor. However, his second martial soul, the Haotian hammer, was very strong. But he also wanted to test which was stronger, the Haotian hammer or his bronze spear. Nevertheless, he believed that this guy Wu Ti used the Haotian hammer. Wow! So Huang Laoda's martial soul is a bronze-colored spear called the bronze spear. It looks quite cool. Wang Sheng and the other's eyes lit up with excitement. Tang San, martial soul, blue silvergrass. As he spoke, Tang San also opened his mouth, feeling a bit awkward. The soul power in his hands surged again, and his expression became extremely serious. What blue silvergrass? Wang Sheng and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. When did blue silvergrass become something that could be cultivated? Immediately after, Tang San and Huang Wei clashed again. This time, Huang Wei charged directly at Tang San with a bronze spear in hand, like a general drunk on the battlefield. Tang San was stunned by the momentum emanating from Huang Wei, but he quickly reacted, summoning the blue silvergrass to surge forward wildly. However, it was easily cut and shattered by Huang Wei's spinning bronze spear, which moved like a wheel of wind and fire. Seeing this, Wang Sheng and the others twitched their mouths, as if they had already seen the outcome. The blue silvergrass was indeed still just blue silvergrass, and the martial soul was too weak. However, the person using it was quite impressive, but unfortunately, the martial soul was too trash, and his cultivation talent was clearly visible. Tang San adopted a strategy of attacking while dodging. There was no way around it. The blue silvergrass was too weak. He had wanted to use his second martial soul, the hammer, several times, but he held back, as his father had warned him never to use or reveal his second martial soul unless his life was in danger. Huang Wei knows that he has a twin martial soul, but the others do not, so he must reduce the number of people who know. Therefore, he ultimately did not use it. Since this is just a spar, it does not meet the conditions for activation. In the end, he chose to use techniques from the Xiantian skill and even resorted to hidden weapons. Currently, Tang San is completely suppressed by Huang Wei in both physical and offensive aspects. Huang Wei saw a hidden weapon fly out and immediately thought, a sneak attack. This guy is really despicable. He quickly used his bronze spear to block it. With a clang, a small silver needle fell to the ground. Seeing that it was so easily blocked, Tang San was momentarily stunned. After all, he had infused this hidden weapon with soul power. At that moment, Huang Wei seized the opportunity and swept horizontally with his bronze spear, directly striking towards Tang San. Tang San immediately defended with both hands, but then his whole body flew up and crashed against the door. After feeling the pain, he knelt on one knee with one hand on the ground. Sneak attacks were not good for Tang San. Huang Wei picked up the small silver needle from the ground and flicked it in front of Tang San. Looking at the small silver needle on the ground, Tang San sighed and felt a bit ashamed. I lost, you won. This position of leader is yours. After saying that, he directly picked up the small silver needle and put away, apologizing. What happened just now was instinctive. I'm sorry. Seeing the other party's demeanor, Huang Wei merely let out a low, deep sound of acknowledgement. After all, he believed that this was also a means of combat power for the opponent. If a real battle broke out outside, as long as one could win, any despicable means would be worth it. If it were him, he would also choose to use despicable methods to defeat enemies who wanted to take his life, and even those who weren't enemies. After defeating Tang San, Huang Wei did not feel proud because he knew that this guy's Haotian hammer had not yet been used, and that his true mastery of poison was also yet to be seen. After this battle, he had somewhat summarized his training over the past few years. He still needed to continue working hard. Having defeated Tang San, the next person to come out should be Xiao Wu, right? Huang Wei's gaze turned to the doorway, and he thought to himself, in the original work, Xiao Wu appears after Wang Sheng and Tang San finish. But since his appearance has been delayed, why hasn't Xiao Wu shown up yet? Could it be that the plot has deviated? Huang Wei's gaze fell once again on Tang San, who had already stood up, his tone calm without any pride. I only won half against you. When you can truly let go of everything one day, we can have a real match. However, that day may still be a long time coming. After speaking, he withdrew his martial soul, the bronze spear, and turned to walk directly towards the bed he had just chosen. Huang Laoda is amazing. Long live Huang Laoda. Our work-study students are about to rise. Huh. Wang Sheng and the others were extremely excited and cheered continuously. There will definitely be opportunities in the future. Tang San clenched his fists, his expression slightly stiffening, just as he was about to walk towards his bed. At that moment, a clear and lively female voice rang out. Excuse me, Is this the 7th dormitory? 10. Xiao Wu boohoo winky face. Excuse me, is this the 7th dormitory? A clear and lively female voice rang out. The crowd was taken aback, and following the direction of the voice, they saw a girl dressed in a pink dress, seemingly wearing rabbit ear accessories on her head, pouting with her head slightly tilted, her big eyes curiously observing everything inside. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Huang Wei thought to himself. This is the 7th dormitory. Tang San was the first to speak, as he was only a step away from the door. He then looked at Wang Sheng with a puzzled expression. Does the academy allow mixed-gender dormitories? Wang Sheng scratched his head and said, the academy doesn't prohibit it, especially for us work-study students. Generally, as long as we don't break the academy's rules, they mostly ignore us since we are currently the only work-study students in this dormitory. The other 5 nodded. Yeah, even the academy doesn't really welcome us. After all, we came from the village with no money and no power. Hearing this, Huang Wei sighed slightly. Discrimination like this won't decrease, whether in the past life or in this world. Most of the inherent superiority of humans is determined by birth. There are many who rise through hard work, but certainly not as many as those born into it. Since that's the case, let's unite together, Huang Wei said calmly. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng and the others looked overjoyed. All right, boss. However, Huang Lauda, according to the rules, you need a challenger. Wang Sheng's voice was a bit soft, fearing to upset Huang Wei. Xiao had already walked in from outside, blinking her big watery eyes, suddenly showing great interest. Challenge me? Great. Sounds like so much fun. I like it. As a transformed 10,000-year soul beast, she loved sparring. Back at his bed, Tang San originally planned to sit down and meditate to recover the soul power and physical strength he had just lost. However, upon hearing this scene, he also opened his eyes to watch Huang Wei's battle again. Wang Sheng, this little lowly is a 10,000-year soul beast in transformation, but right now, she only has the cultivation and strength of a human soul master. Perhaps I can defeat her. Huang Wei was also a bit uncertain, but he really wanted to have a battle with this old lowly. Huang Wei said lightly, in our work-study student dormitory, there's a rule that the boss here must challenge newcomers. If the newcomer wins, the boss's position will be yours. If I win, you'll be my little brother. Being the boss? Great. I want to be this boss. Xiao Wu straightened her undeveloped chest and said proudly. This little girl didn't see how powerful our boss Wang was when she first arrived, and with such big talk, I'm looking forward to how bad her expression will be when she gets defeated in an instant. The rest of the group couldn't help but chuckle. Huang Wei said, I can fight you, but I just went through a major battle and used up some energy, so I need to recover a bit. You can also take this time to warm up. All right, I'll wait for you. Xiao Wu nodded. In fact, for Huang Wei, the recent battle with Tang San didn't really consume much of his energy or soul power. After all, he had been doing intensive foundational exercises for the past few years, completing 3 sets a day, totaling at least 800 to 1,000. The daily and yearly training not only allowed his strength, soul power, and physical body to far exceed that of ordinary people, but even his stamina, which is the most important aspect, was also far beyond that of the average person. So right now, he wasn't tired at all. Moreover, his battle with Tang San had already warmed him up completely. He walked to the bedside and took out a small bottle containing a red liquid from his backpack and started drinking it. It was the familiar taste. He was now fully restored to his peak condition. What is this? The others were curious, including Tang San and Xiao Wu. This is a potion I developed myself to restore stamina, soul power, and vitality. I call it Red Potion. Huang Wei did not hide, but answered these people's doubts. After all, he planned to sell the liquid to make some money. Although these people in front of him might not have that kind of money, they could still get a glimpse of it in advance. After hearing this, Tang San was taken aback, shocked in his heart. Is there really such a potion? Who exactly is this person? If he is truly a villager from Huangjia village, then he is a genius. After drinking the potion, Huang Wei returned to the center and looked at Xiao Wu. My name is Huang Wei, and I am currently the leader of the 7th dormitory. Come on, let me see your skills. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Wu jumped up and kicked toward Huang Wei. Huang Wei was calm and unhurried, with both hands defending in front of him. He wanted to see just how strong his level 20 soul master's physical strength really was. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Wu launched a series of attacks against him, but Huang Wei was only forced to shift his body backward. However, she could feel that Huang Wei's muscles were very solid and strong. After a few rounds of simple probing exchanges between the two, can't break through my defense? If soft can overcome hard, then let me show you my strength. Xiao Wu's expression grew increasingly astonished. Just as she was about to change her attack stance again, Huang Wei suddenly moved, grabbing her foot and throwing her upwards. Oh no! Xiao Wu realized the situation was dire, her expression changing. She saw Huang Wei's fist coming towards her abdomen. She immediately reacted, using her body's flexibility to clamp down on Huang Wei's entire arm, while her long legs wrapped around his neck. In that moment, the position of the two was somewhat indescribable. Xiao Wu also realized this. But there was no time to think too much. With a slight smirk, she said, "You're done for." Huang Wei furrowed his brows, knowing that Xiao Wu was going to use that waist bow. Xiao Wu exerted force, but she struggled, and at that moment, her rabbit martial soul emerged, lifting Huang Wei up and attempting to spin and kick him out. However, the calm Huang Wei found Xiao Wu's flaw and directly summoned the bronze spear, smashing it fiercely onto the ground. Coupled with his original physical weight, Xiao Wu was now unable to lift him, suddenly losing weight. She was swept away by Huang Wei's bronze spear in that direction. Bang! Xiao Wu was flung away, and her fragile body immediately felt intense pain. Wow! The pain caused tears to flow from her big eyes. Huang Wei was not careless. After all, the figure before him was a rabbit spirit with a history of 100,000 years. Having broken free from his restraints, he suddenly leaped up and swung his bronze spear down towards Xiao Wu's abdomen. Of course, he controlled the force of his strike. No! Xiao Wu cried out in terror, her voice trembling. But it was too late. She was struck and sent flying, crashing hard against the door and then falling to the ground. Wah, wah, wah. You hit a woman, you're not a man. It hurts so much. I'm in so much pain. Woo. Xiao Wu rolled on the ground, covering her abdomen, her eyes filled with resentment, anger, and unwilling grievance. 11. The dean at the Soul King level dam, as expected of Boss Huang, to be so ruthless against the girl. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to bring myself to do it. Wang Sheng and the others had also covered their faces at that moment, but they couldn't help but sneak a peek through the gaps, immediately gasping in shock. Cold sweat broke out all over their bodies. Huang Wei could be so ruthless against such a cute little lowly, let alone towards them men. Gulp! They swallowed again. However, the stronger Huang Wei became, the happier they felt. With such protection, they wouldn't have to fear being bullied by older students anymore. At this moment, Tang San frowned and said, "Isn't your strike a bit too heavy?" Huang Wei's lips curled slightly. "I consider myself fortunate. Being lenient towards enemies is just being cruel to oneself. Am I really going to let her hurt me? If the person lying on the ground were you, you wouldn't think this way. You're so harsh toward the girl. You're not a man. Oof. I will definitely get my revenge today. This dorm's leader can only be me." At that moment, Xiao Wu stood up, gritting her teeth, humiliated and furious, stomping her feet in anger. Huang Wei pouted. Look at her, so lively. How could she possibly look like she was beaten? After ignoring the two people, he walked directly back to his bed, picked up his backpack, and headed outside. He couldn't stop his training. He had to keep working hard. And as for obtaining his first soul ring, he planned to ask the principal of the academy for help when the time came. After all, every student in the academy had one opportunity to apply for this. Even if they said it was for work-study students, it was the same. After Huang Wei left, the angry Xiao Wu challenged Tang San, and, as expected, Xiao Wu won. All the frustration she had just taken from Huang Wei was now vented onto Tang San. Tang San was also thrown down painfully, feeling miserable. Why was he so unlucky today, losing twice in a row? However, all of this was based on him not using any of his tricks or his second martial soul. So, Xiao Wu directly crowned herself with the title of Sister Xiao Wu, making Wang Sheng and the others call her that. Wang Sheng and the others had no choice. The opponent was too strong, so they could only concede. Tang San felt like sitting cross-legged to focus on his training. However, at that moment, two figures appeared in front of the 7th dormitory. One person was holding bedding. Undoubtedly the teacher who came to deliver bedding to Tang San on the orders of Yu Xiaojiang from the original story. The other middle-aged man had a very serious expression, looking more like a leader than a mentor, as the teacher with the bedding seemed to respect him greatly. Who is Tang San? Who is Huang Wei? Two voices rang out. Tang San immediately got out of bed. "Teacher, I am Tang San." As for Huang Wei, he just went out. Seems like he's going to train. The middle-aged man glanced at him, nodded, seemingly anxious, and quickly turned to run towards the playground. "This is the bedding master asked me to give you. Take it." Tang San immediately took it, feeling a warmth in his heart. The teacher continued, "You work-study students need to clean." Next came the topic about cleaning for earning coins from the original story. On a lawn, at this moment, Huang Wei was training vigorously. Taking advantage of not having absorbed his first soul ring yet, he wanted to increase his physical strength as much as possible. He wanted to challenge himself to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring for his first. However, at that moment, he, a level 40 soul master with mental strength, suddenly noticed someone quickly approaching him, and it was a very strong person. He frowned, stopped his training, and got up to look in that direction. Soon he saw the figure of a stranger middle-aged man quickly walking towards him. Who was this person? Huang Wei didn't recognize him, but he looked like he was coming directly for him. The original story in anime hadn't mentioned the names of other teachers within the academy. However, the middle-aged man in front of him had a very impressive demeanor, calm and steady, looking like a leader-level figure. Are you Huang Wei? With innate full soul power and a martial soul of a bronze spear? The middle-aged man excitedly asked as he reached Huang Wei, his eyes shining with excitement. Taken aback by the sudden enthusiasm, Huang Wei nodded. Yes, that's me. May I ask who you are? Haha, it's really you. Finally, I get to meet you. The middle-aged man laughed heartily, pulling out Huang Wei's martial soul awakening certificate from his soul guide. Hello, Huang Wei, I am Ling Feng, the principal of the Nodding Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Suddenly, he stepped forward, and a terrifying and vigorous wave of soul power surged from him. Following that, soul rings began to rise rapidly from his body, one after another. Yellow, purple, and black, a total of 5 in all. And it's the most standard configuration. This is a genuine soul king-level powerhouse. At the same time, a red gun appeared in his hand. In an instant, his aura and momentum underwent a tremendous change. Feeling this terrifying pressure for Huang Wei, a soul king-level powerhouse is extremely daunting right now. However, fortunately, Huang Wei's mental and physical strength are not low, and he did not immediately succumb to this aura, but struggled to hold on. 5-Ring Soul King, the Dean of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy? I didn't expect the aura of a Soul King to be this terrifying. Those who say they are weak in some fan novels are completely talking nonsense. Damn it. The feeling of reading novels and reality is completely two different things. And this Academy Dean from the newbie group actually has Soul King-level cultivation? It seems that this person was not mentioned in the original work, but there must be some differences between reality and the novel. Huang Wei unleashed all his soul power, using his mental strength and physical resilience to resist the Soul King pressure emanating from Ling Feng. His martial soul, the bronze spear, also manifested, driven deep into the ground as it struggled to hold up. If it had been someone else, they would have already been knocked unconscious and lying on the ground at this moment. Seeing Huang Wei's performance, which exceeded his expectations, Ling Feng's excitement grew even more intense. Haha, good. This body stat, this mental strength, such a fine seedling, I didn't expect to encounter it. Ling Feng. As he spoke, he withdrew the pressure he exerted on Huang Wei and said excitedly, Huang Wei, my martial soul is also a spear, and I'm a level 51 strong attack, close combat soul master. With your innate full soul power being such a good seedling, why haven't you joined the Spirit Hall? Would you be willing to take me as your master? I can teach you. Huang Wei hesitated for a moment. At this time, he was weak and powerless. Although the Soul King was not considered anything on the Douluo Continent, he still needed this transitional period because he lacked money, soul tools, and someone who could help him hunt more advanced beings. If he took this guy as his master, he could share his physical cultivation methods with him, and in the future, he could become stronger as well. No one knows what the future holds, so he made up his mind. However, on the Douluo Continent, a person can only have one master in a lifetime unless the master dies. Currently, he didn't know the Sword Dual or the patriarch of the family, and he didn't want to go to the Spirit Hall. Therefore, at this stage, Ling Feng was his best choice, and Ling Feng's appearance could help him solve many of his current troubles. All right, I am willing to take you as my master. Disciple Huang Wei pays respects to the master. Huang Wei deeply bowed at a 90-degree angle to Ling Feng. 12. Inside this bronze ring is actually a treasure trove of celestial herbs. Good. Get up, my good disciple. From now on, you are my direct disciple. Ling Feng couldn't stop smiling. He was so happy. He never expected that in his lifetime he would be able to take a genius with full innate soul power as his direct disciple. One can only say that his luck is truly amazing. Xiao Wu, quickly show your martial soul to your master. Ling Feng was already eager. All right. Huang Wei took a deep breath. After all, he had just finished intense exercise, completing 3,000 standard push-ups in one go. Even now, he was panting, his face flushed, and sweat was pouring from his skin. The solid muscles were becoming more and more appealing to Ling Feng. This guy clearly had been training since childhood, and his physical fitness far exceeded that of his peers. Even some 12 or 13-year-olds did not possess such a level of fitness. Huang Wei raised his right hand and gently grasped, a bronze-colored light flickering out. Immediately, a small spear quickly grew larger, reaching its maximum form in less than a breath. At the same time, the level 10 soul power within him surged, but after 3 months of training, his soul power had been compressed and accumulated. So when he obtained a soul ring, it might rebound. Therefore, although Huang Wei only had level 10 soul power, the robust soul power surrounding him far exceeded the level 10 tier. Is this your martial soul, the bronze spear? Innate full soul power. Could it really be a mutated martial soul? Ling Feng and Yu Xiaojiang had a fairly good relationship, which he had learned from the latter earlier, and he quickly rushed over. Perhaps Huang Wei felt that it wasn't a mutation, but he didn't want to waste words. He just needed to know this himself. Whether outsiders misunderstood it as a mutation or not, this explanation was the most common and easiest to understand in this world. Ling Feng spoke up. Now that you are level 10, how about I take you to hunt for your first soul ring? Sure. Huang Wei thought for a moment. Currently, he had the physical strength of a level 20 Great Soul Master, the mental power of a level 40 Soul Master, and level 10 soul power. So absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring was actually not a big problem. After all, his level 40 mental power was sufficient to handle the resentment brought by a 1,000-year soul beast. He had already sensed a bottleneck. To achieve a better breakthrough, he needed to obtain the first soul ring to remove the first limitation of his body. Ling Feng asked, your martial soul is the bronze spear. Do you have any requirements for your first soul ring? I want a soul ring that can break armor and has attack capabilities. Huang Wei didn't think twice and spoke out the words he had prepared for a long time. He planned to become a hybrid melee assault-type soul master, rather than just focusing entirely on attack power. He wanted to have an attack or attack-enhancing armor-breaking soul skill for his first ring, a soul skill with attack capabilities for displacement for the second ring, and a defensive or supportive healing soul skill for the third ring. Of course, prioritizing those with attack capabilities. As for the later ones, there was no rush. The path must be taken step by step, and food must be eaten bite by bite. He needed to cultivate each level to perfection before breaking through to the next realm. That way, he will be a perfect soul master. If that's the case, I recommend you hunt a fire-armored pangolin. It can not only allow your soul skill or martial soul to have armor-breaking effects, but can also grant you a single target or area attack soul skill, depending on your luck. Plus, the soul skill will carry a layer of fire ability. As the principal of Nodding Academy, he had a broad perspective, and various knowledge about soul beasts quickly surfaced in his mind, which matched well with his usual interest in researching soul beast literature. Now it was coming in handy. It also showcased the pride of teacher. The fire-armored pangolin, no matter what, as long as it suits me, that's enough. Huang Wei nodded. All right, let us set off now. Oh, by the way, now that you are my disciple, it's time for your welcome gift. Ling Feng suddenly thought of this and rummaged through his soul guidance device, pulling out a bronze ring that looked very ancient, like a relic from a long time ago. Ling Feng smiled awkwardly. This is something I picked up in a valley some time ago, but I couldn't open it. I just took it out. But this bronze ring matches your bronze spear well. How about trying it on? If you can't open it either, I'll give you another one. Oh wow, so you're really reluctant to part with it? But it was understandable. Soul guidance devices were indeed very rare and expensive in the world of Douluo's first chapter. Huang Wei was not being pretentious and took it. Thank you, teacher. Now, he was worrying about the issue of soul guidance devices, as he would need to find a lot of medicinal materials and soul beast corpses later, all of which were necessary for his body refining. If he was lucky enough to find something that could enhance his mental strength, he definitely wouldn't miss it. Besides these aids, there were other things as well. So he must have a soul guidance device to carry things, which would be more convenient. Ling Feng also smiled awkwardly. Huang Wei attempted to probe into it with his mind and found that there was a membrane blocking him. He frowned, as if he thought of something, but at that moment, the bronze spear in his hand seemed to resonate with the bronze ring. For some reason, there was an impulse in his mind to inject soul power. Teacher, have you tried injecting soul power before? Huang Wei asked. Ling Feng nodded, of course, but it was of no use at all. He shook his head and smiled wryly. Just now, for some reason, my bronze spear resonated with this bronze ring. It seems that this ring is related to my bronze spear. Huang Wei said. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng was taken aback. Is there really such a thing? Could it be that this bronze ring is waiting for you? And what are you waiting for? Quickly try infusing your soul power and see if it will have any miraculous effects. Ling Feng immediately urged. Huang Wei immediately infused his soul power into the bronze ring. The next moment, he felt that as the soul power was injected, the layer of barrier inside the bronze ring that was blocking him gradually broke open at that instant. Finally, his spiritual consciousness completely entered the bronze ring. The scene inside the ring left him dumbfounded. He thought he was seeing things. He never expected there to be a basin inside. And upon closer inspection, the plants cultivated in these basins possessed a powerful celestial energy. Could they be celestial herbs? Just like the celestial herbs within the Ice Fire 2EI? At that moment, his spiritual I was conveying information about these plants, and sure enough, they were completely the same as the celestial herbs within the Ice Fire 2EI, if not even better. This was essentially a massive treasury of celestial herbs. Furthermore, there were many large empty spaces around, which could presumably store many items. Additionally, there were also the celestial herbs from the original works, Ice Fire 2EI. And these celestial herbs were all alive. Could it be that this ring can store both dead and living things? My goodness. Regardless, this time I truly struck gold. He had previously been worried about how to deal with Douluo's garden, but now it seemed that it was no longer necessary. Huang Wei felt an immense excitement in his heart. With these celestial herbs, he wouldn't have to struggle with his physical and mental cultivation anymore. The same goes for his cultivation level. He never expected his luck to be this good. It seems that fate is helping him, and it was destined for him to take Ling Feng, the Soul King, as his master. At that moment, he could clearly feel a peculiar connection forming between his martial soul, the bronze spear, and the ring. Thus, he became even more curious about his martial soul. He was increasingly eager to discover the truth of his identity in this life. He must find out his origins and unravel this mystery. However, he knew that now was not the time to focus on the situation with the ring. He first needed to respond to his new teacher. So, he withdrew his consciousness from the bronze ring and put it on his finger. Just as he was about to say something to the man in front of him, the bronze ring suddenly disappeared. No, it was merging into his finger. Look quickly. The voice of the former sounded a bit flustered, and Huang Wei was still a bit confused. But upon hearing this, his gaze returned to his finger, and he immediately showed a look of surprise. The bronze ring that had just been on his finger was slowly merging with his skin. In the next second, the entire bronze ring directly entered beneath the flesh of his finger, seemingly connecting with his body. What was going on? Both Huang Wei and Ling Feng were stunned. Did you feel anything just now? Did you break through the barrier? Ling Feng asked with a frown. Huang Wei nodded. Yes. He then conveyed that unique feeling to him. However, he did not mention the existence of the mystical herbal cave within the ring. After all, this is a significant matter, and it is better for fewer people to know about it. Such a treasure would make people envious. And even though Ling Feng has become his teacher, one cannot guarantee that he wouldn't kill him to seize it. He would remain vigilant towards everyone and would not easily trust anyone. Ling Feng, shocked and bewildered, said, I see, no wonder I couldn't open it no matter what. It turns out this bronze ring has been waiting for your appearance. It seems this is fate. Huang Wei nodded in agreement. Yes, this is fate. Teacher, when will we set off to hunt for the soul ring? Then he changed the topic. Ling Feng saw that his disciple could use the bronze ring he picked up, so he wouldn't have to spend a lot of money on a soul guide device for him, which made him very happy. No matter what, this is the fate line in the dark. And he didn't ask about other things, but said, it's south already close to noon now. If we go now, searching will take a lot of time. From my experience, it won't be easy to find in a short time, as the fire-breathing pangolin is rare. So, I plan to change the schedule and set off early tomorrow morning. How's that sound? Huang Wei thought for a moment. Since he wasn't in a hurry, he nodded in agreement. Ling Feng said, my office is on the 5th floor of the Academic Affairs office. If you have any questions, you can come find me there. As for the training on gun skills, I'll teach you after you obtain your first spirit ring tomorrow. I understand, teacher. Huang Wei replied. Here are a few gold coins. Take them and spend them. Ling Feng took out a bag of money from his soul guide device and happily placed it in Huang Wei's hands. For someone at the Soul King level like him, gold soul coins were very easy to earn. It's heavy. Huang Wei's first reaction upon receiving it was this, and then he swallowed hard. Damn, I can smell the scent of gold coins. It's so fragrant. Having this cheap teacher isn't bad. At least he gives me money to spend. It seems I can start to preliminarily handle what I promised my grandfather earlier. He planned to go back during the holidays to give the money to Huang Nan and have him improve the village, so that the people there could live a slightly more prosperous life. I'll hire a few caretakers to take care of my grandfather. Indeed, no matter which world you're in, money is a good thing. Thank you, teacher. Huang Wei showed an incredibly joyful smile. Work hard. I believe in you. After patting Huang Wei on the shoulder, Ling Feng went back. Huang Wei's smile grew even more radiant. He never expected such good luck at the academy today. He actually obtained this treasure, and so many gold soul coins. Watching Ling Feng leave, he thought to himself that this guy was like a money-making mascot. He quickly opened a check, and my goodness, there were at least 100 gold soul coins inside. They sparkled, and while 100 coins didn't seem like much, in the current environment, it was enough to live a very wealthy and abundant life. Taking a deep breath, he stored the money safely and continued his training. As the time passed, it was already deep noon, and he stopped his exhausting workout. He then tried to summon the bronze ring with his mind, but the ring did not appear. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a strange sensation suddenly arose within his body. It felt like, following the feeling, he walked over to his backpack, pointed his hand at it, and silently thought receive. Whoosh! In the next moment, the backpack disappeared. What the heck? Is this telekinesis for collecting items? Huang Wei's eyes widened in surprise, and he was overjoyed. He immediately looked around and, finding no one watching, let out a sigh of relief. Then he tried to silently summon his backpack again. The backpack appeared in his palm. He put it away and took it out again. Repeating the process was quite fun. Now he had a preliminary understanding of this method. It seemed that the bronze ring had already fused with his flesh and blood, making it impossible to take out or display. But this was also good for keeping a secret. Huang Wei murmured quietly, feeling even happier. It's really too convenient. He quickly took out the bottle of red potion from his backpack and drank it. Instantly, the fatigue from a morning of training began to fade away, along with his stamina and soul power. It seems that the plants he used were of too low a grade and could no longer match his current strength. He needed to find some higher grade. At this point, he remembered that he had a garden of celestial herbs in his ring. However, using these herbs for such purposes would be a complete waste of treasures. The celestial herbs naturally have other wonderful uses, which he would take a closer look at after returning to his dormitory. He also stored his money pouch inside. He was hungry now, so he headed toward the cafeteria. Not knowing the way, he relied on a map to find it. Although this was a junior soul master academy, it was still quite large, at least the size of a university from his past life. As he walked in, he happened to see a particularly chaotic scene where someone was arguing. This was an unavoidable scene from the original work. The work-study students from the 7th dormitory were bickering with Xiao Wu and others, naturally with the latter looking down on the former. The former was quite angry, but there was nothing they could do, as they were poor people from the village. They could only go to the first floor to eat. However, Yu Xiaojiang took Tang San directly to the 2nd floor, leaving the others to eat on the 1st floor. Tang San felt a bit guilty. He didn't really need to go up to eat. Sister Xiao Wu, what should we do now? Our boss hasn't returned. And now Tang San has gone up to eat with his teacher. Should we just deal with it on the 1st floor? Although Wang Sheng and the others were unwilling, they still had to face reality. That bastard sent here at a critical moment. Xiao Wu was still angry about what happened that morning. As my little brother, how could he just deal with it alone? Huang Wei walked over and said to Wang Sheng and the others. Upon seeing that it was their boss Wang Sheng and the others immediately looked delighted, feeling that the pressure they had just experienced had vanished. You actually know how to come back? Xiao Wu said with an annoyed tone. Is your stomach still hurting? Huang Wei teased with a grin. Hearing this, Xiao Wu's bunny ears stood up in anger as she stomped her feet. Remember this. I will definitely win against you. Next time, it will be you who is in pain. Huang Wei lightly snorted. All right, do you still want to eat? If you want to eat, be quiet and listen to me. Take this and drink it. A red potion appeared in his hand, and he directly tossed it to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu caught it. She remembered that Huang Wei had drunk this potion in the morning. She then asked in return, Are you really taking us up to eat? Wang Sheng leaned close to Huang Wei's ear and whispered, Boss, why don't we forget it? The 2nd floor is really expensive. You don't need to spend so much for us. The other 5 also nodded in agreement. Expensive? Huang Wei raised the corner of his mouth and then produced a gold soul coin in his hand. Is this enough to pay? Will it be enough for us to eat our fill? The crowd was incredibly shocked. Huang Wei actually had a gold soul coin. Although the 2nd floor was expensive, compared to this gold soul coin, it was nothing because even 1 gold soul coin could buy a very good and abundant meal. The currency in Douluo Continent consists of the lowest copper coins, intermediate silver coins, and high-level gold soul coins. The ratio is 1 gold soul coin equals 10 silver soul coins equals 100 copper soul coins. Their usual prices are also very low, so a gold soul coin can buy many things. After that, they followed Huang Wei up to the 2nd floor. This scene was also witnessed by Xiao Wu and Tang San along with Yu Xiaojiang above. The former frowned. Help me check who that work-study student is. How could he be so wealthy? It's Boss Xiao. The younger brother nodded and immediately went to investigate. After all, this was the cafeteria, and fighting or making noise was not allowed. He had just been taught a lesson about the earlier incident, so he kept quiet now. However, he paid attention to Huang Wei. Huang Wei came to the window and took out a gold soul coin, placing it in front of the food server, saying lightly, "Give us food according to this amount." Okay. The server immediately complied. Soon, Wang Sheng, Xiao Wu, and the others brought a large pile of food and found a place to sit down, while Huang Wei naturally walked to his seat empty-handed. As the leader and boss, he didn't need to carry food. Looking at the food in front of him, he murmured in his heart, "I wonder if this will be enough for me. If not, I'll make other plans." Seeing the food in front of them, Wang Sheng and the others couldn't wait any longer, and Xiao Wu, due to personal reasons, avoided meat and only ate vegetables. "Let's eat." With Huang Wei's command, everyone began to eat without reservation. After a day of training, Huang Wei was also very hungry, devouring the food. He needed to eat to convert it into energy and require a lot of protein to strengthen his muscles. Supplementing nutrition. Soon, with everyone actively digging in, they had already finished everything. Except for Huang Wei, they were all full, and it was their first time eating such delicious food without any reservations. Patting their full bellies with satisfied expressions, Huang Wei wasn't full enough. After all, his physical condition had improved, and he was consuming more food. He spent another gold soul coin to buy something. After finishing eating, he went back with them. Huang Wei gave Wang Sheng and others a set of exercises he had developed over the years, encouraging them to train, assuring them that as long as they sweat, they would definitely reap rewards. Wang Sheng and the others were very excited to practice, and Xiao Wu joined them as well. She found Huang Wei's training method very interesting. Next, Huang Wei began his meditation practice in the dormitory. Of course, Tang San was doing the same. Now, there were only the two of them left in the dormitory. Huang Wei's soul was within his own body. He could feel a bronze-colored airflow continuously circulating along a peculiar path within him. In his dantian, the martial soul, the brave bronze spear, and the bronze ring were both suspended. Around these two objects, a layer of bronze-colored airflow was interconnected with the surrounding meridians, blood, and internal organs. A good meditation breathing technique could significantly help him improve his mental and soul power. His mental power gradually invaded the bronze ring, and he saw his coin pouch and backpack floating in a corner. In the center, there was a vast expanse of celestial herbs. The scent of these herbs permeated the air. Various information and usage methods regarding these celestial herbs appeared in his eyes. The ages of the herbs were around several hundred to even a few thousand years. Moreover, the information displayed varied ages. Here, he saw familiar celestial herbs from the original work, such as the heartbreak herb and the fragrant gold. The information indicated that he could only consume one type of celestial herb each year. However, he counted and found a total of exactly 100 types of celestial herbs. This surprised him greatly. After all, the original work only mentioned 12 celestial-grade herbs in the ice and fire yin-yang, eye of the sun, and moon forest. But here, there were a full 188 more. So, he deeply doubted what exactly this bronze ring was. At this point, he only knew the tip of the iceberg about the bronze ring. And why was it connected to his martial soul, the bronze spear? Why did all 12 celestial herbs from the ice and fire yin-yang eye appear here? He had too many questions. In the original work, Tang San consumed the 8-pointed profound ice herb and the fiery apricot blossom before jumping into that ice and fire pool to cultivate the ice and fire dual immunity physique. Although I have these two celestial herbs here, I lack the ice and fire water pool. Taking them recklessly would also pose dangers. It seems I must find time to visit the ice and fire yin-yang eye and use that pool to cultivate this physique. Huang Wei was secretly thinking. Moreover, the method of use indicated in his eyes was only this one. If taken alone, one could either be burned or frozen to death, unless there was some medium in the body that could just offset this extreme energy shock. He quickly practiced, and time passed swiftly. Soon it was afternoon, followed by night. Wang Sheng and Xiao Wu, having finished their training, returned panting and drenched in sweat to take a shower. Instantly, they felt incredibly comfortable. They were very hungry now, but also very tired, and upon seeing the bed, they just wanted to lie down and sleep well. Noticing that Huang Wei and Tang San were still training, they chose not to disturb them and went to the cafeteria to eat. This time, they all went to the first floor as they had become accustomed to it. The second floor was considered a very luxurious expense for them, and they knew they didn't have the financial means for it. Suddenly, Huang Wei woke up. He also went to eat, and he went to the first floor as well. Although it was cheaper, it was actually quite good. For the same price, He could buy more food, which fully met his needs. Around 8 or 9 in the evening, Huang Wei came out to do some simple exercises and saw the conversation between Tang San and Xiao Wu. It seemed that in the original story, the former was asking the latter for help to replace him in cleaning. However, since Xiao Wu didn't have bedding, she was now sleeping with Huang Wei. After all, his bedding was bigger than Tang San's, given to him by Ling Feng. And since he was already in this world, it would be fake not to make some changes or compete for something, especially since Tang San didn't know that Xiao Wu was his future sister-turned-wife. So Huang Wei took the initiative. However, he couldn't let these matters delay his training. It was obvious that Xiao Wu agreed. The two saw Huang Wei walking over. Huang Wei, why are you here? Xiao Wu pouted. Tang San said, Huang Wei, you have full innate soul power. What do you plan to hunt for your first soul ring? For him, Huang Wei came from the village. And it was good for everyone to take care of each other, as Huang Wei gave him a feeling that was completely different from others. My teacher is taking me to hunt for soul rings early tomorrow morning, Huang Wei said, and there was nothing to hide. Early tomorrow morning? Tang San was taken aback. Teacher? When did you become an apprentice? He remembered Huang Wei saying that he had no plans to become an apprentice recently. Moreover, the timing was too coincidental, as he was also setting out with his teacher to hunt for soul rings tomorrow. Huang Wei shrugged. The principal of Nodding Academy, Ling Feng, insisted that I become his disciple this morning when I went to exercise. He even gave me quite a bit of money and a soul guide. I couldn't refuse him, so I had to agree. Otherwise, do you really think I earned that gold soul coin at noon today by myself? And then his expression became serious. Moreover, I really need some money now to take back home during the holidays to improve my grandfather's living conditions. 15. Persuading Ling Feng. Time flew by quickly. Soon, a new day arrived. Huang Wei finished washing up early in the morning, just as Tang San also woke up. After a brief greeting, he quickly headed towards the cafeteria. He bought a lot of food to eat, including a big chicken leg and an egg. The remaining food was stored in his body for later use as supplies when they entered the forest. He rushed to the entrance of the academy. At that moment, Ling Feng was already waiting for him at the entrance. Good morning, teacher. Good morning, Xiao Wei. After a brief exchange of greetings, the two did not waste any more time and set off directly. As for Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang, it seemed they would set out a bit later than the two of them. After all, their current time was roughly equivalent to 6 o'clock in the morning. The two had already boarded the carriage that Ling Feng had prepared in advance, and they quickly set off with the carriage bouncing along. Teacher, where are we going to hunt for the first spirit ring? Huang Wei asked in the carriage. Ling Feng replied, we're going to the nearest soul hunting forest to help you hunt a fire-armored pangolin as your first spirit ring. Based on your physical attributes, you should be able to hunt a fire-armored pangolin that is around 500 years old for your first spirit ring. Upon hearing this, Huang Wei frowned and said, Teacher, my physical attributes are very strong. I feel like I want to challenge myself and absorb a 1,000-year-old spirit ring as my first. Ling Feng's expression darkened as he scolded, Nonsense. According to the master's theory, the limit for a person's first spirit ring is 444 years. What I'm offering you is already over 500 years. If it weren't for your strong physique, I wouldn't take this risk. Besides, it's unprecedented to absorb a 1,000-year-old first spirit ring. What if you explode and die? Such a good talent is rare, and I definitely don't want to see it destroyed in my hands. Huang Wei, unwilling to back down, said, Teacher, actually I have also researched the limits of soul ring absorption in the human body. Over the years, I have read many books, and the master's theory is just something he has referenced and summarized. It's not the most comprehensive. Ling Feng curled his lips, revealing a hint of interest. Oh? Then go ahead and tell me. If you can impress me, I might give you a chance to try. If not, you should probably give up on the idea of a first soul ring after 1,000 years. Although this path is very strong, if you fail, it could be a huge price for you. It could even mean death. Not worth it, not worth it. All right, then let me share my theory now. Huang Wei closed his eyes and pondered deeply in his mind, concocting a theory that was half true and half false. After a moment, he said, Generally, for a normal person, the first spirit ring of 444 years is indeed the limit. However, after in-depth research, I found that the fundamental carrier for absorbing spirit rings is our physical body. Next is mental strength. In fact, we can completely enhance our physical strength through postnatal efforts to reach the limit. For example, if we have the physical strength of a level 20 Great Spirit Master paired with level 10 Spirit Power, we can absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring. After all, a level 10 Spirit Master can absorb a 444-year spirit ring, and they have an ordinary physical body. If we can enhance the physical body to the level of a level 10 Spirit Master, Then why can't we increase the absorption years by an additional 444 years to reach 888 years? By the same reasoning, when your physical body reaches the level of a great spirit master, you can conservatively add 444 years again, resulting in 1,332 years. And I only absorbed a little over 1,000 years, which is my conservative estimate. Huang Wei spoke eloquently, articulating all the content he had organized. Throughout the process, his expression was particularly serious, easily giving others a sense of trust. Ling Feng, who initially did not pay much attention, became stunned after carefully listening to Huang Wei's analysis. His gaze fixated on the latter. Did you come up with all this by yourself? Ling Feng found it hard to believe. Yes. Huang Wei nodded. After a moment of silence, Ling Feng replied, these are just your theories, mere words on paper. No one can or dares to verify them. Moreover, how can one enhance physical strength before obtaining the first spirit ring? Even if one could enhance it, how would you know your body has reached the level of a level 10 or even a level 20 great spirit master? Putting that aside, absorbing a 1,000-year spirit ring would already start to generate resentment from the spirit beast, albeit just a little, which pales in comparison to a 10,000-year level. If your mental strength is insufficient, wanting to absorb it completely at this level is very unrealistic. After hearing this, Huang Wei was taken aback, somewhat puzzled. Goodness, weren't characters in novels supposed to have low IQs? It seems that's not true at all. I mean, how can I say that I know this information is what my eyes are telling me? Oh no, this is troubling. I can't fail this hurdle. I cannot give up on my ideal of having a spirit beast as my first spirit ring for a year ago. Otherwise, I would truly be unwilling. Huang Wei looked sincerely at Ling Feng. Can others know? I don't know the answer to that question. Everything relies on feeling. But I can. All these years, I've worked hard to strengthen my body in order to absorb higher and better spirit rings as the foundation for my first spirit ring. I'm also very confident that I can succeed in this research. At that time, there will be people who believe it. If I don't take this step, it will be even less likely that anyone will think my ideas are correct in the future. Just like Master Yu Xiaojing's idea that plant spirit masters can absorb bee spirit rings as spirit rings. But I believe this is possible. Our cultivation itself is to go against the heavens, to compete with heaven and earth. At worst, I would die. What do I have to fear? Teacher, let me create a perfect beginning for my ideas. Huang Wei expressed a profound philosophy. Ling Feng was moved. Our cultivation is indeed against the heavens, contending with the heavens and the earth. At worst, we die. What is there to fear? Good, good. Yes, that's right. If you do not regret this choice. As your teacher, I will give you a chance to choose for yourself. If you truly achieve 1,000 years for your first spirit ring, then you'll be the first creator of the theory and practice of physical cultivation of the first spirit ring on the entire Douluo continent. And thereafter, you'll be the ancestor. Ling Feng suddenly felt a surge of inspiration and believed that Huang Wei would definitely succeed. Don't worry, teacher, I won't regret it. And I'm telling you, I will definitely succeed. Just wait and see. Huang Wei nodded, finally feeling relieved in his heart. He had managed to get past this hurdle. Time quickly passed, and the two finally arrived at the soul hunting forest. Ling Feng took out a certification from the spirit hall to show the guard. After looking at it, the guard nodded and then opened the gate. Ling Feng and Huang Wei quickly stepped inside. 16. They were a bit lucky to encounter this. Huang Wei and Ling Feng stepped into the soul hunting forest, heading directly west. Since Ling Feng was one of the regulars here, he knew some information about which soul beasts might live in that area. They wanted to hunt a fire mountain armadillo, so they should go to a place that slightly satisfies the heat and fire sources. There, this type of soul beast would exist. If they needed a soul beast over 1,000 years old, they would have to head straight to the central area, as the outer regions only had soul beasts around 100 years old. Once they entered the central area, it would be even more dangerous. So you must never leave my side. Ling Feng's voice was serious. Huang Wei nodded. I understand, teacher. Also, try not to hunt unnecessary soul beasts here, as each soul beast has a long growth period, and there are even fewer soul beasts now compared to before. Ling Feng advised. Huang Wei nodded and listened, walking closely behind. He looked left and right. Although the hunting soul forest was a controlled and enclosed area, it was still very vast. After walking for about an hour in a straight line, they finally stepped into the edge of the central area. Huang Wei asked, Teacher, besides the fire-breathing armadillo, are there any other soul beasts that meet the conditions I previously mentioned? Yes. Ling Feng, displaying the demeanor of a master, nodded and explained. The flame-exploding ape is one of them. This soul beast possesses extremely strong attack and defense-breaking capabilities, making it an even better choice than the fire-breathing armadillo. Besides that, there are other bear-type soul beasts that lean towards strong offensive capabilities, which are also very suitable for you. The reason I didn't mention them before is that the chances of encountering the flame, exploding ape, and those are quite low. Upon hearing this, Huang Wei muttered, "What if we get lucky and encounter one? Then that would really be our good luck." Ling Feng smiled. After walking for an hour, no soul beast had attacked the two of them. It was too smooth along the way, so Huang Wei brought up this doubt. Ling Feng's response was, "Most soul beasts are located in the southern part of the soul hunting forest, where the living conditions are more suitable for most soul beasts. The ones we're looking for now are more specialized." Looking at the sky, they realized it had unknowingly turned noon, since they hadn't encountered any soul beasts all morning. Ling Feng decided to sit down under a large tree, saying, "Let's take a break and eat something to regain our strength." Huang Wei took out the food he had stored in the morning, and Ling Feng also took out some dry food and water. The former leaned comfortably against the root of a large tree, eating and drinking leisurely, completely unaware of the tension in the dangerous soul beast forest. After all, there was a soul king-level powerhouse beside him. At the edge of the transition between the inner and outer areas here, even if soul beasts attacked them, they would be from a few hundred years to 1,000 or 2,000 years old, which a soul king could easily handle. As for him, he could also find an opportunity to practice later. Seeing Huang Wei's relaxed demeanor, Ling Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Boom! Just as they were eating, a sudden attack sound erupted, startling both of them, and they immediately stood up. "Teacher, could it be a soul beast attacking?" Huang Wei exclaimed excitedly, directly summoning his bronze spear and gripping it in his hand, activating his soul power and preparing for battle. Seeing this, Ling Feng was quite satisfied. He then looked in the direction from which the explosion sound came, and said, "The sound came from our northwest direction. I can sense the fluctuation of soul power. It must be a soul hunting team fighting with soul beasts." Huang Wei frowned. "Are we going over there?" Ling Feng said, "No, we shouldn't get involved in these matters. Let's set off to find your soul beast." All right, the two set off again. The environment here gradually began to dry out, revealing rocky ground. There were also large trees and many vines with small grass vegetation around. At that moment, Ling Feng sensed a wave of danger rushing towards them. Looking over, it turned out to be a mass of high-temperature flames attacking. "Not good, a soul beast is attacking us." Prepared in advance, Ling Feng summoned the fire spear, and 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, rose up from beneath his feet in an instant. As the fire spear struck the ground, a powerful soul force erupted, blocking the incoming flames. At the same time, a creature over 2 meters tall, covered in blazing flames and resembling a monkey, appeared before the two. Looking at the 2 humans in front of it, it displayed a fierce and hateful expression, angrily jumping up and directly leaping onto a rock above. "Is this a monkey?" Huang Wei, standing behind Ling Feng, was also shocked by the terrifying heat and the overwhelming soul force. A stream of flame brushed past his face, and he could feel the intense heat. This thing would definitely be great for body refining, but he didn't have the technique for it. Going up to burn would end very badly. Although his physical body had already reached the level of a great soul master, it couldn't withstand such flames. Ling Feng was taken aback, and then a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Xiao Wu, your luck is truly amazing. This is the blazing explosion ape I just told you about. My goodness, what incredible luck. How coincidental. Moreover, judging by this guy's height, physique, and this soul beast's aura, it's just over 1,000 years old, and it seems to have just broken through not long ago. Xiao Wu, your soul ring is here. Is it really going to be a 1,000-year first soul ring? You can still regret it now. Once it's done, there'll be no turning back." Ling Feng's voice rang out. "This is the blazing explosion ape? It's indeed fierce, cool, and awesome. Teacher, I want it. Yes, I want to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring as my first one. Absolutely no regrets." Huang Wei was incredibly excited. It seemed that heaven was favoring him. "Good. As you wish. Wait for me here. Don't wander off," Ling Feng said, then unleashed his powerful soul power and leaped into the air. First soul skill. Flame gun wind. Terrifying flames coalesced into a wave of wind, wielding the fire shotgun directly aimed at the blazing, exploding ape and charged forward. "Hello." Angry growl erupted from its fierce face. Upon seeing this person provoke him, the blazing, exploding ape's battle instinct surged within it. Then, it unleashed the power of its fire beast, martial soul, and charged back. Bang! Ling Feng was originally a close combat soul king, and his strength was not something a blazing, exploding ape just over 1,000 years old, could withstand. Even though it was also a strong attack battle-type soul beast, its level of power was only equivalent to that of a soul sovereign. The gap of 2 major realms from Soul King could not be crossed. In the next moment, the blazing exploding ape was knocked back, and Ling Feng continued to use his soul rings and soul skills to relentlessly attack the blazing exploding ape. The blazing exploding ape was forced to spit blood and shatter the rocks, lying weakly on the ground. Its limbs were pinned down by 4 shadowy flame spear clones. The battle was over. 17. Absorption process. Huang Wei hid behind and watched the battle between Ling Feng and the flame explosion ape. This observation was very beneficial for him. Soon, the nearly exhausted flame explosion ape was lifted up as if it were a small chicken and thrown in front of Huang Wei. The flame explosion ape harbored resentment and unwillingness, and its flames were not as vigorous as before, having weakened significantly. Come on, stab down into its head. A soul beast must be killed by one's own hands to be absorbed. Ling Feng handed a sharp knife to Huang Wei. No need, I'll try my martial soul. Huang Wei did not feel much guilt. After all, it was not the first time he had taken a life. He had previously killed and dissected beasts with his own hands. So he directly summoned his bronze spear and infused it with soul power. In this world of the survival of the fittest, we humans can kill you, and you soul beasts can eat us humans just the same. I'm neither a good person nor a bad person. Blame this world instead. And your unfortunate fate. Huang Wei stared expressionlessly into the eyes of the dying flame blast ape. His tone calm. His words deeply moved Ling Feng, and he committed them to memory. The flame blast ape bared its teeth and eventually closed its eyes, as if it understood and accepted its fate. Rest assured, I will give you a swift end. As soon as the words fell, Huang Wei concentrated all his soul power into the tip of the bronze spear and thrust it directly into the heart of the flame blast ape. After pulling it out, a mouthful of blood flowed from its mouth, and its body twitched slightly before it became motionless. Xiao Wei, maintain your martial spirit, sit cross-legged, guard your mind, and draw this soul ring into your body to absorb it. The outcome begins now. Ling Feng patted Huang Wei, and then their gazes fixed on the light purple soul ring that had formed above the corpse of the flame blast ape. It was indeed a 1,000-year soul ring. It should be exactly 1,000 years, or around 1,012 years. Huang Wei nodded and immediately sat cross-legged, with both hands at the center of his abdomen. He focused on his dantian, keeping his mind steady. At that moment, he felt a connection between his martial soul, the bronze spear, and the light purple soul ring before him. Then it was drawn in and merged into his body. At that moment, Huang Wei could feel an intense heat in his body, followed by a powerful and violent energy surging wildly within him, bringing a tearing pain. However, it wasn't a big problem. Everything was manageable. Fortunately, he had been refining his body over the years. Otherwise, that terrifying force would have been too much for an ordinary soul master's body to withstand, resulting in immediate explosion and death. But now, this force was sealed within Huang Wei's body. His skin was already burning hot, and the capillaries were expanding, with countless beads of sweat continuously oozing out. Following that, his breathing became rapid and heavy, and there were slight tears in his skin. From the beginning until now, Ling Feng had been watching everything closely. Ling Feng looked worried. This reaction was even more intense than the normal absorption of a soul ring. Now, he summoned the Fire Sha spear, and 5 soul rings rose up, creating a soul power magnetic field around him for protection. Just then, Huang Wei's body began to tremble violently, along with the tearing of his skin. This startled Ling Feng, and his brows furrowed heavily. I hope you can hold on, otherwise, I'll have to intervene and interrupt your absorption of the soul ring, which would directly waste the position of your first soul ring. Huang Wei immediately used his soul power to suppress this force. In his mind, he was using his powerful mental strength to fight against the remnant resentment of the flame exploding ape that had survived in the 1,000-year soul ring and soon extinguished it. After all, the mental strength of a level 40 soul master is not just a superficial concept. Suddenly, Huang Wei let out a roar towards the sky. A beam of flame shot out from the cracks in his skin. His expression was twisted in pain. Not good. Ling Feng hurriedly shouted, his face filled with urgency, gathering his soul power and preparing to extract this soul ring. He feared that if he was even a moment late, Huang Wei would explode. Don't, teacher. Don't intervene. I can hold on. It's almost there, almost there. But just then, Huang Wei's gritted teeth and painful voice came out. Ling Feng's hand froze. The next second, he saw Huang Wei's head droop down. The beams of light on his body gradually converged, and the torn skin was healing. His muscles swelled, and his body grew taller. His skin was now even tougher and harder than before, and his resilience was also significantly stronger. Huang Wei's previously chaotic breathing gradually became calm and orderly at this moment. Is this a success? Ling Feng's eyes widened. The soul power in his hands dissipated, and the urgency on his face transformed into excitement and exhilaration. Thus, Huang Wei would become the first soul ring absorber of 1,000 years in the history of the Douluo continent, breaking the theory that the limit of the first soul ring is 444 years, overturning Yu Xiaojiang's theory. A person's physical body can absorb higher-year soul rings through continuous enhancement in the postnatal stage. Huang Wei will be the creator and achiever of this history. Ha 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 ha. This is my disciple Ling Feng. Ling Feng's face was filled with joy as he jumped up and down in excitement. As time passed, 5 hours quickly went by. Huang Wei had completely stabilized, and everything returned to normal. Ling Feng knew that success was certain and sat by, watching intently. Although the absorption time was a bit long, as long as it was successful, that was all that mattered. However, at that moment, a light purple soul ring floated out from Huang Wei's body. It was successful. It really succeeded. Ling Feng stood up in excitement, clenching his fists tightly. Just a moment ago, when he didn't see the soul ring manifest, everything was uncertain. But now that he saw the light purple soul ring appearing on Huang Wei's body, it meant that success was 100 guaranteed. Huang Wei has truly absorbed everything. A force stronger than before spreads from Huang Wei. At the same time, it seems that a shackle within the bronze spear has been broken. He has obtained a cultivation method. This method is called the Ninefold Body Refinement Technique, which, as the name suggests, is specifically designed to enhance physical strength and has 9 levels. This technique quickly integrates into every cell of Huang Wei's body, as if it were an innate ability. The Ninefold Body Refinement Technique can refine the body to its limits using all internal and external energy. The greater the damage to the body, the more significant the strength feedback after absorption. However, after completing the absorption, Huang Wei's physical strength has already reached the first level. His bones have turned to copper, and his defenses are even stronger. He has also awakened a defensive skill, Golden Skin. When activated, his entire skin is enveloped in a golden element, greatly enhancing his defensive capabilities, though is certainly not as strong as the Golden Body or Invincible Golden Body. Some formidable attacks can still penetrate this golden skin. After all, there are no perfectly flawless skills in this world. 3 hours have passed. 18. Absorption complete. The first person in the history of Douluo Continent, the pioneer. Soon, another 3 hours have passed. The sky gradually darkens. At this moment, Huang Wei awakens. His eyes open, and a familiar sight appears before him. Martial Soul, Brave Bronze Spear. Innate skill, Life from Death. Ignites a rich corresponding level of energy, instantly doubling all attributes, temporarily ignoring negative restrictions such as pain and control, rapidly healing all injuries. Unleashing all potential to explode with the strongest power. This state can be maintained for 5 minutes, and after it ends, he will enter a weakened state for a day. Activation conditions. Facing a life-threatening situation or when negative emotions reach their peak. Level. Bronze level, low level. Evolution direction. Indomitable Silver Spear, intermediate. Evolution conditions. Born for battle. Fight until death. Unbreakable and unyielding. Reborn after shattering. Character Mental Strength. Level 42 Soul Master. Character Physical Strength. Level 25 Soul Master. Character Level. Level 18 Soul Master. Technique. Ninefold Body Refinement Technique. First level completed. Skill. Golden Skin after activation. The entire skin is covered with golden elements, enhancing physical defense by 80%. First Soul Ring, 1001st year. Soul Skill. Fiery Explosion. Mental Strength has increased by 2 levels. Not bad, considering this ISNTA Soul Beast that enhances mental strength. But my soul power has actually increased by a whole 8 levels. It also granted me a cultivation method and a defensive skill. This time I really hit the jackpot. Huang Wei felt an immense excitement inside, and his face had turned red. As for the soul power increasing by 8 levels, it was definitely due to the rebound from the soul power he had been compressing for over 3 months. However, he didn't know exactly how many levels it had increased. But this level was already enough. Huang Wei finished his training, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. However, thinking about how Tang San absorbed a 400-year-old spirit ring and increased his spirit power by 3 levels to reach level 13, He realized that absorbing a 1,000-year spirit ring would naturally yield even greater results. He then stood up, picked up the bronze spear again, and began to swing it, revealing his faint purple 1,000-year spirit ring. Xiao Wei, how do you feel now? Ling Feng hurriedly stepped forward, asking excitedly. He noticed that Huang Wei was now at least taller than before. He seemed to be about 165 meters tall. At 6 years old, 165 meters is considered quite normal in this world, especially for children with beast spirit abilities. Teacher, I feel great. So comfortable. Ha, I did it. Huang Wei tightly gripped the bronze spear and smiled. Ling Feng said, after absorbing 1,000 years of soul rings, I wonder how many levels you've improved. Release your soul power so I can sense it. Huang Wei nodded. Good. Then he released all his soul power. In the next moment, Ling Feng's pupils constricted, and his expression changed drastically. It felt as if he had seen a ghost. This, 18 levels, Ling Feng exclaimed. He realized he had misperceived at first, but after carefully sensing it multiple times, he confirmed he was not mistaken. His expression was a mix of excitement, joy, and exhilaration, almost leaving him breathless. 18 levels. What kind of level is this? Huang Wei displayed a feigned look of confusion. Ling Feng excitedly said, generally, Soul Masters reach the Soul Master level after absorbing a century-old soul ring, and it's most common to increase by 1 level, 11 levels, and a bit higher to 2 levels, while the highest, 13 levels, is extremely rare. But you have directly increased by 8 levels. This is a record-breaking addition of soul ring levels. Should I go register at the Spirit Hall? Huang Wei inquired. Ling Feng's expression slightly tightened. The Spirit Hall is too absolute. If you go to register, you will definitely be forcibly pulled into the Spirit Hall and become one of them because you are too outstanding. If you refuse to join them, they will do everything possible to destroy you. Ling Feng continued. Although your current level has not reached the highest graduation criteria of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, it has met the minimum criteria. Logically speaking, you can completely apply for graduation. And as the principal, I can help you with that. So I ask you, do you want to join the Spirit Hall? He didn't want to let his disciple be taken by the people of the Spirit Hall. Although joining the Spirit Hall would definitely lead to significant training, the Spirit Hall was not the only option because he still had a backup plan. Huang Wei thought for a moment and decisively shook his head. The atmosphere of the Wuhuan Temple is too strict and serious. It's too constraining. I don't like the Wuhuan Temple, so I don't want to join. Ling Feng spoke up. All right, since you've made up your mind, I won't stop you. Then don't go register at the Wuhuan Temple. I will take you to a place. The atmosphere there will be very good, and with your exceptional talent, you will definitely receive focused training. Upon hearing this, Huang Wei was momentarily stunned, then asked, Teacher, what place are you talking about? Ling Feng's tone became solemn. The number 1 auxiliary spirit martial soul in the continent, the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Huang Wei was shocked. Now he finally understood why his teacher had said those words earlier. So that's it. The 7 treasure glazed tile school is in dire need of powerful attack-type soul masters. Therefore, they are very eager to acquire such attack-type soul masters. If someone like Huang Wei, with his monstrous talent, were to join, he would definitely be given focused training. Moreover, the financial rewards from registering at the 7 treasure glazed tile school would certainly be more abundant than those from the Wuhuan Temple. After all, the 7 treasure glazed tile school is the richest sect in the entire Douluo Continent. Its wealth is beyond imagination. Huang Wei has a very good impression of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, especially the character of Ning Fengji. He really likes him. If it's to join the 7 treasure glazed tile school, he would agree. Teacher, are you from the 7 treasure glazed tile school? Huang Wei asked. Ling Feng replied, yes. I joined the 7 treasure glazed tile school 5 years ago and became a battle soul master. The restrictions are not very strong. As long as you don't betray, it's fine. That's why I came out of Nodding City to establish the current Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Huang Wei asked, I see, that's really great. Teacher, when will we set off for the 7 treasure glazed tile school? Ling Feng replied, wait, after we return, I will contact the sect master and others. They will come to pick you up in person. That way it's safer. Otherwise, if something happens, I would feel guilty. Huang Wei nodded, all right. Ling Feng raised his head and said, it's getting late. We should quickly leave the soul hunting forest. At least retreating to the outskirts will be much safer. As for the experimental soul skills, we'll handle that once we reach a safe location. The two quickly headed back in the direction they came from. After all, it was nighttime, which was the best time for soul beasts to come out and hunt. Bang! Suddenly, a tree fell in front of them. At that moment, their footsteps stopped as they saw a massive red snake appear ahead. The snake bared its sharp fangs at them, with green liquid dripping from its fangs. Its eyes were vertical and very frightening. The green liquid caused the plants on the ground to wither and decay instantly. The snake's scales spread out, and a chilling soul power from the soul beast fiercely emanated. Teacher, what kind of snake is this? This is a red venom python, judging by its aura and structure. It's at least over 600 years old. What a pity. If someone could absorb it, we wouldn't have to waste this soul ring. No need to regret. We just need to knock it out, Ling Feng said, and he was about to fly forward. Teacher, let me do it. This is a perfect opportunity to test the power of my first soul skill. Huang Wei immediately shouted to stop, his eyes sparkling with intensity. 19. Ghostly demon, no. It's too dangerous. This red venomous python is highly toxic. If you get bitten and don't handle it in time, you could die. But in the next second, Ling Feng decisively refused. He couldn't let such a promising talent be lost before even entering the Seven Treasure Glaze sect just because he failed to protect them. That would be truly unbearable. He would feel guilty. Before Huang Wei could say anything, the red venomous python charged straight towards them. Be careful. Huang Wei's face changed, and he quickly summoned his martial soul, the bronze spear, and hurled it directly at the head of the red venom python. Bang! The force was tremendous. Enhanced by a Millennium Soul skill, the bronze spear was clearly much more powerful than it was without the Millennium Soul skill just moments ago. Hiss! The red venom python let out a cry of pain, instantly filled with rage. Ling Feng, seeing this, wanted to move, but was preempted by Huang Wei, who stepped out first and took his position to launch an attack. You brat! Be careful! Ling Feng's face flushed with anger, but since he could no longer stop it, he could only defend the surroundings in case other soul beasts launched an attack. First soul skill, Flame Explosion. Huang Wei's aura surged and attached to the bronze spear, making it grow larger. A thick, fierce flame spread from the spear tip, eventually engulfing the entire spear in flames. Huang Wei's eyes emitted a fiery glow, and his strength instantly increased. He lunged forward and stabbed at the red potion python with a spear. The fierce attack power and strong explosive force erupted in an instant. With a thunderous roar, the red potion python let out a cry and was sent flying dozens of meters away, crashing through many trees. Its skin was torn, and flames were burning on it. However, Huang Wei chose not to kill it, but to let it go. Roar! Just then, a loud sound came from his side. Huang Wei's double pupils instantly focused. Xiao Wei, be careful. Ling Feng turned his head to look, his face filled with urgency. He had no idea when this attacking soul beast had appeared, and he leaped into action. However, it was too late. Golden Skin, Huang Wei's mind moved, and he directly unleashed the first level of the ninefold body refinement technique. In an instant, his body was covered with a layer of golden elements. Bang! Ah! The next moment, he was sent flying by the explosive attack from a sneak attack. However, he managed to block some damage with his bronze spear at the last moment. Boom! Huang Wei crashed into a tree. He plunged his bronze spear into the ground, creating a long crack to stabilize his body. His defense had now directly increased to a very strong level. He immediately checked his body, but fortunately, he was not injured. There was just a momentary pain. However, at that moment, a very strange sensation surged within him. He felt the effect of the ninefold body refinement technique activating at that moment. The pain quickly dissipated, feedbacking into his flesh. This body refinement technique is truly amazing. I really struck gold this time. Huang Wei felt incredibly excited. The golden skin divine ability had not been broken. On the contrary, the opponent's attack had slightly enhanced the strength of his body. He looked up and saw a black shadow disappearing into the air. What kind of soul beast was that shadow? However, he did not leave. Instead, he blended into the darkness around him and began to move frantically. Xiao Wei, are you okay? Ling Feng, who had missed his attack, immediately rushed to Huang Wei's side and was taken aback by the golden skin on him. What? Why is your skin golden? Hearing this, Huang Wei replied, I don't know either. This is one of the abilities I just absorbed from the soul ring. Naturally, he could not tell Ling Feng about the ninefold body refinement technique, as it was one of his secrets. After a pause, he continued, but I'm fine. This golden skin ability instantly increased my overall defense by 80%. My physical strength has now reached a very special level. Hearing this, Ling Feng gasped in awe. What an amazing auxiliary ability. Such a skill is unparalleled, and it boosts by a full 80%. Right now, this is just the beginning. Once my physical strength increases later, that 80% will be terrifying. In the mid or late stages, this will be showcased to its fullest. How long can this state last? Ling Feng asked. Huang Wei thought for a moment and said, this skill consumes my stamina. Based on my current stamina, I can maintain this state for about 25 minutes if I'm not fighting or taking damage. However, if I add in fighting and taking damage, the consumption of my stamina increases dramatically, and I should only be able to maintain it for about 4 to 5 minutes. Of course, the greater the stamina consumption, the shorter the maintenance time. That's enough. All right, your stamina will improve in the future. Enough talk. Let's resolve the current situation first. Ling Feng was extremely happy. Huang Wei had given him too many surprises today. Teacher, what exactly attacked me just now? And it's still lurking around, Huang Wei said, scanning the surroundings, clearly noticing a black shadow darting out occasionally before disappearing into the night. Both of their gazes turned, and the red-scaled python had also vanished at some point. If I guess correctly, what attacked you just now should be a ghostly demon, and it likely has reached around the 2,000-year level. Such soul beasts are extremely rare. It seems to have come out to rescue the red-scaled python. Ling Feng had already unleashed his martial soul and soul rings, intending to use this to intimidate the ghostly demon still moving around. Seeing that the red-scaled python had successfully escaped, the ghostly demon also did not linger, as it did not want to engage in a futile battle. In the next moment, the surrounding shadows disappeared and did not reappear. Let's go. Don't stay here any longer. It'll be safe once we get to the outer area. Ling Feng grabbed Huang Wei's hand and quickly ran toward the outer area using the only soul skill that could accelerate their movement. Along the way, a pack of wolves, a few hundred years old, appeared, intending to hunt them down, but Ling Feng broke through their formation with a single soul skill. Some of the slightly weaker wolves were killed outright. This was enough to intimidate the pack of wolves. Seeing how powerful their opponents were, they chose to leave. Soon, Ling Feng brought Huang Wei back to the outer area, which was still some distance from the entrance. However, at that moment, they noticed a fire burning ahead. Teacher, there's a fire over there. Should we go check it out? It might be our people. Huang Wei's eyes shifted, and it felt like a scene from the original work. As it was now evening, perfectly corresponding to the moment in the original where Tang San and Yu Xiaojing were. Good. Ling Feng nodded and quickly moved forward. At that moment, Tang San, who was tending to Yu Xiaojing's wounds, heard footsteps approaching from this direction. He immediately became alert. Tang San's expression changed, and he activated the Xiantian skill with a hidden weapon in his sleeve already prepared. As soon as he confirmed that the approaching figure was an enemy, he would launch it directly at the vital parts of the opponent to take their life. The purple extreme magic eye was activated. Just then, the sound grew closer. His gaze became increasingly vigilant, narrowing his eyes, with killing intent fully displayed. It was only when the figure appeared that he was momentarily stunned. Tang San. At that moment, Huang Wei spoke first. Huang Wei. Tang San was also taken aback, but when he saw the unfamiliar man, his brow furrowed. Could this person be Huang Wei's teacher, the dean of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy? He recalled Huang Wei's words from last night. It's me. Huang Wei nodded and immediately addressed the also vigilant Ling Feng, saying, Teacher, he is also a work-study student at the academy, just like me. His name is Tang San, and his master is the great master Yu Xiaojing. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng's expression changed to one of realization. So you are the new disciple that Xiaojing mentioned. After confirming that the other party was an ally, Tang San breathed a sigh of relief, his vigilance easing significantly. He didn't expect that they would encounter each other at this moment. Truly a cause for celebration. Tang San immediately complimented Ling Feng, saying, Hello, Dean. Ling Feng was also pleased. He didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here. Good. Hello, Xiao San. By the way, where is Xiaojing? What happened to him? Suddenly, Ling Feng's expression changed drastically, his pupils constricting sharply. He saw Yu Xiaojing lying on the ground behind Tang San. He immediately set Huang Wei aside and walked over. Looking at the bandaging on his hands, his expression was extremely grim. Tang San quickly said, Teacher has been poisoned by a mandala snake. He then recounted what had just happened. Ling Feng furrowed his brows and crouched down to take his pulse, his expression somewhat surprised. He injected soul power, attempting to expel the mandala snake's toxin. No need, Dean, Tang San quickly said. I've already used my family's method to draw it out. Teacher has passed the life and death crisis. He's fine now. We just need to wait for him to wake up. Ling Feng, upon hearing this, relieved his doubts. So that's how it was. No wonder the poison in Xiaojing's body was gone, and his heartbeat had stabilized. To be able to expel the toxin from a mandala snake and save Xiaojing's life. It seemed that this disciple Xiaojing took and was no ordinary person. From the awakening of their martial souls, It was clear that both Tang San and Huang Wei came from villages, and they were the two most recent arrivals. When did the villages become so full of hidden talents? Huang Wei, behind them, looked at Tang San and, upon hearing these words, couldn't help but smile with an enigmatic grin. Ling Feng and Yu Xiaojiang were unaware of Tang San's background, but how could Huang Wei possibly not know? A family tradition? From another perspective, it wasn't entirely wrong. Huang Wei showed a face full of admiration. Tang San, you are really amazing. You even have such a method to draw out poison. I wonder if you could teach me as well? In case my teacher unexpectedly gets bitten by a snake, I could help draw out the poison. Upon hearing this, Tang San, Ling Feng, wicked disciple, what are you saying? Are you cursing me to death? Look, I will clean up my house tonight, except for you, this wicked disciple. The latter became furious, picking up a wooden root from the ground and chased after Huang Wei to hit him. Teacher, I'm wrong. Teacher, I'm doing this for your sake. I'm just being cautious, just in case. Oh no, teacher, be gentle. Huang Wei grinned mischievously and immediately turned to run away. Bang, bang, bang. Disciple, don't run. Seeing the two people in front of him, Tang San raised his hand to touch his face, his expression darkening. He sat down and put earplugs in Yu Xiaojiang's ears to avoid disturbing him. After doing all this, he let out a slight sigh. Time passed quickly, and Huang Wei and Ling Feng returned to sit by the bonfire. The former pouted and stopped talking. Ling Feng cleared his throat and looked at Tang San, asking, So, Xiao San, does that mean the soul beast you absorbed for your blue silvergrass's first soul ring is the mandala snake? Tang San nodded and replied, yes. And it's 400 years old for the first soul ring. He said this to prove that his teacher Yu Xiaojiang's theory was indeed correct and feasible. Plant-type soul masters can absorb beast-type soul beasts. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng secretly glanced at his disciple Huang Wei. He moved his mouth slightly and thought to himself, my disciple's first soul ring is still 1,000 years old. However, Xiaojiang's theory is not wrong. For ordinary people, the limit that the first soul ring can bear is indeed 444 years. So absorbing 400 years is definitely not a problem. But Xiaojiang's theory about plant-type soul masters absorbing beast-type soul beasts can indeed be realized. Ling Feng nodded, his eyes shining with excitement, and said, that's great. It seems you validated Xiaojiang's theory. Now, if we can spread your successful example, the world will gradually recognize it. This is also a progress for the Douluo Continent. Ling Feng curiously asked, can you show me what changes your soul ring has undergone? And your first soul skill? Tang San thought for a moment and nodded. Since it wasn't a secret anyway, he stood up and summoned his blue silver grass using his soul power. A yellow 100-year soul ring floated up from beneath his feet. Looking at the blue silver grass that appeared in Tang San's hand, Ling Feng was taken aback. So this is the change after absorbing the mandala snake. It really has changed a lot. He was familiar with blue silver grass being small and soft, but the one in Tang San's hand was large, with strange patterns on the grass and even a hint of toxin. Its hardness was completely unmatched by ordinary blue silvergrass. My blue silvergrass now carries toxin paralysis, and its toughness has also increased compared to before. Launch my first soul skill. Ling Feng stood up and said, yes. Tang San's expression became serious as he immediately summoned his first soul skill. First soul skill bind, soul power surge, and in an instant, vines made of blue silvergrass quickly wrapped around and tightened around Ling Feng's legs. Ling Feng felt a trace of toxin trying to enter his body to paralyze him. However, he was a level 51 Soul King, and Tang San's first soul skill couldn't break through his skin. Instead of using soul power, he tried to struggle with his physical strength. He found that the toughness was indeed manageable, but the next second, he used a bit of soul power to shake, and the blue-silver vines shattered instantly. Ling Feng shook his head slightly, revealing a smile. Blue silvergrass is still blue silvergrass. But being able to do this is quite impressive. After all, we are at a significant level difference. If it were someone of the same level, very few could escape your bind. You guys go ahead. I'll hold them off. After all, they were in the soul-hunting forest, and it was inappropriate to spend the night here with 2 kids and an injured person. So Ling Feng carried Yu Xiaojiang on his back, while Tang San and Huang Wei each took a burning torch and ran toward the exit. When they saw the iron gate, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Roar! But just then, a tiger emanating a crimson aura rushed out from the bushes on the left. It opened its massive fangs, aiming directly at Tang San's head. Tang San's expression changed dramatically as he immediately used his blue-silver grass bind skill to control it. Ling Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, Huang Wei summoned a bronze spear and swept it over. Bang! The tiger that attacked them let out a roar and was sent flying, crashing hard into a big tree. The martial soul appeared, but Huang Wei's soul ring did not show. The process of the soul ring and martial soul appearing can be controlled by the owner's will. When using a soul skill, the soul ring must appear naturally. Therefore, Tang San was not surprised by Huang Wei's soul ring, but was astonished by his strength. Huang Wei was not only powerful now, but his physical strength was also formidable. Teacher, Tang San, you go first, I'll hold him off. Huang Wei looked at the group of tigers gradually closing in, totaling 12. These tigers were all about 1 to 200 years old. Are you really okay? Tang San frowned and stepped forward. Let me hold them off with you. No, these are all my prey. It's just right for me to practice. My teacher didn't object, so he naturally knows my strength. Huang Wei shot a glance at Tang San and said. Tang San frowned, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. All right, be careful. After saying that, he turned and ran. Although there were only a dozen soul beasts, their levels were not high, which was just right for Xiao Wei to practice. And with his trump cards in place, there was no need to worry at all. Ling Feng thought of this and directly pulled Tang San to activate the soul skill that increased their speed and rushed towards the Iron Gate. They were still at least 1,000 meters away from the Iron Gate. However, this area was already the outermost region of the soul hunting forest, so there wouldn't be any high-level soul beasts coming out here. He wasn't worried, even if they did come out. Those soul beasts that were only a few hundred years old wouldn't be able to break through Huang Wei's physical enhancement skill. Just as they left, a pack of tigers had already launched a ferocious attack on him. It was quite fierce. Huang Wei's lips curled up as he twirled and waved the bronze spear, his steps moving rhythmically. When he dodged the attacks from the tiger pack, he directly swept them away, sending the tigers flying, but he did not kill them. While dealing with one in front, another one pounced from behind. Huang Wei swung down with the butt of his gun. In the darkness, several shadows moved rapidly, emitting crackling sounds. Oh, more and more? After sweeping one away, he saw the group of tigers that had come to support. As for those tigers he had knocked away, they got back on their feet. Now he was completely surrounded. However, he was not flustered. The tigers did not give him a moment's pause and all pounced on him from all directions. I didn't want to kill you, but you forced my hand. Since you're courting death, then go to hell. Huang Wei revealed a charmingly sinister smile, his hands spinning the bronze spear. And a striking light purple soul ring appeared directly on the spear from his body. In an instant, the aura and momentum of the bronze spear underwent a dramatic transformation. Following that, a fierce wave of flames erupted explosively from his body as the center. The blazing flames erupted instantly. Boom! As a fiery stream of light flashed by. All the attacking tigers were ripped open, many of them blown to bloody pieces. Some were slightly more intact. The remaining tigers were finally terrified, turning to run away. Circles of yellow soul rings appeared on the ground. Huang Wei sighed. What a pity. It would be great if I could absorb these soul rings. He touched one of the yellow soul rings with the tip of his gun. At that moment, a shocking scene unfolded before him. The yellow soul ring that was touched directly transformed into particles and entered the tip of the bronze gun. Rather than describing it this way, it would be more accurate to say that the bronze gun absorbed this soul ring. What the hell? Huang Wei's eyes widened as if he had discovered a new continent. At that moment, he felt his first soul ring upgrade by 100 years. The originally light purple soul ring turned into a less noticeable pale color. Without hesitation, he immediately touched the remaining 5 yellow soul rings. All of them were absorbed by the bronze spear. Now, his first soul ring had completely transformed into a purple one. It was very smooth. 1,600 years. The lifespan of his first soul ring had increased to 1,600 years. This discovery, this golden finger, this cheat, once again invigorated Huang Wei. At the same time, he felt his physical body had been enhanced once more. Taking a deep breath, he quickly stabilized his mind. This secret was something he could never tell anyone. The ground was littered with pieces of tiger flesh, and he collected everything that had at least half a body into the bronze ring. The blood of these creatures was something his spirit, I indicated, could be used for bathing and tempering his body. He had also gathered some higher age vegetation just now, which he could use to create more advanced liquids when he returned. After cleaning up here, he did not linger and retracted his martial soul, quickly turning to run away. Soon, he collided with Ling Feng, who was returning. Teacher, Xiao Wei. Upon seeing each other, both shouted simultaneously. Ling Feng smiled. He had sensed the explosion earlier, and the fact that Huang Wei could retreat unscathed without being pursued by those tigers was enough to demonstrate Huang Wei's strength. Moreover, there was a strong smell of blood on Huang Wei. There was blood on him as well, but it wasn't his. it was left by those tigers. Let's hurry, Huang Wei said. Ling Feng nodded and took him directly to run away. However, the sound of the explosion attracted the guards of the spirit hall, and outside, Tang San stood by his master's side, watching the guards enter. At that moment, he spotted two familiar figures. Huang Wei and Ling Feng have come out. However, they were stopped by the guards of the spirit hall. Stop. What happened inside? A guard asked in a very indifferent tone. Ling Feng quickly replied with a smile. We were just attacked by a group of tigers, and the explosion earlier was caused by me. It's nothing serious. The guard looked behind him, where it was pitch black. But occasionally a few fireflies could be seen flying around. You can go. He then turned to patrol elsewhere. Ling Feng maintained his smile and left with Huang Wei. The four of them then found a nearby to stay in. After a tiring day, Huang Wei lay down on the bed and fell asleep right after dinner. The next day, at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, a scene of rivalry was unfolding on a large lawn. As the leader of the academy, Xiao Qinyu led his official students to duel against the work-study students led by Xiao Wu. The goal was to recruit all the work-study students into his faction. Now that Boss Huang and Tang San are not here, there are only a few of us under Xiao Wu. Others are playing in will battles, and we definitely can't compete in numbers. Some of Wang Sheng's group murmured behind Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu frowned as she was the only one with a soul ring. She had secretly gone to a place last night to condense it. After all, a transformed 10,000-year soul beast does not need to hunt for a soul ring, as it can be completely condensed by itself. However, she didn't plan to use it unless absolutely necessary. Let's see how they play first. Xiao Wu snorted coldly. Anyway, she wasn't afraid. They were just a bunch of kids, and she could easily handle all of them by herself. Is that all the work-study students you have? I am the boss of this academy, Xiao Qinyu. These are all my little brothers. You work-study students haven't joined us yet. How about this? Don't say I'm bullying you. Let us have one-on-one duels until the final boss showdown. If you lose, you'll submit to me. Xiao Qinyu stepped out from among the official students, showing an arrogant and unruly demeanor. It seems I'm giving you a great opportunity. Don't miss it. That's right. Our boss Xiao is the son of the city lord of Nodding, but you village bumpkins naturally don't qualify to be with us. However, being our slaves wouldn't be bad. Ha ha ha. The official students all showed mocking and disdainful expressions. You despicable guys. I will definitely crush you, Xiao Wu said angrily. Come if you dare. I'm not afraid of you. She then pointed at Xiao Qinyu. All right, you go first, Xiao Qinyu said to a very thin guy. Yes, boss Xiao. The person revealed a creepy smile as he walked up. Tong Feng, you go, Xiao Wu said to the boy on her side. Yes, Sister Xiao Wu. Tong Feng walked up. The two summoned their martial spirits. The other side had a short dagger, while Tong Feng had a green stone. Hee, as expected from the countryside. What can a broken stone do? The others immediately mocked. Tong Feng's face turned red with anger. Let's talk. Watch me smash you. No matter what, he now had a soul power of level 4. After saying that, he threw the stone forward. The opponent, being an upperclassman, naturally had more combat experience and had 4 levels higher soul power, reaching level 8. This was completely an unfair match. But did fairness exist in this world? Obviously not. So this moral kidnapping was useless. The enemy would never care about your soul power level. TCH, the short dagger boy sneered, dodging the stone attack with ease and quickly rushed forward. He gathered his soul power behind the short dagger and struck down. Even though Tong Feng had summoned the stone for defense, he was still knocked away. Pain made him want to cry. Instant defeat. Wang Sheng, you go. Xiao Wu frowned and said, Besides me, Wang Sheng has the highest soul power here. The others don't seem capable. Yes, Sister Xiao Wu. Tong Feng, I will avenge you. Wang Sheng walked up. Immediately, Xiao Qinyu mocked. Oh, Wang Sheng, you didn't submit to me before, and now you're submitting to a girl? Aren't you ashamed? You, none of your business. When our boss comes back, you're not even qualified. Wang Sheng clenched his fists and gritted his teeth in anger. Ha ha. I'm waiting for that useless boss of yours to return. When he does, I will make him kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. I will slowly torment him. Ha ha ha. Xiao Qinyu's smile turned dark, and his tone became increasingly ruthless as he felt seriously insulted. Enough talking, come on. Wang Sheng charged forward, summoning the battle tiger to avoid the short dagger boy's attack, and directly attacked his vital points. The boy flew back and fell to the ground. Wang Sheng is not simple. It's normal that you can't win. You go. Xiao Qinyu, not surprised, directly said to another boy beside him. Yes, boss Xiao. The boy came up and summoned a long stick. Wang Sheng clashed with him and narrowly won. However, at this moment, Wang Sheng was exhausted. He had narrowly won against the long stick boy because Huang Wei had them trained, Otherwise, the outcome would have been different. What a waste. Xiao Qinyu personally stepped in. You look like you can't go on. Get lost. Xiao Qinyu looked at Wang Sheng disdainfully. Arrogant. Wang Sheng was furious and charged forward, gathering the power of the battle tiger to strike. Looking for death, Xiao Qinyu easily dodged and then delivered a spinning kick, sending Wang Sheng flying back. The fluctuation of soul power also emerged. Due to exhaustion, Wang Sheng couldn't get up and needed others to help him up. You all, is there no one left? Xiao Qinyu said proudly. Boss Xiao, Boss Xiao. The others behind him cheered excitedly. Damn it, then I'll go. Just as Xiao Wu was about to speak, a voice came from behind. Who says we have no one? As the voice sounded, Wang Sheng and the others became excited. Everyone turned to look and saw two boys slowly walking towards them. One of the boys had an unconcerned expression and was very strong and tall, at least taller than everyone else present. These two were Tang San and Huang Wei. Tang San, Boss Wang. Wang Sheng and the others were thrilled. Haha, our boss is here, you're all doomed. They pointed at Xiao Qinyu and coldly laughed. I can't wait to see how powerful he is. Xiao Qinyu frowned, his expression immediately becoming serious, as he felt an overwhelming aura emanating from the sturdy, tall boy at this distance. Could this be the so-called Huang Laoda? This person is not simple. Xiao Qinyu thought to himself. Xiao Laoda killed him. Someone behind him said. Xiao Qinyu's face darkened as he replied. Shut up, you fool. Xiao Qinyu, a 6th grade student, possessed the martial soul of a wolf and was an 11-level, one-ring battle soul master. As he finished speaking, a circle of white soul rings emerged amidst a flickering blue light, and then his muscles began to swell, his eyes gradually turning light green. His arms slowly lifted, hands reaching forward, and his nails sharpened. This was his martial soul manifestation. This was also a characteristic of beast martial souls. As the leader of Nodding Academy, he had to maintain his status and face, so he would take the battle very seriously. Tang San, a first-year work-study student, had the martial soul of blue silvergrass and was an 11-level, one-ring tool soul master. Tang San said calmly that he hadn't gone to the martial soul hall for testing, so he thought he was only at level 11, but in reality, he was at level 13. At that moment, as Tang San's calm voice sounded, the blue silvergrass, which had quickly gathered soul power, appeared in the palm of his right hand. A yellow soul ring slowly rose from beneath his feet. As soon as this soul ring appeared, Tang San's aura instantly changed. At the same time, Wang Sheng, Xiao Qinyu, and his lackeys were all astonished. A mere work-study kid actually had a 100-year soul ring as his first. Xiao Qinyu also frowned, his expression heavy, thinking, could this guy be some young master from a powerful faction out for fun? Someone behind also shouted, Xiao Laoda. The other party is just a waste martial soul. Even if he has a 100-year soul ring, it's not a big deal. Take him down. Yeah, take him down. Take him down. With the previous words, the others immediately started to cheer. Xiao Qinyu's face darkened as he angrily scolded, Shut up, a bunch of fools. As soon as he said this, they all fell silent, afraid to speak. Xiao Qinyu then looked at Tang San and asked, Are you really a work-study student? Yes. Tang San replied flatly, Are we still going to fight? Xiao Qinyu seemed to be wary of something. Fight. Just consider it a spar, keep it light. All right, Tang San said indifferently. As soon as the words fell, the two started to engage. Xiao Qinyu initiated an attack with punches and kicks. However, unfortunately, all of them were easily dodged by Tang San, and Xiao Qinyu's moves were completely seen through. Xiao Qinyu kicked out, but Tang San caught it with his right hand. Xiao Qinyu did not give up on the attack, and instead kicked towards Tang San's head with his other foot. But Tang San was quicker and raised his left hand to block it. Tang San gave a strong toss, and Xiao Qinyu's body spun in midair. Then he was kicked away. Xiao Qinyu braced himself with both hands, flying backward towards his approaching lackeys. There was no need for this battle to continue. It should end. First soul skill bind, Tang San said flatly, and the hidden soul rings around him floated up. The soul skill was instantly activated, and the blue silver grass transformed into vine-like forms, quickly advancing towards Xiao Qinyu. In less than a second, it bound Xiao Qinyu's legs. The latter struggled desperately, but unfortunately, it was of no use. The next moment, he unleashed his wolf-like battle power, barely breaking free a bit with his first soul skill. At this moment, Tang San leaped towards him, delivering a kick directly to his abdomen, sending him flying back into the arms of his lackeys. Xiao Laoda. These people looked anxious. Their Xiao Laoda had actually lost. If that's the case, they would have to call someone else their leader. Willing to bet, willing to lose. You won, from now on. We are all your subordinates. They shouted in unison. Let's call him Tang Laoda together. Xiao Chunyu, in pain, stood up and said, "No, I'm not your leader." "He is." Tang San shook his head. "Don't call me that. I'm here to train and never thought about being a leader." Everyone's gaze turned to Huang Wei, who was watching the show from behind. You can't beat him?" Xiao Chunyu's face was shocked. "Want to fight again? After all, you didn't have a soul ring yesterday?" Huang Wei shot a glance at Tang San. Tang San felt a strong sense of pressure from Huang Wei. "I'll fight you. If I win, from now on, I'm the boss of Nodding Academy." Before Tang San could answer, Xiao Wu stepped forward and spoke first. "What's wrong? You lost yesterday. Today I got a soul ring. Do you think you can defeat me?" Huang Wei looked at Xiao Wu with a mischievous smile. Xiao Wu stomped her foot in anger, pointing at Huang Wei. "I also got a soul ring last night. Do you dare to come?" After saying that, her soul power surged, and a yellow soul ring rose from beneath her feet. A pink phantom of a soft-boned rabbit appeared around her. The atmosphere changed dramatically from yesterday. At this moment, both Tang San and Xiao Wu had obtained soul rings, both yellow 100-year first soul rings. "Both are 100 years? Why don't I have that luck?" Xiao Chenyu questioned his life upon seeing this. The others also felt uneasy. If a fight broke out, they would definitely be mercilessly defeated. "Oh, a 100-year soul ring? How did you get last night?" Huang Wei asked with a playful smile, pretending not to know. Why do you care? Do you dare to come?" Xiao Wu pouted, her expression indicating that she had to reclaim her honor today. "Then let's go." Huang Wei stood calmly in place, extending a hand to signal. "Aren't you going to unleash your martial soul and soul rings?" Xiao Wu frowned, instantly feeling displeased. Does this guy look down on her so much? She must make this person cry and fall down. Huang Wei summoned his martial soul, but no soul rings appeared. However, the aura he unleashed crushed everyone present. The crowd's expressions changed dramatically. Such a powerful aura. How is this possible? Isn't he just like me, with a 100-year soul ring? Why is his presence so terrifying compared to mine? Tang San couldn't help but narrow his eyes, his expression astonished. Xiao Wu was equally shocked. Is he really that strong? Can she actually defeat him? Gulp. Come on, I'll give you a chance to challenge me. Huang Wei grinned. Don't underestimate me. Take this. Xiao Wu, furious, launched her attack. Bang, bang, bang. However, all were blocked by Huang Wei. Then he kicked, but Xiao Wu was caught by Huang Wei, who then threw a punch toward her face. "You bastard," hitting a girl's face. Xiao Wu was enraged, angrily extending her hands to block. Boom. Xiao Wu moved back, shaking her hands in pain, feeling numb, her arms trembling. Every time she hit Huang Wei, it felt like striking a very hard rock. She began to doubt whether Huang Wei was even human. "Have you given up?" Huang Wei's lips curled up. "Not yet. I haven't activated my soul skill." Xiao Wu rushed forward, engaging Huang Wei again. Just then, she grabbed Huang Wei, and her yellow soul ring activated her first soul skill, Waist Bow. Previously, when she activated Waist Bow, there was no soul ring to support it. So this time, empowered by the soul ring skill, her strength increased several times. Huang Wei did not resist, but was directly attacked by Xiao Wu with her Waist Bow. With his current physical strength, it wouldn't be easy for Xiao Wu to break through, even with the Waist Bow. Instead, it benefited his cultivation of a ninefold body refinement. Bang! Xiao Wu's foot went numb. The moment Huang Wei landed on the ground, a feeling of dizziness instantly disappeared. This control skill indeed has a hint of control. You actually have no injuries? Xiao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. No. Huang Wei dusted off the dirt from his body, then grabbed the bronze spear beside him and directly swung it at Xiao Wu. Don't hit my face. You bastard. Xiao Wu's face turned pale, and she raised her hands to block. First soul skill bind. Just then, Tang San activated his soul skill and charged directly at Huang Wei. 24. Ning Fengji and Chen Xi in shock. Huang Wei's mouth curled up, his feet were bound. At the same time, the toxins from the blue-silver grass vines were trying to seep into Huang Wei's body. Huang Wei did not eliminate the toxins, but instead allowed them to enter his body. He wanted to try if the ninefold body refinement technique could help him detoxify directly. At that moment, the ninefold body refinement technique activated within him, absorbing the toxins that had entered his body. Not only did it help him eliminate the internal toxins, but it also refined his physical body. He showed a look of surprise. It was indeed effective. All external forces could indeed help him cultivate this ninefold body refinement technique. Tang San spoke with a serious expression. Huang Wei, you have already been poisoned by my toxins. Surrender. Although he said this, he was not entirely sure if it would work. However, he still felt confident. Even though the opponent's physical body was strong, he believed that his Tang sect methods could break through the Qi barrier. Huang Wei said disdainfully. Poison? Heh, sorry, such a small toxin is useless to me. A surge of soul power erupted from his body, directly shattering the blue-silver grass vines that were entangling him. The powerful soul power swept directly towards the two of them. Be careful. Tang San and Xiao Wu's expressions changed drastically. Bang! An air sonic boom erupted. Tang San and Xiao Wu were sent flying out. Huang Wei pursued Tang San and struck down directly. Tang San summoned the blue-silver grass vines to quickly stack up, forming a defensive net. However, it was easily pierced by Huang Wei's spear. The tail of the bronze spear turned around and directly thrust into Tang San's abdomen. Tang San immediately used the Tang sect skills like controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, and Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, trying to evade. But Huang Wei's speed was even faster. So you love to meddle, huh? Then let me show you the consequences of meddling. As for killing Tang San, let's forget about that. After all, he knows that this guy's father, Tang Hao, is nearby outside the academy. If Tang San dies or is heavily injured, it will definitely blow his cover. Huang Wei is very self-aware, knowing that he is no match for Tang Hao. He is definitely doomed. Bang! Wow! Tang San's stomach is churning, gastric acid surging up, saliva is spraying from his mouth. His whole body crashed to the ground like a kite with a broken string, accompanied by a streak of light. Xiao Wu's expression froze. Stop looking, it's your turn. Huang Wei thrust his spear towards her. A surge of soul power exploding at the tail of the spear. Bang! Ah, it hurts. Xiao Wu fell to the ground. Both fell together. Huang Wei stood in the center of the two and calmly scanned the crowd. My name is Huang Wei, currently the leader of the work-study Dormitory 7. Is there anyone who still doubts my position as the leader? I give you a chance to challenge me. Of course, you can all come at me together. I don't mind taking you all down. Wang Sheng and the others were naturally terrified. In this battle, the others had not even used their soul rings and had already crushed two people who had used their soul rings and soul skills. Now, it was even more frightening. As for Xiao Qinyu and the others, they were already dumbfounded. They swallowed hard. This was completely not on the same level. No, we have no doubts. We recognize you as the leader. Xiao Qinyu and the others nodded in understanding. Leader Huang. They hurriedly came to him and bowed in unison, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. In this world where strength is respected, the strong should have such a deterrent power. All right, from now on, I will establish a training system for you. Gather everyone in the school for proper training. Also, I won't manage you all the time. After this, it will be Xiao Wu who manages you. Huang Wei's voice was calm. At this moment, Tang San had already stood up while holding his stomach. But there was a hint of shock and pain in his eyes as he looked at Huang Wei. However, he knew that Huang Wei had held back. If he hadn't, and instead had used the tip of the bronze spear to stab him, his body would have been pierced through with blood splattering everywhere. In terms of skill, he was inferior to others. He had originally thought that by bringing the Xiantian skill and various Tang sect unique techniques to this world, he could dominate. But now he had been defeated by a peer. Moreover, this person, like him, had come from a village. It seemed that there truly were greater talents beyond the heavens, and greater people beyond the human realm. Time passed quickly. In the Heaven Do Empire, at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, within a luxurious and resplendent palace, sat a man with a staff in hand, looking refined and gentle, resembling a scholarly middle-aged man. This person was Ning Fengji, the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, accompanied by one of the two great guardians of the sect, Sword Douluo Continent.Unfortunately. Even when he simply stood there, he exuded a very strong aura. At that moment, an energy-transformed paper dove flew in. Ning Fengji was taken aback and reached out to catch it. The paper dove landed on his finger and transformed into energy that entered his ear. The next second, his eyes flashed with brilliance. Master, what's going on? Chunexine approached and asked. Ning Fengji's expression shifted to one of quiet joy and anticipation. Do you still remember a member of our sect named Ling Feng? Ling Feng. Chunexine was taken aback and said, I remember this person. He founded the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy in Nodding City and is currently the principal of that academy. His martial soul is the Fire Spear? Ning Fengji nodded. That's right, he joined our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School 5 years ago. According to intelligence reviews, he applied for sect assistance 6 months ago to hunt for his 5th spirit ring and has become a Soul King. Oh, what's so special about him? Chunexine was puzzled. As a member of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he naturally understood everyone's background clearly. He's not particularly special, but the disciple he recently took in is an exceptional talent. Ning Fengji shook his head and smiled as he spoke. Chunexine was confused. His disciple? What's so remarkable about that? Ning Fengji said, the bronze spear, innate full spirit power, first spirit ring of 1,000 years, broke the conventional concept of soul masters in the Douluo continent, and after absorption, his spirit power directly increased by 8 levels. He is now an 18th level soul master. The most important thing is that he is only 6 years old this year, and has only awakened his martial soul for less than 4 months. After a pause, he continued, you say, if we bring such a seedling into the 7-treasure glazed tile school for cultivation, would he not become another powerful close combat attack type soul master? It would bring another strong support to our 7-treasure glazed tile school. What? There is actually such a talent? Chen Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Then I want to take him as my disciple. Chen Xian was tempted. Such a prodigy would be a waste for Ling Feng to cultivate. It would be a complete underutilization. However, on the Douluo continent, a person can only have one master in their lifetime. He has already become Ling Feng's disciple. So, everything is not absolute. Rules are set by people, so they can also be broken by us. Chen Xian waved his hand, his intention resolute. Ning Fengji sighed and said no more, but instead said, whether it is or not, we will know once we arrive at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Chen Xian's tone was excited. Then what are we waiting for? Let's set off now. However, since you need to stay at the sect, and it's inconvenient for you to go, let me personally go pick him up. We can go now and should be back by tomorrow. It won't be a problem. Although Nodding City is quite far from here, with your speed and my assistance, we can reach it quickly. Ning Fengji was also very eager and naturally would not stay here any longer. He wanted to see this guy with his own eyes. In a courtyard of a house in Nodding City, there was a simple arrangement of grass and trees. There was also a round, retro stone table with 4 stone stools surrounding it. Sitting on one of the stools was a familiar figure, Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao was sipping from a small wine cup, tossing a peanut into his mouth. While chewing, he frowned. What is it? Why do I feel like I've forgotten something important? Ever since that night 3 months ago when he had too much fun drinking with colleagues and got drunk, he had forgotten something important the next day. Moreover, he had been busy with various tasks these days and hadn't thought much about it. Now that he calmed down and thought carefully, knock knock. Just then, someone knocked on the courtyard door, and he got up to answer it. Upon opening the door, he saw a strong middle-aged man. The middle-aged man smiled and said, Master Su, this long spear is a weapon crafted by the blacksmith for Lord Tuo, and Lord Tuo entrusted me to leave it here for you. He will come personally to pick it up when he has time. Duo Ding Dai, Su Yuntao Fronith. Feeling a bit displeased. This guy was always acting superior, just because he held a slightly higher position than him. Although he was unhappy, he still accepted it. When he took the spear, a memory came to him. This memory was exactly what he had been trying to recall all this time. That's right. It was this matter. Ha ha ha. I remember now. I remember. Please thank that guy Tuo Deng Tai for me. Ha ha ha. Su Yuntao laughed, recalling Huangjia Village, Huangwei, innate full spirit power. He must report this news. If handled well, he could get promoted and might even become Tuo Deng Tai superior. Just wait, Tuo Deng Tai. Your time of jumping around over my head is about to end. After saying that, he closed the door directly. The middle-aged man thought Su Yuntao had gone silly, but since he accepted it, he left quickly, fearing that this stupidity might be contagious. Su Yuntao looked at the spear in his hand, pursed his lips, and casually tossed it aside. He opened the door and rushed to the Nodding City Soul Master branch. Upon entering, he immediately reported this matter to the elder in charge, Matthew. After hearing this, the elder scolded Su Yuntao for only bringing up the news now, 3 months late. The food was already cold. He was the only soul king of the 5 rings in this branch. Su Yuntao looked apologetic and said, I'm really sorry. It's my negligence. I was too happy drinking that day, and after waking up, I got busy with various matters and forgot about it. That's why I came to report it as soon as I remembered. Matthew sighed. All right, Xiao Taozi, I will report this news to the higher-ups. As for how they will handle this child, we will wait for news. Matthew was puzzled. Moreover, he is innate full spirit power. How come he hasn't obtained his first spirit ring to register in 3 months? If he come to register, it is definitely necessary to test the soul power level. If this unique child is involved, he will definitely not forget. Su Yuntao was also taken aback. I don't know, maybe it has something to do with his academy. He told me he was going to study at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, and their village conditions are not good. So they must have taken the quota for work-study students. Matthew said, the enrollment for work-study students just happened a couple of days ago, so calculating this, he shouldn't have taken too long to come and register, very likely today or tomorrow. Su Yuntao, Should I go take a look? Matthew, according to the rules of Douluo Continent, if a child enters an academy to study, even our spirit hall does not have the authority to directly snatch them away. However, it doesn't hurt for you to go and take a look. We will wait for orders from above. Sujun-tao, alright. Then he turned and left. Matthew urgently sent this information to someone to quickly rush to the spirit hall headquarters. However, at this moment, it was already afternoon. On the playground of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, there was a large team training intensely. Such a scene had never existed in the academy before. After Huang Wei finished with them, he left directly. Are you Huang Wei? The Huang Wei who was training alone heard a female voice. He stood up and looked over and saw a very cute girl. Her outfit made her look like a budding class monitor. Although Huang Wei knew that cultivation was important, he also thought it shouldn't be too exhausting. After all, the balance of body and mind is essential, and girls are quite fascinating. In his past life, he was a bachelor, so how could he not experience a sweet romance in this world? Moreover, this world doesn't have so many restrictions. Polygamy is allowed. Yes. Do you need something? Huang Wei nodded at the slender girl and asked. The girl looked like she should be in a higher grade. She said, it's like this. The dean asked me to inform you to go to his office. He has something to say to you. The teacher is looking for me? Huang Wei raised her eyebrows and nodded. I understand. The woman was a bit surprised to hear Huang Wei address the dean like that, but she didn't ask anything and turned to leave. Huang Wei ran straight towards Ling Feng's office. Knock, knock. Arriving at the office door, he knocked. Teacher, it's me. Whoosh. The door opened directly, and a head peeked out to look around. After confirming that only Huang Wei was there, he pulled him in. Bang! The door was shut tight. Locked. This scene made Huang Wei feel as if he had done something wrong. Teacher, why did you ask me to come? Huang Wei asked in confusion. Ling Feng said with a serious expression, I have reported your situation back to the sect leader, and they just replied to me. The guardian sword Douluo is already on the way and should arrive by tomorrow morning. So soon. Huang Wei was a bit surprised after hearing this. After all, in the original work, the Tiandou Empire is quite large, and the city of Nodding where he is currently located is just a very remote place. Tomorrow will come? The sword Douluo is at the title Douluo level, so Xiao Wu will definitely be discovered. Should I take Xiao Wu with me? Huang Wei felt dark in his heart. Huang Wei said, I understand, teacher. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to train. Ling Feng looked at him and nodded. All right, you go ahead. Make sure to be in your best shape to welcome the arrival of the sect leader and the others tomorrow. Yes. Nighttime. Huang Wei's divine consciousness entered his own body, into the world of the bronze ring. After sweeping through, he found a celestial herb. The extreme celestial herb, once consumed, grants the ability to completely mask one's soul beast aura. As long as the person doesn't wish to be found, even a god king wouldn't be able to detect it. Moreover, it has the effect of thoroughly cleansing the marrow and sublimating the body, making the foundation more stable and profound, and accelerating future cultivation speed. Would you like to be my sister? He plucked a petal from the extreme celestial herb. It was a very vibrant celestial herb, very beautiful. He called Xiao Wu to the nearby forest. Xiao Wu was confused. Why did you bring me to this little forest? Huang Wei turned around and asked. I'm leaving the academy tomorrow. Although we haven't spent much time together, do you want to come with me? Just then, the moonlight shone down on the two of them. The distance between them was only as far as the light reached. It looked like a couple. What do you mean you're leaving tomorrow? Why should I go with you? We're not even familiar with each other. I'm fine staying here at the academy. By the way, where are you going? Xiao Wu frowned. Her voice very pure and cute, but she was also very curious about it. Huang Wei's expression was calm. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has taken notice of my talent, and their sect master and that sword Douluo will arrive at the academy tomorrow morning. Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Sword Douluo? Is he a title Douluo? Xiao Wu's pupils suddenly constricted upon hearing this. Her expression changed, and she felt anxious, with fear hidden in her eyes. If that's the case, she should leave the academy as soon as possible, as far away as possible. She would come out only after they left. Moreover, if she followed them, with her identity as a 10,000-year soul beast transformed, she would definitely be seen through, and at that point, she would be doomed. Huang Wei said, this is a type of celestial herb called the extreme celestial herb. Although it is just a petal, the effect is the same. Once you consume it, the aura of the 10,000-year soul beast on you will be completely concealed, unless you want to release it yourself. Even a god king would not be able to detect that you are the transformed form of a 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit soul beast. Half a second later, he continued, in addition to this effect, it can also help you wash your marrow, elevate your body, solidify your foundation more deeply, and accelerate your cultivation speed. As for what other unexpected effects you might gain, You'll only know after you consume it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's body suddenly froze. Her eyes widened in surprise and confusion, and her long legs involuntarily stepped back. After a moment, Xiao Wu panicked. How did you know? I knew it all along. I have the ability of foresight. Huang Wei handed over the petal of the extreme celestial herb. Eat it, but after you eat it, you must follow me. Huang Wei emphasized. What exactly is your purpose? Xiao Wu became alert. If it weren't for her current situation, she would have dealt with this little brat right away. There's a purpose. When I was still a baby, I was abandoned in the jungle of Huangjia village. If my grandfather hadn't taken me in, I would have died long ago. To this day, I don't even know who my parents are or why they abandoned me. And you, I sense a similar aura in you, and that aura is sorrow. Besides that, you have an additional aura, which is vengeance. So, I want you to be my sister. Does this explanation satisfy you? Huang Wei said, Ah, so you're so pitiful. How did you know I transformed into a soul beast? After hearing Huang Wei's experiences, Xiao Wu felt some sympathy, which reminded her of her mother, and tears couldn't help but flow down her cheeks. Huang Wei said calmly, without a flush of the face or a quickened heartbeat, I can smell the inhuman aura on you. It's a natural ability of mine. Xiao Wu wiped away her tears, pouted, and huffed. That's not acceptable. No matter what, I'm older than you, so you should be the younger brother, and I should be the older sister. Huang Wei said, You starting over means you're beginning from scratch, and anyway, you can't go back. Plus, I'm the boss of this academy, so it's only natural for you to be my sister. Just say yes or no. What do you think of our spirit beasts? Xiao Wu said, as this was the most important and concerning question for her. People are divided into good and bad, as well as the dead and the living. Spirit beasts are naturally divided into good spirit beasts and bad spirit beasts, as well as dead spirit beasts and living spirit beasts. But for me, there is no distinction between good and bad. Truth is irrelevant. All beings are equal. Whoever provokes me, I will deal with them, regardless of whether they are human or spirit beasts. Huang Wei's voice sounded. Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head and said in a very soft voice, Well, if one day the person I want to take revenge on is very powerful, or if someone wants to chase me and their strength is stronger than yours, their influence is greater than yours, what will you do? Then step over my corpse first. I will make myself very strong and help you kill them all. Huang Wei narrowed his eyes, his expression extremely serious. With a flick of his right hand, a powerful soul force surged forth, and a bronze spear appeared directly in front of him, revealing the 1,000-year purple soul ring that had not manifested this morning. As this scene unfolded, the aura and momentum around him underwent a tremendous transformation. Purple, 1,000-year soul ring. Xiao Wu was incredibly shocked, covering her mouth with both hands, unable to believe it, thinking her eyes might be malfunctioning. A sharp light flashed through Huang Wei's twin eyes. That's right, the path I walk is different from others. Once you acknowledge me as your elder brother, I will protect you. After you consume this top-tier immortal herb, follow me to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and you will also receive their protection. Revenge is not too late after 10 years. He then directly put away his martial soul, moved closer to Xiao Wu, and offered the top-tier immortal herb petals again. This was already his third offer. My stance is clear now. It's your turn to make a decision. Come on, Xiao Wu, you're still my sister. You decide. Huang Wei smiled warmly. All right, I promise you. Xiao Wu felt a lack of familial affection in the human world. Although there was familial love from Deming and Erming in the Star Dough Forest, this was the human world, and she was now human. So she had to adapt to human life. She reached out and gently touched Huang Wei's palm, but after thinking about it, she realized that she had already slept for a night, so it didn't matter much. She grabbed a vibrant petal and brought it over. She looked up and asked, How did you obtain such an important immortal herb? What will you do if I consume it? This little girl was still thoughtful enough to worry about herself, which made Huang Wei feel gratified. He then smiled lightly and said, You don't need to worry about that. I have plenty of immortal herbs. I was well prepared long ago. Huang Wei said, There are no other people in this forest at night, so you should take it now. I will protect you, and you should be able to successfully absorb it before tomorrow arrives. Okay. Xiao Wu didn't hesitate either. After nodding, she placed the petal of the extreme upper immortal herb into her soft pink lips. In the next moment, the petal transformed into a stream of red essence and merged into her body. She immediately sat cross-legged and began to meditate and absorb it. Huang Wei summoned his martial soul, the bronze spear, to protect him. In the Pope's Hall of the Spirit Hall, 3 people were present at this moment. Just then, someone rushed in quickly and knelt on one knee. What is it? A cold voice rang out. In the Pope's hall, on the supreme throne sat a woman. She wore a luxurious black robe with golden patterns, adorned with a 9-curved purple gold crown, and held a staff about 2 meters long, embedded with countless gems. Her fair skin and nearly perfect features, along with her long and delicate legs crossed elegantly, exuded an alluring fragrance that made her stand out. The invisible aura of nobility and holiness surrounding her evoked a sense of reverence. This person was none other than Pope Bibi Dong, whose stunning beauty, nobility, elegance, and serenity made her seem ageless despite no longer being young. To her left stood a man in magnificent golden armor, looking somewhat haggard, radiating a feminine allure. This was Yu Egwan, the chrysanthemum Douluo. To her right was a man in luxurious dark shadow armor, with a pale complexion and a ghostly tattoo on his face, emanating a strange aura that instilled fear in anyone who looked at him. This was Gue Mei, the ghost Douluo. These two were Bibi Dong's right and left hands, dedicated to supporting the Pope. Both were currently making the same gesture with their hands, displaying a charming smile. At that moment, a tall elder wearing a light gold robe walked in from the entrance. It was the platinum bishop, Salas. Salas quickly knelt on one knee before Bibi Dong, saying, "Salas greets your holiness." Elders, originally planning to rise and leave for a bath and rest, Bibi Dong halted at the sight of him, and her cold voice rang out. "Salas, what brings you here at this hour?" "Your holiness, information has come from the spirit branch in Notting City. 3 months ago, Su Yuntao awakened a child in Huangjia village with innate full soul power, and his martial soul is a bronze spear." Salas immediately reported respectfully, not daring to show any negligence, as he sensed Bibi Dong's displeasure, cold sweat breaking out. Indeed, the invisible pressure was lethal. A questioning glint flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. The martial soul of innate full soul power is a bronze spear? Why is this only being reported now, 3 months later? Salas swallowed hard, hesitating to speak, and said intermittently, because Su Yuntao was too excited and drank too much that night. And the next day? Forgot about it. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong snorted coldly, and an imposing aura spread around her. Salas lowered his head, not daring to look up, knowing her gaze was extremely icy. If a look could kill, he would have been dead many times over. "What's his name?" Bibi Dong asked curiously. Salas quickly replied, "Reporting to your holiness, this person is called Huang Wei. He has already been studying at the Notting Primary Soul Master Academy for a few days. Although we are the Spirit Hall, Notting City is still within the territory of the Tiando Empire. If we go to take him directly, it may cause some trouble. However, such a talent with innate full soul power and a spear must be under the control of our Spirit Hall. Otherwise, even the best seedling will become useless if it cannot grow." Did Su Yuntao not invite him? Bibi Dong's tone was sharp as she lazily leaned back in her chair. Salas replied, "According to his letter, Su Yuntao has already mentioned it, but the child did not agree to join, saying that at least for now, he would not join." Bibi Dong showed disdain. "Not joining for now? Whether he joins or not will not be up to him. A child with innate full soul power from Huangjia village, with no background and no strength. Where else can he go if he doesn't come to our Spirit Hall? What can the small Notting Primary Soul Master Academy offer him? It's truly laughable. This boy's mind is still immature. Naturally, he won't choose. What about his parents? He has no father or mother. Only a grandfather who is the village chief of Huangjia village. But this grandfather is not even his real one. He found him 6 years ago in a jungle." Salas reported immediately. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's cold expression softened slightly, saying lightly, "So he's also a pitiful child." She then issued an order. "Elder Ju, you must hurry to the Notting Primary Soul Master Academy and forcibly bring this Huang Wei here. Once he arrives at the Spirit Hall, he will have no choice." "Yes, your holiness, I will go now," Yu Egwan said, then walked out, transforming into a streak of light, racing towards Notting City. The Spirit Hall was quite far from Notting City, and if he set off now, he would not arrive until at least noon the next day. "If there is nothing else, you may leave," Bibi Dong said softly. "Yes, your holiness, I will take my leave." After saying this, Salas bowed to her, and then cupped his hands toward Mei before turning to leave. "Hui Mei, you may return as well. I am tired." Bibi Dong stood up, showcasing her alluring figure and exceptionally long legs. Her stunning beauty was intoxicating. "Yes, your holiness," Gue Mei said before directly transforming into a ghostly shadow, merging into the darkness and vanishing from sight. Bibi Dong turned and walked step by step into the inner chambers, the crisp sound of her footsteps pleasant to the ear. Chun Xian and Ning Fengji were already on the road, currently passing through a forest valley. Ning sang T-site. Sir Uncle, at this time, should we take a break? After flying for so long? Are you tired, Sect Master? Chun Xian looked at him, knowing that Ning Fengji had activated his martial soul to accelerate for several hours, and even at level 79, an auxiliary system could not sustain that pace. Ning Fengji nodded. We are currently in the Taiyang mountain range, which belongs to the Bala Kingdom, and it's not too far from Nodding City, so let's take a break. The two landed in a valley where a massive lion, around 10,000 years old, lay. Sensing the powerful aura, the lion suddenly opened its eyes, startled and bristling. If you don't want to die, get lost. This place is temporarily requisitioned by us. Chun Xian declared, releasing his formidable title Douluo sword with soul power. The lion roared in anger. Although furious, it turned and fled. The opponent was simply too powerful, and it couldn't win. Staying there would only lead to its demise. Wait, go to so months. When I become stronger, I will come back and eat you. 28. Night talk inside the dormitory. Everyone had fallen asleep. At this moment, only one person was unable to sleep. He got out of bed and looked at the empty bed beside him, revealing a puzzled expression. Where did Huang Wei and Xiao Wu go? Are these two not coming back tonight? A beam of moonlight seeped into the dark dormitory from outside. He activated his purple extreme demon, Ida Look, but his current level with the demon I was not high enough to achieve true clairvoyance. He walked outside into the corridor, step by step. Tang San felt a little worried and muttered. Ever since Huang Wei called them out, the two haven't returned. Could something have happened? At night, everyone was asleep, including the teachers. The corridor was filled with darkness and moonlight, and besides him, there was no one else. It was very quiet, creating an eerie atmosphere. Upon reaching the grass outside the dormitory, he seemed to sense a familiar and powerful soul power fluctuation coming from a certain direction. Looking through his purple extreme demon eye, he quickly discovered that this familiar soul power fluctuation was emanating from the forest behind the academy. He quickly and cautiously made his way over there, wanted to see what was happening. However, in the forest, Huang Wei was currently guarding Xiao Wu, who was meditating and absorbing energy. Seeing that the energy had fully stabilized, he breathed a sigh of relief. At least the fairy herb had brought her a power that was very suitable for her. After all, the aura of the soul beast on Xiao Wu had been completely shielded. After undergoing the transformation and sublimation through the extreme celestial sieve, she had completely become a human. At least, that's how it appeared in terms of her aura. Looking at the moonlight, it should be around 1:30 in the morning. It seemed that it would take some time before she could fully awaken. Huang Wei spoke in a calm voice. Suddenly his expression changed as he looked ahead. Is someone coming? With his strong mental power, he noticed that the frequency of the air ahead had been forcibly altered. Although the other party was deliberately concealing their footsteps, he could still hear them clearly in the quiet night. His current position was relatively concealed, at least hidden by the jungle and rocks. After confirming that there was no danger around, he moved towards that direction, hiding behind a tree to see who was coming. Under the moonlight, a shadow appeared beside a building. At that moment, Huang Wei realized, surprised, it's him, Tang San. Is this kid out here at this hour to fish around and relieve himself? He stepped out directly. Tang San happened to step out as well. The two bumped into each other. Under the purple extreme demon eye, the soul power fluctuation he needed to find was this person in front of him. Huang Wei, what are you doing here? Tang San was also taken aback. I have some personal matters to deal with. What are you doing out here? Huang Wei replied. Tang San showed a look of suspicion. You and Xiao Wu haven't returned, so I came out to look for you. I thought something had happened to you. By the way, where's Xiao Wu? Under the purple extreme demon eye, he saw the figure of a little girl sitting cross-legged behind a rock in the jungle, with pink energy flowing orderly around her. Is she cultivating? Absorbing moonlight energy? Tang San thought to himself. Huang Wei didn't hide anything. After all, he knew that the old man in front of him was definitely using the purple extreme magic eye to observe the surroundings. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found his way here so accurately. He said casually, Xiao Wu is currently cultivating, and also I have some good news for you. Just now, I recognized Xiao Wu as my sister, so now I am her big brother. Tomorrow, I will leave the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy with her and head to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Do you want to come along? Sister? Brother? Leaving? Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? What kind of sect is that? Tang San was shocked by Huang Wei's words, looking confused. After all, he knew very little about this world since he arrived. Huang Wei smiled and said, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is the #1 auxiliary spirit martial soul on the continent. I feel you're different from others. How about it? Are you interested? Tang San's expression was shocked, but after thinking for a moment, he ultimately shook his head and replied, "No, I won't go. I have my own path to follow." He was a member of the Tang sect, born as a Tang sect person and dying as a Tang sect soul. He wanted to establish his own new Tang sect in this brand new world, and he would be the leader of the Tang sect. Therefore, he wouldn't join any faction. Huang Wei naturally knew that the Tang sect could not possibly join, and he showed no significant expression, calmly saying, "Well, everyone has their own path to take. I won't force you if you don't want to go. Perhaps we will meet again in the future." "No. We will definitely meet." He then added, "Are you leaving so suddenly? You just arrived a few days ago, and now you're leaving, and together with Xiao Wu." Tang San felt a bit reluctant. A complex emotion fluctuated within him. He didn't know whether it was because of Huang Wei or Xiao Wu that made him feel a bit uncomfortable, and his mood sank. He always felt like something very important had been taken away from him. Huang Wei nodded. "Yeah, it's not just you. I feel it was sudden for me as well." Then he shook his hand. "If there is nothing else, you can go back now. I'll take Xiao Wu back to the dormitory after she finishes her meditation and training." All right. Tang San left, and from that moment on, their paths would be different. Arriving at the gate, he looked at the round moon in the sky, and a wave of emotions flickered in his eyes. "In the future, I still have them. Thinking about these things is useless. I need to focus on my training to become stronger. Only then will everything yield results." Determined, he walked towards the 7th dormitory. Once he pushed the door open, he had no thoughts of sleeping. Instead, he sat cross-legged and began to practice the Xiantian Gong. Meanwhile, at 3 in the morning, Xiao Wu had already completed her meditation and absorption, and this was achieved quickly under Huang Wei's guidance and influence. "Brother," under the moonlight, Xiao Wu's adorable cheeks turned rosy. "Xiao Wu." The moonlight enveloped the earth, and Huang Wei and Xiao Wu embraced each other. Huang Wei's tone was unusually firm. "From now on, I will protect you. I won't let anyone who wants to hurt you get away with it." Brother." Huang Wei's embrace grew even stronger, and his solid chest provided Xiao Wu with a particularly warm sense of security that she really liked. It reminded her of her late mother, and her nose turned sour as tears flowed down her cheeks. After a moment, Huang Wei asked, "After taking the supreme immortal herbal elixir, how do you feel now?" Xiao Wu softly replied, "It feels so wonderful. My body has undergone a great transformation, and my martial soul, the soft bone rabbit, seems to have undergone a slight change." Huang Wei was also curious. "Oh, changes, let me see, brother." So Xiao Wu mobilized her soul power and summoned her martial soul, the soft bone rabbit, and its appearance was revealed. Huang Wei's eyes slightly shifted upon seeing this, and he smiled, saying, "It can be put away now. It's getting late. Let's go back to sleep. Tomorrow we will head to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School." "Got it, brother." The two returned to their dormitory and fell asleep immediately. 29. Descent the next morning at 6 o'clock. Two mysterious figures quickly entered the principal's office from outside the academy. Upon seeing the two people who had entered, Ling Feng was first taken aback, and then immediately bowed respectfully. "Sect Master, Duke Swordlaw, you have finally arrived. It's been a long time, Ling Feng." Ning Fengji smiled gracefully. No matter when, he always gave a very gentle impression. "Where's that kid? I can't wait to see him." Xiao Wu looked around. Ling Feng said, "At this time, Huang Wei is likely still asleep. How about we go directly to his dormitory and check?" "Good." The three quickly headed toward the 7th dormitory. Huang Wei naturally understood the importance of today and had gotten up early to organize his things and wash up. "Tang San, I'm coming." Huang Wei glanced at Tang San, who had just woken up from his meditation, and smiled slightly as he spoke. Tang San couldn't help but widen his eyes and nodded. "Okay, see you in the future." After leaving the dormitory, they met on the lawn. Huang Wei and Xiao Wu looked at the three people appearing before them. At that moment, Xiao Wu felt nervous. Although she had taken the Supreme Immortal's elixir last night, she wasn't very sure if the opponent, a titled Douluo, would see through her, so she remained quite anxious. Huang Wei sensed her unease and comforted her softly by her ear, saying, "It's okay. Don't be nervous. Trust your brother." Xiao Wu was taken aback and nodded earnestly. Are these two the children?" The three of them walking over, Ling Feng and the others naturally noticed Huang Wei and the girl. Ning Fengji opened his mouth to ask, "Xiao Wei, come here." Ling Feng nodded. "Yes, Sect Master, this is the disciple I mentioned. It seems we are connected in spirit. We can sense each other coming." "What a coincidence." Xiao Wu didn't speak, but focused his gaze on Huang Wei. Looking at this unique little guy, so sturdy in build, he was indeed different. How could this little guy really be only 6 years old? yet so strong and tall. Chen was somewhat skeptical. Ling Feng nodded, sword Douluo's crown, indeed. He is really only 6 years old. Huang Wei walked over with Xiao Wu. The three naturally noticed Xiao Wu. What is the relationship between these two people? Ling Feng was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that his disciple had found a girlfriend so quickly? This really was quite eager. Only 6 years old. Teacher. Huang Wei nodded. Let me introduce you. This is my little sister, Xiao Wu, whom I recognized yesterday. We are both working students. Hello, teacher. Xiao Wu shyly greeted. Oh, I see. Nice to meet you. Ling Feng smiled meaningfully. Gulme. These two are the sect master of the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, and the Sword Douluo. Ling Feng immediately introduced them. Hello, sect master. Hello, Sword Douluo. Huang Wei greeted, and Xiao Wu followed suit. In front of her stood a titled Douluo. Being so close, she could feel the powerful aura even while standing there. The Sword Douluo examined Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was quite nervous, her hands clenched tightly. Would she be seen through? Xiao Wu was scared. Haha, good. Both are good seedlings. Chen suddenly laughed heartily. As a titled Douluo, he naturally saw through Xiao Wu and Huang Wei's soul power levels at a glance. He then praised Ling Feng, saying, Ling Feng, you did well this time, bringing 2 good seedlings to our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Thank you, Sword Douluo. Ling Feng immediately nodded, also curious about Xiao Wu's cultivation level. Ning Fengji was even more curious and asked, Sword Uncle, what do you mean? This little girl's cultivation level has already reached level 17, and Huang Wei has even reached level 18. Chen was in a very good mood. The more he looked at Huang Wei, the more he liked him. Ning Fengji had learned about Huang Wei's soul power level through messages and was not too surprised. But seeing Xiao Wu was extraordinary, he was also amazed. What? Level 17. Ning Fengji, as a sect master, instantly suppressed his inner excitement and said, Huang Wei, Xiao Wu, can you both extend your hands so I can check your bone age? They had no idea that Xiao Wu's impressive cultivation was due to the celestial herb petals Huang Wei had given her last night. And Xiao Wu was also shocked to learn her current level from the title Douluo in front of her. Okay, Huang Wei and Xiao Wu extended their hands. The latter also let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the extreme immortal strategy really worked. The title Douluo did not see through her true form, and everything was stable now. She was very happy and had a special affection for Huang Wei. Extending her hand, Ning Fengji began to feel around. Instantly, his eyes sparkled with excitement. At that moment, he could no longer hold back and burst out laughing. She is only 6 years and 3 months old. Not even 4 months. To have such achievements already, this time we really struck gold. Chen coughed lightly to remind him. Fengji, this is the academy. Those children are still sleeping. Don't disturb them. Sorry, I lost my composure. Ning Fengji immediately restrained himself and felt ashamed of his earlier outburst. Ning Fengji asked, Huang Wei, Xiao Wu, can I see your martial souls and spirit rings? Sure. The two activated their soul power. A bronze spear appeared in Huang Wei's right hand, which was his martial soul, the bronze spear. Xiao Wu summoned the illusory form of her pink soft-bone rabbit martial soul. But the current soft-bone rabbit was different from before. It had become more noble, with faint red stripes appearing on its body and around its eyes, giving a sense of hidden ferocity amidst its gentle softness. This is a mutated soft-bone rabbit? Ling Feng, Ning Fengji, and Chen were all shocked. Yes, it has mutated. A circle of yellow soul rings spun around her. Her gaze involuntarily flickered, and Huang Wei quickly withdrew it. All right. They did not ask Xiao Wu how she did it, as this was not the right place for such discussions. Any questions would be safer to address once they returned to the sect. The three turned their attention back to Huang Wei. They saw a completely purple 1,000-year soul ring appear around him. Ling Feng's pupils involuntarily shrank, feeling confused and shocked. Wasn't it light purple before? Why is it completely purple now? However, he did not voice his thoughts, but instead waited to see how Ning Fengji and Chen would express themselves. Seeing that it was indeed, as the information stated, this guy truly had a 1,000-year soul ring, both of them took a deep breath and smiled. Seeing this is enough. Are you two willing to become disciples of our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? We will definitely train you with all our efforts. Ning Fengji had already seen that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would gain another super powerful close combat titled Douluo in the future. Regardless of whether Xiao Wu could or not, Huang Wei certainly could. We are willing, Sect Master. Huang Wei and Xiao Wu nodded. Ling Feng, do you want to come back to the sect with us? Ning Fengji asked. Ling Feng shook his head. No, Sect Master. I still need to stay here to handle matters. All right then, sword uncle, let's head back first. Okay. Huang Wei and Xiao Wu bid farewell to Ling Feng and were then taken away by Ning Feng Ji towards the outside of the academy. After leaving the academy, the streets were still empty. Master Ning, Jian Dao Chen Xian, what are you doing here? At that moment, a golden figure descended from the sky, accompanied by the pressure of a tidal daw. Ning Feng Ji and the others changed their expressions and looked over. The person who came was none other than the tidal Douluo of the Spirit Hall, Yu Guan. Yu Guan, why are you here again? Jian Dao Chen Xian placed Huang Wei and Xiao Wu behind him, releasing an aura that helped them counteract Yu Guan's tidal pressure, his voice calm and indifferent. However, at that moment, the aura from both sides awakened a scruffy man hidden within Nodding City, dressed in torn robes and sporting a stubbly beard. Inside and in, the scruffy man looked towards the direction of the powerful soul force coming from outside. If Tang San were here, he would be shocked to find that the person before him was none other than his father, Tang Hao. Indeed, this man was the renowned Hao Qianduo Tang Hao. How could they be here? Watching the situation, Tang Hao was puzzled, but the next second he coldly snorted. If that chrysanthemum really dares to lay a hand on my son, I will definitely crush you. As for Ning Feng Ji and Chen Xian from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he didn't think they were there for his son. After all, didn't know, but were they just passing by coincidence? Wait, that's not right. Those two kids. One of them seemed familiar. His gaze locked on a Huang Wei behind Chen Xian. This kid seemed to have some connection with his son. His pupils contracted, and a look of shock flashed across his face. 18 levels. How is that possible? 17 levels. This. Then his gaze turned to Xiao Wu, revealing a hint of peculiarity on his face. He hadn't noticed Xiao Wu before, so he didn't know she was a 100,000-year soul beast. According to the original story, Xiao Wu was only discovered when Tang San brought her home, right? Only he knew the specifics. Now he planned to watch the show. On the street outside the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, it was still as empty as ever, and it was even less likely for anyone to come out now. Yu Guan's voice was gloomy and cold. There's no need for me to report to you here, right? Chen Xian coldly replied. Then I have no need to tell you. Yu Guan snorted coldly, but he didn't know Huang Wei's appearance, only his name. You came out of the academy. Did you take on these two disciples? His gaze turned to the two standing behind Chen Xian. Anyone who wasn't a fool could see the issue. So what if we did? Let us go. Chen Xian turned and left. Wait, Yu Guan called out again. The fact that Chen Xian and Ning Feng Ji were personally here could not be a coincidence, right? No, there was definitely something wrong. These two kids were definitely not ordinary. The boy, Huang Wei, was also male with innate full soul power. Could this kid be? As for Xiao Wu, he glanced at her and found she was also extraordinary. At this age, she actually had 17 levels of soul power. Wait, suddenly he froze. Looking back at the boy, his pupils shrinking sharply, his face horrified. What? 18 levels? No way. At this height, at this age. If he were only 6 years old, it would be impossible to be like this. Plus, with his physical strength, he clearly wasn't a 6-year-old. However, Chen Xian coldly said, Yu Guan, don't go too far. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Jian Dao Chen Xian, don't misunderstand. I just have a question to ask, Yu Guan said. Ask away. Chen Xian's expression remained indifferent. Child, are you called Huang Wei? Yu Guan asked, staring directly at the boy. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression shifted. In that instant, Yu Guan captured their reactions. It seemed he was right. He felt a surge of joy, but then became serious. If it were just Ning Feng Ji, he wouldn't be afraid. But having Jian Dao Chen Xian, there made a difference. Jian Dao Chen Xian had 96 levels of soul power, and his offensive capabilities were also terrifying. Moreover, it would be good to fight here. Yes, I am Huang Wei. What does this uncle want with me? Huang Wei was not afraid. After all, Chen Xian was here. In the original work, he was much stronger than the androgynous Yu Guan in front of him, so he admitted it directly. Yu Guan was overjoyed and disregarded Chen Xian and Ning Fengji's feelings, saying, You really are Huang Wei. That's great. I'm the elder of the Spirit Hall, Zhu Douluo. I was sent by His Holiness, Hope Bibi Dong, to bring you to the Spirit Hall. Your talent has caught her attention, and there will be incredibly rich resources to help you break through to the title Douluo. Are you willing to go? He added, moreover, the person who will help you awaken your spirit, Su Yuntao, is also from our Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall. Xiao Wu's expression changed in shock as she suddenly remembered who this person was. He was one of the titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall who had hunted her mother before. She clenched her fists tightly, her eyes flashing with anger and hatred. Noticing Xiao Wu's uneasy state, Huang Wei reached out and held her small hand tightly, whispering in a volume only they could hear. One day, brother will avenge you. Xiao Wu looked at Huang Wei with deep emotion and nodded vigorously. At this moment, Chen Xian's expression turned cold and darkened. Yuguan, you dare to recruit right in front of us. You really do not take me. Chen Xian, seriously. He was furious. Both of these people were from their seven-treasure glazed tile school. How could they be handed over to the spirit hall? An incredibly terrifying soul power surged forth. A long sword, radiating a chilling blue light and exuding a murderous aura, appeared in front of him. This was his martial spirit, the seven-killing sword. At the same time, soul rings began to appear one after another around him. 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, forming a complete set of 9. The aura of a level 96 title, Douluo, fully blooms. Jian Daoqinshin, don't think that I'm afraid of you. Today, Huang Wei, I must take you away. It doesn't matter who comes. Alone, I don't believe you can protect all 3 of them. As the cold words fell, a terrifying wave of soul power also emanated from Yuguan. A golden lotus appeared in front of him. It was his martial soul, the heavenly wonder chrysanthemum. At the same time, the same configuration of 9 soul rings as Jian Daoqinshin also emerged around him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. In an instant, 2 terrifying auras collided with each other. However, in the next second, Chen Xian easily crushed them back. The 7 treasures are famous, and the first is strength. At this moment, Ning Fengji also stopped watching and directly summoned his martial soul, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. 7 perfectly standard soul ring configurations appeared, instantly granting Chen Xian a layer of amplification bug. Bang! Chen Xian thrust his sword towards him. Yuguan immediately used his soul skill for defense, but in the next second, it was shattered, and he was sent flying backward, stabilizing his body only after more than 10 meters. Gritting his teeth with a gloomy expression, damn it, Sword Path Chen Xian is indeed Sword Path Chen Xian. Although there's only a 1-level difference in soul power, this gap is simply insurmountable. It seems that I arrived too late this time, and can only give up for now. I'll go back and tell His Holiness the Pope, and make a decision later. Ning Fengji said in a low voice, Yuguan, this is the territory of the Heaven Do Empire. According to the rules, as long as they are students of the Academy, even your spirit hall has no right to force anyone to join. You have crossed the line. The two's aura completely overshadowed Yuguan, which made him feel very embarrassed. It's this rule again. If only Old Ghost had come with me, I wouldn't be in such a predicament. Damn it, how could they know that there's a talent like Huang Wei in the Academy? Could it be that there are people from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect here? Yuguan thought, coldly saying, I never said I would force anyone. I just brought the words of His Holiness the Pope. And don't think you can intimidate me with the Heaven Do Empire and your 7-treasure glazed tile sect. The Spirit Hall is not afraid of you. Whether he comes or not, it's up to Huang Wei to decide. All right, then let him decide. Ning Fengji spoke, then looked toward Huang Wei. Huang Wei stepped out from behind Chen Xian and said, I'm sorry. Thank you for the invitation from Duke Douluo and Pope Bidong. But I'm already a disciple of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, so I will not join the Spirit Hall. Yuguan's pupil shrank at Huang Wei's words, revealing a sneer as he continuously spat out several words, each with a particularly heavy tone. What about the little girl? Yuguan's gaze fixed on Xiao Wu. If it weren't for his inability to defeat Chen Xian, just dealing with Chen Xian alone would have been challenging enough. And now, there was also Ning Fengji beside him, making his chances of victory instantly vanish. If a fight broke out and caused too much noise, it wouldn't be good since they were within the borders of the Heaven Do Empire. At least, he couldn't act recklessly now. Xiao Wu's eyes flashed with hatred and anger. The Spirit Hall was her mother's murderer. How could she betray them? With the protection of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, she was no longer afraid of this person, especially since her soul beast aura was completely masked. So she replied coldly, No need, I'm following my brother. Wherever my brother goes, I go. Good, kid. I will relay your words to His Holiness the Pope. I hope not to see you two outside in the future, or I will definitely bring you back to the Spirit Hall for proper training. Yuguan's eyes gleamed with cold light, clearly displeased and angry. His dark expression filled with a threatening tone. After giving his instructions, he did not linger and swiftly flew back in the direction he came from. Dan Hao, hidden in the corner of the inn, coldly watched Yuguan leave, a chilling, killing intent emanating from him. Usually, He had no chance to strike while in the spirit hall. But now, since Yuguan had come out seeking death, the interest from before should be counted as well. Tang Hao's gloomy voice fell, instantly transforming into an afterimage that disappeared within the inn. Without a doubt, Yuguan had been targeted by him. Watching Yuguan leave, Huang Wei and Xiao Wu both let out a sigh of relief. However, Huang Wei's expression was extremely uncomfortable. The spirit hall was still the same. Too absolute and too domineering. This feeling was truly unpleasant. If I don't join, I'll be destroyed. Damn a spirit hall. Strength. Strength. Everything is because my strength is insufficient. If I could become stronger, the threats from a spirit hall would no longer be threats. In this moment, Huang Wei was furious, angry at his own powerlessness. Angry at his current weakness. Spirit hall, if you weren't like this, perhaps I would have joined you long ago. Why push people to the limit? Just then, Chen Xian suddenly paused. His gaze turned toward a corner of the inn, pondering. Did I sense it wrong? Such a strong, killing intent. His eyes narrowed. Feeling this aura was very familiar, as if he had encountered it somewhere. Noticing Chen Xian's abnormality, Ning Fengji turned to look but found nothing unusual, so he asked, Sir Uncle, what's wrong? They had not noticed Huang Wei's current change in mindset. Chen Xian shook his head and said, It's nothing, just a mistaken feeling. How could he possibly be here? Who? Ning Fengji asked curiously. Tang Hao. Chen Xian said earnestly. What? Tang Hao, the Haotian Douluo? Ning Fengji was startled. Since Tang Hao had killed the previous Pope Qiang Sunji, he had not been heard from again. However, they did not know that it was not Tang Hao who had truly killed Qiang Sunji, but the current Pope Bibi Dong. Tang Hao was merely an aide and also a scapegoat. They did not believe Tang Hao would appear here, but Huang Wei did. Tang Hao was right here, and he had just witnessed that scene. The spirit hall had enmity with him, and Yuguan was one of the members who previously hunted down his wife. Leaving now might mean he was going to settle the score with Yuguan again. Thinking of this, Huang Wei couldn't help but curve his lips into a strange smile. I can't deal with you now, but someone will take care of you, conveniently helping me. Let's go. Ning Fengji said, fearing that something else might happen. Good. The group quickly left. On the way back to the spirit hall, Yuguan happened to pass through a forest. He was extremely angry, feeling unwilling no matter how he thought about it. Gritting his teeth, he shouted at the sky to vent his anger and dissatisfaction. Damn the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Dum ning theng ti, dum ten king. Just wait. I will definitely return all the humiliation I suffered today to you. Return? Oomph. A little chrysanthemum flower is not very capable, but your tone is quite big. I'm afraid you won't have that opportunity anymore. This place will be your grave. However, at that moment, a powerful soul force suddenly enveloped the sky, turning the entire sky a deep red, and a killing intent instantly locked onto Yuguan. The air trembled continuously as a figure draped in tattered gray robes descended from the sky, holding a massive blue-silver hammer. The surrounding atmosphere was thick with killing intent, cold and ruthless. Red lightning filled the area, and the pressure became overwhelmingly heavy, making Yuguan feel extremely uncomfortable. Seeing this scene and the person before him, and a massive hammer in his hand, he immediately trembled, his smile freezing and disappearing, replaced by fear and panic. How can hammer? You are Tang Hao. Impossible. How could you appear here? In that moment, the terrifying memories that had haunted him for years erupted within his mind. That day, he had been struck by that massive hammer, leaving him with no power to resist. Now, Tang Hao had solidified his position as a titled Douluo even stronger than before. Stop talking nonsense, little chrysanthemum. Back then, you survived a hit from me, and now you have come out on your own. That little ghost is not here, and you cannot use your martial soul fusion skill. Today is your day to fall. Die for me. Tang Hao unleashed the overwhelming hatred and anger that had built up in his heart over the years, and his body erupted with 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and red. Among them, the 9th represented a red 100,000-year soul ring, symbolizing the sacrifice of his wife. This aura instantly became even more terrifying. The amplification from the 100,000-year soul ring was unimaginable. The sorrow brought by the 100,000-year soul ring was also unimaginable. Therefore, Yuguan must die today. In the next second, Tang Hao directly erupted into his Haotian true form, gathering a terrifying explosive power that caused the surrounding sky to tremble violently, the air evaporating instantly, and sonic booms layered upon each other in the upper atmosphere. It was incredibly terrifying. Martial soul, true body, 9th soul skill, the chrysanthemum withers. The ground is full of injuries, the flowers fall, and the people are heartbroken. Yu Guan's spirit was filled with fear and in a panic. He unleashed all his power, activating the true body of the strange fungi, celestial chrysanthemum, and using his ninth soul skill. The petals of the strange fungi, celestial chrysanthemum, fully bloomed, shining brilliantly gold, transforming into blades enveloped by powerful soul power, all charging toward the massive hammer in the sky. Just a mere chrysanthemum. Break for me. Tang Hao's eyes were red with fury as he roared again. With a single strike, all the blades formed from the Douluo chrysanthemum were sent flying, shattered into pieces. No! The terrifying power of annihilation seemed to shatter the void itself, instantly crushing the true form of Yu Guan's martial soul. The massive Haotian hammer came crashing down on his face, bones shattered, teeth and blood exploding out, a tragic sight. Drenched in blood, the entire person was sent flying, crashing down to the ground. Bang! Tang Hao continued the pursuit, retracting his Haotian hammer, martial soul, rolling up his sleeves in front of Yu Guan and crazily beat him down from head to toe, from toe to head, delivering critical hits all over. Bang, 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 bang. Yu. 32. Explosive hammer. After a moment, Tang Hao finally stopped. The fury within his body had diminished significantly. After this beating, Yu Guan's inner turmoil was remarkably relieved. Looking at the current Yu Guan, the ground around him was at least 10 meters deep in a crater, and the entire forest valley had been trembling. The terrifying aura of power scared all the birds and soul beasts away, making them flee and not daring to come near. These creatures were extremely sensitive to the aura of death. They knew that if they approached, they might be the next to die. Now, Yu Guan was completely battered, blood flowing from his body, his flesh and blood a mess. His once enchanting face twisted into a horrifying grimace, bones shattered, nearly lifeless, completely paralyzed on the ground. Eyes vacant, gasping for breath, on the verge of death. The scene was too gruesome to behold. PFF. 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 Occasionally, he would vomit blood from his mouth as if it were free. Dang! How don't? Kill me. I was also. PFF. Acting under orders. Yu Guan begged for mercy. He simply could not withstand it any longer. If this continued, he would really die. He had been unfortunate enough to come out today, and the outcome was terrifying. At this moment, he was devoid of anger, filled only with fear, trembling in deep-seated dread of this man, Tang Hao. He was a level 95 titled law, while Tang Hao was probably at a similar level. So why was there such a stark difference in their strength? This titled law had no strength left to resist or fight back, being completely overwhelmed throughout the process. Tang Hao's aura was cold and murderous. He, acting under orders, little chrysanthemum, you forced my beloved wife to sacrifice herself. Now that I've caught the opportunity, I will first kill you. Soon, I will take revenge on the entire spirit hall. You are definitely not alone. Yu Guan's body trembled, and a terrified and weak voice slowly escaped his lips. Grievances have a head. Debts have a master. You should find him. He is already dead. So now I am looking for you, and you, the current Pope BB Dong. If it weren't for your spear hall, how could my beloved wife have been forced to sacrifice herself? Enough nonsense. Tang Hao's angry voice echoed again as he raised his hand to summon the Haotian hammer once more, unleashing the god of death's domain, the terrifying power coalescing again. He aimed directly at Yu Guan and smashed down, the Haotian hammer completely engulfing him. No. Yu Guan's eyes widened, completely shrouded in the aura of death and fear. But the next second, it was all in vain. What was meant to come had arrived. Bang! The terrifying force struck down, and this time there was no rescue from the spirit hall, as he had expected. After all, they were still far from the spirit hall. Boom! With one hammer strike, a dreadful explosion erupted again. Tang Hao's voice became calm. The ones who besieged me before, and that old ghost. Now I've dealt with Qian Xuanji and the chrysanthemum, and the next one is him. After that, it will be the entire spirit hall. He felt clearly that Yu Guan's aura had completely disappeared, extinguished. This meant that Yu Guan had completely fallen. Tang Hao's figure vanished from the spot, leaving behind a massive hammer pit. In the pit, there was only a blur of blood and flesh. Soon, the blood and flesh dissipated, leaving only a pile of dirt. The aftershocks of this forest were quickly noticed by the people in the surrounding towns, especially in the nearby Nodding City. However, although the battle seemed to have lasted a long time, it had actually only been a few minutes. Their speed of arrival could not reveal what had happened. The city lord of Nodding and the personnel from the Spirit Hall branch were all present. After dispersing the remaining disorganized personnel, they looked ahead with grave expressions. What had just happened? It seemed we arrived too late. The battle has already ended. The air was still filled with a terrifying aura of annihilation and killing intent. Even I could feel the fear. The battle that just took place was undoubtedly between a powerhouse above the Soul King level. Matthew, the deacon of the Nodding City Spirit Hall branch, looked at the forest ahead, his expression exceptionally serious. There were also some troops from the Tiando Empire stationed in Nodding City. Since Nodding City was relatively remote, the dispatched troops were not many. Moreover, the Tiando Empire and the Xinghua Empire were still intermittently at war, so the main forces had been dispatched to the front lines on standby. Even if not all of them were there, they wouldn't be too far away. The personnel of this part of the army must report what had happened here. The group analyzed the surrounding vegetation, many of which had collapsed and shattered. They soon spotted a different area of destruction not far ahead and rushed toward it. Looking at this massive pit, everyone was utterly shocked. Deacon Matthew immediately cupped his hands to a tall man beside him, complimenting Lord Xiaoqi. May I ask if you could check what kind of person was fighting here? The man before them, Xiaoqi, was the highest-ranking individual among them. Within the Spirit Hall, there were 3 main bishops, ranked from lowest to highest: the Cardinal, the Platinum Bishop, and the Golden Bishop. The man before them, Xiaoqi, was the Cardinal. Although the Cardinal was the lowest-ranking bishop, his status was unmatched by others in the Spirit Hall. He was essentially a major leader in his own right. Xiaoqi's soul power level was at the 78th level, but due to the special advantages of his martial soul, he qualified for this position. Otherwise, it would have been impossible at this level. However, he was not a local of Nodding City. He happened to pass by and was attracted by the aftermath of the battle. Xiaoqi stared at the deep pit before him, narrowing his eyes, his tone cold and indifferent as usual. It looks like a hammer. You go down and dig a bit to see if there are any discoveries? Xiaoqi issued the command to Matthew and the others. Yes. The members of the Spirit Hall quickly descended to dig. The soil had a strong smell of blood, but no blood was visible, which was very strange. Just then, a blood-stained object from deep within was unearthed. Upon seeing this, everyone was overjoyed. The blood-soaked, muddy piece was revealed to be a golden blade, still emanating a faint golden glow, although its surface was somewhat damaged. Tang Hao was unaware that this was the blade transformed from a petal of the Soul Master Moonlight's extraordinary weapon, the Celestial Chrysanthemum, which he had plunged into the soil before his death, intending to leave a clue for the Spirit Hall that he was the one who died here. Matthew felt that he had seen this before, but couldn't recall where. He immediately handed it over to Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi stared intently, and suddenly his expression changed dramatically, his pupils constricting. This is Elder Ju's Celestial Chrysanthemum Blade. Immediately seal off this area, and everyone outside the Spirit Hall must leave quickly. Saying this, Xiaoqi unleashed a powerful wave of soul power. 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black erupted from him, and in his hand appeared a strange red rectangular wooden box, which was carved with an image of a dragon pulling what looked like a coffin. This was his martial spirit, the Blood Dragon coffin. The others were stunned and quickly left, realizing they couldn't contend with a 7-ring soul saint. As for the soldiers of the Tiando Empire, they also hurried to leave, knowing they just needed to relay this information upwards and were not responsible for anything else. The Spirit Hall members quickly sealed off the area. In a dark, cold space, there was a pool of water with ripples floating. Yu Guan's body lay in the center. He had clearly been smashed by Tang Hao, but why was he here now, and his injuries didn't seem as severe as before, at least not visibly? Where's this place? Yu Guan opened his eyes and recalled the scene before. Just as he was about to be killed by Tang Hao's final strike, a strange, deep, hoarse voice echoed in his mind. This voice sounded somewhat sinister. At that moment, the voice spoke, "This is my space, and you are already dead. At least your body is completely dead. Now you're just a soul. Who are you? Why'd you brought me here?" Yu Guan's voice revealed the unwillingness of a loser, and his tone was still that of a vague, androgynous gloom. "I am from the Outer Demon Clan, not a native being of the Douluo Continent, but I was killed by the gods of the Divine Realm 10,000 years ago. Now, I am just a remnant spirit hiding in the forest where you just fought. I sensed your unwillingness to die and your strong desire for revenge. So I sought you out. I can give you a chance to be resurrected, but as a condition, I will parasitize you, and you need to find nourishment for me. When I am resurrected, I can make you a godlike existence. This deal is quite valuable, isn't it?" The sinister, low, hoarse voice echoed in this space, and as it spoke, a mass of black mist trembled beside the moonlight. This was the remnant spirit of the Outer Demon Clan. Outer Demon Clan, remnant spirit. God. The first two terms were very unfamiliar to Yu Guan, while the last term God he had only seen in books, considered to be mere legends, and he never thought he would encounter it, so he hadn't paid much attention to it. But now hearing this, he felt a shock about this world. What kind of nourishment do you need? Yu Guan did not immediately agree, but asked. The remnant spirit of the outer demon clan said, any negative energy in this world or human souls and the soul power from your world will do. And then added casually, anger, unwillingness, resentment, hatred, pain, despair, etc. are what I like the most. After hearing this, Yu Guan clenched his fists. Nothing was more important than living to take revenge now. As for whether he could become a god, he didn't want to think about that. He directly spoke. Okay, I agree. As long as you can resurrect me and give me the power to kill that damn Tang, how for revenge, I can help you get what you want. At that moment, his eyes turned exceptionally cold. Ha ha, good, good. The remnant spirit of the outer demon clan was immensely pleased. And then in front of Yu Guan appeared an ancient purple scroll inscribed with words that the latter could not understand. These were the words of the outer demon clan. Place your hand on this parasitic contract of the demon clan. The voice became enchanting, giving a tempting effect. Yu Guan's eyes became hollow, as if his soul was being extinguished, and he raised his hand to touch the parasitic contract of the demon clan. Immediately, the contract transformed into two beams of light, one entering Yu Guan's soul and the other entering the remnant spirit of the outer demon clan. Then, as a beam of light fell, the two merged together in a whirlpool. In the original forest, Yu Guan's body revived at this moment, emerging within a mass of evil, demonic energy. He was still the same as before, but now seemed to have a touch of demonic nature. To the members of the spirit hall, he looked like an abnormal person. Having this touch of demonic nature was nothing. Yu Guan's face was dark and filled with anger, and a flash of resentment and ruthlessness crossed his eyes. Tang Hao, you certainly didn't expect this, did you? Since I have this opportunity, I am resurrected. Just wait. Once I become stronger, the first thing I will do is take your life, annihilate your soul. Taking a deep breath, he felt that this new body was completely healed, showing no difference from before, clad in golden chrysanthemum armor. His soul power was still at level 95, but he sensed a strong black elemental power that did not belong to him. He was uncertain whether this power would be enough to defeat Tang Hao, especially since Tang Hao had already disappeared without a trace. Are you still there, Outer Demon Clan? He called out. Suddenly, his right hand twisted. Strangely, he felt no pain. The twisted palm transformed into a grotesque face, startling Yu Guan. The voice of the Outer Demon Clan was hoarse. From now on, we are one. If you die, I die. And if I die, you die. So hurry and find nourishment for me. The stronger I become, the more powerful you will be. What is your name? Yu Guan nodded and inquired. The Outer Demon Clan remained silent for a moment and said, It's been too long. I have forgotten. You can call me Imohua. All right, Imohua. I will find nourishment for you as soon as possible. After saying this, Yu Guan flew forward, as he had already sensed the presence of the Spirit Hall members, including a level 78 Soul Saint, who was nothing more than an ant in his eyes. However, just as the red-cloaked Xiao Qixi sensed something was amiss and intended to report to Pope Bibi Dong, he was called back. Xiao Qixi, where are you going? The moment the sound rang out, it startled everyone from the Wuhuan. Everyone turned their gaze towards the direction from which the sound came. Xiao's also looked over with wide eyes. Upon seeing Yu Guan walk out unharmed, everyone was filled with fear and immediately clasped their hands in a salute. Speaking in a respectful tone, "We meet Elder Ju, Your Excellency." The red-cloaked bishop lowered his head and explained, "Elder Ju, we were just drawn here by the aftermath of the battle and discovered this big pit. So we started digging and found your belongings. We thought something had happened to you, and we're about to inform His Holiness Pope Bibi Dong at headquarters." Upon hearing this, Yu Guan waved his hand, his gaze fixed on the deep pit. He would never forget the tragic memory of this day. "Tang Hao, just wait for me. I will make you taste the feeling of being smashed as well." This was his greatest humiliation. Yu Guan's expression was cold as he said, "You don't need to go. This matter is quite significant. I will personally report it to His Holiness the Pope. As for you, there is no longer any meaning in staying here." "Yes, Elder Ju." Everyone immediately nodded. Yu Guan then flew up directly, heading towards the Wuhuan Hall branch at an extremely fast speed. The red-cloaked Bishop Xiao's found Yu Guan somewhat strange, but he couldn't pinpoint what was strange about him, hiding this layer of doubt deep within his heart. He turned to Matthew and the others and said, "Don't just stand there in a daze. Disperse." "Yes, As for the events happening here, the four who had already left, Ning, Fengji, and the others, were completely unaware. Huang Wei and Xiao Wu followed behind them. This time, they mainly traveled by horse-drawn carriage. But this carriage was not ordinary. It was pulled by a group of century-old soul beasts known as wind horses, which were renowned for their incredible speed. As for why they didn't continue flying, it was naturally not very necessary, since they had already received the person. And Chun Xian's sword flight technique was not very time-consuming when carrying someone. Moreover, Huang Wei's larger stature made flying quite troublesome. Just imagining the scene at that time made it clear. Not to mention, he had to drag 3 people along. The carriage and the compartment were both made of luxurious, high-end materials, creating a stark contrast with everything around them. Many people and small forces on the road would naturally detour upon seeing them. Among them were some robbers dreaming of wealth who foolishly tried to stop them halfway to make a fortune. Most of these robbers were around level 20 soul masters, and their soul ring configurations were not the most standard, although there had been an instance of a soul zune appearing as well. Their levels varied, but they all had fierce, gloomy, and cunning faces. Some of these level 20 soul masters Huang Wei had applied for to practice against. Xiao Wu immediately followed suit, wanting to coordinate with him. Ning Fengji and Chun Xian both nodded, taking this opportunity to observe the two's strength. Moreover, with them around, these two wouldn't encounter any major issues. With the cooperation of Huang Wei and Xiao Wu, it was a thrilling but safe encounter, especially when Huang Wei revealed his purple 1,000-year soul ring. With his rich combat experience, he fiercely defeated these level 20 soul masters. These soul masters sought mercy, but Huang Wei did not give them a chance and exterminated them all. There were many like them. Having committed too many bad deeds, they could not turn back. If one does not eradicate the roots, the next calamity will fall on others. He couldn't eliminate all the robbers in the world, but he would not spare anyone who sought his life and threatened him. As for those soul zunes, currently, with the cooperation of Huang Wei and Xiao Wu, they could only win against them, but the opponents could not defeat them either. However, these were inconsequential in front of Chun Xian. With a single sword strike, it was resolved. The group continued on their journey, and after a day, they finally arrived at a bustling city within the Heavendo Empire. Ning Fengji introduced to Huang Wei and Xiao Wu, "This is the territory of our 7-treasure glazed tile school, 7-treasure glazed tile city, where the 7-treasure glazed tile school is located. When you have time to practice, you can come out to explore." Chun Xian responded lightly. Huang Wei and Xiao Wu looked like inexperienced people who had never seen the world before, freshly stepping out into society, immediately captivated by the luxurious architecture before them. Seeing their reaction, Ning Fengji couldn't help but smile. After all, who wouldn't like it? In the spirit hall of Wuhuan City, Yuguan had returned and was walking towards the hall, greeted with respect by everyone he passed. Bibi Dong was as usual, elegantly resting her beautiful legs on the supreme throne, waiting for good news from Yuguan. Upon seeing the person entering, both Gue Mei and Bibi Dong narrowed their eyes. "Greetings, Your Holiness." Yuguan cupped his hands. "Elder Ju, where are they?" Bibi Dong asked directly. Yuguan clenched his fists and said, "I failed. Someone got there before me." Bibi Dong's eyes turned cold. Yuguan lowered his head and reported, "The 7-treasure glazed tile school. While I was on my way, I happened to see Ning Fengji and Jian Dao Qinshin taking away a man and a woman. The man is Huang Wei, level 18, and the woman is unknown but also at level 17. After a confrontation, I was no match for them, and moreover, it was within the territory of the Heavendo Empire, causing a big scene wouldn't be good." Bibi Dong took a deep breath and slowly said, "I didn't expect the 7-treasure glazed tile school to appear at this time. It really was a miscalculation. Their appearance now? Could it be just a coincidence? No, someone must have tipped them off. So, it means there are people from the 7-treasure glazed tile school at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy." At this point, Bibi Dong had already made a decisive decision. "Elder Gue, go investigate the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy in secret. If there are indeed people from the 7-treasure glazed tile school lurking there, find them and eliminate them quietly." Bibi Dong's grip on her scepter tightened. Although her tone was calm, it was clear she was angry. After all, a duck that was almost caught had flown away. Who wouldn't be upset? Especially since this person was originally supposed to be a member of their spirit hall. If it weren't for that infiltrator, they wouldn't have been snatched away. "Yes, Your Holiness." Gue Mei's low and sinister voice sounded, making a gesture. "Your Holiness, there's one more thing I need to report." Yuan thought for a moment and still spoke up. There was no other choice, although he had been revived with the help of the Outer Demon Clan. The hatred for being killed by Tang Hao made him unwilling to accept it, so he planned to lay some groundwork for eliminating Tang Hao in the future. Bibi Dong's mood was not good. Speak. On the way back, I encountered Tang Hao, and I fought with him. He is even stronger now than before, and I was no match for him. I barely escaped with great difficulty. Yuan did not mention that he had been killed by Tang Hao, as it was too illogical, and now he bore no scars, which would raise too many suspicions. What? Tang Hao? As soon as Yuan's words came out, Bibi Dong and Gue Mei's eyes slightly narrowed, with Bibi Dong standing up from her seat, her face dark with anger. Gue Mei, recalling the memories of being hammered by Tang Hao, couldn't help but feel fear. Sympathetically glancing at Yuan, she thought, this time it was just you who managed to return alive. It really wasn't easy. Otherwise, I might never see you alive again. Bibi Dong's tone was icy as she gave the order. I didn't expect the person we have been searching for all these years to appear in the forest. Deploy a large force for a comprehensive search. As soon as anything related to Tang Hao is discovered, report immediately. Yes, understood. Upon entering the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the first thing was to hold an initiation ceremony for Huang Wei and Xiao Wu. Many disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School came over, curious about who the newcomers were, given the grand occasion. In the crowd, there was also a cute little girl with big eyes who pouted at the two newcomers. Why are Daddy and Grandpa Jian doing this? After everything was finished, they returned to the main hall. Ning Fengji had someone come to test Huang Wei and Xiao Wu's soul power. One was level 18, and the other was level 17. Truly impressive. And they were only 6 years old. How did they cultivate to this level? Where did the sect master find these two prodigies? The middle-aged man conducting the test gasped in shock. With such talent, it was no wonder the earlier commotion had occurred. Otherwise, ordinary disciples wouldn't have made such a fuss. After registration was completed, Huang Wei and Xiao Wu officially became members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The middle-aged man who conducted the test quickly left with the results, still in shock. Ning Fengji stepped forward and handed Huang Wei and Xiao Wu a golden card, saying, "There is some money in there. Your monthly allowance will be deposited onto this card. Spend it as you wish. If you need any cultivation resources that can help you, feel free to ask me. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School may not have much, but they have plenty of money." Ning Fengji had already made it clear. He wanted to cultivate these two into the future pillars of the sect. Once their generation passed, he would also feel at ease. "Thank you, Sect Master." Huang Wei was straightforward. It would be foolish not to take the money, and he planned to take some back for his village. "Thank you, Sect Master." Xiao Wu also accepted it. After all, in the human world, strength was the most important, followed by money. Ning Fengji nodded in satisfaction and said, "How did you cultivate to achieve such accomplishments at your age? Also, Xiao Wei, your first spirit ring was able to absorb 1,000 years. What is going on? If you have a method, could you share it?" Naturally, this was one of his purposes, as the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School lacked attacking soul masters. If there really was a method, he planned to cultivate those children from a young age to make them stronger. Huang Wei nodded. Since others had already paid, although he hadn't seen how much money was inside, he knew that as the wealthiest sect in the continent, it certainly wouldn't be low, especially since he was a super talented candidate. Moreover, he was now a member of the sect and should make some contributions. Besides, this wasn't exactly a big secret. So he spoke up, "This is naturally not a problem. My method is to enhance the body's hardness through training in medicinal baths before the age of 6, allowing it to support the absorption of higher-level soul rings." With that, Huang Wei recounted everything he had discussed with Ling Feng regarding his research. At the same time, he took out a book from his bronze ring, which recorded all his research findings and training methods. He then handed it to Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji and Chen Xian were both incredibly shocked after hearing Huang Wei's words. It seemed they had truly stumbled upon a great treasure this time. Both were extremely delighted because Huang Wei's first soul ring, being 1,000 years old, had already validated the authenticity of this research condition. After reading the contents recorded in the book, the two gasped. "Did you accomplish all of this by yourself?" "Yes." Huang Wei nodded. Good, good, good." The two excitedly nodded. If this theory were to be released, it would be enough to overturn the current traditional knowledge. However, for now, it would be inappropriate to publicize it. Chen Xian said, "Since Xiao Wei has successfully tested it on himself, let's apply this method to our disciples. Whether before or after the age of 6, we should prepare for acquiring higher soul rings in the future." "All right, I share the same thoughts. However, since the sect has many people in various eyes, it would be better to let some internal members try it first to avoid any leaks at this stage." Ning Fengji was happy, but did not let excitement cloud his judgment. Instead, he approached it rationally. Chen Xian nodded in agreement. By the way, Xiao Wu, what happened with your soft bone rabbit mutation? Is it an awakening or something else? And what about your soul power training? He then looked toward Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's gaze was somewhat confused as she turned to Huang Wei for help. Should she reveal the matter about the immortal herb? Her eyes seemed to be seeking an answer to that question. Huang Wei naturally understood her difficulties, so he smiled and explained, "Let me answer this. Xiao Wu's martial soul mutation was caused by the celestial herb I gave her last night, and her soul power level is the same." Celestial herb? Ning Fengji and Chen Xian were taken aback. This was a name they were quite unfamiliar with. Sect Master Sword Douluo. Huang Wei was about to speak when Ning Fengji said, "Calling you Sect Master feels too formal. If you don't mind, you can call me Uncle Ning from now on, and you can call him Grandpa Jian." "All right, Uncle Ning, Grandpa Jian." Huang Wei adjusted his address and continued, "The immortal herb is not an ordinary item. I found it in a canyon behind my house when I was a child. The one I gave to Xiao Wu last night is called Supreme Immortal Herb." As he spoke, Huang Wei flipped his hand and took out two different plant petals from his body. One was undoubtedly like a petal, while the other was different, resembling a bamboo leaf. The three of them were captivated by the sight. These are two other types of immortal herb petals. This one, emitting a faint golden glow, is the Douluo tulip, while this one, glowing with blue light and exuding a sharp aura, is called Holy Sword Bamboo. The first one seems to have functions like improving flaws, though I'm not sure of the specifics. The second one seems to provide a unique enhancement for those cultivating the sword martial soul. Uncle Ning, Grandpa Jian, I give these to you. If you trust me, you can try them. Perhaps there will be unimaginable changes. Listening to Huang Wei's explanation, Ning Fengji and Chen Xian were both stunned. Is there really such a miraculous immortal herb in the world? Such a precious item. Does your canyon still have more? Huang Wei shook his head and said, "There are none left. When I found it, it was a mass of energy. I don't know which senior placed it there. These few leaves were stored in that mass of energy, and some of the usage methods automatically enter my mind when I touched it." "I see. Well, for such a treasure, having so many is already quite good. But did you take any?" Ning Fengji asked. "No, I'm saving that leaf for later." Huang Wei thought for a moment and replied. Originally, the two of them thought he had taken it to achieve this result, but it seems that idea can be dismissed now. "In that case, thank you very much." The two didn't hesitate, especially Ning Fengji, who was thrilled to hear that this Douluo tulip actually has the ability to improve defects. A thought flashed through his mind. Could it improve the flaws of his 7-treasure glazed tile? But there is only one leaf. Should he save it for Rongrong? Chen Xian, on the other hand, had no such worries, as this sacred sword bamboo was the most suitable for someone who practices the 7-kill sword. "Uncle Ning, within that mass of memories, I learned that I actually have more than one Douluo tulip. There is another one in another location." Huang Wei's purpose in saying this is actually to make Ning Fengji take the pill he is currently given. After all, this pill is specially prepared for Ning Fengji, not for Ning Rongrong. Only when the former becomes powerful can they have assurance. "Oh, where is it? As long as it exists, we can do whatever it takes to get it," Ning Fengji asked anxiously. Huang Wei took a deep breath and said, "Sunset Forest. Ice and Fire Duality I." 36. Ning Fengji's plan. Sunset Forest. Both Chen Xian and Ning Fengji were taken aback. They were familiar with this forest, and it was quite large, several times the size of the soul-hunting forest. However, they had never heard of the strange name Ice and Fire Duality I before. "What is this Ice and Fire Duality I?" Ning Fengji inquired, as he was thinking of obtaining more for his precious daughter to use. Huang Wei closed his eyes, pretended to ponder for a moment, then slowly spoke. "According to the memories left by that senior, this Ice and Fire Duality I is a treasure land, where rare, immortal herbs grow that cannot be bought even with wealth. I suspect that the Douluo tulip, sacred sword bamboo, and the supreme, immortal herb that Xiao Wu consumed last night, as well as the wonder mushroom and the heavenly chrysanthemum petals that I did not consume, all came from there." Ning Fengji and Chen Xian were both shocked. "So that's it. I didn't expect the Sunset Forest to hide such a place. Is there a detailed location?" Huang Wei shook his head and said, "Not at all." Ning Fengji revealed a hint of disappointment and said, "That's a pity, but it's not a big deal. Since it has been confirmed to be within the Sunset Forest, we must search through the entire Sunset Forest to find it." Ning Fengji looked at the petal in his hand and said, "There's only one here. I'm getting older now, and my future is limited. How about I leave it to Rongrong?" Huang Wei said, "Uncle Ning, actually I recommend that you take it yourself first. After all, This petal has already left that energy range and won't survive for too long. If you don't take it, the effects will be gone, and then there will be nothing left. Moreover, you are now the master of a sect. If you become stronger, it will definitely bring great benefits to the sect. It has already been confirmed that the Eye of Ice and Fire is in the Sunset Forest, so it's just a matter of time before we find it. At that time, we could get another petal for Rong, as you mentioned. Huang Wei said, the methods and knowledge of using the immortal herb are already in my mind. I didn't expect there to be such stringent conditions. Ning Fengji and Chun Xin fell a moment of luck. If they kept dragging it out and the medicinal effect really faded, it would be disastrous. Chun Xin spoke up. Fengji, I completely agree with Xiao Wei's words. You should take it, and it has the effect of filling in deficiencies. If it can help you break through to level 80, it will be a tremendous benefit for all of us. Chun Xin mumbled, fortunately, that old bone is not around. Otherwise, he would definitely be jealous. Since I have what he doesn't. Ning Fengji was taken aback, then nodded, all right, you guys go back and adapt to the environment. Grandpa Jian and I will go into seclusion to absorb this immortal herb. Okay. Huang Wei and Xiao Wu nodded. Then the two of them left with a middle-aged man who had just entered. Fengji, what do you think? Looking at the two who were leaving, Chun Xin turned his gaze to the side at Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji, with his shrewdness, said, everyone has their own secrets. I don't need to dig them out. I must make them feel a sense of belonging and goodwill towards our seven-treasure glazed tile school. But they will always remain outsiders. So I plan to make them one of us. They are not fools. Huang Wei's words are only half believed by them. After all, the latter's words also have many loopholes, but they don't expose anything, merely pretending that nothing happened. Chun Xin was taken aback and meaningfully asked, what do you plan to do? Ning Fengji revealed a cunning smile and said, he is a melee attack type soul master with such good talent, perfectly fitting the son-in-law standards of our seven-treasure glazed tile school. Moreover, Rong is also 6 years old this year, and the two are a perfect match. Marrying Rong to him will make him completely one of us. In the future, I will be very assured with him protecting Rong. Chun Xin laughed heartily. You truly live up to your reputation, Fengji. However, that little girl is his sister, although she acknowledges him. I feel that the little girl has unusual feelings for him. Are you willing to accept a husband with 2 wives? Ning Fengji shook his head, somewhat bitterly saying, for the strong, having 2 wives is quite normal. Besides, I have more than 1 wife myself. Excellent bloodlines must continue to thrive. This is true strength. Then he revealed a crafty smile. Moreover, I will arrange their residence right next to Rong. Recently, let Rong spend more time with him. The more he thought about this future son-in-law, the more he liked him. After a pause, he said, by the way, he comes from Huangjia village. Also, have someone send some money to his grandfather to ask if he wants to come live here. If he is willing, have someone bring him over. All right. Chun Xin was silent for a moment. He understood Ning Fengji better than anyone else, even more than Old Bone. Ning Fengji wondered, by the way, didn't Uncle Jian always nag about taking him as a disciple? Why hasn't he said anything? Chun Xin looked at the sky outside. Let me absorb this holy sword bamboo first. Such a generous gift. Even if I don't take him as a disciple, I will still pass on all my skills to him. At that time, even if he doesn't acknowledge me as his master from the perspective of outsiders, he will be my disciple. As for Ling Feng, I'll ask him for his opinion in a few days. You decide. I'll want to get involved in this matter. Ning Fengji turned and said, indeed, once I finish absorbing this generous gift, I will certainly repay him well. After speaking, the two of them left, heading to their respective places of seclusion. Absorbing the celestial herbs shouldn't take too long. Huang Wei and Xiao Wu followed the middle-aged man and arrived at a large independent courtyard. Here, there were various large trees and vegetation, with a fragrant aroma of flowers filling the air, and the greenery was lush. In front, there was also a large pond. Huang Wei discovered that there was another building next to him. Moreover, it was the only one besides his own. He asked who lives there. Huang Wei glanced at the middle-aged man beside him and pointed at the luxurious building. This looked like the residence of someone with a significant status in the sect. That's Miss Rong's room, the middle-aged man replied. Xiao Wu was puzzled. This was the second time she had heard that name. Is Miss Rong the daughter of Uncle Ning? She asked. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded. Huang Wei thought to himself that Ning Fengji had arranged for him to stay near Ning Rong's residence. Was he trying to help him build a good relationship with his daughter? Damn it. Could he be looking at me wanting me to be his son-in-law? With this thought, Huang Wei couldn't help but glance at Xiao Wu. Well, Since I'm here, I might as well go with the flow. After all, he didn't mind having multiple wives. Hee. Coming to another world, naturally, means living a little more freely and pursuing the beautiful life that he couldn't chase in his previous life. Huang Wei, being a man himself, naturally understood what men need. Suddenly, he thought of something and said to the middle-aged man, "Hello, could you please help us prepare 2 larger wooden tubs, the kind used for bathing?" The middle-aged man replied, "Of course. I'm responsible for this area. My name is Xiao Lei. If you need anything in the future, you can come find me at the management hall." He then handed 2 tokens to Huang Wei and Xiao Wu. Xiao Lei left, and the room was left with only Huang Wei and Xiao Wu. The two quickly explored, as this would be their residence from now on. Indeed, this home was on a completely different level compared to the village and the 7 houses. The difference in quality was truly enormous. "Xiao Wu, do you still want to sleep with me?" Huang Wei teased, looking at the girl beside him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu was immediately at a loss, her cute cheeks turning red. Pouting, she said, I. Then she nodded seriously. "Okay, sleeping with brother. Feels very safe." Xiao Wu shyly lowered her head, and the more she spoke, the redder her face became, eventually turning as red as a monkey's bottom. Feeling like her head was steaming, and her voice became softer. "Good little sister, brother will protect you. You won't need to worry about the spirit hall for a long time. If I'm not mistaken, once Uncle Ning and Grandpa Jian finish absorbing the 2 immortal herbs, there will be a significant breakthrough." Huang Wei gently rubbed Xiao Wu's head with his hand and said softly. After pausing, he squinted his eyes slightly as he looked out the window, sighing in his heart. "I hope my appearance can reduce the outcome where the 7-treasure glazed tile school is almost exterminated in the future. No, I must do this. If my appearance is not to change this tragic ending, then what is the purpose of my arrival?" At this moment, his expression became resolute, as if he carried a significant mission on his shoulders. If the 7-treasure glazed tile school is destroyed, they would become homeless. He did not want to see that scene unfold. Inside the room, the 2 embraced each other again. Although they were called siblings, they felt more like a couple. "In the days to come, brother will teach you some cultivation methods, and you will progress alongside me." Soon, Xiao Lei ordered people to quickly bring in 2 large bathtubs and place them in the bathroom, separated by a wooden board. There was 1 large bathtub on each side. Finding an empty spot, Huang Wei took out the tiger corpses and blood he had previously hunted from his ring. Then, he followed the hints provided by the Eye of the Beasts to mix them. After spending 2 hours, he finally completed the task, condensing everything into 2 bottles of essence liquid. Throughout the process, Xiao Wu, who watched Huang Wei's actions, was not significantly affected when she smelled the blood. After all, she was a 100,000-year soul beast transformed into a human. She had seen too much life and death before. Humans hunting soul beasts and soul beasts eating humans were all scenes of bloody sins. In this world, everything is guilty. No living being can escape. Only the size of the sin varies. "Brother, how do you use this?" Xiao Wu asked, picking up a small bottle from the table and shaking it in confusion. Then she removed the cap and sniffed it, her expression changing instantly. The bloody smell was many times stronger than when it was made, so rich that she barely managed to hold it together before. But now she felt a bit nauseous. After all, no matter how she had become human, she was still a vegetarian rabbit spirit, very resistant to meat and blood. Huang Wei quickly took the bottle cap from her hand and sealed it back, which contained the bloody smell. He said, "Xiao Wu, these 2 bottles are not for you. After all, you have a strong aversion to this. These 2 bottles contain ultra-pure tiger blood essence refined from everything and the blood of those tigers. It can be taken orally or used for bathing, and has effects such as strengthening the body and increasing vitality. Of course, if you can't drink it, then you can use it for bathing. Just add 2 to 3 drops each time. The effects are pretty much the same. If you decide to drink it, a small sip each time is enough." Huang Wei explained the uses of these 2 bottles of tiger blood essence. "I'm just not used to it at first, but I will get used to it gradually," Xiao Wu said, puffing her cheeks. "That's good." Huang Wei went outside to check the sky and said, "It's still early. Let's go for a stroll in the 7-treasure glazed tile city and buy some soul guide devices for you." Okay. Xiao Wu was instantly happy upon hearing about going shopping and nodded vigorously. Girls have no resistance to shopping. The 2 closed the door and walked directly out of the sect, but just then they encountered a cute little lowly who looked like a delicate sculpture, puffing her cheeks and seeming a bit unhappy. She was wearing a shimmering blue dress, had long, fine hair, a tender face, and her small hands and legs were white and slender. At first glance, she looked like a little princess of significant status within the sect. This person's face and figure looked somewhat familiar, resembling Ning Rongrong from the anime. With this outfit, could it really be her? Moreover, this place is her residence. So it seems I'm not mistaken. This adorable little girl exuded an air of noble pride, clearly someone of high birth, pampered and delicate, Huang Wei thought to himself. Xiao Wu also noticed and shot a glance at Huang Wei, whose gaze was fixed on the girl. For a moment, Xiao Wu felt uncomfortable and quickly reached out to pat Huang Wei's shoulder hard, shouting loudly, "Brother!" What the heck? Huang Wei closed his eyes, feeling as if his eardrums were about to burst. He quickly reached out to cover his ears. Seeing Xiao Wu's angry expression, he realized she had misunderstood. Was this little girl really jealous at such a young age? Wait, she might be over 100,000 years old. Even if not, she wasn't exactly a child anymore. What's wrong with you, Xiao Wu? Huang Wei said awkwardly. Xiao Wu, looking displeased, replied, Am I pretty? Am I more attractive than your sister? Huang Wei sighed, knowing that this little girl was jealous, and quickly began to comfort her. The commotion here also caught the attention of the little girl who was walking over. She felt that these two people looked very familiar and suddenly recalled the ceremony her father held for them today. However, seeing them appear near her residence made her unhappy. She also wanted to see what abilities these two had that made her father and Grandpa Jian treat them so well. As the princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, she felt neglected. Now that her father was in seclusion and Grandpa Jian was also in seclusion, there was no one around who wanted to play with her. She was so bored. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but stomp her foot in anger, her dissatisfaction written all over her face. Hey, who are you two? Why are you in my residence area? The little girl approached Huang Wei and Xiao Wu with anger, her pure white, jade-like hand frowning as she questioned them. And who are you? Xiao Wu, seeing the little girl like this, was also unwilling to back down and directly retorted. It was just right to vent her displeasure. There are actually people from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school who don't know me? Well, it's understandable since you just arrived. Listen up. I am Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, and my father is the sect master Ning Fengji. This is my independent residence. Are you satisfied now? If you're willing to come and be my subordinates, I can let the past go. Ning Rongrong proudly said, puffing out her still undeveloped chest. In the end, she also hinted that she was doing this for their own good. So you're Ning Uncle's only daughter, Miss Ning Rongrong. Huang Wei. Hearing the way the other party addressed her, Ning Rongrong straightened her unremarkable chest even more, showing a prouder expression. She liked being called that, after all. The entire Seven Treasure glazed tile school would belong to her in the future. What are your names? Ning Rongrong asked with a hint of pride. Huang Wei said, Didn't we introduce ourselves during the initiation ceremony? Was Miss Rongrong not present at that time? Xiao Wu held Huang Wei's hand and quietly watched. There was no way around it. Although both of them were valued by each other's fathers, they were still in a somewhat uncomfortable position as guests. At that time, there was no choice, and now that they had agreed to join, they would simply adapt to everything as it came. Ning Rongrong's big eyes turned for a moment, and she didn't answer immediately. However, she also slightly restrained her tone, as these two individuals valued by her father and Grandpa Jian would surely be important figures in the sect in the future, assisting her as well. Suddenly realizing this, she wasn't foolish and intended to build a good relationship with the two in front of her, as she was just an assistant and didn't have the final say in the sect. Ning Rongrong softened her tone, but it still sounded youthful. With so many people in the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, it's only normal for me to not remember everyone, right? That's true. You are a proper young lady and certainly don't need to remember the names of us small fry. Let's reintroduce ourselves then. I am Huang Wei, and this is my sister, Xiao Wu. Huang Wei smiled peacefully and said. Ning Rongrong, after hearing this, curiously looked at the two of them and asked, What are your martial spirits? Mine is a bronze spear. Mine is a soft-boned rabbit. Huang Wei and Xiao Wu simultaneously summoned their martial souls, and at the same time, their soul rings appeared. A massive aura instantly overwhelmed Ning Rongrong, leaving her shocked, especially when she saw the soft-boned rabbit, which looked different from what she remembered, and that purple, 1,000-year soul ring. How is this possible? Are you really a one-ring soul master? Ning Rongrong stared in disbelief, her finger trembling as she pointed at Huang Wei. Yes, Huang Wei nodded. How did you achieve 1,000 years for your first soul ring? Isn't it said that the maximum age for a first soul ring is 444 years? Exceeding that would result in death, yet you're still standing here alive? At this moment, Ning Rongrong began to doubt the knowledge within her sect. However, recalling that everyone in the sect seemed to have a yellow first soul ring, And although this person's sister's soft-bone rabbit was somewhat different from the one she had seen, her first soul ring was also yellow. So she quickly reached a conclusion. This man in front of her was just an anomaly. Thus, she felt a bit relieved. However, the two auras made it hard for her to breathe, so she immediately summoned her martial soul, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, and held it in her hand, causing a circle of yellow first soul rings to rise from her. Huang Wei thrust his bronze spear into the ground and said calmly, before I appeared, these theorems were indeed correct. However, this theorem will be completely shattered after my appearance. The limit of years that a person's first soul ring can bear is no longer 444 years, but at a higher level, even reaching the millennium level like me. So how did you do it? Ning Rongrong looked at the two people in front of her with a shocked expression, and the pride that came from being the princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was quietly extinguished in her heart. It turned out that she was not the only one with true talent. She couldn't even be considered one. Huang Wei continued, exercise, soak in medicinal baths, strengthen the body, and cultivate mental power as much as possible, because to absorb 1,000-year soul ring, one must withstand that trace of resentment from a soul beast. Otherwise, it could be very dangerous. As he spoke, he recalled the painful scene when he absorbed this 1,000-year soul ring. How old are you now? Ning Rongrong felt this was her last hope. 6 years old. Not even 4 months yet, Huang Wei said to Xiao Wu. What? This? Ning Rongrong felt unprecedented shock. Wasn't he the same age as her? How could this boy, at 6 years old, be so different from other boys? Whether in terms of height, physical strength, or psychological maturity, it was all so different. Where are you from? What level is your awakened soul power? How many levels do you have now? Ning Rongrong was unwilling to back down. We all come from a small village. We all have innate full soul power. I'm level 18. I'm level 17. As soon as Huang Wei and Xiao Wu finished speaking, Ning Rongrong instantly froze in place, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. What? Innate full soul power? This. Wu. Why? Why were you born like this, achieving such accomplishments, while I, as the princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, have only awakened to level 9, and now only level 11? Wu. I must say, the blow Huang Wei and Xiao Wu dealt her this time was truly immense. The gap between peers was so huge. The last line of defense in her heart shattered, and she covered her face with her hands, immediately bursting into tears and stomping her feet on the ground. She felt so wronged. Originally, as the princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she thought that awakening a level 9 soul power and reaching level 10 after 3 months of hunting her first martial soul to reach level 11 was already remarkable. And at this moment, she was barely 6 years old, not even 4 months in. She thought this was already very impressive. At least one of the top existences in the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Moreover, she was the daughter of Ning Fengji, the only princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which made her pride swell uncontrollably. However, until today, these two had completely shattered her pride and the talent she had been so proud of. It dealt a devastating blow to her spirit. Huang Wei and Xiao Wu, witnessing this scene, were momentarily at a loss for what to do. How about you comfort her? Huang Wei whispered to Xiao Wu. Huang Wei has never comforted a girl and doesn't know how to start. So they immediately put away their martial souls and soul rings. Xiao Wu walked over, gently stroked Ning Rongrong's head, and said softly, don't cry, don't cry. At least you still have your parents and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. As long as you don't get too playful and focus on your cultivation, you'll definitely catch up with us. That's right, we don't have parents either. We just came from a village without money or background. At least you have more than we do. You are very lucky. If we don't work hard, we'll only be able to live as humble, lowly people for our whole lives. But you're different. You have a huge background of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the love of 2 Douluo grandpas. We envy you so much. At least you know who your family is, while I don't even know who my parents are. I was abandoned in a forest as a baby, and I don't know if they're dead or alive, and Xiao Wu's parents are also gone. Everything we strive for is merely the starting point you were born with. So you have nothing to be sad about. Huang Wei stepped forward and directly picked up Xiao Wu's words, his tone filled with sadness. This time, he took in a little rich girl's sister. Everyone, I need recommendation votes. I recommend a book, Daw, Awakening the Chaotic Qinglong Bloodline, author Jingzhong Qinma. Currently, the word count is about 1.6 million. Ning Rongrong, after all, is still a 6-year-old child. The moment she heard the words described by her peers, she was taken aback. She raised her head and wiped away the tears from her eyes, her pitiful expression evoking sympathy. However, at this moment, Compared to the experiences of the two in front of her, it seemed insignificant. She could sense the incredibly heavy responsibility on Huang Wei and Xiao Wu. She finally understood why the other party was so mature for their age. So it turns out you are all pitiful people. Ningrongrong mumbled. It's okay. We are already used to it. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come this far. Huang Wei said with a faint smile. Both of us staying here was entirely arranged by Uncle Ning. If you feel that we are disturbing you, then after he comes out, I will apply to move us to another place so as not to disturb you, young lady. That's right. How could people like us from the village live in the same area as you, princess? Xiao Wu, let us go. Huang Wei's tone revealed a hint of self-mockery, and then he directly walked to the side. All right. Xiao Wu quickly linked her arm with Huang Wei's, and the two were about to leave. Wait. However, at that moment, Ning Rongrong called out to them, seemingly a bit anxious. Huang Wei paused, turned his head to look at her with a hint of confusion on his face, and said, What's wrong, Miss Rongrong? Is there anything else you're unhappy about? We're all ears. Seeing the close relationship between the two in front of her, Ning Rongrong suddenly felt a pang of envy. I was a bit rude just now. Why don't you stay here instead of moving away? Because of my identity, no one in the sect wants to play with me. Can I play with you? At that moment, Ning Rongrong found it difficult to lower her pride, and when she finished speaking, she finally let out a sigh of relief. As the princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, it was her first time speaking like this to someone else. Of course, as long as Miss Rongrong doesn't mind, Huang Wei said with a gentle smile. Ning Rongrong felt a sense of happiness from being acknowledged and walked up to them, asking, You've already joined the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, so we're family now? You don't have to call me Miss Rongrong. Just call me Rongrong. Why don't you consider me your brother? I'll protect you from now on, Huang Wei said with a mischievous smile, thinking that she was a little rich girl and money was the least of her worries. As for cultivation resources, that wouldn't be a problem either. But I already have a brother. Ning Rongrong blinked, feeling a bit uncomfortable. However, looking at Huang Wei, who was tall and strong and had innate full soul power, with level 18 soul power just 6 years old and being a close combat soul master, she felt he could indeed protect her. Can your brother protect you all the time? Huang Wei asked. Ning Rongrong quickly shook her head. No, they have to cultivate. And like those people, they don't play with me either. Huang Wei thought to himself. Ning Fengji must have many wives and probably quite a few sons. But there is only one daughter, Ning Rongrong. As for the sons, most of them have inherited the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. But their innate soul power is not very high. I wonder how many of them have awakened an offensive martial soul. So he asked, How many brothers do you have? Ning Rongrong raised her eyebrows, thinking, her little fingers counting, and finally said, I have a total of 6 biological brothers. As for those who are not biological, there are many, but I can't remember them all. Those are all cousins. 6 biological brothers. Uncle Ning really is quite a few. How many of them have awakened an offensive martial soul? There are 2. Ning Rongrong said with a smile, holding up 2 fingers. Huang Wei asked, What have they all awakened? Xiao was also curious. Ning Rongrong recalled and said, My 4th brother awakened the innate soul power of the Dark Claw Bear, which is level 5. My 6th brother awakened the innate soul power of the Swift Wind Wolf, which is level 6. My 4th brother is now 16 years old and is a level 29 strong attack, close combat soul master. As for my 6th brother, he is 14 years old and is a level 28 agile attack, close combat soul master. Although your first soul ring is at the 1,000-year level, you're only level 18. So you definitely can't beat them. Ning Rongrong put her hands on her hips and said, What? Does being your brother require their approval? Or do you have to defeat them first? Huang Wei showed no significant reaction upon hearing the ages and levels of the 2 individuals. However, achieving such cultivation at this age is already impressive. Not everyone is as abnormal as Tang San. Ning Rongrong whispered, I acknowledge you. If they find out, they'll definitely come to challenge you, and then they'll teach you a lesson under the pretense of sparring. It's fine, I'm not afraid, Huang Wei replied. In a few days, I'll break through to level 20. Don't forget, he hasn't eaten the celestial herb yet, and after reaching level 20, he doesn't plan to immediately look for a spirit ring. Instead, he will focus on refining his body until he hits a bottleneck before hunting 1,000-year spirit beasts. For his 2nd spirit ring, he wants one around 5,000 years old. Even if he doesn't reach that exact number, it should be close enough. So for now, body refinement will be his main focus. Moreover, his 2 brothers are only cultivating their spirit power. With his current physical strength, Huang Wei wasn't exaggerating. Once he activated his golden skin and stood there, they wouldn't be able to break through it. With his fierce attack style, he might even be able to take down a level 28 or 29 Great Spirit Master. Not to mention, during their previous encounter with the bandits, there were one or two who were close to that level. Come on, from now on, we'll be sisters, Xiao Wu said, pulling Ning Rongrong's hand with a smile. Ning Rongrong noted, Olriget. If my two brothers want to challenge you, just come to me. From now on, I'll protect you within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Okay. The three of them held hands and walked toward 7 Treasure Glazed Tile City. With someone to play with, Ning Rongrong was incredibly happy. She was familiar with this area, so she led them around the shops. Along the way, Huang Wei saw some good items that could be used for body refinement and potion making, and he took out money to buy them. When a merchant saw it was Miss Rongrong, he immediately became very respectful and initially wanted to give it to her for free. However, Huang Wei stopped him, saying that such behavior wasn't appropriate. Although getting something for free feels nice, when he was about to pay, Ning Rongrong stepped in first to cover the cost. After finally making friends, she was naturally generous since she wasn't short on money. Thus, Huang Wei also bought many of these items, especially some spirit beast meat and corpses. Later, he would share some of the potions he made with Ning Rongrong and teach her how to use them to refine her body. Xiao Wu still didn't have a spirit guiding device. So, Ning Rongrong took the two of them to the most bustling auction house in the city. The first floor was a free trading area filled with exhibition stands. As long as you had enough money, you could buy whatever you liked. The second floor was the auction area. 40. Xuanqin ring, brother, help me put it on. I need recommendation tickets. The three were browsing the first floor. The main purpose of this visit was to buy a spirit guiding device for Xiao Wu. In fact, she already had one, which was a little pouch worn at her waist. However, the space inside must be limited. The place was crowded with people, all dressed in luxurious, noble clothing, each one showcasing their extraordinary status. Of course, most of them were from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. While the three were casually strolling around, they suddenly spotted an exhibition stand featuring a pink ring. There lay a beautifully shiny, smooth pink ring, giving off a noble aura, quietly displayed on a red cloth. Next to it was an introduction card that listed the name of the pink ring, its storage capacity, and its price. Xuanqin ring, 10 cubic meters of storage space. Original price, 1,000 gold spirit coins. Current promotional sale price, only 888 gold spirit coins. The Xuanqin ring is crafted from a meteorite flower of high sea, made by a master craftsman, with a smooth and delicate exterior, suitable for women, symbolizing the romance and longing of a romantic relationship. Upon reading the introduction, Huang Wei thought to himself, so the other world also enjoys this kind of thing. Wow, this Xuanqin ring is so beautiful and pretty. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Completely captivated, Huang Wei revealed a faint smile and said, the Xuanqin ring is pink, and Xiao Wu, you are also in pink. It matches you perfectly. How about we get this one? Yeah, this really suits you, Xiao Wu. Ning Rongrong, who was nearby and also had a girlish heart, actually liked it too. However, she already had soul-guided devices, and not just one, plus she had much more space than the Xuanqin ring. Xiao Wu sighed and said reluctantly, but the price is so expensive, it costs 888 gold soul coins. Then she quietly took out the gold soul card that Ning Fengji had given her, not knowing how much money was inside. It's okay if it's not enough. Brother has some here. Huang Wei also took out his gold soul card, planning to check how much money was in it later. After all, it was given by Ning Fengji. Spending someone else's money didn't hurt. What is this? Since I have already recognized you as friends, then let me pay for this 888 gold soul coins. Ning Rongrong, feeling very happy today, patted her chest and raised her head to say, it was as if she was expressing, don't forget there's a rich girl like me here. Xiao Wu replied, no, you've been paying before. This time, let's pay ourselves. They felt a bit embarrassed constantly having others pay for them. What is the big deal? Xiao Wu, don't you consider me a sister? Ning Rongrong glared at her. Xiao Wu was taken aback. No. It's just, no need to say more. I'll pay. Don't fight with me. Ning Rongrong waved her hand and directly took out her gold soul coins, calling for the shopkeeper present. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong, the middle-aged man immediately felt like retreating. Why is this little ancestor here? Ning Rongrong waved her hand and placed her gold soul card in the middle-aged man's hand, saying boldly, what are you still dawdling for? Get the Xuanqin ring for me. Ah, yes, Miss Rongrong, I'll handle it right away. The middle-aged man quickly nodded and immediately went to process it with great speed. Then he took a beautifully crafted box to pack the Xuanqin ring. Brother, please let me put it on. Xiao Wu handed the box to Huang Wei and then extended her right hand, her long, jade-like hands standing out remarkably. At this moment, her face was a bit flushed. As a 10,000-year-old transformed rabbit, she was no longer innocent. In her view, Huang Wei and Ning Rongrong didn't understand what this meant at all. Ning Rongrong blinked her big eyes in anticipation. Now she was only 6 years old, so she didn't quite understand these things. If she knew the significance of it, she would definitely glare and say, "You bought me a ring, and you are showing off your love in front of me, feeding me dog food. How despicable." However, what Xiao Wu never anticipated was that the brother standing in front of her was a time traveler. As a time traveler, how could he not know the significance of helping a girl put on a ring? Taking the box, Huang Wei looked at Xiao Wu's posture and her shy face, revealing a somewhat helpless expression, but he quickly composed himself. He slowly opened the box, looking at the exquisite and beautiful pink Xuanqin ring. Feeling emotional, I didn't expect the first girl I would put a ring on after traveling here would be Xiao Wu. He slowly picked up the Xuanqin ring, and for some reason, his hands trembled a bit at that moment. After being single for so many years in his previous life, he could finally end his single status in this life. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. After all, this was his first time. He was very excited. However, he still forced himself to stabilize his trembling hands and slowly picked up the Xuanqin ring. "All right, brother will put this ring on for you." Taking a deep breath, Huang Wei said slowly. Xiao Wu's flushed face was full of anticipation as she nodded. Huang Wei recalled the meaning of wearing a ring on the finger in his previous life. He murmured to himself, "I wonder if this meaning exists in this world." Therefore, he did not place the ring on Xiao Wu's outstretched right hand, but instead gently took her left hand in his right. This scene and action surprised both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, who did not understand why Huang Wei was doing this. However, they did not say much about it. Under their gaze, Huang Wei slowly slipped the Xuanqin ring onto Xiao Wu's left ring finger. In his previous life, there is a saying that wearing a ring on the ring finger of either hand represented being married or engaged. Of course, Huang Wei would not tell Xiao Wu this for the time being. After all, she was still young. He would explain it to her when she grew up. Even without Huang Wei saying anything, at the moment he placed the Xuanqin ring on her finger, Xiao Wu felt an indescribable sense of happiness. Her lips curling into a joyful arc. Ning Rongrong, standing beside them, did not understand the significance, but felt a pang of envy. A sour sensation in her heart for reasons unknown. She could only take on the role of one of the onlookers. Puffing her cheeks, she softly said, "Should we go check out the second floor? There is an auction happening today." "Okay. I also want to see what treasures are up for auction here." Huang Wei retracted his hand and smiled. Xiao Wu nodded, looking at the Xuanji ring in her hand and growing fonder of it. In her heart, Huang Wei had become the most important person to her. And as for the item, it was this pink ring that held special symbolic meaning. Huang Wei looked at Ning Rongrong and asked, "Rongrong, before we go, I want to find a place to check how much money we have on our gold soul cards. Do you know where we can check?" Ning Rongrong immediately replied, "There is a bank on the second floor where you can check." The two of them laughed, and the three quickly headed to the second floor. Upon arriving at the bank, they took out their gold soul cards to check the balance. They were stunned by the amount inside. 8 digits. 10 million gold soul coins. Wow, that's a lot. Instantly, they went from being poor to millionaires. No wonder it's the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. They really have money. Not to mention in this life, even in his previous life, he had never seen or owned 10 million Chinese yuan, let alone the gold soul coins in this world. It seems that Grandpa and the village don't need to worry anymore. When I go back, I'll find someone to build and distribute welfare. It's time for me, Huang Wei, to repay the kindness. Xiao Wu was also shocked by the number. What does 10 million even mean? It was beyond her understanding. Usually, her expenses were barely enough to spend. After seeing this value, even Ning Rongrong, the princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, widened her eyes in shock. 10 million? She was also taken aback to know that her father only gave her 1 million gold soul coins as pocket money each year. The two of them, each having 10 million, was equivalent to her 10 years' worth of allowance. Suddenly, she felt envious. If she hadn't seen it today, she wouldn't have known that her father was so biased. But thinking back to Huang Wei and Xiao Wu's achievements at their age, she sighed. It seemed her father intended to cultivate them as the most profound disciples of the sect. But that's fine. I am destined to be the inheritor of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, so building a good relationship with them will be very beneficial for me in the future. With that in mind, Ning Rongrong immediately felt less envious. Moreover, the entire wealth of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect was hers. What was there to be envious about? It's just a matter of time. The three of them arrived at the entrance of the auction venue. looking at the magnificent building resembling a palace. Xiao Wu and Huang Wei were also amazed. Under Ning Rongrong's guidance, they entered the luxurious private box directly. Someone handed a large red book to the three of them. This book recorded the items for this auction, and ordinary people wouldn't know in advance. Only those with high status were qualified. They quickly opened it, and the three pairs of eyes scanned it. Every item was extraordinary. They knew that there were 5 items up for auction this time. Originally, Huang Wei planned to auction off the potions he made, but now that he was already so wealthy, he decided against it. He could just use them himself. Moreover, at this stage, he really needed these potions to assist him in tempering his body. Soon, the auction began below. The first item being auctioned was an inner armor. The first item was called Ice Hard Armor, an inner armor that provided defensive protection, capable of withstanding the strongest strike from a Soul Master. Even some basic attacks from Soul Sect could be resisted. Although it would break, it was a life-saving piece of equipment. The auction was hosted by a middle-aged man in a black suit and black glasses. As soon as the middle-aged man finished introducing the item, everyone in the venue was amazed by this inner armor. The fact that it could withstand some attacks from the Soul Sect was enough to attract them. Even Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were surprised. Inner armor was still an external object. Only a strong physical defense was truly reliable. Moreover, this inner armor wasn't suitable for me. It would be uncomfortable to wear. It would be troublesome. However, it was quite suitable for Xiao Wu and Rongrong, but there was only one piece. Do you want it? Huang Wei asked Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. Both of them nodded. After all, it's a life-saving item. Of course we want it. Xiao Wu's eyes twinkled as she said, but there's only one piece, so it should go to Rongrong. After all, you are a support-type Soul Master and have no means of attack. If you don't even have a way to protect yourself, that wouldn't be good. Ning Rongrong thought for a moment and said, I stay in the sect, and no one can hurt me, so why not give it to Xiao Wu? Huang Wei said at this moment, No, you will eventually have a day to go out, right? It's better to have one more protector. Ning Rongrong was very touched and nodded. All right, then I'll take it. This time, let's pay for it. You've been the one paying all along, so as an older brother, I should take care of my younger sister, right? Huang Wei reached out and patted Ning Rongrong's head, smiling kindly. Ning Rongrong was taken aback by the gesture. It felt really nice to be cared for by her brother. Her other brothers were all busy cultivating and had never shown her this kind of concern. Huang Wei's action undoubtedly touched her heart. Okay, then Rongrong will listen to you, brother. Ning Rongrong obediently nodded. If Ning Fengji and the others saw this scene, they would surely be surprised and sigh. Our daughter has changed. It is important to note that Ning Rongrong had never shown such an expression in front of others, even in front of her brothers. Even when she was with him, she usually had a rebellious look on her face. However, it is a good thing that someone can manage this stubborn little witch. The starting bid for this auction is 1,000 gold soul coins. At the moment the price was announced, many people felt the same way. After all, it was worth that price, and there were more auctions to come. Each bid must increase by no less than 100 gold soul coins, with no upper limit. The bidding begins. As the host's voice fell, the entire venue suddenly erupted with excitement. Everyone wanted to obtain this ice hard armor. No one would dislike a piece of inner armor that could save their life. Of course, perhaps only Huang Wei would find it unsatisfactory. Even if these people couldn't use it themselves, they could buy it for their children or other descendants. The crowd at the auction consisted not only of people from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, but also members of the Tindo Empire royal family and other well-known families. Seven Treasure Glazed Tile City is open to the public, but the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is not. In just a few minutes, the price of the ice hard armor rose to 4,000 gold soul coins. After that, the voices of bidding gradually became quieter. At this moment, it completely ceased, because 4,000 gold soul coins had already reached the highest price that everyone present was willing to pay for the ice hard armor. 4,000 gold soul coins. If it were me in the past, I wouldn't even have dared to think about it, but times have changed. Huang Wei said lightly, just as he was about to press the bid increase button. At that moment, someone in the private room with them raised the bid. 4,500 gold soul coins. The people below finished bidding, and now it was the turn of the people in the upper private room to make their move. The voice that called out the bid sounded quite young, probably under 20. Moreover, from this rather peaceful voice, one could tell that this person's identity was extraordinary. Rongrong, do you know who the bidder is? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Ning Rongrong looked out towards that direction through the glass window in front of her, which could only be seen from the inside and not from the outside. She said, that private room over there belongs to the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire. Shueqinghe. He is also my father's disciple, the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Xue Qinghe. Huang Wei and Xiao Wu were taken aback on the spot. Indeed, the people in the private room were not ordinary. None of them were simple characters. Huang Wei stared ahead, secretly wondering, I wonder if Xue Qinghe has changed people by now? Is he really Xue Qinghe, or is he disguised by Qianren? However, the people below do not know who is in the private room. They only know that the identity must be higher than theirs. 4,600. But just then, another voice sounded. This time it was the voice of a middle-aged man, coming from another private room. Who is this? Xiao Wu asked. That private room belongs to the people of the Tiando Empire, but I don't know their name, Ning Rongrong said. After all, she won't remember that. She remembers Xue Qinghe because he is her father's disciple. Tiando Empire? Is it also part of the Tiando Empire? Huang Wei heard the name of this country for the first time. Even in the original work, it was never mentioned. Yes, Ning Rongrong noted it. 42. Red Crystal Rock. In addition, there are two other forces that have also pushed the price up. It has reached the price of 4,900 gold soul coins. These two people learned from Ning Rongrong that they were from the Ballot Kingdom. There is also the young sect master of the Xiangjia sect from the lower four sects. There are still quite a few private rooms, but this time only these four forces have come over, plus Huang Wei's side makes 5. No one is raising the price anymore, right? Then it's our turn to bid. 5,000 gold soul coins. Huang Wei directly pressed the button to raise the bid and said lightly. The other four rooms frowned as well. However, on Xue Qinghe's side, his gaze seemed to be pondering something. He then said, May I ask who the other party is? Could this ice heart armor be given to the Tiando royal family? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the venue and the other 3 rooms finally understood who the other party was. It turned out that they were from the Tiando royal family. Huang Wei replied lightly, Sorry, we represent the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, and we also want this item. It will go to the highest bidder. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect? Everyone thought of the territory of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, and those who wanted to raise the bid immediately stopped. In the private room of the Tiando royal family, Xue Qinghe slowly spoke. So it's the members of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. In that case, this prince will give face to the teacher and not compete with you. Who in attendance did not know that the sect behind the Tiando Empire was the 7 treasure glazed tile sect? The Tiando Empire has title de law, but they have also joined the Wuhuan Temple. So currently, the only native title de law in the Tiando Empire is the solitary bow, E. However, the 7 treasure glazed tile sect has 2 title de law. Moreover, they have the continent's #1 defensive title de law, Gurong, and the powerful title de law of the 7 killing sword, Jiandao Chun Accent, second only to the Haotian hammer. These are not beings they can provoke. Thank you. Although Huang Wei was not afraid of them. Even if the price went very high later, he was sure he could secure it, but saving some money would be good. After all, 1,000 gold soul coins is a very luxurious expense for an ordinary person. Seeing such a scene, the host immediately spoke, 5,000 gold soul coins once, 5,000 gold soul coins twice, 5,000 gold soul coins 3 times sold. Congratulations to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect for acquiring the first item, the Ice Heart armor. After the auction ended, someone directly carried the Ice Heart armor towards Huang Wei's room. May I ask the name of this brother from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect? Xue Qinghe's voice rang out again. Everyone was also curious about who this young man was. Huang Wei, a faint voice sounded. Everyone's first reaction was to be stunned. Huang, not Ning. This meant he was not from a local sect. Upon hearing this, the other 4 forces in the private room secretly revealed strange thoughts. However, since he was not surnamed Ning, there was no need to give too much face. They did not need to fear the other party's identity for the next item. They did not believe that the 7 treasure glazed tile sect would seek them out over someone with the surname Huang. Moreover, this was an auction. The highest bidder would win, and even the 7 treasure glazed tile sect could not be that overbearing. At the same time, within the room, upon hearing this name, Xue Qinghe also revealed a hint of disdain, thinking it was just an outsider, initially believing he was from a local sect, and thus felt there was no need to be polite for the next item. If Huang Wei knew Xue Qinghe's current thoughts, he could definitely conclude that the Tiando Empire's prince, Xue Qinghe, had not yet been replaced by Qianren of the Wuhuan Temple, because the disguised Qianren could not be flawless, at least not in this regard. Moreover, since the Wuhuan Temple wanted to recruit him, and now it had failed. According to Bibi Dong's nature of destroying what she could not obtain, she likely sent a message to her, so she would definitely know the name Huang Wei. But that was not the case now, so he was not her. Soon, the second auction item was presented. It was a stone with red patterns and some cracks. and inside the cracks, it appeared to be crystal clear. This stone gave a very peculiar feeling, whether it was an illusion or not. There seemed to be some airflow moving back and forth within the red patterns. As soon as this stone appeared, it immediately piqued everyone's curiosity. This is a red crystal or a rare material for crafting. Items made from it will have excellent defensive capabilities. If it is used on sword-type weapons, the already sharp and sturdy weapons will become even more lethal. The hostman said. Everyone listened seriously. However, most people lost interest at this time, especially the four forces in the private room, who were not interested. They firmly believed that their martial souls were the strongest. But in the private room of the seven treasure glazed tile sect, Huang Wei was quite interested. If this thing could be made into a set and attached to his martial soul, he wondered if it would work. Wait, it could allow someone to forge an inner armor for Xiao Wu and also forge a few small sword-type weapons for Rongrong, then teach her how to use them, letting her practice a bit. After all, once infused with soul power, the lethality would be outstanding. The starting price is 1,500 gold soul coins. Each increase must be at least 50 gold soul coins. Although the other private room members were not interested, there were still quite a few people below who had some interest in this stone, and if the price was reasonable, it wouldn't be impossible to bid on it. However, this time, there was a member of the Li family present. They had originally planned to come just to take a look, but upon discovering such a good material, they want to bid on it. However, when they heard the price, they immediately felt troubled. After all, they did not have enough money. They could only sigh in frustration. They were still hoping to see if they could snag a bargain. If it were within 2,000 gold soul coins, they would have a chance to act. Moreover, they noticed that nearly 9/10 of the people around them didn't seem very interested in this red crystal, or they just didn't know how the people in the private rooms were reacting. So they were now holding a hopeful attitude. As soon as the host finished speaking, someone immediately began to raise their paddle and shout a bid. However, there were not many bids. The price quickly rose to 1,750 gold soul coins. The two members of the Leaf family were delighted. Seeing that no one raised the price, they immediately raised their paddle. 1,800 gold soul coins. In the auction, these items were not arranged by cheap or expensive. Everything was randomly arranged. 2,000 gold soul coins. But just then, a familiar voice rang out from the private room. The owner of this voice was Huang Wei. The members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect were interested. Everyone in the other private rooms had the same thought at that moment. Thus, the previously disadvantaged Shui Qinghe revealed a sly smile and pressed a button to raise the bid. 2,500 gold soul coins. If the other party didn't raise the price, it wouldn't matter if he won it. At worst, he could just have someone forge what he wanted later. The auction is over. Blocking the door? It seems they want to compete with us. I just don't know if it's intentional or if they really want it. In the private room, listening to the bids from the front, Huang Wei let out a light chuckle. Ning Rongrong pouted, crossing her arms in front of her chest, her petite legs swinging, and said, although I don't understand these. Looking at the quality of this stone and hearing what the host said, it really is a good stone that can be used to forge items. Perhaps the royal family really needs it. Brother, what do you want this red crystal or for? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Huang Wei said lightly, this piece of red crystal rock is indeed a good material. I plan to have it crafted into a close-fitting inner armor for you to wear, and also create a few short swords and similar weapons for Rongrong to protect herself. After all, Rongrong currently has defense, but lacks offensive means. Wow, brother, you are so nice. None of my brothers have ever thought of me like this. Ning Rongrong's little face turned a rosy red. She hugged Huang Wei tightly, instantly feeling the solid and sturdy build of his body, a strange sensation washing over her. At that moment, she felt an inexplicable sense of safety, stirring her youthful heart and making her face even redder. This was her first time feeling her brother's care. None of her other brothers had ever shown such affection. It was easy to imagine how much she longed for this. But as the proud princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she couldn't express it openly, as that would make her seem weak. Yes, after all, she is just a 6-year-old little girl. No matter how spoiled she is, she still craves this kind of care. Seeing Ning Rongrong like this, Huang Wei gently stroked her head with a smile, secretly thinking. Seeing this scene, Xiao Wu was also envious, so she hugged Huang Wei's head and leaned close, as if to say, brother, you must also pet me. You can't favor one alone. Besides, you even put a ring on my finger. Seeing Xiao Wu like this, Huang Wei couldn't help but smile and immediately use his other hand to gently stroke her as well. Come on, let's get up. If we don't raise the price, the other side will think they succeeded, Huang Wei said softly. The two girls' faces flushed and they reluctantly left his warm and reassuring embrace. However, at that moment, everyone in the venue saw that no one had raised the price for so long and thought it would end at 2,500. On the side of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe revealed a contemptuous and smug smile. Huang Wei, a mere outsider, what do you have to compete with me? Outwardly, he was reserved, elegant, and gentle, but secretly he would still reveal the ugly nature hidden within. This is very normal. After all, everyone has both ugly and beautiful sides. The host began to call for the final price. Just as the third call was about to drop, another private room rang out. 3,000 gold soul coins. The voice was naturally Huang Wei's. Hearing this, Xue Qinghe snorted coldly. The competition continued. However, Huang Wei casually raised the price, surpassing him. In the end, this piece of red crystal rock was auctioned off for 5,500 gold soul coins. At that moment, Xue Qinghe was both angry and mocking. At least the price had increased so much, which was enough. The other party would surely be furious. However, Huang Wei on the other side had a calm expression, showing no emotion at all. I have over 10 million gold soul coins and personal resources. Why should I fear you? Even if you're the prince of the Tiando Empire, it's impossible for you to mobilize so much money at once, right? The host was naturally delighted. He hadn't expected this piece of red crystal rock to fetch such a price. In the end, the item ended up in Huang Wei's hands. After others swiped their cards, they returned the gold soul card to him and left. The three carefully examined the piece of red crystal rock before the auction continued. The third item was a liquid essence that could strengthen the body, which Huang Wei won for 6,000 gold soul coins. This made Xue Qinghe grit his teeth in anger. The fourth item, which was also the last item of this auction, was a 5,000-year-old left arm soul bone, obtained from a flame leopard. What good luck, a 1,000-year soul bone. However, this soul bone was too low in age to catch Huang Wei's eye. Once absorbed, if he wanted to replace it, he would have to cut it off. This soul bone also didn't match with Enrolling and Xiao Wu, so it was unnecessary. Moreover, the latter was also very averse to it. Therefore, this soul bone fell into Xue Qinghe's hands. He was very happy to have won it. After the auction ended, everyone dispersed. Huang Wei, along with Enrolling and Xiao Wu, was walking towards the door. However, they saw a refined young man standing at the entrance of his private room for quite a while, dressed nobly. Beside the young man stood a middle-aged man. They had come to see who exactly this Huang Wei was. You are Huang Wei? The young man narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of a meaningful smile. However, when he saw that this person was walking with the princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, Enrolling, he was momentarily taken aback. If I'm not mistaken, you must be His Highness Xue Qinghe, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, right? Huang Wei slightly cupped his hands and smiled faintly. You have some discernment. Oh, how do you know? Xue Qinghe asked curiously, finally looking at Enrolling. It was Enrolling who told me. Huang Wei glanced at Enrolling beside him. Your Highness, hello. Enrolling called out carelessly. I see. Enrolling doesn't need to be so formal. Your father and I have a master-student relationship. I wonder what relationship you and Enrolling have, Huang Wei. Xue Qinghe was also curious, surprised that the always aloof Enrolling would be with someone from outside her family. Enrolling frowned, and before Huang Wei could speak, she took the lead. Your Highness doesn't need to know that, right? Some things are private, but I can tell you that Brother Huang Wei is a genius with extraordinary talent from our seven-treasure glazed tile school. Brother Huang Wei, extraordinary talent. Xue Qinghe quickly caught onto these 8 words, his eyes narrowing even more. Huang Wei observed all these details. Generally speaking, squinting eyes are not a good sign. This prince, Xue Qinghe, seems to have been a scheming person even before being replaced. But then again, how could someone who became a prince be a simple character? Everything is a disguise. Oh well, you will be replaced soon anyway. By then, Qianrenchua doesn't seem bad either. Huang Wei thought to himself, knowing the plot well. He completely ignored the questions of a dying person. I was indeed presumptuous, Xue Qinghe said after a moment of silence, speaking elegantly. If your Highness the Crown Prince has no other matters, we shall return home, Enrolling said. What a coincidence. I was also planning to visit my teacher. Why don't we go together? Xue Qinghe said. He wasn't saying this suddenly. He had genuinely intended to do so, but was delayed by passing through here due to the auction. Enrolling replied, Your Highness, that's quite unfortunate. Not long ago, my father and Grandpa Jian both went into seclusion and may not come out for a few days, so you won't be able to visit. Then I'll wait until he comes out of seclusion before disturbing him. Xue Qinghe showed a look of surprise. his brows furrowing slightly with disappointment. Ning Rongrong nodded. All right. 44. Chun Xin comes out of seclusion by the time Huang Wei and the others came out again. It was already dark. The three of them had dinner. After a day of play, Ning Rongrong was also tired and began her cultivation under Huang Wei's influence. They prepared a large wooden barrel, and Huang Wei took out the bottle of tiger blood essence and dripped 2 drops into it. The blood smell was very strong, but Ning Rongrong was fine with it. After all, she had to personally hunt the soul beast for her first soul ring, so she was used to the bloody smell. As long as she didn't see the brutal death scene and the act of killing, everything was fine. Then it was Xiao Wu's turn, followed by Huang Wei himself. Due to insufficient space in the bathroom, Ning Rongrong returned to her own room to soak. Just like that, the night quickly passed. In the bathroom, Huang Wei began to meditate, and after a while, he opened his eyes, looking at the water that had cooled down. The tiger blood essence inside had lost its color. He had absorbed all the essence. At this moment, he felt a slight increase in his physical vitality, and his body strength had also improved a bit. It turned out that refining soul beast was indeed more effective than using those herbs. At that moment, he felt comfortable. There was no wrong in continuing down this path. After leaving the water, he hurriedly turned on the hot water to wash his body. After drying off and putting on his clothes, he went out to exercise in the yard. Regardless of whether these basic movements were effective, he had to do them. Fitness was definitely necessary. He summoned his bronze spear, revealing a unique purple Millennium Soul Ring, and practiced his spear techniques fiercely. His movements were quite rough, with each strike showing great power. At this time, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong also came out, and the two simply greeted each other. They saw Huang Wei practicing martial arts and quietly watched from the side. Just this kind of practice was still too minor. To quickly improve his soul power, it seemed he still needed to fight. Huang Wei stopped, already sweating profusely. After all, 2 hours had passed. Xiao Wu shouted, "Brother, come have breakfast." The two girls had lovingly prepared a rich breakfast for Huang Wei. Relaxing, Huang Wei instantly felt extremely hungry, wishing he could eat a whole cow. After thanking them, he immediately began to devour the food. While chewing, he looked at Ning Rongrong and asked Rongrong, "Has Uncle Ning and Grandpa Jian not come out of seclusion yet? I just went, and there was no one around, so it seems they haven't come out." Just then, Ning Rongrong's words suddenly paused. Huang Wei also stopped chewing, and the three of them looked up at the sky. At that moment, they felt an incredibly powerful aura pressing down on them. Their expressions changed. What a powerful aura. This pressure is from Grandpa Jian. Ha ha ha. I've finally broken through. At that moment, a voice filled with excitement and joy rang out. The owner of this voice was none other than Jian Dao Chun Xin. At the same time, a blue light shot up from a mountain peak into the sky. The pressure became even more terrifying. The aura grew more immense. This scene caused the faces of everyone in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to change dramatically, thinking that a strong enemy had come. They all looked in the same direction. There, in the sky of that blue light, as the fierce blue light gradually dissipated, a middle-aged man with long white hair, dressed in a blue robe, and with his hands behind his back appeared. In front of him, a sharp long sword emanating a cold blue light floated in the air. This person was Jian Dao Chun Xin. Those who observed closely would notice that the 7-killing sword had an even more terrifying aura than before. With an added sense of dignity befitting a sword master, a very unique aura, and its sharpness was completely incomparable to before. On the spine of the 7-killing sword, there was a blue stripe with a slight hint of black, adding a touch of mystery to it. Chun Xin realized that he had inadvertently released his pressure onto the disciples of the sect, and his expression changed slightly. He immediately retracted this pressure and also put away his martial soul, the 7-killing sword. At this moment, the terrifying pressure of the super Douluo that had been weighing down on the disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School finally disappeared. The disciples let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, their faces were filled with joy. Their protector elder, Jian Douluo, had broken through. Previously at level 96. He was now at level 97. Chun Xion's smile grew even more radiant. Indeed, after absorbing the holy sword bamboo, the shackles that had held him back for so many years had finally been broken. He successfully stepped into level 97, becoming a genuine Super Douluo. Level 97 Super Douluo. Jian Dao Chun Xian. He scanned his surroundings and quickly spotted the 3 figures in Ning Rongrong's direction, then said to the others, disciples of the sect, "Continue your normal cultivation." Yes, everyone cheered excitedly. Chun Xin then directly flew towards Huang Wei and the other two, quickly landing gently on the ground. At that moment, he was as pure as could be, his aura completely like that of an immortal. He gave a very safe feeling at first glance. Grandpa Jian, upon seeing him, Huang Wei and Xiao Wu immediately stood up, cupping their hands in respect, while Ning Rongrong was more special, directly rushing up and tightly hugging Chun Xin's thigh. At this moment, she was only 6 years old, not very tall, and in front of Huang Wei, who was 1.65 meters, she only reached his abdomen. Very good. Chun Xin happily greeted the three of them. Then, he looked down at the adorable Ning Rongrong. He had seen the previous scene. Seeing the three of them happily playing together made him even happier. He was actually a bit surprised. After all, he knew Rongrong's personality best and didn't expect her to get along so quickly with Huang Wei and Xiao Wu. Moreover, it seemed that she didn't have the proud aura of a princess just now. It seemed that Feng Zhi's vision and decision were correct. Perhaps Huang Wei could keep this little girl in check. His plan had already succeeded halfway. Feelings must be cultivated from a young age. Grandpa Jian, I missed you so much. Have you become stronger after going into seclusion? Ning Rongrong blinked her big, dark eyes, incredibly cute and endearing, as her childish voice spoke up. Qinxin's psychological defenses were instantly shattered by her, melting his heart. He directly picked up Ning Rongrong and said, Yes, Grandpa Jian, I have become stronger. I am now a 97th level super duo, and I will have even greater power to protect Rongrong in the future. Is Rongrong happy? Qinxin had long regarded Ning Rongrong as his treasure, growing fonder of her the more he looked at her. However, thinking about having to give way to that kid Huang Wei made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. But then he recalled Huang Wei's talent and the favor of the celestial herb, and he quickly felt relieved. Ning Rongrong nodded her little head. Grandpa Jian has become stronger, and Rongrong is very happy. Qinxin looked at Huang Wei with a gratified expression. I really have to thank you, Xiao Wei. Your favor of the celestial herb is beyond repayment. How about you become my disciple, and I will pass on all my skills to you? He then revealed a hint of cunning in his expression. Huang Wei was taken aback and quickly said, Grandpa Jian, but I already have a teacher. Chun Xin suddenly laughed and said, Haha, what's the big deal? Rules are made by people, so they can be broken by people. I'll go talk to that guy Ling Feng. He will definitely agree. Besides, he is just a soul king, and what he can give you is really too little and too limited. 45. 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, Disciple Huang Wei, pays respects to the teacher. Since the other party has brought it up to this extent, and others don't mind, Huang Wei naturally wouldn't have any problem himself. After all, in his view, it is most convenient and beneficial to have a truly powerful person as a teacher. So as soon as he finished speaking, he cupped his hands and deeply bowed to Chun Xin. Good. Chun Xin was overjoyed to see Huang Wei agree. Xiao Wu, you don't have a teacher yet, right? You are also an attack-type soul master. Why not also take me as your teacher? Chun Xin's gaze turned to Xiao Wu as he spoke. Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Huang Wei's expression suddenly became a bit strange. Good for you. Old man, you're aiming to please both men and women. Huang Wei said, Teacher, Xiao Wu's martial soul is the soft-bone rabbit, which is completely incompatible with yours. How can you teach her? This is also true. Perhaps that old guy Gu Rong is more suitable for you. After getting overly excited, Chun Xin calmed down and thought about it. It seemed that both of their martial souls were not compatible, and he couldn't teach her either. However, he thought of that guy Gu Rong. Just then, they all sensed another surge of power coming from the other side. Chun Xin, being the most sensitive, instantly caught onto whose soul power fluctuation it was. Let's go. Feng Zhi seems to have really broken through. Jian Xin, Etsi, quickly led the three of them to the place where Ning Feng Zhi was in seclusion. The person inside this hidden chamber was indeed Ning Feng Zhi. Very few people knew about this place. Generally, only Gu Rong and Chun Xin were aware of it. The next moment, the stone door opened. A middle-aged man with an elegant and approachable scholar's demeanor slowly walked out, holding a small wooden staff, his face full of smiles and excitement. Uncle Jian. Ning Feng Zhi was somewhat surprised to see Chun Xin as the first person upon his exit, as he thought Chun Xin's absorption would be slower than his. But unexpectedly, it was faster. Chun Xin smiled and said, Feng Zhi, I just came out too. You look great. Your complexion is rosy. It seems you must have good news. Dad. Rong jumped down from Chun Xin's arms and went to Ning Feng Zhi to act cute. Ning Feng Zhi rubbed Ning Rong's head and said, kindly, good girl. Rong. Then he turned his gaze toward the two children beside Chun Xin and gratefully said, Little Wei, Xiao Wu, you are here too. Just in time, Little Wei. Thank you so much for your fairy grass this time. I successfully broke through my flaw, and now my soul power has reached level 80. Chen Xian was incredibly excited upon hearing this. That's great. You've really broken through to level 80. This will greatly enhance the boost you provide me. Huang Wei clasped his hands and humbly said, now that I have joined the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, I am naturally a part of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, so it's only normal to contribute to the sect. Chen Xian laughed heartily and said, Feng Ji, I have good news for you. I just accepted Huang Wei as my disciple, so he is now my student. Ning Feng Ji smiled and said, congratulations, Sword Uncle, on acquiring a disciple. My progress doesn't stop here. Everyone please take a look. Ning Feng Ji suddenly became serious. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and a colorful light quickly appeared in his palm. Accompanied by the surge of soul power, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Tower appeared in his hand. At the same time, each layer of the tower was adorned with a soul ring, 7 rings in total. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, and black. However, when the crowd looked closer, they were suddenly shocked to find that the original 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had transformed into a 9-layer tower. 2 additional layers. 9 layers. Jen Xin, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong all stared in shock, but Huang Wei, who already knew the outcome, wasn't too surprised. However, he pretended to be shocked at this moment. Otherwise, he would feel out of place. The first 3 were genuinely astonished, while the latter was feigning surprise. Ning Feng Ji gazed at the 9-layer tower with burning eyes and said, that's right, Sword Uncle. Thanks to that patch of Chua Tulip Fairy Herb, after absorbing it, not only did I break through the level 79 bottleneck to reach level 80, but I also overcame the deficiencies of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and became the legendary 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Tower. Moreover, my soul power level can now cultivate to title Douluo without restrictions. Chen Xian laughed heartily. Good, good. This is truly a double blessing. All the credit goes to my disciple. Ning Fengji nodded decisively, growing fonder of Huang Wei as if he were a son-in-law chosen by his father-in-law. Yes. No matter what, thank you, Xiao Wei. Under his meaningful gaze, Huang Wei felt a bit flustered. Before he could speak, Ning Fengji stepped forward and said, this favor is truly hard to repay. Whatever you want, just tell me, and I will arrange it for you as long as I can. Uncle Ning, you're being too kind. This is what a junior, as a disciple of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, should do. If you really want to repay me, then please provide us with more cultivation resources, and we need practical experience too. For the time being, Huang Wei really couldn't think of anything better to say, so he could only express it like this. These are all minor issues. After everyone exchanged a few more pleasantries, Ning Fengji also informed the sect about Huang Wei becoming Chen Xian's disciple and granted him the position of a temporary elder in the sect, which would be made permanent once he reached the Soul Sage level or his strength reached that level. That day, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was in an uproar, and everyone got to know him. Many were also dissatisfied, especially the younger generation who were not from the support system, and some elders were puzzled as well. For the former, Huang Wei would face many difficulties and challenges. This was also part of the plan he had discussed with Ning Fengji and the others, to make those people come to him and challenge him. Now the goal was achieved. Next, he would just quietly wait for those people to come challenge him. That night, Ning Fengji transferred a full 100 million gold soul coins to Huang Wei's account. However, there was no notification function for messages, so Huang Wei was still unaware. Time passed quickly. At night, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong continued their intense training and absorption of the tiger blood essence. Huang Wei continued his training, focusing on those basic exercises, which are actually very useful. If they don't seem effective, it's because the quantity isn't enough. As long as the quantity keeps up, they will become very useful. The track is very large, with a circumference of 5,000 meters, and Huang Wei ran a full 100 laps. In addition to other training activities, he was exhausted, panting heavily, and soaked in sweat. His clothes, both outer and inner, as well as his shoes and socks, were completely drenched. His fully wet, dark hair fell messily down, exuding an inexplicable, mysterious charm under the moonlight. At this moment, his legs felt weak, and he had no strength left, so he took out a bottle of tiger blood essence from his ring and directly blew into the bottle. He immediately felt a rush. The potency was strong. After drinking half, he didn't dare to continue, as overdosing wouldn't be good either. After glancing at the moonlight, he quickly sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and entered meditation. He could feel a warm current in his abdomen, intensified by the tiger blood essence, surging through his entire body, reaching his limbs and organs. It felt very comfortable. His soul power and physical body were quietly improving at this moment. Sweat would not be in vain. In the darkness, Chen Xian and Ning Fengji hid in the nearby forest, watching this scene with knowing smiles. Ning Fengji chuckled and said, "It seems our sect can adopt this training method. The results look quite good." "Yes, very good. With Huang Wei as an example, everything impossible will become possible." Chen Xian said, "Fengji, you should rest early. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to hunt for the 8th spirit ring." Ning Fengji replied, "Okay. I accept your challenge." The sun shone brightly, and the morning breeze was so cool. The trees around swayed back and forth in the wind, and pieces of green leaves, symbolizing new life, fell to the ground. After a night of meditation and training, Huang Wei was clearly in high spirits. Sweating profusely felt refreshing, but his nose twitched as he caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor, and he was stunned to realize it was coming from himself. Moreover, there were some black stains on his skin. Could this be the waste and toxins in his body? "I haven't taken any cleansing pills. It seems drinking the tiger blood essence has this effect too." Huang Wei's expression gradually shifted from surprise to excitement. He didn't know before. After all, last night was the first time he drank it. However, he felt that the effect shouldn't just come from drinking it directly. It must also be related to his intense workout. Unable to stand the terrible and unpleasant smell any longer, he got up and walked directly into the room. At the same time, in the bathroom, after finishing her shower with tiger blood essence, Xiao Wu happened to come out wrapped in a long towel. The two locked eyes, and the air instantly froze. Huang Wei's eyes were fixed on her, scanning her intently. Her fair skin was smooth and bouncy, and her delicate and lovely features were irresistible. There was also a hint of blood energy emanating from her, a result of the tiger blood essence. The most eye-catching was the pink Xuanqin ring she wore on her left ring finger, which flickered with a particularly bright sheen at that moment, seemingly responding to Huang Wei. Brother, why do you smell so bad?" Xiao Wu clenched her fists, her face flushed. And then she caught a whiff of the foul odor and sweat emanating from Huang Wei. That's manly charm. Doesn't it smell nice?" Huang Wei felt a bit awkward and quickly turned her head away, saying, "It doesn't smell good at all. It stinks. Brother, you should go take a shower." I'll go have breakfast first." After finishing her sentence, she shyly lowered her head and hurriedly walked towards the room, closing the door behind her. As she passed by Huang Wei, a unique body fragrance deeply captivated him, making it hard for him to control the desire rising within him. He quickly suppressed the impulse and rushed in a bathroom. Damn it, this isn't a solution. After all, I'm a young man full of vigor. I was over 30 in my previous life, but no, the other party is too young. At least I should wait until they grow up. In this world, it seems like 12 or 13 is considered legal adulthood. I'll see then. As he stood under the shower, Huang Wei mumbled to himself, glancing down at his strong and firm physique. He quickly grabbed the cold water nearby and poured it over himself. After washing for more than 10 minutes, he felt refreshed, as if he had been reborn. Just now, he seemed to sense an increase in his soul power, though he didn't know how many levels it had risen. Focusing his mind on the eye of the spirit, a familiar set of data was activated. Martial soul, brave bronze spear, innate skill. Live to die, ignites a strong corresponding level of aura energy, instantly doubling all attributes. Temporarily ignoring pain and negative restrictions, rapidly healing all injuries, unleashing all potential to unleash the strongest power. This state can be maintained for 5 minutes. After it ends, the user will enter a weakened state for a day. Activation conditions: facing a life-threatening situation or when negative emotions reach their peak level. Bronze level, low. Evolution direction: unyielding silver spear, intermediate. Evolution conditions: born for battle. Fighting until death, unbreakable and unyielding. Reborn after shattering. Character spirit power, level 42 soul master character physical strength. Level 27 soul master character level. Level 20 great soul master cultivation method. 9-fold body refining technique. First level completed. Progress 5. Divine ability. Golden skin after activation. The skin is fully covered with golden elements, enhancing overall physical defensibility by 80%. First soul ring. 1600 soul skill. Flame explosion. Looking at the information before him, Huang Wei was taken aback. I've reached level 20? I leveled up twice overnight? Spirit power is indeed difficult to cultivate, and it hasn't upgraded yet. But physical strength is hard to train as well. After all that exercise last night, even with the help of tiger blood essence, I only increased 1 level. After a moment, he mumbled, well, an increase in less than a day is indeed a good thing. I wonder how many levels I can train my body to before hitting a bottleneck. For now, I should suppress my soul power and not hunt for soul rings. Focusing more on physical training. It seems I should take some of that miraculous mushroom, the heavenly chrysanthemum. Huang Wei's lips curled into a faint smile. The celestial herb garden within the bronze ring had a rule that one person could only consume one type of herb per year, so he could only take one this year. However, there was also the duality, I have ice and fire outside, so it wouldn't be a big problem once he found a solution. He turned off the water, dried himself, and put on clean clothes before walking straight out. As for the clothes and other items in the wooden tub, someone would naturally come to collect and wash them. After all, his status was different now. He was an intern elder of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Basic services like these were still available. Huang Wei wore a plain, white long robe, with a token of an intern elder hanging from his waist. His overall demeanor exuded a sense of pure innocence. As he walked toward the cafeteria, he encountered 4 individuals approaching him. These 4 exuded a strong fighting spirit and an aggressive aura, clearly targeting Huang Wei. There was no need to ask. These individuals were definitely here to challenge him. Huang Wei stopped. The 4 men called out loudly. Huang Wei had long since stopped moving, and he didn't need them to say anything. His expression was calm, and his voice was flat. Are you here to challenge me? That's right. We're not convinced by you. Why were you treated so specially as soon as you arrived at the 7-treasure glazed tile school? You were even accepted as a disciple by Elder Sword and given the position of internship elder. The 4 individuals were led by a young man from before, and it was he who spoke, while the other 3 stood behind him, looking fierce as a backdrop. What is your name? How old are you? And what level is your soul power? A slight curve appeared at the corner of Huang Wei's mouth. This was what he wanted to see. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. The blood in his body needed a battle to vent. And look, someone had come. My name is Ning Chengfeng. I am the 20th on the dragon transformation list of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. I am 14 years old. A level 22 close combat soul master of the strong attack system. My martial soul is the Tiger Howl Sword. Do you dare accept my challenge? The leading young man arrogantly declared, directly stating his information, then summoned his soul power, pointing his long sword at Huang Wei to initiate a challenge. 2 yellow soul rings floated around him. As an internship elder, I have the authority to charge you with the crime of disrespecting your superior, but I won't do that, because I need a reckless challenger like you to sharpen my skills. Listen well, I, Huang Wei, am 6 years old and just under 4 months. My soul power was originally level 18, but I just broke through 2 levels last night, so now I am at level 20. My martial soul is the bronze spear, a close combat strong attack soul master. I accept your challenge. As Huang Wei's words fell, a surge of soul power erupted from his body, and a bronze long spear radiating a chilling aura appeared in his right hand, pointing at Ning Chengfeng. What? You're only 6 years old? Level 20? This is impossible. I don't believe it. You must be lying. After hearing this, Ning Chengfeng and the others glared at Huang Wei, looking at him as if he were treating them as fools. 47 fight. Huang Wei said, whether you believe it or not is your business. My position is entirely based on my strength. If you want to fight, then let's fight. If not, I'm going to have breakfast. If we don't fight, even if what you said is true, I may not agree with you, but I won't be shameless enough to bully you with my 22nd level soul power. Even if I win, there would be no joy in it. Ning Chengfeng retracted his martial soul and turned to leave. What the hell? He's just leaving like that. However, Huang Wei respected him as a man. According to the rules, the challenger should be a first-ring soul master at the same level as you, which is 20. So I will inform Lin Feng, the first on the Qianlong list. With that said, Ning Chengfeng left directly. Huang Wei no longer paid attention to those people and directly ran towards the cafeteria. As soon as he entered, he encountered Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, while the rest of the people's gazes were focused on these 2. They didn't dare to have any ideas about Ning Rongrong, but it seemed that Xiao Wu had also conquered them with her cuteness, and they wanted to get to know her. However, the moment Huang Wei appeared, all their gazes turned to anger. Huang Wei ignored these people and quickly greeted Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu before devouring a large amount of food. This scene left those around him dumbfounded. How can this guy eat so much? However, seeing his solid muscles, it's understandable that he consumes a lot. At that moment, a figure walked into the cafeteria, attracting the attention of the others. It was Lin Feng, the first place on the hidden dragon ranking. He walked towards Huang Wei. Is he going to challenge him? This Lin Feng is no ordinary person. He is definitely a hidden dragon. At just 9 years old, he has already reached the top of the hidden dragon ranking with a spirit power of level 19. It is said that he broke through to level 20 yesterday, and is going to hunt for his second spirit ring today. Currently, Huang Wei was the only one at his table, wolfing down food, completely unconcerned about the gazes and discussions of others. As for Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, they had gone out to play. Having finally found someone to hang out with, Rongrong wouldn't miss the opportunity. Huang Wei, my name is Lin Feng. I heard from Ning Chengfeng that you're also level 20 of the first ring. I want to challenge you. Show me what qualifications you have to be accepted as a disciple by Elder Jian and what qualifications you have to hold the position of intern elder. Lin Feng said, his eyes filled with fighting spirit, stopping in front of Huang Wei's table, his voice cold. After all, the cafeteria was relatively quiet, and his words clearly reached the ears of the other disciples. After finishing his food, Huang Wei blinked at him and said, "All right, I accept your challenge." The news spread quickly among the disciples, almost as fast as a 5G network. In less than 10 minutes, the word that Lin Feng from the Hidden Dragon ranking was challenging intern Elder Huang Wei, and that the latter had agreed, spread throughout the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Many onlookers quickly rushed to the training ground, eager to see Huang Wei's strength. They were all quite jealous. In the main hall, Ning Fengji and Chun Xian, who were about to hunt for spirit rings, also heard this news. Ning Fengji smiled and said, "Let's go a bit later. It's the perfect time to establish Xiao Wei's reputation." Chun Xian nodded, "Then let's go take a look." On the other side, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, who were playing, also heard the news and hurried over. At the training ground, on the platform, Huang Wei and Lin Feng stood facing each other. Just then, a powerful aura descended from the sky. It was the sect master and Elder Jian. Someone shouted, drawing the attention of the others. The rest quickly bowed in respect. Huang Wei is the same. Feng Ji, this guy's leveled up, now at level 20. At that moment, Chun Xian immediately detected Huang Wei's soul power fluctuations, his pupils narrowing, and he transmitted a message to Ning Feng Ji. Ning Feng Ji was shocked to hear this news, but quickly composed himself and took a deep breath. Good, I wasn't mistaken. He has advanced 2 levels in just 1 day. Did he take some celestial herb last night? I don't sense it, because I don't feel the aura of the celestial herb on him. Chun Xian shook his head. Ever since he absorbed the celestial herb, he could sense a hint of its aura on Ning Feng Ji and Xiao Wu, like a resonance of the same source. However, he did not perceive it on Huang Wei. After carefully sensing, Ning Feng Ji agreed, there's really none. It's likely due to his training method last night and that bottle of red liquid. I'll ask him about it after this match. Chun Xian nodded. My disciple truly hasn't been misjudged. Suddenly, Huang Wei shouted loudly on stage. I know everyone is unconvinced, but today I stand here. I, Huang Wei, 6 years old, currently a level 20 melee soul master. Today, any disciple under the soul respect level, regardless of age, can challenge me. I will prove my qualifications with strength. Upon hearing this, the audience was once again struck. Instantly, the crowd erupted. This kid is so arrogant, so brazen, it's infuriating. I'll go challenge him. In an instant, voices rose from below. In another corner, there were a few special individuals. An interesting kid, but I wonder if he really has the strength. We'll know soon enough. Xiao Wu, Lin Feng, is not simple. He has the strength of a level 20 soul master at 9 years old. He's a dark horse. Does he have a chance? Below, Ning Rongrong asked with some concern, as she was not clear about Huang Wei's combat strength. Xiao Wu slightly curled her lips in a proud arc. You'll know soon enough. This person isn't enough to fill his gaps. On stage, Lin Feng coldly said, You are really arrogant. Your days in the sect will not be easy from now on. Huang Wei said, Soon you will understand the principle that there are heavens beyond heavens and people beyond people. With the spirit of the wild lion, Lin Feng shouted loudly, and under a powerful soul force, his body quickly grew taller. At the same time, a reddish-brown lion phantom burst forth from him, and a lion's roar startled the surroundings. His muscles swelled, his eyes became cold and fierce, his fingers turned sharp, and his entire aura transformed into that of a ferocious beast. A circle of yellow soul rings appeared around him. He ignited a bit of Huang Wei's fighting spirit, summoned his martial soul, the bronze spear, and charged forward. His speed was incredibly fast. With one step, he lunged in for a stab. Seeing this, Lin Feng also threw a punch. With a wild lion martial soul possessing him, his fist became enormous, surrounded by the phantom of the wild lion's fist. The two soul forces collided first. Bang! With just one strike under the immense power, both sides were immediately sent flying back. Huang Wei looked at his bronze spear and sighed to himself. After all, it was just a low-level martial soul quality. It seems he needs to think of a way to meet the conditions for evolution as soon as possible. However, Lin Feng on the opposite side was shocked after that punch. He knew the power behind his own punch very well. At that moment, he felt like his bones were about to shatter. It hurt so much. He quickly shook his hand and charged forward again. Huang Wei charged forward. Both sides engaged in simple sparring, but it seemed that Huang Wei was pressing Lin Feng hard. This surprised the spectators below. First soul skill, exploding lion fist. After being pushed back again, Lin Feng was quite frustrated. Angered, he directly unleashed his soul power, and Huang Wei was pushed back by his bronze spear. What followed was a huge fist phantom coming toward him. After the recent battle, Huang Wei understood that the first ring soul masters here were not on the same level as those in the novice village of Notting Academy. They were stronger than he had imagined. Here it comes. Huang Wei retracted his martial soul and charged directly towards the fist. At the same time, he activated the ninefold body refinement technique within him, intending to take the upcoming attack with his physical body. What the hell are you doing? Lin Feng and the people below were dumbfounded. Is he really planning to take it with his body? This scene left Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu anxious. Ning Fengji and Chun Xian also didn't understand what Huang Wei was trying to do. They were already prepared for rescue. Boom! The soul skill unleashed could not be retracted. In the center of the platform, the massive fist of the raging lion made direct contact with Huang Wei's body. In an instant, Huang Wei let out a loud shout, and a golden light erupted from his body, causing him to be knocked back. At the same time, the ninefold body refinement technique successfully absorbed the damage from this force, quickly refining it throughout his body, instantly increasing the percentage of his progress from the first layer to the second layer by 2%. His physical body also became slightly stronger. However, there was still a tingling pain, but it was not a big problem, as the pain quickly dissipated. In the arena, a shock wave spread out. Some individuals with lower cultivation levels near the martial platform were instantly knocked back. So he had to take it, and it seems like nothing happened. Everyone below the stage, including Ning Fengji and Chun Xian, was also shocked. How is this possible? How did you do it? Lin Feng was astonished and confused, as he was not the only one who saw the very brief golden light erupting from Huang Wei. Huang Wei did not use the golden skin, but really relied solely on his physical body to withstand it. As for that brief flash of golden light, just now, it was likely the effect of the ninefold body refinement technique. This feeling is really nice. I won't play anymore. Let's just end this battle directly. Huang Wei bent his knee backward, executing a mantis leap. In that instant, his soul power surged into his thigh, and then he launched himself forward, summoning his martial spirit. The bronze spear, and thrusting it with all his might towards Lin Feng. The speed was too fast for Lin Feng to evade, so he chose to defend instead. Currently, his first soul skill was still on cooldown and could not be used. Moreover, he couldn't understand why Huang Wei's attack this time was so much stronger than in previous encounters. His defense was broken through, and he was sent flying backward, while Huang Wei seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of strikes with his spear, causing Lin Feng to scream in pain. Once again, he condensed his soul power at the spear's tip to deliver the final blow. Boom! Unbeknownst to him, Lin Feng, who had crashed to the ground, had lost consciousness. His legs kicked out, and his eyes closed as he fainted. He truly was remarkable. It seemed the underdog had changed this time. The few people in the corner looked slightly grave. Did he not have a soul ring or what? Could it be that the soul ring was transparent? Why didn't he use his soul ring and soul skills? Perhaps he felt Lin Feng didn't qualify. He had stated that anyone below the soul respect level could challenge him, regardless of age, so let Ning Chengfeng, who ranked 20th on the Transformation Dragon list, give a try. The 7-treasure Glazed Tile School had 4 rankings: the Hidden Dragon list, the Transformation Dragon list, the Black Dragon list, and the Golden Dragon list. The Hidden Dragon list had only 30 slots, the Transformation Dragon list had 20, the Black Dragon list had 10, and the Golden Dragon list had 5. Those who made it onto the lists received generous rewards and were specially trained and monitored by the sect, with cultivation resources also favoring them. However, these 4 lists had age restrictions, only open to the younger generation, not exceeding or including 25 years old. To make it onto a list, one had to challenge someone already on it. However, Lin Feng had also climbed step by step to reach the top of the Hidden Dragon list, only to be pushed down after sitting in the top spot for less than 3 months. Over these 3 months, he had frequently been challenged by many others, but undoubtedly he had defeated them all. Yet unexpectedly, after taking the top position on the Hidden Dragon list, he lost in his first voluntary challenge. The battle concluded with Huang Wei, the victorious elder, and congratulations poured in as he successfully claimed the top spot on the Hidden Dragon list. As the judge's voice rang out, the crowd erupted in excitement, finally realizing Huang Wei's exceptional prowess. At the same time, the first place on the Hidden Dragon list changed directly to Huang Wei, with Lin Feng dropping to second place, and the remaining rankings decreasing in order. While the originally last-ranked 30th person fell off the list entirely, likely devastated. Ning Qingfeng, who witnessed Huang Wei's strength from below, was also shocked, feeling compelled to challenge him, knowing that his opponent had just defeated Ling Feng without using his soul ring and soul skills. However, considering that his opponent had no second soul ring, even if he won, there would be nothing to boast about. Just then, a young man walked over to him. Ning Tengzeng. Upon being called, Ning Qingfeng turned to find it was a subordinate of the second ranked on the Transformation Dragon list. Ning Qingfeng asked, Xiange, what's up? The young man, Ning Xuanja, replied, Young Master Heng wants to meet with you. Since it was young Master Heng's order, I will go. Ning Qingfeng nodded in agreement. The full name of the young Master Heng is Ning Fengheng, one of the sons of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's master, Ning Fengji, and also the sixth brother mentioned by Ning Rongrong, with a martial spirit Gale Wolf, a level 28 two-ring Great Soul Master. After receiving the command, Ning Qingfeng directly shouted towards the martial platform. Huang Wei, Elder in turn, you just said anyone below the soul respect level could challenge you regardless of age, right? Can I challenge you? His voice drew the attention of those around him. Ning Fengji and Chun Xin also looked over. Ning Fengji observed and softly said, Oh. Ning Qingfeng, who is ranked 20th on the Transformation Dragon list, a junior of the 4th Elder's lineage. Good, come up. Under the gaze of the entire audience, Huang Wei spoke. The crowd parted to allow Ning Qingfeng to approach. Though he was the last on the Transformation Dragon list, his strength was undeniably formidable. The older generations naturally had no interest in bullying the younger, allowing the younger generation to resolve their own matters. Furthermore, Huang Wei was only 6 years old. Ning Qingfeng leaped up to the martial platform. As for Lin Feng, who lay unconscious on the ground, he had already been carried away. So soon to see you again, Huang Wei said. Ning Qingfeng replied, I come at the behest of another to test your true abilities. Huang Wei said, I won't let you down, and you will find it unforgettable. What position do the 20 names on this dragon transformation list hold? Ning Chung curled his lips and sneered, saying, Although it's beneath me to deal with you with my second-tier strength, I can use only my first-tier strength to handle you, suppressing my cultivation to match yours. That's right. The 20th on the dragon transformation list is me. Then he awkwardly added the last place. Huang Wei was momentarily speechless, but he directly summoned his martial soul and pointed it at him, saying, After this battle, I will replace you, and I don't need you to let me win. Otherwise, you'll lose terribly. You can go all out. No need to hold back. Show me your true skills. I don't need your sympathy. Arrogant. Since that's the case, I will fulfill your wish. Ning Qingfeng felt deeply insulted by Huang Wei's words and became furious. Soul power surged forth, and the tiger howl sword appeared in his hand, with 2 yellow soul rings floating around him. You just consumed some energy in that last battle, so I'll give you some time of rest. I'm not a petty person who takes advantage of others. However, even so, he still spoke up. Thanks, but I don't need it. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Huang Wei leaped into the air and slashed towards him, moving quickly and with great force. For someone who engages in extreme training every day, the energy consumed in that brief battle was merely the tip of the iceberg, an insignificant existence. Bang! I need recommendation votes. The more the better. 49. Golden Skin debut, a bronze-colored light, flashed across Huang Wei. Bang! Ning Qingfeng immediately blocked it with the Tiger Howl sword. A powerful force vibrated through his sword, and his arms went numb. His legs were forced to retreat, and before he could steady himself, Huang Wei launched a second attack at him. He quickly adjusted his stance, stomped his foot, and charged forward, colliding fiercely with Huang Wei. Clang, clang, clang. The sparks from the intense clash of weapons flew everywhere. The crowd watched intently, without using soul rings or soul skills, and relying solely on soul power. Ning Qingfeng was completely being crushed by Huang Wei, who held all the advantages. Below, Ning Fengheng frowned and said, This kid not only has rich combat experience, but each move is also domineering and ruthless. If Ning Qingfeng doesn't use soul skills, he might directly lose. I didn't expect this newcomer to be so formidable. He really has some skills, but this alone isn't enough to win everyone over. Ning Qingfeng's soul rings had already been forced out, but his had not. Now my hands are itching. I really want to challenge this guy. I feel like he can give me a good thrill. I really want to see what his soul rings and soul skills are. A few prominent individuals below continued their conversation. On the stage, Huang Wei unleashed his soul power and shot a spear towards Ning Chengfeng, shouting, "If that's all you've got, then get out of here and let someone else take your place." Damn it! Ning Chengfeng, who had been pushed back again, was immediately filled with rage upon hearing Huang Wei's words, but he was also incredibly shocked. How could this guy be so strong? Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself, "This guy is indeed a freak. His power is countless times greater than mine. Every time we collide, the impact makes my hands tremble even more, affecting my internal organs." No, he had to use all his strength. Otherwise, losing would be embarrassing. Watching the bronze spear shooting towards him, he knew that if he got hit by the strike, he would definitely lose, and the odds of that were very high. He couldn't afford to be careless anymore. The first soul ring on his body instantly reached the Tiger Roar sword, and he activated his first soul skill to meet the attack. First soul skill, Tiger Roar Impact. A low, rumbling tiger sound was vaguely heard, and in the next second, the Tiger Roar sword in Ning Chengfeng's hand was enveloped by a white soul power, making it slightly larger. He gripped it and charged forward, the Tiger Roar sword colliding with the bronze spear once again. Boom! However, unexpectedly, Ning Chengfeng was sent flying, and the bronze spear was also knocked back, spinning back to Huang Wei, who caught it. After stabilizing himself, Ning Chengfeng, ignoring his shock, quickly launched another offensive towards Huang Wei, simultaneously activating his second soul ring. Shadowless 3 slashes. His speed increased dramatically as he split into 3 clones, charging towards Huang Wei from 3 different directions. At the same time, his main body thrust directly towards Huang Wei. Now, there were 4 attacks. Divine Skin of Gold. Huang Wei did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. After all, the second soul ring was enhanced by soul power above level 20. However, the person in front of him was not qualified enough for him to reveal his soul ring to deal with. In a flash of thought, a layer of golden element suddenly covered his outer skin. Bang! What is this? His soul skill? No, wait. Why is there no soul ring appearing? As this scene unfolded, not only Ning Chengfeng, who was fighting against him, but also Zhong Ren below immediately frowned, filled with shock and confusion. Ning Fengji and Chun Xin exchanged glances, also puzzled. What kind of ability allows a layer of golden substance to condense on the body? Downstage, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were also confused, the latter aside. The former had spent so many days with Huang Wei and had no idea he had this ability. However, while they were all bewildered, Ning Chengfeng, along with the 4 attacks from his 3 shadow clones, had already struck Huang Wei. Bang bang bang, gulang. 3 attacks struck Huang Wei's body from different directions, and Ning Chengfeng's main body thrust the Tiger Howl sword's tip into his bronze spear. Even so, the soul power explosion attack of a great soul master was still very powerful and not as fragile as imagined. However, an unexpected event occurred at that moment. The 4 attacks hitting Huang Wei caused him no damage at all, and even his golden skin was not penetrated. Ridiculous. His defense after activating the golden skin had directly increased by 80% compared to his original defense. It must be said that the divine ability emerging from the ninefold body refining technique was indeed impressive. With just these 2 points, along with the fairy herb garden in his ring, even without a system, he could still carve out a legend of his own in this Douluo world. After that, Ning Chengfeng's 3 shadow clones disappeared. Meanwhile, continuously using soul power and now having used soul skills twice in a row, Ning Chengfeng's soul power was already depleted, and his complexion turned pale, becoming weak. How is this possible? Ning Chengfeng felt as if struck by lightning, unable to believe it. Huang Wei's lips curled slightly as he let out a soft hum. "Your attack doesn't hurt at all. I see your soul power is depleted, so I'll send you down." As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed the bronze spear into the ground, and a terrifying energy shield formed from his soul power erupted around him. Ning Tang San, it housed, couldn't withstand it, and was blown away. Then, Huang Wei swept his spear horizontally, the spearhead striking Ning Chengfeng's abdomen, causing him to widen his eyes in pain, spit out saliva, and fly directly out of the ring, sliding far away before finally stopping. The crowd was stunned. The 22nd place on the Dragon Transformation list, Ning Chengfeng, had been defeated by a child who was only a first ring level 20 soul master, and he was just 6 years old. At this age and level, it was quite terrifying. The most outrageous part was that the former had used 2 soul skills and still hadn't forced out the opponent's soul ring. As for Huang Wei's skin turning golden just now, they didn't dare to speculate. Perhaps that was also one of his soul skills? If so, at least it had forced out one, which wasn't too far-fetched. Ning Chengfeng was unconscious and was dragged away by a healing soul master. just like Lin Feng had been earlier. Congratulations to the intern Elder Huang Wei for defeating the 22nd place on the Dragon Transformation list and taking his place. The crowd's attention returned to the arena, and another wave of excitement erupted. At this moment, Huang Wei twirled the bronze spear, retracting it behind him. His straight body stood like an indomitable and unyielding giant mountain on the arena. A gentle breeze passed by, giving him an almost invincible posture, creating a stronger illusion for the others below. Huang Wei was breathing heavily, as the recent burst of soul power had consumed quite a bit of his energy. But it didn't really deplete his physical stamina. However, soul power and physical strength are somewhat interconnected. After 2 consecutive intense, one-on-one matches without any breaks, he was only slightly out of breath, which was already quite impressive. His breathing was rhythmic and not chaotic, giving off a sense of cadence. This was a breathing technique he had developed based on the anime and movies he had seen in his previous life, which was very helpful for his breathing cultivation. Suddenly, Huang Wei said, "Let's not fight today. I want to go cultivate. Starting tomorrow, I can accept challenges from 3 different challengers at different times each day. However, since you are challenging me, the rules will be set by me. Those who challenge me must come in the order of the last 3 on the Huolong list, all the way to the first place." "All right, we accept your proposal." Ning Fengheng immediately spoke up. Since he had spoken, the others naturally had no objections. He then addressed the rest. "Tomorrow, the 19th, 18th, and 17th on the Huolong list will challenge him until he is defeated." This was truly a divine assist, helping Huang Wei avoid a lot of trouble. He then jumped down from the martial platform, and the others made way for him. He nodded towards Ning Fengji and Chun Xian, then walked over to Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. Ning Fengji's expression became serious as he slowly spoke to everyone in front of him. "All right, we will follow Huang Wei's rules. Those who wish to challenge him must adhere to this order. However, during the fights, no lethal force should be used, and opponents must not be crippled. If the 7-treasure glazed tile school discovers any malicious tactics, the consequences will be severe: death for serious offenses and expulsion from the sect for lighter ones." Everyone responded yes. Ning Fengji waved his hand. "All right, disperse. Go to class. Today there will be a special lesson on a new type of training method, so don't miss it." "Yes." The crowd was excited and left in an orderly manner. After everyone had left, a few people remained, including one who had not departed, Ning Fengheng, one of Ning Fengji's sons. He walked up to Ning Fengji and Chun Xian, cupping his hands in salute, and said, "Father, Grandfather Jian, MM." The 2 nodded in response. Ning Fengji was quite fond of his son, as he was his direct bloodline. Both of their talents were not inferior to Ning Rongrong's, and at such a young age, they had achieved this level of cultivation. However, unfortunately, his sect was the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and these individuals ultimately could not inherit his position. Otherwise, the 7-treasure glazed tile school would cease to exist and would have to change its name, which he did not wish to see. Fortunately, Ning Rongrong had a natural soul power of level 9 and was still with the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, which made him exceedingly happy and excited. Thus, he chose her as his successor. However, now that the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda had evolved into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, he planned to spend some time with his wives to have more children. After all, such a top-tier martial soul lineage should not be wasted. Although not everyone would inherit the 9 treasures, there was still a chance that someone might, which would alleviate Ning Rongrong's burdens in the future, as she could marry later. "Big brother." Ning Rongrong was quite happy to see Ning Fengheng and directly came up to him. "Weren't you in seclusion? How would you bear to come out? It seems you don't remember your little sister anymore." Seeing Ning Rongrong, Ning Fengheng also smiled broadly, then said somewhat apologetically, "Little sister? Recently the brothers have all been in seclusion, and I was the first to come out. There is a reason I couldn't play with you. No need. You go back to seclusion. Now I have Brother Wei and Xiao Wu with me, so I don't need you to accompany me." Xiao Wu came between Huang Wei and Ning Rongrong, nudging their wrists and sticking out her tongue, looking annoyed. "Ning Rongrong, you mustn't be rude. After all, he is your elder brother." Ning Fengji looked sternly at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong lowered her head, feeling wronged, and said tearfully, "This isn't my fault. They all don't want to play with me. I'm so bored alone. If it weren't for Brother Huang Wei and Xiao Wu showing up, I would still be the same as before." "What are you doing, Fengji? This is indeed not Rongrong's fault. Don't say that." Chun Xian quickly cooperated with Ning Fengji to play the good cop, scolding gently. He walked in front of Rongrong and picked her up. "Rongrong, be good, don't cry." Father, Grandfather Chun, little sister Rongrong, this is indeed our fault, as elder brothers. So, father, don't blame little sister for this. It's our fault. Ning Fengheng sighed, feeling quite burdened, thinking to himself, if I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have come out. Continuing my seclusion would have been better. With you all putting on your own shows, in the end, I'm the one who gets hurt. The older brothers ahead didn't come out. I'm the only one bearing this grievance. It's so unfair. All right, Uncle Ning, Master, Rong, and this unnamed person. We are all family, so let us not let this small matter affect our harmony. Let us all take a step back, coexist peacefully, move forward together, enjoy family happiness, and harmony brings prosperity. Only then can our sect and the human race become stronger and more prosperous. In the end, it was Huang Wei who spoke up to mediate. When the others heard Huang Wei's words, they were momentarily stunned, but upon hearing the content, their eyes instantly lit up. Coexist peacefully, move forward together, enjoy family happiness, harmony brings prosperity. Good. Those phrases are excellent. Although each segment is only a few words long, they perfectly reflect what I've always wanted to express. Huang Wei is truly a genius. Ning Fengji laughed heartily, and everyone was very happy. Is it that exaggerated? I just copied some family sayings from my previous life. Huang Wei thought to himself, but he still maintained a humble demeanor on the outside, saying, I just said it casually. I want to add something. Ning Fengheng said, looking at Huang Wei, my name is Ning Fengheng, and I am Rong's sixth brother. By the way, are you really only 6 years old? Yes, Brother Heng, I really am only 6 years old. Ning Fengheng looked at Huang Wei, who was as strong as an ox and much more robust than him, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. What on earth did this guy eat to grow up? Only 6 years old? This is too monstrous. This one do. If this continues, he will soon surpass me. Looking at father and grandfather Jian, it's clear they're trying to matchmake Rong with him. I can't lose to this brother-in-law. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. I must go back into seclusion and cultivate again to quickly break through to Soul Sage. Although he is still at level 28 now, he is close to reaching level 29. He feels that he can complete it in the next few days. The others no longer joke about him. After a few casual exchanges, Ning Fengji and Chen Xian went outside the forest to hunt for the 8th spirit ring. As for Huang Wei, Chen Xian had just asked him. But Huang Wei's answer was that he wasn't in a hurry to hunt for the 2nd spirit ring and wanted to train his body a bit more. However, just now, Ning Fengji also ordered Ning Fengheng to train with Huang Wei, doing whatever Huang Wei does. Upon hearing this order, Ning Fengheng was completely stunned. Did he just get himself involved in this outing? Naturally, Huang Wei had no issues with it. If you want to follow along, just do so. But be careful not to faint from exhaustion. His workout intensity increases every day, which is simply beyond what Ning Fengheng can handle. 51. The terrifying training method within the residential area of Huang Wei, in a vast running field, for figures were running. Leading the way was Ning Fengheng, with Ning Rong and Xiao Wu now thoroughly exhausted, breathing heavily and drenched in sweat. Their legs felt weak, and every step they took was incredibly difficult. Moreover, Huang Wei had forbidden them from using their soul power, so they could only rely on their physical strength to run, with the 3 of them panting heavily. However, Huang Wei was calmly breathing in an orderly manner, running ahead of the others. Running was just the first training exercise in the basic training regimen, and after finishing the run, they still needed to do other exercises. Of course, he also took into account that the 3 behind him were physically weak, and since they had just started, they definitely couldn't keep up with him for that long, or they would really be exhausted. Huang Wei assigned different tasks to each of them. Ning Fengheng, having a beast-type martial soul, naturally had a better physique than the 2 girls, Ning Rong and Xiao Wu. He had to run 25 laps, while Xiao Wu and Rong had to run 20 laps. As for Huang Wei, he had a baseline of 100 laps, and this time he aimed to challenge his limits by increasing the number. So he didn't run with the 3 of them. Instead, he ran at the fastest pace, but in a rhythmic manner. At this moment, he was also sweating, but he was operating the 9-fold body refinement technique, and the gentle soul power within him was blossoming, which felt really comfortable. Seeing Huang Wei seemingly running without slowing down, Ning Fengheng had a bitter expression and gasped. Is this guy a monster? How can he be so frightening? 1 lap is 5,000 meters. My 25 laps total 125,000 meters. I'm exhausted. Don't talk. Save some energy to run. Xiao Wu, panting heavily, raised her hand to wipe the sweat. She had already completed 15 laps, with 5 laps remaining, but it was not as easy as it sounded. Ning Rong, feeling weak, directly lay on the ground, sticking out her tongue and gasping, crying out, I can't do it anymore, I can't run, it's so hard. Woo woo woo. Rong Rong. Xiao Wu and Ning Fengheng were anxious and quickly gave up running, rushing to her side to help her up. Woo woo woo. I'm so tired, I'm exhausted. I'm still so young, and I have to endure such great suffering. I'm just a support type soul master. Ning Rongrong sobbed into Xiao Wu's arms. Xiao Wu was also exhausted, her legs barely holding her up. When Rongrong suddenly threw herself at her, both of them collapsed to the ground again. Just then, Huang Wei, who had run to this point, saw the three of them panting and wiped the sweat from his brow as he walked over. He pulled Rongrong and Xiao Wu up and said, "You just finished running, your hearts are beating fast. Don't sit or lie down, get up and walk. Or even if you were soul masters, you could still suffer from sudden death." "Bro, I'm fine, I can still run." Xiao Wu gasped weakly. "Wei Di, I can also run, it's just that Rongrong." Ning Fengheng, also panting, admired Huang Wei, and now he couldn't articulate clearly. "Wei Ge, I really can't run anymore. Let me rest a bit, I promise I will finish the remaining laps." Ning Rongrong clung to Huang Wei. Her eyes filled with tears, looking very aggrieved. This scene was quite adorable. It wasn't that Huang Wei was psychologically twisted and wanted to bully her, but he certainly wouldn't do that. It was indeed a bit difficult for you the first time, and Rongrong, you were a support type. However, finishing this will definitely be beneficial for you. So, Rongrong, after you rest, run again, but don't sit, go walk around. Huang Wei also felt that he was being hasty. It seemed that the physique of soul masters was worse than he had imagined. Moreover, the other party was only 6 years old. Not everyone was as abnormal as he was. Thus, he agreed to let Rongrong rest. Seeing the scene, Ning Fengheng shook his head secretly and forced his exhausted body to stand up, weakly saying, "I'll continue running." Although he was a level 28 soul master, he couldn't use his martial soul power, or soul skills. He could use nothing but pure physical strength. Not to mention him, the others couldn't hold on either. Hurry up and run. Otherwise, when your leg muscles soften, it will be even more tiring to run later. Trust me, this is from my experience. After saying this, he put down Ning Rongrong and turned to run. "Rongrong, you rest here for a bit. I'll go run first," Xiao Wu said to Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong nodded obediently, feeling quite ashamed as she knew she was holding them back. Time passed again, and Huang Wei reached his current limit, having run a total of 150 laps. However, he wanted to challenge his limits further because he strongly felt that the percentage of his ninefold body forging technique was continuously rising, and that warm feeling was becoming more intense. Limit, break the limit. Huang Wei began to do other training exercises. 10,000 push-ups, 10,000 squats, 10,000 frog jumps. He fell many times along the way, but even so, he gritted his teeth and persisted. The number this time was greater than usual. Gritting his teeth, his gaze was resolute. He wanted to become stronger. Tang San could become a god in the future. He could definitely become a god in the future too. As a fellow transmigrator, he was unwilling to lose to Tang San. Huang Wei let out a painful scream, startling the three people who had just finished running the designated laps and were resting in the distance. Huang Wei's perseverance and determination were recognized by everyone. Ning Fengheng was completely defeated. Huang Wei's spirit inspired him, so he stood up, intending to join in sitting down, but at that moment, his legs went weak and he couldn't stand, falling directly to the ground. "Let's wait a bit." Ning Fengheng and finally just lay down. Ning Rongrong lay in Xiao Wu's arms, gasping for breath and drenched in sweat. Both of them were the same. Zhao Lei and his team hurried over to bring them saline to drink. The healing spirit master quickly treated them. The three of them finally felt as if they had come back from the brink of death. Looking at Huang Wei, who was still training like a madman, everyone was stunned. No wonder he could achieve so much at such a young age. I am completely convinced. Ning Fengheng sighed deeply. As the second place on the dragon transformation list, he finally felt what it meant to train to the point of death from Huang Wei. Xiao Wu spoke up. "I'm so hungry. Let's go eat first. Brother won't be done for a while. He has a lot of training projects." "All right." Ning Fengheng was already feeling anxious from hunger. Ning Rongrong was also extremely happy to hear about going to eat. The three of them headed towards the cafeteria. Zhao Lei and the others were still waiting. Huang Wei was still training. At this moment, he was already exhausted. However, his speed was still very fast. Another hour passed, and he finally finished. Lying on the ground, he suddenly sat up. Zhao Lei and the others wanted to approach, but they saw Huang Wei take out a bottle containing an unknown red liquid, open the cap, and drank the remaining half bottle. Then he directly sat cross-legged, hands in motion, entering deep meditation for cultivation. "Give me protection, and don't let the others get close to Elder Huang Wei." Xiao Lei said to the three people. Yes, such an impressive talent, they needed to protect him well. So the four of them positioned themselves at the east, south, west, and north around Huang Wei to guard him. In the sunset forest, the unicorn amethyst lion. This was the place where Chun Xian and Ning Fengji arrived. The journey was quite far, but they made it. Looking around, Chun Xian asked, Fengji, what kind of soul beast do you plan to hunt for your 8th soul ring? I don't know what kind of power will be added at the 8th level, whether it's predetermined or based on a martial soul, since it's my first time. So, I'm planning to hunt a soul beast around 70 to 80,000 years old. Ning Fengji had also done some research last night and pondered on the way here, ultimately deciding to leave it to fate and see what kind of soul skill he could get, which he was looking forward to. Chun Xian suddenly boldly expressed his thoughts. You don't have an attack method. How about hunting an attack-type soul beast for you? Ning Fengji hadn't thought of that. So he nodded. All right, I'm looking forward to it. Suddenly, he remembered something and said, This is the sunset forest. The ice and fire 2EI that Xiao Wei mentioned is here, but this forest is very large. And there's no definite conclusion about that ice and fire 2EI. Chun Xian waved his hand and said, This might not be resolved in a short time. Let a large number of disciples come over later. Also, that kid is already at level 20. It won't be long before he goes back to get his 2nd soul ring. When he brings them here, we can search again. For now, let's look for soul beasts while searching for it. We can't rush. All right. The two walked in, directly flying towards the depths of the sunset forest. Along the way, Chun Xian also specifically looked into some rocky corners, but didn't find any signs of divine grass. Slightly disappointed, he moved on. After all, the sunset forest was vast, and many hidden places were scattered throughout. He couldn't search each one individually since the distances were not short. Roar. However, at that moment, a soul beast roared angrily, and the surrounding vegetation trembled under a powerful force. The rocks here began to crack. Chun Xian and Ning Fengji were startled. The former took the ladder and flew over, hiding behind a dense tree to conceal their presence and observe ahead. In the clearing ahead stood a giant creature completely covered in hard purple ice crystals, with a massive purple horn on its head, a fierce face, bristling fur, and fierce fangs. It was enormous, its body about 10 meters long, exuding a fierce and cold aura. After judging, Chun Xian spoke, It's actually the unicorn amethyst lion. And this soul, beast's aura and massive body are at least around 86,000 years old. We are lucky to have encountered it. Fengji, just choose it. All right, let's go for it, Sword Uncle. Ning Fengji nodded and summoned the 9-treasure glazed tower, providing Chun Xian with a significant boost. Chun Xian also wanted to see how powerful he was after reaching level 97. He summoned the 7-killing sword and charged toward the unicorn amethyst lion. The unicorn amethyst lion sensed danger and roared again, spreading its limbs and opening its massive mouth, condensing purple soul beast power into a light wave that shot out. Chun Xian thrust out his sword, cutting through the light wave and slashing forward. Seeing the opponent's strength, the unicorn amethyst lion turned to flee, but the next second, it was struck crashing into a large rock and getting buried under it. Chun Xian stopped, raised his hand, and the giant sword illusion formed by the 7-killing sword fell onto the pile of stones. Boom! Then, it transformed into a phantom and appeared in front of the severely wounded unicorn amethyst lion, grabbing it and throwing it in front of Ning Fengji. It's still alive, Fengji. Hurry and kill it. Otherwise, it will die. He then awkwardly added, I just stepped into this level, and I didn't expect my fighting power at 97 to be so strong. I couldn't control it well and almost killed it. Ning Fengji noted, quickly took out a prepared knife from his soul guide device and stabbed it into the unconscious unicorn amethyst lion's head. With another spurt of blood, the latter died completely. A purple energy slowly floated out and then transformed into a black energy that coalesced into a black soul ring. Ning Fengji immediately sat cross-legged, operating the 9-treasure glazed tower to draw in and absorb it into his body for refinement. The sunset forest was very dangerous with soul beasts lurking. Now was a critical moment for Ning Fengji. So, Chun Xian was ready to release his soul power to suppress everything that wanted to approach. A 7-killing sword filled with cold, fierce killing intent hovered in this area. Another 2 hours passed. Finally, Ning Fengji successfully finished absorbing. After adjusting his breath, he smiled slightly and stood up. Sword Uncle, I'm done absorbing, he said, directly summoning the 9-treasure glazed tower, which now had a circle of black soul rings appearing on the originally empty 8th layer. Ning Fengji said elegantly, if nothing unexpected happens, I should have reached level 81 soul, Douluo. Yes. Chen Xian sensed it was indeed so. Quick, tell me what skill you acquired? As an observer and advisor, Chen Xian was extremely eager. Ning Fengji smiled slightly and said, Sword Uncle, this unicorn amethyst lion has given me the 8th soul ring skill called Purple Crystal Seal. Purple Crystal Seal. Chen Xian frowned. Is it a soul skill that seals opponents? What is its effect? That's right. Ning Fengji nodded and roughly explained. The purple crystal seal, when I use this skill, I will be enveloped in a purple crystal layer that has powerful defensive and absorption abilities, capable of absorbing the incoming force. As long as the force is not enough to break my purple crystal, I can continuously absorb and convert it into enhanced defensive power. In addition, it can also seal individuals or groups hit, preventing them from using their soul skills. The pros and cons are both there. My soul power consumption is also very high. The higher the level of the sealed target, the faster and more soul power I consume. Chen Xian listened attentively to Ning Fengji's explanation, his eyes widening in astonishment. Fengji, this skill is godly. My goodness, I didn't expect you to acquire such a soul skill. Then he retreated a few meters and said, Fengji, what are you waiting for? Quickly use it on me. I want to see how it works. All right, then I'll offend you, Sword Uncle. Ning Fengji nodded, eagerly anticipating this skill, and Chen Xian's action undoubtedly helped him fulfill this wish. He quickly activated the 8th soul skill of the 9-treasure glazed tower. 9 treasures are famous, 7 days. 9 treasure true body. There's no way around it. To activate this 8th soul skill, one must first unleash the true form of their martial soul. Not only him, but many soul masters are the same. As his words fell, a massive 9-colored pagoda materialized, hovering in front of him. He then slammed his staff on the ground and said, 9 treasures have a name. The 8th is Purple Crystal Seal. As soon as the words left his mouth, a blinding purple light emanated from the true form of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, and a circle of purple energy array rapidly spread across the ground. All living beings within this array would be attacked. At the same time, a purple crystal enveloped Ning Fengji's body, and a beam of purple light shot directly towards Chen Xian. The speed was incredibly fast. Chen Xian attempted to dodge, but he soon realized that as long as he remained within this purple energy array, he would be locked on as a target for pursuit until hit or until he left the array's range. Fire Ghost Lotus, Ghostly Charm. Bang! He chose not to escape and accepted the hit instead. At the moment he was struck, he felt as if a purple shackle was placed upon his body, and the 9 soul rings on him vanished. Chen Xian could sense that these 9 soul rings still existed within his body, but he couldn't immobilize them or use any soul skills. Those who didn't know would think they were truly gone. However, if he exerted all his strength to break through, he could still shatter the sealing shackles. As time continued to pass, Ning Fengji was sweating profusely, his complexion rapidly pale, and he felt weak, panting as his soul power gradually diminished, until finally, Chen Xian's formidable soul power completely broke the shackles, causing Ning Fengji to stagger back a few steps, the true form of the 9 treasures disappearing, and his whole body suddenly went limp, with even more cold sweat on his forehead. Luckily, he managed to hold onto a nearby tree to avoid falling. Seeing this, Chen Xian's expression changed, and he immediately flashed to Ning Fengji's side to support him. Fengji, are you all right? I'm fine, just exhausted of soul power. I'll be okay after a rest. Ning Fengji raised a hand and gently shook it, panting as he sat down, smiling bitterly. This skill is indeed powerful, but the consumption is unexpectedly terrifying. It seems I should use it sparingly in the future. Chen Xian quickly sent soul power to Ning Fengji, excitedly saying, just now, you held on for 30 seconds in total. This might be because the gap in our levels is too large. That purple shackles have a strong sealing power. If it weren't for me going all out, you should have been able to hold on for a minute. But against someone of your level or a typical title Douluo, it shouldn't be like this. If you seal someone the same level as me or higher, as long as you can prevent them from using soul skills, I can finish the battle in the shortest time possible. This skill will be incredibly beneficial in future battles. After hearing Chen Xian's analysis, Ning Fengji nodded in agreement. If possible, he thought about seeing if he could find a soul bone capable of storing soul power. If so, perhaps the duration could be extended. That would be hard to find, but it could be looked for later. Chen Xian nodded. He released his hand, and with his help in transferring soul power, Ning Fengji's soul power had already recovered quite a bit. Chen Xian said, now that we are here, I plan to go to Nodding City to discuss the matter of Huangwei with Ling Feng. Ning Fengji nodded, then let's go. Just as they absorbed the soul rings. Something interesting was happening on the other side. In Marshall's Soul City, at the ghostly charm mansion. At this moment, the ghostly charm was in his secret chamber, where 3 areas were dark, but a faint light seeped through a crack ahead. The aura of the ghostly charm was very strange, giving off a feeling of death, which matched his bizarre character. He sat cross-legged in the center, and a peculiar petal appeared in his hand. If Huang Wei and the others were here now, they would definitely recognize this as a celestial herb. Moreover, Huang Wei would surely recognize it as the one he handed to Ling Feng that night. How could it be in the hands of the ghostly charm? Who would have thought that the small Soul King Dean of Notting City Soul Master Academy is actually from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect? If not for a serious investigation, it wouldn't have been discovered. It was so well hidden. He had already completed the task entrusted to him by the Pope, which was to notify Ning Fengji and Jin Dao Chan Xan to ambush those 2 gifted children on the way. The ghostly charm said, as scenes of him secretly infiltrating the Soul King Academy and erasing it from existence flashed through his mind, and he obtained this peculiar petal that he intended to absorb. But what is this? This scent is so unique. I really like it. The petal in his hand emitted an aura reminiscent of the 9 Nether, with black and red patterns on it, appearing incredibly eerie and enchanting. This was one of the celestial herbs that Huang Wei took from the bronze ring to give to Ling Feng, a leaf of the fire ghost lotus. However, the ghostly charm did not know this. He only knew that he loved this smell. Moreover, he could sense that the unique life force on this petal was rapidly fading. Gulp. Swallowing hard, this petal had a unique power that was tempting him, and he gradually became greedy. Without hesitation, the ghostly charm instinctively placed the strange petal in his mouth. At that moment, a miraculous scene occurred. When the petal touched his tongue, it instantly transformed into a black aura, the edges of which were tinged with a fiery red, entering his body. The ghostly charm's pupils contracted, his heart suddenly jolted, and his expression became bewildered. He screamed like a madman, then was enveloped by flames and black flames, with this red and black fireball continuously swirling like Tai Chi. The red flame revealed a strange and fierce soul wandering, while the black flame also revealed a strange and fierce soul. The 2 began to hesitate to approach, gradually testing around the edges. As time passed, both crossed the boundary line and fused together. A low, mournful wail echoed, and then the red flame was completely swallowed by the black flame, with a black ghostly aura entirely occupying the fireball. Time swiftly passed until Ning Fengji and Jin Dao Chun Xian arrived at the Notting City Intermediate Soul Master Academy again. Meanwhile, in the ghostly charm's secret chamber, it was already completely shrouded by countless ghostly shadows. It resembled a scene of 100 ghosts parading at night. Terrifying, frightening, oppressive, eerie, and chilling. As the dense black flames in the center gradually blossomed into a lotus shape, all the ghosts in the chamber returned to the ghostly charm's body at that moment. At this time, the black, ghostly aura on the ghostly charm was exceptionally thick, several times more than before. Even a glance could stop one's breath. He suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a shocking sight. His eyes had no pupils, only a terrifying black eyeball, and a strange pattern appeared on his forehead, resembling a curse. He opened his mouth, his long tongue licking his lips, and the saliva that splattered out was devoured by the ghostly aura. His smile was incredibly eerie and chilling. The level 95 shackles that have sealed me for so long have finally been broken through. Level 96? Huh? Such powerful strength. It has increased by at least more than double compared to before. I never expected that a Soul King from such a small place would be so precious. Perhaps the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has more unspeakable secrets. The ghostly laughter grew increasingly mad and greedy, wanting to obtain all the bizarre energies of this world. Moments later, the terrifying ghostly aura gradually receded. Blinking, his pupilless black eyes returned to normal, revealing eyes with pupils. The form he had just taken was a new, ghostly human form he had obtained, and he had also acquired a new domain, Ghostly Nightwalker. However, if it were the petals of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, it shouldn't be possible for such a low-level individual to possess them. After all, even if Ning Fengji and others from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School didn't recognize such a treasure, they would be able to sense the terrifying energy emanating from it and determine its extraordinary nature. So, this was not a petal from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Seeking them would be futile. It could just be that guy Good Luck and picked it up. What a pity. Had I known, I would have spared that ant's life and questioned him. Killing him too soon was a mistake. The ghost sighed. Now that he had calmed down and thought about it, this was the right conclusion. His intelligence was somewhat affected by that ghostly human form earlier, making him act irrationally. The ghost narrowed his eyes and said, "However, I need to conceal this. If Bibi Dong finds out that I obtained the treasure and didn't submit it, but consumed it myself, that would be troublesome." 54. Found the murderer after Ning Fengji and Chun Xin arrived at the Nodding Soul Master Academy and concealed their presence. They directly entered Ling Feng's office. However, they found the office somewhat messy. Yet, Ling Feng was not there. Ning Fengji frowned, his expression darkening as he said, "According to Ling Feng's character, it shouldn't be this messy. Why do I feel there's something strange about this place?" There were traces of impact on the floor and walls. The wall was burned by flames, likely left by Ling Feng. Something had happened to him. Chun Xian observed and walked to the side, touching a charred section of the wall. His eyes immediately turned cold. With their years of experience in the Jianghu, they certainly couldn't be unaware of the situation. Ling Feng had indeed encountered trouble. Ning Fengji's expression became extremely grave, his demeanor no longer refined, but rather more solemn, as he said, "Whoever dares to harm our 7 treasure glazed tile school members must have a recent connection with us. It can only be Yu Eguan from the Spirit Hall." It's very likely he discovered Ling Feng's hidden identity and directed the aura of Xiao Wei and Xiao Wu onto him. Ning Fengji continued, "The aura of a title Douluo is significant. Even if hidden, it clearly shows there was a battle. Although Ling Feng was completely overwhelmed, the aura of the fight would definitely be sensed by those weaker nearby. We should ask the academy staff." Chun Xian suddenly released his grip on the charred wall, opened his closed eyes, and his gaze sharpened. "Fengji, there's no need to ask. The person is not Yu Eguan. I already know who did it. This person has an unusual martial soul, and it's very simple for him to secretly take down Ling Feng without attracting attention, because his martial soul can merge into other shadows, killing in the shadows, concealing his presence. Fengji, you understand now, right?" Chun Xian turned around, his eyes locking with Ning Fengji's. He appeared calm, but this calmness clearly concealed an inner fury and overwhelming killing intent. Regardless, Ling Feng was the first teacher of Huang Wei, and Chun Xian was the second, meaning he had essentially snatched someone else's disciple. No matter how one looked at it, Ling Feng was of great importance to Huang Wei. A unique familial bond had gradually formed among the 3 of them. Based on Chun Xian's words, Ning Fengji immediately identified the person from the Spirit Hall associated with shadow martial souls, and that was Ghost Douluo Huime. Ning Fengji's eyes turned extremely cold. The only one who met these conditions was him. Moreover, he was Yu Eguan's partner, serving the current Pope Bibi Dong together. Yu Eguan would surely report that day's events to Bibi Dong, so Gue Mei must have been present. Therefore, the only one who would send Gue Mei to carry out this order was Bibi Dong, because Gue Mei's martial soul is a ghost. He could silently kill enemies. Incredibly bizarre. Ning Fengji gripped the head of his scepter tightly. "Sir Uncle, what should we do now?" Chun Xian said seriously, "He is very likely dead, and it's too risky for just the 2 of us to go to the Spirit Hall to retrieve him. The foundation of the Spirit Hall is far stronger than we imagine, especially their Elder Hall. The number of title Douluo in the Worship Hall is not something our 7 treasure glazed tile school can compare to." Ning Fengji's face twisted with conflict. A gentleman takes revenge. It's never too late. We'll find another opportunity later. However, how do we explain this to Xiao Wei? Although they hated the Spirit Hall style, they could not be foolish enough to go to their doorstep to deliver themselves to death. Even though the 7 treasure glazed tile school supported the Tiando Empire, the Spirit Hall had not completely torn their face with the 7 treasure glazed tile school yet. Chun Xian said, "To be honest, we can't handle this matter secretly. It's better to tell him early so he can be psychologically prepared. Moreover, Xiao Wei's personality is very mature. Perhaps he can bear it. Turning this hatred into motivation for cultivation is a good thing." "All right." Ning Fengji nodded, and then the 2 quietly left. However, on the other side, Huang Wei had already awakened. After moving his body, he found that the fatigue he felt had almost disappeared. He felt stronger. Once he got up, he realized he was extremely hungry. Zhao Lei and the others breathed a sigh of relief when they saw him awake and untied the protective barrier. However, at this moment, Xiao Wu and the others had already finished eating and returned early, as they were still cultivating beside him. Xiao Wu was practicing sparring with Ning Fenghong, while Ning Rongrong was providing support, and the consumption was not too great. Huang Wei smiled slightly after waking up and said, "Thank you, Manager Zhao. You could disperse now." "Yes, Elder Huang." Zhao Lei also changed his title directly. Talents like Huang Wei would surely be promoted sooner or later. So he planned to find a strong backing to rely on, ensuring that he wouldn't have to worry about the future. Huang Wei got up and did some simple stretches, looking at the two people not far ahead who were fighting, along with Ning Rongrong providing support beside them. He glanced around but did not go up to disturb them. It must be said that as a 28th level second ring soul master, Ning Fengheng was quite capable. Although the opponent was only using the first soul ring skill, it still made it quite difficult for Xiao Wu to fight alone. Huang Wei was very fast, running quickly to the cafeteria. As he entered, it was around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, not yet mealtime, so the cafeteria was empty, with only the sounds of kitchen utensils clattering. I hope there is still something to eat. I'm almost starving, Huang Wei thought, feeling like crying. He walked over to ask, and the chef, seeing him arrive, did not dare to be disrespectful given the other party status. After all, he was just a chef. He immediately bowed respectfully. I'm very hungry right now. Could you prepare a few pounds of soul beast meat for me to eat? Huang Wei's voice was a bit low. He was hungry, and his stomach was continuously growling in protest. As his training became more extreme, his consumption increased, and with his physical intensity rising, his metabolism reached a terrifying speed. Therefore, he not only ate a lot, but also got hungry quickly, needing to eat several meals a day. The chef quickly spoke up. Yes, Elder Huang, we have stocked a lot of soul beast meat, as instructed by the sect leader, mainly to provide for you. Uncle Ning arranged this? Huang Wei was taken aback, and his heart warmed in an instant. Right. The chef nodded. How many kilograms would the young master like? How many kilograms do you have in stock? Huang Wei swallowed. We currently have 100 kilograms. Many of them are from farm soul beasts. The chef chuckled, realizing that Elder Huang was not as bad-tempered as they had imagined. In fact, he was quite easy to get along with, which reassured them, as such people were easier to please. 100 kilograms. Hearing this number, even Huang Wei's eyes widened in surprise. Damn, are you trying to feed me like a pig? This isn't 100 gene, it's 100 kilograms. Kilograms. Compared to gene, this is an entirely different concept. Huang Wei immediately said, all right, then give me 10 pounds first. I'm so hungry, I've consumed too much. I feel like I could eat a whole cow. Wait a minute, let's go do it now. The chef was taken aback and shocked. Eating 10 pounds at once was quite a lot, but he still nodded. After all, the other party was so robust, and their training volume was indeed huge. Huang Wei added, often, high-end cuisine doesn't need to use too many seasonings intentionally. You could just stew the meat in a big pot with water and a little salt. My requirements are very low. I just want to eat the meat quickly. The chef was taken aback. Okay, we understand. A master with such low demands is very easy to serve, and they are also very willing to serve. On the contrary, those who are picky can be quite annoying. Huang Wei directly sat down in an empty seat, waiting. He was very hungry, so he decisively entered meditation to forget about his hunger. Just at that moment, since it wasn't mealtime yet, many people were free in the kitchen. At the chef's command, everyone rushed to the freezer to take out the soul beast meat and quickly washed it again. People were busy, but their roles were clear. They prepared 5 large pots, each filled with 2 pounds of martial soul meat, bones, and other meat products. According to Huang Wei's instructions, they added some salt and covered the pots, while many fire tribute chefs heated and grilled them madly. This lineup was truly impressive. However, Huang Wei couldn't see this now, as he was deep in thought. After more than 10 minutes, a rich aroma of meat wafted from the kitchen. When the time reached 20 minutes, people began to bring out large plates of well-cooked meat. Bones and scorpion spines, all steaming hot. Someone had already served Huang Wei a bowl of soul beast meat soup. After placing it down, the others noticed Huang Wei was meditating. They immediately dared not disturb him and turned their gazes to the chef. Chef, what should we do now? Should we wake him up? Someone quietly asked the chef for help. Upon hearing this, the chef thought to himself, I also want to ask someone if you ask me. Who should I ask? However, from his earlier conversation with Huang Wei, he didn't seem like the type to have a bad temper. So he gathered his courage and was about to wake Huang Wei. Just then, Huang Wei's nose twitched and a loud growl came from his stomach. Following that, he suddenly opened his eyes, filled with brilliance, and saliva dripped from his mouth. He quickly wiped it away and swallowed. Finally, it was over. He was starving. Huang Wei immediately dove in, eating like a wolf and drinking like a tiger, devouring the meat and slurping the soup. Ah, so satisfying. I feel like I've been reborn. Huang Wei laughed wildly, tearing into the food with oil and meat fragments all over his mouth. Delicious, delicious. The other people beside him watched Huang Wei's appearance, and their tension immediately disappeared. Everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This guy was really easy to please. At the same time, seeing Huang Wei eat so ferociously made them unable to resist swallowing their own saliva, feeling hungry. The chef quickly signaled the others to return. He also went back, fearing that he might disturb this esteemed guest while he was dining. Huang Wei can eat as much as several people, and this is not the first time anyone has seen it. Almost everyone who has been to the cafeteria knows this. He is definitely a super big eater. Huang Wei was sucking on the marrow, gnawing on the bones, feeling blissfully high as if he had reached the ceiling. He was eating quickly, his mouth constantly chewing without a pause, which made one wonder if he would get a cramp. 20 minutes later, a satisfied Huang Wei used his fingers to pick at his teeth, stood up, and went to wash his greasy hands. When he returned, he saw the chef, who immediately greeted him with a beaming smile and asked, "Elder Huang, are you satisfied? Have you had enough? If not, we can prepare more for you." Huang Wei smirked, quite pleased, and patted the chef on the shoulder, nodding and saying, "I'm very satisfied, and I'm full now. If I ask you to cook meat, just do it this way, simple and delicious. Don't waste time with all that fancy stuff." The chef nodded. Okay, that's absolutely no problem." Huang Wei waved his hand, saying he would leave after eating, and Ning Fengji covered all the meal expenses. "All right, I'm off." The head chef waved. "Elder Huang, take care." Satisfied, Huang Wei returned to the training ground, watching Xiao Wu and Rong Rong still practicing together. Before he knew it, the sun was setting, and it was once again evening. Ning Fengji and Chen Xian had already returned, and their expressions were understandably not pleasant as they walked directly towards Huang Wei for a private meeting. Huang Wei asked, "Uncle Ning, teacher, why did you call me over? Is it about the explanation of the 8th spirit ring?" In the end, it was still Chen Xian who spoke up, his expression unusually serious. "Xiao Wei, I have some bad news to tell you, so be mentally prepared." Seeing their serious expressions, Huang Wei realized this was not a joke, and he also became serious, asking in confusion, "Teacher, is it that Uncle Ning cannot obtain the 8th spirit ability?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xian and Ning Fengji exchanged glances and shook their heads. The latter said, "Xiao Wei, I have already obtained the 8th spirit ring, but what Sword Uncle is going to say is related to your first teacher, Ling Feng." Hearing this and associating it with the bad news, Huang Wei's heart tightened for a moment, and for some reason, his brows furrowed into a line. Taking a deep breath, he said, "All right, I'm mentally prepared. Please go ahead, teacher. We just went to the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy to discuss your apprenticeship with Ling Feng." Chen Xian continued, his eyes filled with a cold light. "So I can conclude that the person behind this is from the Spear Hall, specifically the Pope's Hall's ghost Douluo. Hui Mei. We have no idea whether Ling Feng is dead or alive. However, my intuition tells me." Chen Xian hesitated for a moment but still said, "Ling Feng is very likely dead." Ning Fengji nodded angrily. "Yes, the Spirit Hall is too despicable. They actually use such means." The hand gripping the scepter was already showing visible veins, trembling noticeably. "The Spirit Hall actually targeted my teacher Ling Feng. It's truly despicable. Moreover, they even dispatched a titled Douluo." Huang Wei's eyes were filled with rage, his teeth clenched, his face twisted with anger and hatred, looking somewhat ferocious and mad. His fists tightly clenched. The pain had been overshadowed by hatred. He was so angry, a tremendous fury. Although he had only known Ling Feng for a few days, since he had taken him as a master, he was now a mentor. Tang San was not wrong when he said, "Once a teacher, always a father." Of course, if this father is wrong, then one should not recognize a thief as a father. However, this outward anger soon faded away, replaced by silence, and his tightly clenched hands relaxed. He sighed inwardly. Was this the butterfly effect I caused? Ling Feng's death was in fact his fault. Spirit Hall. Oh, Spirit Hall, you make it really hard for me. I don't provoke you, yet you insist on provoking me. The events that will happen in the future are also forced by you. Spirit Hall, don't blame me. Such despicable methods, such underhanded tactics, such destruction for the sake of not obtaining, made him feel extremely disgusted and even tremble with fear. This world is one of the survival of the fittest. The strong killing the weak is not wrong. Just like the powerful, ghostly spirit playing with or even killing his teacher is very normal. But since you killed my teacher, it means you have formed a grudge with me, and I will repay this grudge sooner or later. When I grow up, it will be your death day, ghostly spirit. However, in his view, the arrival of the ghostly spirit was greatly related to BB Dong. After all, having read the original work, he understood BB Dong's character. Or else the ghostly spirit wouldn't go to a small place like the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. No matter what, I remember you, especially you, ghostly spirit. Just wait. In the future, I will definitely kill you to avenge teacher Ling Feng. You disgust me so much, so I will also disgust you, Bibi Dong. Your daughter is quite good, and when she disguises herself as Xue Qinghe, I will take her down. From beginning to end, Huang Wei never considered himself a good person. After all, he was a time traveler, inherently a sinner who disrupts the plot, nothing worth pondering over. Choosing Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School rather than Spirit Hall was also a sense of freedom and ease he desired, feeling very comfortable and pleasant. Chen Xian patted Huang Wei's shoulder and said, Xiao Wei, turn your anger into motivation for cultivation. When you grow up, we will go to Spirit Hall together to avenge Ling Feng. Ning Fengji and Chen Xian sighed, feeling very guilty. Please forgive us for not going directly to Spirit Hall to demand an explanation. The waters there are very deep. Even though I am now at level 97, I don't have absolute confidence to take it down. So we must prioritize the bigger picture. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. That night, Huang Wei locked himself in a room. He wanted to be alone and quiet. He didn't tell Xiao Wu about this matter because it had nothing to do with her, and there was no need to share this trouble with her. So she went to take a bath, and there was less than half a bottle of tiger blood essence left. Huang Wei planned to bear it alone. Sitting on the bed, he lowered his head with a complex mix of emotions and hatred lingering in his eyes. His dry lips relaxed, transforming anger and hatred into motivation for cultivation. He extended his hand, looked at his palm, and suddenly clenched it tightly. Looking towards the moonlight outside the window, he revealed a determined expression and shouted, I'm still not strong enough. I must become stronger. Stronger. It's time for you to be consumed. After waiting for so long, I can hardly contain myself. Huang Wei's soul delved deep into the bronze ring. At this moment, he shouldn't be considering things that are temporarily beyond his capabilities, but rather should focus entirely on how to become stronger. In his hand, a delicate, golden petal appeared. This was the Qi Rong Tong Tianju. He murmured, recalling that in the original text, Qi Rong Tong Tianju is a neutral celestial grade herb that, when consumed, enhances one's luck, invigorates the limbs, unblocks the 8 meridians, and allows one to cultivate an indestructible body. Suddenly, he grinned. TSK, TSK, TSK. I really look forward to what it feels like to achieve this indestructible body. I wonder if it can overlay my golden skin, or the latter can be covered by the former as well. At that time, his defense would surely reach an astonishing height. Without further ado, he placed it in his mouth, and it melted instantly. A warm current swiftly invaded his body, flowing through his blood into his limbs, bones, organs, and various meridians. A sudden sensation of sourness surged straight to the top of his head. Time passed, and 3 months quickly went by. Today marks the first day of the 4th month. During these 3 months, Huang Wei trained every day. Since consuming the Qi Rong Tong Tianju, he had successfully cultivated the indestructible body. However, the unfortunate part was that the golden skin and the indestructible body could not be used simultaneously, preventing the layered effect he had hoped for. Moreover, the defense provided by the latter was not significantly greater than that of the former. Therefore, the former was still more practical. But it was not a big deal. Having it was better than not having it at all. Throughout the 3 months, people came to challenge him almost daily. Sometimes 2 would come, sometimes 1, and the numbers and timing were unpredictable. Occasionally, no one would come at all. But these challengers had one common trait. They could not force Huang Wei to use his soul ring, and they all ended up defeated. After 3 months, Huang Wei had already reached 3rd place on the Dragon Transformation ranking. Some might say this progress was slow, but for him, it was not a big problem. After all, besides training, he also needed to receive guidance from Chen Xian. Thus, his time became even more limited. His strength had already astonished many in the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. However, all these people's attacks were used by Huang Wei to refine his body. 3 months had passed, and he had reached a bottleneck. Those challengers could no longer provide him with physical improvements. During these 3 months, Huang Wei's relationship with Xiao Wu, Rong Rong, and Ning Fengheng had also improved significantly, and the 4 of them had formed a team. On the training ground, 2 figures were engaged in a duel. Huang Wei, no one has forced you to use your soul ring. Today, no matter what, I will make you use it. Ning Fengheng shouted, his soul power surging forth. The terrifying and incredibly fast tornado engulfed the entire area. Since you want to see it so much, I will fulfill your request. Huang Wei leaped up, and in 3 months, his height had increased from 165 meters to 170 meters. He was still about 5.5 months away from turning 7. At the moment he was engulfed by the tornado storm, a purple soul ring gradually emerged around him, and then a terrifying flame expanded outward with him at its center. First soul skill, Flame explosion. Boom. The wind could help his flames unleash even higher damage. So when Ning Fengheng saw this soul ring, his pupils constricted. And in the next second, he witnessed two energy attacks explode simultaneously. Purple, 1,000-year first soul ring. How is this possible? Even though Ning Fengheng knew Huang Wei was extraordinary, he never expected him to be this terrifying. Just as he exclaimed, Huang Wei's figure had already burst forth from the explosion ahead. His body cut through, and the immense force tried to tear at his skin, but it couldn't succeed. Because at that moment, Huang Wei transformed into gold. Golden skin. He realized that his current physical strength had reached a bottleneck, only able to reach level 30. Moreover, after reaching level 30, he felt that breaking through again would be extremely difficult, so he planned to hunt for his second soul ring in the next 2 days. He intended to aim for a second soul ring of around 7,000 to 8,000 years, or even 10,000 years. However, during these 3 months, he had also asked Qinshin and others to collect some soul beast blood for him, which he used to refine blood essence to strengthen his body and temper his soul. The disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had also begun to adopt his training methods, and each of them was exhausted. But the results were indeed remarkable. With the help of medicine, the effects were even more pronounced. Thus, the voices of doubt that had previously questioned him were now nearly non-existent. Because only Huang Wei could refine blood essence. At this moment, Huang Wei's bronze spear had reached Ning Fengheng's face. Ning Fengheng hurriedly summoned his soul power to defend against it. Bang! Huang Wei revealed a sinister smile. Brother Hung, if I win you now, then the second place will be mine. I'm all in. Ning Fengheng shouted loudly. I didn't expect you, this monster, to be so extraordinary. The first soul ring is 1,000 years old. No wonder you've kept it hidden. Bang! The next moment, he was sent flying out. After Huang Wei landed, he continued to pursue the victory, fiercely suppressing Ning Fengheng with his shooting skills. As he fought, he said, I'm just lucky. Hung brother, don't force it. Just go down and obediently give me your second place. No way. Ning Fengheng saw that his first soul skill had cooled down and instantly used it, howling at Huang Wei in front of him. Howl, howl, howl. This was a sound wave attack, with a series of sound wave patterns overlapping in the air, causing the atmosphere to ripple. Damn it, here it comes again. Huang Wei's expression slightly changed. After reaching level 28, he was very different from those before him, especially in terms of soul power intensity. The most important thing was that he was still only a level 21st ring soul master, merely a pseudo-great soul master. In terms of soul power intensity, without other supporting effects, he naturally couldn't match Ning Fengheng's strength. However, if he got close enough to engage in hand-to-hand combat, then even Ning Fengheng, a level 28 great soul master, would not be his opponent. Huang Wei quickly covered his ears with both hands, and the bronze spear formed a thin barrier of soul power in front of him. Seeing this opportunity, Ning Fengheng's expression brightened. He naturally wouldn't miss it and charged forward, gathering his soul power and punched towards Huang Wei's abdomen. Over the past 3 months, he had been training continuously. Although he wasn't as monstrous as Huang Wei, he had also made significant progress in the number of training sessions, and his physical body had naturally strengthened, though it was still far from Huang Wei's level. Bang! He landed a hit. Damn, so hard and painful. Ning Fengheng smilafrose. The punch to Huang Wei's abdomen made his entire arm numb, and the bones of his fist nearly shattered. The pain made him frantically shake his hand, jumping up and down in place, tears streaming down his face. Suddenly, a shadow swept over from the front, and Ning Fengheng's pupils constricted, his expression changing. Don't hit my face. Bang! In the arena, a perfect parabolic arc appeared and crashed to the ground. Ning Fengheng, in pain, gritted his teeth and trembled, unable to hold back the tears spilling from his eyes. 57. To be an extraordinary person, martial soul, brave bronze spear, innate skill, living towards death, ignites a rich corresponding level of aura energy, instantly enhancing all attributes by 100%, temporarily ignoring negative restrictions such as pain and control, rapidly recovering from all injuries, unleashing all potential to explode with the strongest power. This state can be maintained for 5 minutes, and half an hour after this state ends, the user will enter a weakened state for a day. Activation conditions: facing a life-threatening situation or when negative emotions reach their peak level. Bronze level, low level. Evolution direction: unyielding silver spear. Mid-level. Evolution conditions: live for battle. Fight until death, unbreakable and unyielding. Nirvana after shattering. Character spirit power: level 45 soul master character physical strength. Level 30 soul sovereign character level. Level 20 Soul Master, Compressing, Cultivation Method, 9-fold Body Tempering Technique. First level completed. Progress 70, Divine Power, Golden Skin. Indestructible Body, First Soul Ring, 1600 Soul Skill. Blazing Explosion after defeating Ning Fengheng. A familiar scene appeared before Huang Wei. He let out a slight sigh. At this moment, Chen Xian walked over. He had witnessed the recent battle, and it was indeed impressive. Retracting his martial soul, Ning Fengheng's physical quality, after 3 months of training, was quite good. He was now a level 29 Great Soul Master and was close to breaking through to level 30 Soul Sovereign. After all, such things cannot be rushed. He already had that feeling. Perhaps he would break through in the next few days. As he got back up, he saw that the person approaching was Chen Xian. The few people led by Huang Wei also called out their titles one after another. Chen Xian nodded, looking at the small team of 4. Currently, aside from Huang Wei and Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu had also reached the level of a 2-ring Soul Master. Just 2 months ago, after Huang Wei took her out once, she returned and obtained her Soul Ring. After all, they were unaware of Xiao Wu's identity as a transformed soul beast. That day, Huang Wei had deliberately taken her out to find a forest to condense her Soul Ring. Xiao Wei, when do you plan to get your second Soul Ring? Chen Xian asked with a slight smile, looking at the young person in front of him who had grown a lot. How about today? Shall we set off now? Huang Wei said. All right, let's go. Chen Xian nodded. It had been 3 months, and he couldn't let Huang Wei continue like this. Otherwise, he would definitely be at a lower level than his peers, as leveling up becomes harder the further along one gets. As for Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Ning Fengheng, they were attending classes in the 7-treasure glazed tile school to learn theoretical knowledge. Huang Wei, who was being guided by Chen Xian's soul power and flying in the sky, said, Teacher, let's go to the sunset forest and also look for the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Chen Xian nodded. I have the same intention. Last time your uncle Ning and I went there, we couldn't find it either. Moreover, in these 3 months, we secretly sent some members to investigate, but they found nothing. It seems that the ice and fire yin-yang eye is likely not in this sunset forest. Huang Wei frowned. Not there? That's impossible. The ice-fire duality, I must be within the sunset forest, no doubt about it. It's just that place is quite hidden, shrouded in Douluo Bo's poison gas, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to discover. If it really doesn't work, maybe it would be better to look for Douluo Bo directly. But what excuse should I use? It's really frustrating. However, it's not a big deal. I'll see when I get there. Huang Wei sighed and quickened his pace. He reached the sunset forest in less than half a day. Chen Xian asked this time, How many years of Soul Beast do you plan to hunt for your second Soul Ring? Huang Wei said, Teacher, I have thought carefully for 3 months. With my current physical strength and my golden skin ability, I plan to challenge a 10,000-year spirit beast. What do you think? As they walked, Chen Xian replied, To be honest, when I heard that you wanted to absorb a 10,000-year spirit beast for your second Soul Ring, I was also greatly shocked. But there is one thing you need to understand. The difference between 1,000 years and 10,000 years is not something that can be measured by the same concept. A 10,000-year spirit beast represents a qualitative leap. You not only have to endure the immense soul power pressure that a 10,000-year spirit beast brings to your body during the absorption process, but you also have to deal with the deep resentment they generate. Leaving aside your physical body, the profound resentment left behind by a 10,000-year spirit beast is something you cannot possibly contend with at your current level. Huang Wei naturally understood this, but he was unsure if his current level 45 Soul Master's mental power could withstand a soul beast that was just over 10,000 years old. He wanted to take a chance. Since he was going to do it, he might as well be a unique Soul Master. So he asked, Teacher, could you help me test the level of my mental power? On the forest path, where weeds grew thick and small soul beasts were startled and fleeing, Chen Xian paused upon hearing Huang Wei's words, curious about the level of the other's mental power. He nodded and said, Relax your whole body and mind, and don't resist. All right. Huang Wei complied and quickly got into the state. Chen Xian used his soul power to apply pressure to Huang Wei's mental power. As the soul power gradually increased, the level of mental power that Huang Wei could endure shocked him immensely. This kid is only 6 years old, yet his mental power has reached the level of a soul sovereign. No, the soul power is still rising, which means his mental power level is even higher than that. Chen Xian thought, glancing at Huang Wei, who appeared very relaxed and showed no significant changes, which surprised him even more. In the next moment, as the soul power continued to be applied, it quickly surpassed the level 40 Soul Master threshold, which was already a qualitative change. He actually reached the level of a Soul Master, Chun Xin continued to be astonished as he applied more pressure while observing Huang Wei's expression. He noticed that after level 45, Huang Wei was struggling quite a bit. However, he could still endure 1 or 2 more levels. For someone with the mental power of a level 40 Soul Master, being able to withstand 1 or 2 additional levels was a remarkable feat. Little Wei is so different. Perhaps he really can give a try. Chun Xion's heart wavered at that moment. Your mental power has reached the level of a 45th level Soul Master. When he said this, he too was somewhat unsettled. A 6-year-old child with an abnormal physique was one thing, but to think that his mental power could be so extraordinary as well. Who exactly is this kid? Huang Wei looked forward to it. Teacher, can I try a 10,000-year soul beast? Chun Xian said seriously. Think it through. Don't let a moment of impulse lead to irreversible harm later. Huang Wei nodded firmly. I've made up my mind. Since I want to do this, I will be a person who stands out. All right, then I'll hunt a soul beast that's just over 10,000 years old for you. Chun Xian said no more, turning around and quickly leading Huang Wei towards a certain direction. What kind of soul beast do you want to hunt for your second soul ring? Chun Xian asked as they arrived at a place with even denser vegetation than before. Huang Wei said, for my second soul skill, I want one that has healing abilities or enhances movement speed, along with an attack method. Hearing Huang Wei's words, Chun Xian was surprised. Aren't you planning to go for an all-attack route? Huang Wei shook his head. The assault system is extremely powerful, but being too specialized isn't necessarily a good thing. I want a skill route that can sustain itself. He smiled slightly. And who says that not being a full attack system can't unleash strength on par with the ultimate? Ha, good. Chun Xian was taken aback for a moment and laughed. You consider things more comprehensively than we do. The path is yours to choose. As your teacher, I'm here to guide you, but the final choice is still yours. Suddenly, the surrounding forest swayed precariously under a gust of wind. Hey, why is there such a strong wind all of a sudden? Huang Wei exclaimed. It's a soul beast, and a flying type at that. Jian Xin Thao Wen, immediately sensing a powerful soul beast, soul power, approaching them with his cultivation level as a 97th level super Douluo. The soul beast was very strong. He estimated it to be over 10,000 years old. After all, they were at the edge of the sunset forest depths. He quickly used his soul power to protect Huang Wei. Caw! The next moment, a piercing eagle cry rang out. Suddenly, the area above them turned dark. Looking up, they saw a large eagle radiating golden yellow light, surrounded by sharp feathers. A fierce giant eagle. Wow, a huge eagle! Huang Wei exclaimed in surprise. Thanks to Chun Xion's protection, he was not overwhelmed by the soul power of this soul beast. It's a golden-winged great eagle, and based on its aura, it's just over 10,000 years old. Xiao Wei, this is a 10,000-year soul beast. Are you scared? Are you still sure you want to absorb this second soul ring? It's not too late to regret now. Chun Xion glanced to Huang Wei, who was also looking up at the giant eagle in astonishment, and said, in his view, Huang Wei had never seen a 10,000-year soul beast, which was why he had previously made such a decisive statement. Now that he was witnessing it firsthand, Chun Xion slightly relaxed the soul power shield around Huang Wei, allowing a bit of the terrifying soul power from the 10,000-year soul beast to seep through for him to feel. Perhaps this would change his mindset. Sure enough, after sensing the aura of the 10,000-year soul beast, Huang Wei fell silent. He wasn't too excited. Instead, he took a deep breath and said, Teacher, I want that old eagle. Chun Xion had just thought he might sway Huang Wei's decision and was about to say something comforting, but hearing the latter's decisive words stunned him. All right, then I'll accompany you in this madness. You hide over there. I'll be right back. After finishing, Chun Xion transformed into a blue streak of light and directly charged toward the golden-winged great eagle. This was a variant soul beast, but it could be considered a distant branch of the golden-winged great Peng. Just a hint of its bloodline could cause such a mutation. Huang Wei immediately hid under a large tree, looking up at the sky to observe. Observing the battle of the tidal Douluo would bring him numerous benefits. Those with high comprehension might even gain insights into other things. This aspect varied from person to person. In the sky, the golden-winged great eagle sensed a sense of crisis behind it and immediately turned to soar high into the air. With an angry cry, its massive wings spread wide, flying freely and joyfully as the dense soul power of the 10,000-year soul beast fully erupted at that moment. In the next second, a cold gleam flashed, and sharp golden feathers, enhanced by the power of the raging wind, rapidly and densely shot towards Chun Xion like a storm. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Oh, is it raining? Chun Xian paused, but considering that the rain might hit Huang Wei, he directly summoned his martial soul, the seven killing sword, to protect himself. At the same time, his second soul ring lit up, second soul skill, Spirit Sword Guardian. In an instant, blue energy spread out. Even he could not underestimate the ferocious attack of a 10,000-year-soul beast if he were careless or too reckless. Even a titled Douluo could be harmed by a 10,000-year-soul beast. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, powerful explosions erupted in the sky. Many golden feathers were scattered, impacting the ground below and knocking down several trees. Huang Wei, hiding under the large tree, was also affected by the shockwave. And even his skin as a 30-level soul master was directly cut, leaving a slight scar. The attack power of the 10,000-year soul beast, even without directly hitting me, still caused sharp shockwaves from the impacted stones and would to harm me. Looking at his injured skin, Huang Wei frowned. With injuries on both sides, he couldn't leave the tree. Moving away would also affect him. He hadn't felt the sensation of being cut for a long time. Looking at the bleeding wound, he grinned, revealing an excited battle intent. Such a powerful soul beast, if he could confront it, he might even complete the evolution of the bronze spear. However, the current problem was that with Chun Xian around, he would definitely not let him confront a 10,000-year soul beast, because he simply couldn't win. Xiao Wei, are you okay? Chun Xian shouted anxiously from the sky. I'm fine, teacher. Just finish it quickly. Huang Wei, hiding behind the tree, said before sticking out his tongue to lick the wounded area. Just then, he noticed a warm energy flowing from within him, seemingly emanating from the ninefold body, refining technique. And soon his bleeding wound stopped. The wound was scabbing over, and a new layer of skin began to cover the wound. Huang Wei was shocked, and then his smile became even more intense as he murmured excitedly. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. The ability of the ninefold body refinement technique is far richer than I imagined. He had never known about this function before because he had not sustained any injuries. But now he knew. Hearing Huang Wei's response, Chun Xian also let out a sigh of relief, and his gaze returned to the golden-winged Great Peng as he coldly said, "You really like the rain, huh? Then I'll send you a storm." As he spoke, a black 10,000-year soul ring was applied to the seven-killing sword, and his figure soared into the sky. The seven-killing sword disappeared, but at that moment, an incredibly radiant blue point condensed in the sky, which quickly formed into sharp blue sword energy. Sixth soul skill, 10,000 swords returning to one. With a wave of his hand, the myriad swords shot directly down towards the golden-winged Great Peng. The golden-winged Great Peng's pupils constricted, and it immediately summoned its golden feathers to strike upward. But the gap in strength was too great. Its golden feathers were all shattered, and the rain of swords sealed its body. Left with no choice, it could only use its wings to block the damage. Ding, ding, ding. Bang, bang, bang. With an angry cry, it was shot down towards the ground. Gather. Suddenly, with a movement of his hand, all the sword energy converged into one. Transforming into a gigantic seven-killing sword energy, it shot towards the falling golden-winged Great Peng. Bang! Caw! The massive seven-killing sword energy pierced through the body of the golden-winged Great Peng, severing its wings, but avoided the fatal points and passed through its body, directly pinning it to the ground. Boom! 59. Dual focus. Is this the end of the battle? Huang Wei's golden skin shone as he walked forward, the impact of two forces colliding with the ground, creating a tremendous force and stones. However, when it struck his body at that moment, it caused little harm. His golden skin dented, but did not break, illustrating the power of this divine ability. Suddenly, he leaped up and landed on a massive rock that was flying towards him. If he were hit, even if he didn't die or get injured, it would still be quite severe. Chun Xian had already descended, and the phantom of the seven-killing sword embedded in the golden-winged Great Eagle had vanished. He looked at the young man before him and said, "Little Wei, quickly stab at its head. It still has one last breath." Okay. Huang Wei summoned his martial soul, the bronze spear, and infused all the purple 1,000-year soul ring's soul power into the spear tip, directly stabbing towards the head of the golden-winged Great Peng. Puffed. Accompanied by a spray of blood, the life energy of the golden-winged Great Peng completely vanished. It died, leaving peacefully. In the next moment, a familiar scene appeared. All the energy surged up, transforming into a circle of black soul rings. The black soul ring, a 10,000-year soul ring, gave Huang Wei a peculiar sense of mental and physical pressure just by looking at it. A 10,000-year soul ring. Huang Wei took a deep breath, his expression becoming serious. Chun Xian said, "It's not too late to regret now. If you start and are unable to complete it, or if I feel that you are about to explode, I will intervene to forcibly terminate your absorption process. After that, you will not be able to obtain a second soul ring, wasting a position. This is an irretrievable loss for anyone, especially for someone as talented as you. Huang Wei sat cross-legged, exhaled, and said, I understand, Master, I believe I can do it. He patted his cheeks, brought his hands together, and formed a circle with his hands at his dantian. Slowly closing his eyes, he drew in the 10,000-year soul ring ahead of him into his body. The bronze spear floated in front of him. Chun Xian sighed and began to spread his soul power magnetic field around to protect Huang Wei. Absorbing this soul ring of the golden-winged great eagle, which was just over 10,000 years old, a terrifying force was wildly surging within Huang Wei's body. Damn, is it this intense from the very beginning? No matter what, since you have already entered my body, even if you are a tiger, you will sit still? A golden light burst forth as the ninefold body refinement technique rapidly operated. The powerful skin tore open at that moment. Golden beams gradually shot out from these tears. It was so hot inside, extremely stinging, as if he had eaten 100 pounds of super devilishly spicy food. No, it was even spicier than that. Red spots appeared on the skin, and a black line spread from below to above. Huang Wei's face was twisted in agony, drenched in sweat from the pain. This second time was far more terrifying and severe than the first. Seeing this scene, Chun Xian furrowed his brow, his expression changing. It was so serious that blood was seeping from within. He must be in extreme discomfort. Should I stop him now? No, it's not the worst time yet. I'll lend you a hand. Chun Xian's expression was grave as he infused his soul power into Huang Wei's body. However, he quickly stopped, as the help from an outsider's soul power could not be too much. Otherwise, it would have the opposite effect. In simpler terms, too much infusion might cause Huang Wei to explode and die prematurely. It's up to you from here. If it doesn't work, I'll really have to intervene. Jen Xin Sai. However, while enduring this terrifying physical impact, Huang Wei also had to deal with another issue. The resentment of the golden-winged great Peng from the 10,000-year soul ring. Right now, he was multitasking. In his spiritual sea, the resentment of the golden-winged great Peng was constantly attacking the barrier formed by Huang Wei's spiritual power. Huang Wei's spiritual thought resisted its impact while thinking. The resentment is indeed strong. It can't be compared to a millennium. However, it's fortunate that my spiritual power has reached the 45th level of the Soul Master. So dealing with it is not a problem. The spiritual thought smiled, and the first soul ring, flame explosion, unleashed fierce flames, setting the creature ablaze. As time passed, the resentment of the golden-winged great eagle was completely eradicated. Its originally fierce, physical form outside gradually returned to calm. The torn areas on its body slowly repaired under a surge of power. Seeing this scene, Chun Xian finally let out a sigh of relief. Chun Xian smiled slightly and said, This kid is indeed different from others. It seems this has succeeded, truly looking forward to it. At this moment, the sunset appeared in the sky, and it would soon be completely dark. Did not expect the absorption time to take so long. There's only 1 hour left until dark, Chun Xian murmured. Soon an hour passed. Huang Wei's aura completely calmed down. In the next moment, 2 soul rings, one purple and one black, appeared around him. There is no need to say more. Anyone who isn't a fool can understand that he has succeeded. Huang Wei has once again shattered the theories of the soul master world, overturning everything these people knew. He is that kind of person, breaking records, creating records, and becoming the first. Upon witnessing this scene, Chun Xian's smile grew even brighter. However, the next moment was filled with shock and disbelief. He sensed the soul power fluctuations emanating from Huang Wei, realizing that this kid was incredibly formidable. Chun Xian's voice trembled, his tone incredulous. A level 26 great soul master. This is truly terrifying. The level increase brought by a 10,000-year soul ring is simply too frightening, far beyond my comprehension. His pupils constricted and trembled, and suddenly he laughed inwardly. This kid really, truly cannot be understood by ordinary standards. I'm even jealous of this kid's talent. I am really looking forward to his future achievements. For Chun Xian, this was a new understanding. Indeed, at this moment, Huang Wei is a level 26 great soul master with 1 purple and 1 black ring. The number 1 youth of the continent. Huang Wei moved his hands up and down, opened his eyes, and stood up. He quickly adapted to his body. He felt much stronger and harder. A hint of a satisfied smile crossed Huang Wei's lips. Huang Wei's face revealed a look of hunger. The compressed soul power from 3 months and the enhancement from the Black Soul Ring have actually brought me directly to level 26. This is really exciting. It feels like I need to fight now. He heard Chen Xian's words just now. The next moment, he felt hungry. It was dark. Time to eat. He looked at the sky and touched his stomach. The two of them built a fire here, unloaded all the golden-winged great eagles, and took all the blood and other materials back. If the 10,000-year soul beast materials were refined into potions, the effects would definitely be very terrifying. Huang Wei was madly eating meat. The meat of the 10,000-year soul beast was indeed delicious, with an abundant concentration of soul power. Unable to wait, he focused his mind on the Eye of Beasts, presenting the expected data. Martial soul, brave bronze spear, innate skill, born from death activation conditions, facing a death threat or when negative emotions reach their peak level. Bronze level, low. Evolution direction, unyielding silver spear, intermediate. Evolution conditions, live for battle. Fight until death, unbreakable, and be reborn after shattering. Mental power level, level 50 soul king physical strength level, level 33 soul sovereign character level, level 26 grand soul master cultivation method, 9 layers body forging technique. Reach the second layer. Progress 0, divine powers, golden skin. Indestructible body, Duan Zhongshan. First soul ring, 1600. Second soul ring, 10050 soul skills. Flame explosion, break kill, quick kill 60. Fa Xing Jian Xin. It must be said that Huang Wei's bite was quite tenacious, with a strong biting force. He was eating the meat and tearing at the tendons on the bones. His appetite was also quite large. Chen Xian had only eaten a little. However, apart from the inedible parts of the enormous golden-winged great eagle, all the edible parts had undoubtedly been devoured by Huang Wei, watching him eat like a wolf, ravenously as if he hadn't eaten in 10 years. Chen Xian couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Damn, this disciple really can eat. Without some economic strength, it's really impossible to support him. As time passed, Huang Wei finally finished off all the edible parts, took out a bottle of water from his ring to clean his greasy hands and mouth, and revealed a satisfied expression. Lying back against a fallen tree, he gently patted his bulging belly, licking his lips, truly savoring the moment. Looking at the black pot in front of him, it had originally been full, but now there was only a trace of soup left, and there was also a dedicated grilling spot. Barbecuing and stewing didn't interfere at all. As for the origin of this black pot, Huang Wei had brought it over from the kitchen himself. He smiled and said, "Teacher, this is my first time eating the meat of the golden-winged great eagle. I didn't expect it to be so delicious. And the soup is so tasty. I want to try it again if I get the chance." Chen Xian replied without much enthusiasm. "There will be opportunities in the future. Okay, now that you've finished eating and drinking the soup, you should show me your soul skills." He had just asked Huang Wei to demonstrate, but Huang Wei had directly refused, citing hunger as the reason. Chen Xian had no choice but to yield to this talented disciple, letting him eat his fill first. Huang Wei said, "The soul skill of my second soul ring is a skill that can instantly increase movement speed and attack speed, and its usage can also be adjusted according to personal preference, similar to the first soul skill. As for the name of the soul skill, it's just a name anyway, so I casually named it Quick Kill. It allows you to eliminate targets at extremely fast speed. Quick kill all enemies. Of course, if you can't win, you can also turn around and escape. It's all about applying it according to your own situation. The golden-winged Great Peng is also adept at extremely fast speed, so it's only natural for you to have this as well." Chen Xian nodded after hearing this, and then, like Huang Wei, said in a low voice, "Stop lying down. Get up and attack your master to see the effect." Huang Wei, with a pout, teased, "Teacher, do you have a habit of getting hit?" "I can't tell. You little brat. I see you're itching for a beating. I put up with you for a long time. Now I'm going to teach you a lesson." With a clenched fist, Chen Xian's veins bulged out from anger, summoning the 7-kill sword and shooting it directly at Huang Wei. "What the heck, teacher? Are you serious?" Huang Wei was shocked and immediately fled the scene. Bang! The 7-killing sword plunged into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Huang Wei swallowed hard. Was this old guy serious? He didn't think he was being too excessive, and it shouldn't come to the point of killing him. Besides, he was a man who broke the record. Would you really be willing to kill me? Chen Xian drew the 7-kill sword and scolded, "Stop wasting time. Hurry up and use it on me. If you keep talking, I'll hang you up and spank you." There was no choice. He found that this brat was becoming more and more audacious. "All right, since you, my teacher, are asking me so earnestly, I will fulfill your request." Huang Wei shouted loudly. clasped his hands together, and pulled outward. A beam of bronze light appeared, and a long bronze spear materialized in his hand, which he gripped firmly and waved with great style. Under the evening breeze, a gust of wind blew through his hair. Chun Xian's anger also flared up, gritting his teeth and saying, "You little brat, you're getting more and more arrogant. Let me teach you a lesson today. First soul skill, sword strike." With an angry shout, he launched a soul skill attack directly at Huang Wei. Huang Wei did not dare to be careless. Although this was not his first battle against the opponent, the results of their previous encounters had always been the same. He was thoroughly beaten and left in tatters. Even though he had a strong physique, he could not withstand the attacks of Chun Xian, a level 97 close combat soul master of the assault type. However, after the pain comes clear skies. The ninefold body refinement technique within him was continuously absorbing the power and pain inflicted by Chun Xian, gradually returning them to his body. Although it was not 100%, it was about 10 to 20%, purely a matter of luck. Huang Wei's body was adorned with two top-tier soul rings, one purple and one black, and the purple soul ring was instantly activated. First soul skill, Flame Explosion, Break and Kill. A dense flame erupted from the center of the bronze spear, launching a powerful fiery offensive outward. The power of Chun Xian's soul skill, which had been suppressed, was still not greater than the strength of the purple 1,000-year soul ring. Bang! However, this final strike, combined with Huang Wei's current status as a 26th level Great Soul Master, had significantly increased the gap compared to before. This time, he could finally reach a brief stalemate with the suppressed Chun Xian. A slight arc appeared at the corner of Chun Xian's mouth as he continued to attack Huang Wei. Huang Wei's crazy resistance and offense were quite strenuous. He leaped around everywhere in the jungle. With a swing of his sword, boom! The stone under Huang Wei's feet shattered into pieces. Following that direction, Huang Wei concentrated his fierce flame power onto the bronze spear and then launched it with great force. In midair, along the path, flames spread from the body of the bronze spear, burning the air as it fell towards Chun Xian. Chun Xian slightly mobilized his soul power and thrust the tip of the 7 kills sword upwards. Clang! Boom! However, in the next moment, Chun Xian was knocked back, and he was alarmed. Has Huang Wei really grown to this level? Even if he suppresses his cultivation and power, he is still a genuine level 97 super Douluo. If it were a duel among the same rank, he might really lose to the monstrous Huang Wei. No way. As a teacher, how could I possibly lose to a disciple, even if my cultivation is suppressed? Chun Xian wouldn't accept that, and directly launched himself forward, slashing the bronze spear away and stabbing towards Huang Wei's chest. The slashed bronze spear vanished and reappeared in Huang Wei's hand. Second soul skill, Quick Kill. Huang Wei erupted with an even more terrifying wave of soul power and pressure than before, as the black second soul ring completely blossomed and lit up. Whoosh! In the next moment, his figure vanished from the spot like a gust of wind. Chun Xian had missed. Zulfust. Even he was shocked by the speed boost brought by Huang Wei's skill at this moment. Just a moment ago, he hadn't paid attention, and he couldn't really see Huang Wei's disappearance. Suddenly, unusual winds appeared around them. Suddenly, Huang Wei's figure appeared in front of him, and to his surprise, the latter was actually hovering in mid-air with a pair of enormous golden phantom wings behind him. This was one of the effects of the second soul ring, which Huang Wei hadn't fully explained earlier, because only real combat could be the best teacher. Then Huang Wei's bronze spear was enveloped in a golden yellow aura, transforming into the massive form of a golden-winged eagle. At this moment, the gigantic golden wings behind him seemed to fuse directly with the bronze spear, and together with Huang Wei's figure, they rapidly disappeared from the spot and shot towards Chun Xian. The terrifying power was sure to kill anyone of the same rank with this strike. Second soul skill, Spirit Sword Guardian. Chun Xian's expression changed, and he immediately activated the 7-kill sword for defense. The lethality and destructive power brought by the 10,000-year soul ring were incredibly terrifying. Moreover, Huang Wei would not hold back, while he would. After all, he was a Douluo, and the former was not. But when the attack landed, an even more violent explosion erupted. Chun Xian's Spirit Sword Guardian instantly shattered. This left him in disbelief. Huang Wei's power far exceeded his imagination. Chun Xian seized the opportunity and slashed out with his sword, the long sword unsheathing. Whoosh! However, all that remained in front was a shadow of Huang Wei. Such speed, it was still effective. Chun Xian was astonished. Teacher, watch out! A red light shot out from behind Chun Xian along with the voice. Chun Xian's pupils contracted. Boom. Soon, the next morning arrived. The two had rested overnight in the sunset forest and had some soul beast meat they brought as breakfast. After that, Chun Xian and Huang Wei set off on their journey to find the treasure known as the Ice and Fiery Yang Eye. The outcome of last night's battle was that Chun Xian won, but his opponent had used the third and fourth soul skills. If it were someone of the same rank, Chun Xian would undoubtedly lose, but he was also a cunning old fox. How could he be willing to lose to his own disciple? It was clear that with his cultivation as a Douluo, he could easily crush this unruly disciple. If he didn't strike early, there would be no opportunity once the disciple grew stronger. However, Huang Wei also hadn't used all his means. At least he hadn't used the second level of the ninefold body refinement technique, Duan Zhongshan, keeping some cards close to his chest. Covered in injuries, he recovered completely after one night of sleep. His body's self-recovery efficiency was also shocking to Chun Xian. Sometimes he suspected whether this kid was actually a soul beast transformed into human form. After the battle last night, it could be concluded that although the one purple and one black soul ring was powerful, it consumed soul power very rapidly. Unless absolutely necessary, it was better not to use them. After all, his single target attack was very strong. Teacher, let's first look for a place with poisonous substances, Huang Wei said. Poisonous substances? Are there any around here? Although Chun Xian was puzzled, he still led Huang Wei quickly towards the direction he knew. Huang Wei asked in confusion, "By the way, teacher, our 7-treasure glazed tile school has 2 Douluos, but why haven't we seen the other Douluo?" Chun Xian replied, "The other Douluo is Gurong, known as Bone Douluo. You could just call him Grandpa Bone. He usually doesn't appear and prefers to be alone. Right now, he is in seclusion, so he hasn't come out. However, it shouldn't be long before he emerges. When he does, he will definitely take a liking to Xiao Wu and will take her as his disciple." Huang Wei said, "Actually, it doesn't matter whether I take her in or not. Xiao Wu can become strong, just like me." Chun Xian was almost infuriated upon hearing this. "Do you think everyone is like you? Don't harm Xiao Wu. You might ruin her future. Whether she follows you or not is her own business." Huang Wei shrugged. "You." Chun Xian wanted to say something more, but suddenly frowned, sensing something was off. Instinctively, he enveloped Huang Wei with his soul power. The two of them saw a wave of green, poisonous mist appear ahead, along with some corpses of soul beasts that had been poisoned to death. What a terrifying poison. We need to get away from here. Chun Xian's eyes narrowed as he quickly led Huang Wei several meters away. "Is this poison naturally formed, teacher?" Huang Wei asked, planning to act as a guide. Chun Xian shook his head. "Impossible. There are no natural conditions here to form such poison. Moreover, even if there were, based on the vegetation, it would only be in trace amounts, nowhere near this dense and thick level. Could it be a soul beast?" Huang Wei continued, intending to gradually steer the conversation towards Douluo Bo. Of course, he couldn't state it directly. He needed Chun Xian to guess it. Chun Xian shook his head. "The sunset forest is just a medium-sized forest. It doesn't have such soul beasts. If it were the Stardoe forest, it might be possible to encounter such soul beasts." He added. Huang Wei revealed a faint smile and said, "So it's a human, right?" "Hey!" Chun Xian was taken aback for a moment and immediately searched in his mind for the only person on the continent who was proficient in poison to this extent, and who was also associated with the color green. There was only one person, Douluo Bo, the poison Douluo. "Do you know who it is?" Huang Wei asked curiously. Chun Xian nodded slightly. "Perhaps it is him, but I'm not too sure. Currently, he is the worshipped Douluo of the Heaven Do Empire, Douluo Bo, the poison Douluo. This person is known as the #1 in poison on the continent." Huang Wei was taken aback. He didn't expect that the Heaven Do Empire had such a terrifying poison Douluo. He then cautiously asked, "Teacher, you have no grudges against him, right? I'm afraid he might secretly poison me to death. After all, debts must be repaid by the children. Now that I have become your disciple, it is only natural that he would come to collect his debts." Looking at Huang Wei's fearful expression, Chun Xian felt both amused and helpless. However, upon hearing the latter part of his words, he couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart and was quite moved. His voice immediately turned cold and stern. "Rest assured, I have no enmity with him. Now that you are my disciple, if he really dares to harm you, I will make sure to hunt him down, even if it means turning the entire Heaven Do Empire upside down. His poison is indeed formidable, but among the titled Douluos, he is the weakest. Teacher, you are so kind to me. I'm so touched. Please let me hug you and cry for a while." Huang Wei quickly hugged Chun Xian, but was pushed away by Chun Xian's soul power. the latter said with a look of disgust. If you keep this up, I'll hit you again. Huang Wei's expression became serious as he looked ahead at the poisonous mist and said, Teacher, the information given to me by that senior in my memory is that the place shrouded in mist is the location of the Eye of Ice and Fire. I guess that's where the Eye of Ice and Fire is. Then why didn't you say anything before? Xiao was taken aback. If this guy had mentioned it earlier, they wouldn't have had to search such a large area. Who would have known that there was still a surviving treasure land behind the poisonous mist? Huang Wei chuckled and scratched his head. I forgot. However, the next second, his smile froze, and with a curse, he quickly dodged the sword that Xiao had slashed at him. You ungrateful disciple. Sooner or later, you'll drive me to death. Xiao shouted. Come here. A little bit of poison is terrifying for you, but not for us. With a wave of his hand, a strong soul force forcibly dragged Huang Wei to his side, enveloping him in a powerful blue soul shield, and they flew directly into the poisonous mist. Huang Wei muttered and asked, Is this okay, teacher? If it's really the place of that poisoned Douluo senior, aren't we trespassing? You know that? Xiao snorted coldly and said, If we encounter them, just say you know nothing, and I'll handle the rest. Forget it. Don't say anything. I'm afraid of you. Huang Wei nodded. All right, teacher, I understand now. The poisonous mist was completely isolated outside when it touched the Dust Heart energy shield. Dust Heart quickly realized the drawbacks of this poisonous mist. It was not enhanced in real time by anyone, so it was not to be feared at all. The 7 kills sword came out, and with the 3rd soul skill, flowing clouds and water, it directly took the 2 of them through the poisonous mist, appearing in an area that seemed like a new world. 62. Ice and Fire Duality Eye. Before them was a brand new world. Beneath this area was a vast basin. The basin was filled with an extremely rich and vibrant soul power, far denser than that outside. Those were celestial herbs. And this place was the Ice and Fire Duality Eye. In the original story, the origin of this place was the simultaneous fall of the Water Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King among the 9 Great Dragon Kings, which occurred in the Sunset Forest. Their bodies were buried tens of thousands of feet beneath the Ice and Fire Duality Eye, and thus it came into being, nourishing all things. Most of these heavenly materials and earthly treasures are things that simply do not exist in the outside world. Some, when consumed, can even revive the dead. Huang Wei's eye of spirit scanned the immortal herbs below, and images of information began to appear. Chihuahua tulip. There is indeed another one here that can be taken by Rong. This way, he can also fulfill those excuses he made earlier. Of course, he could have simply taken a petal of Chihuahua tulip from his ring for Rong to use, but that would not align with what he said before. At this moment, Xiao, having absorbed the immortal herbs, felt a call from the same origin within his body, guiding him to the various immortal herbs in this vast basin. Even Xiao couldn't contain himself at this moment. Is this the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye that your predecessor mentioned? Xiao, being a titled Douluo, took a deep breath and quickly suppressed his inner excitement, looking at Huang Wei. Although he controlled himself well, the excitement in his tone was still evident. Yes, this is indeed the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. Huang Wei nodded heavily, a smile breaking out on his face. Xiao spoke. There are so many immortal herbs here, and the soul power is many times greater than outside. It truly is a great place for cultivation. If this is an unknown treasure, then it should be brought under our 7-treasure glazed tile school. How could such a treasure be overlooked? With these immortal herbs and this precious land, their sect could cultivate many strong elites. And then the 7-treasure glazed tile school would not lack powerful attackers and various soul masters. Huang Wei stopped talking and jumped down, saying, Teacher, harvesting the celestial herbs here requires skill. If the method is incorrect, it could lead to immediate death. Xiao was taken aback. Since there are such intricacies, do you know how to do it? Yes. Huang Wei directly activated his indestructible body. Although his defense wasn't as formidable as Jin Fu's, he possessed abilities that Jin Fu lacked. At this moment, his hands resembled Tang San's Xianyu hands. The most obvious difference was the color. His were a light golden hue, shimmering with brilliance. However, in terms of true competition, there was still a significant gap. His bronze ring could store living beings, so there was no need for Douluo's special pouch. After he collected these herbs, he planned to consume the 8-pointed mysterious ice grass and the fire-immune apricot blossom here, then jump into the hot spring to soak and cultivate a body immune to all poisons, while also gaining fire and ice immunity. Tang San, don't blame me. It's all about timing. I will take your opportunity for you. After all, you are the child of the plain, and opportunities will not be scarce. If the opportunities here are gone, there will surely be another place. Huang Wei felt a sense of unease in his heart. Soon, he carefully pulled out all the celestial herbs from here and placed them into the bronze ring. But he left the roots of these herbs behind to ensure they wouldn't go extinct. Done? Xiao had already looked around the area and found no one else there. However, he did notice a hidden cave. Upon entering, he saw a cabinet and some basic furniture inside. From the aura in this place, it was indeed the lair of Douluo. This is not good. This place really belongs to someone. It will be best to leave with Xiao Wu quickly before that guy returns. Although Xiao wasn't afraid, it was naturally best not to be discovered while leaving. He then erased any traces of his presence and left. When the time came, he would never admit that he had been there. When Huang Wei looked up, Xiao had just disappeared, but now that he had come up, he found that he had reappeared. Did you discover anything, teacher? Huang Wei asked. Xiao thought for a moment, but decided not to tell this guy anything. The fewer people who knew, the better. He was worried that Huang Wei couldn't keep his mouth shut, so he shook his head and said, I didn't find anything. Besides you and me, there's no one else here. It seems this place is an unowned object. When he said this, Huang Wei showed a strange expression. Nothing was discovered. He clearly did not believe it. In the original story, Douluo had a cave here. However, he was too lazy to ask. If he got caught, he could just say he knew nothing. It was Xiao who brought him here, so all the blame could be placed on him. Meanwhile, far away in the Tiando Empire's mansion, Douluo, who was enjoying tea and basking in the sun, suddenly sensed an external life form invading his poison mist. Entering that backyard, he immediately stood up, his expression particularly grim. Someone enter my poison mist without turning into liquid poison? Even ordinary title Douluo find my poison mist very tricky. Below title Douluo, there is absolutely no chance of survival. Although he was the weakest among title Douluo in terms of combat power, he could still reduce the entire continent to only title Douluo. This was the terrifying aspect of his team battles. No one could guarantee that the entire army consisted of title Douluo. Being able to enter meant they were definitely not ordinary people. Well, let's go see who it is first. Douluo was about to take off when a little girl ran over. Grandpa. The little girl was Douluo's only relative and granddaughter, Douluo. Upon seeing her, Douluo immediately showed a peaceful smile and patted her head, but he didn't have time to play with her right now. He needed to handle something. Are you going out, Grandpa? Douluo asked. She had just returned from studying at the Tiando Royal Academy today. With a kind, grandfatherly smile, Douluo said, Grandpa is going out for a bit, but I'll be back soon. Can you wait for Grandpa at home? Can't I go with you? Douluo looked sad. No, Yin be good. Grandpa will really be back very soon. Douluo said apologetically. Okay, then you hurry back. Douluo stopped insisting. Douluo soared into the sky, heading straight towards the center of the sunset forest at full speed. At this moment, Xiao saw that Huang Wei had already completed the task and was quite satisfied. He then said, all done, let's go. Huang Wei looked at the ice and fire 2 ice spring below, hesitated for a moment, and said, Master, please protect me. I want to absorb 2 kinds of celestial herbs here. Can't you absorb them after going back? Xiao's gaze also turned to the ice and fired 2 ice spring. Could this red and blue spring be related to Huang Wei's absorption of the celestial herbs? Huang Wei's expression was serious as he said, the 2 immortal herbs I absorbed are a bit special. They need to be soaked in this spring water, otherwise, I will explode and die. This is not just nonsense. Even now, with my golden skin and indestructible body, whether it's the 9-fold body refining technique or the dual properties of ice and fire in the immortal herbs, the energy clash brings a tremendous impact. Even I wouldn't dare to take that gamble. If I fail, then it's game over for me. Anyway, since Tang San can do it in the original story, theoretically, I shouldn't have any issues either. Soaking in this spring water increases my odds. At least I have some sort of guarantee. With that, he jumped down, and Douluo approached him, asking, what herbs do you want to absorb? Upon hearing this, Xiao furrowed his brows and walked over to his side. Huang Wei took out the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot blossoms from the bronze ring. The blue one with ice is the octagonal ice grass, and the fiery one is the fiery apricot blossoms. I need to absorb both types of immortal herbs at the same time, and these 2 herbs are the most special among all immortal herbs, representing the extreme of fire and the extreme of ice. After I consume them, I need to jump into the ice and fire duality spring to fully absorb their essence. Huang Wei began to explain. Xiao listened carefully from his side. How do you know to do it this way? Xiao asked, puzzled. Huang Wei Dao, the memory of that senior told me. No, it's too dangerous. What if something goes wrong? Chen Xian directly refused and did not agree. Huang Wei's gaze was intense and determined as he looked at Chen Xian and said, "Teacher, a young eagle must endure the baptism of storms and thunder to spread its wings and soar. You can't protect me forever, so let me be reckless just this once." Chen Xian still shook his head. "Absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring for your second soul ring, I've already allowed you to be reckless for a while. This is the second time. If you die, how will I explain it to the sect? What about your village, your grandfather, your sister Xiao Wu, and Rong? I would be unwilling. It would become my heart demon because I know I can succeed. Teacher, I absolutely won't die. I will definitely succeed. You have to believe me. You just need to help me guard against disturbances from outsiders. This area is surrounded by poisonous fog and must be a place with an owner. That person might come back right now, so I'll be relying on you, teacher." Huang Wei, unable to persuade Chen Xian to calm down this time, became somewhat anxious. He couldn't let this opportunity slip away. So he directly threw a leaf of the 8-pointed ice grass and a leaf of the fiery apricot blossom into his mouth at the same time. With a gulp, he swallowed them. As soon as the two powers entered his mouth, they transformed into two streams of energy that instantly flowed into his body. In just a moment, one could see Huang Wei's skin alternating between red and icy. Moreover, his expression was extremely uncomfortable. "You little brat, are you crazy? You ungrateful disciple." Chen Xian's pupils contracted, realizing it was too late to stop him. Hey, teacher, I have to go down now." Huang Wei never expected the impact of these two herbs to be so intense and terrifying. His body trembled from the extreme cold one moment and felt like it was burning in fierce flames the next, making him feel as if he were turning into a being of fire. It was incredibly uncomfortable and painful. "Damn it, you must not die." Seeing this reckless person, Chen Xian's anger surged even more, and he raised his foot to kick Huang Wei down. "Teacher, it's up to you now." Huang Wei raised his hand, gave a thumbs up, and managed a difficult smile. Looking at the falling Huang Wei, Chen Xian felt a pang in his heart, but still responded, "Rest assured, if Douluo comes, if he behaves, that's fine. If not, don't blame me." With things having come to this, he could only face the danger. Splash! Strangely, when Huang Wei, such a tall person, fell into the ice and fire yin-yang well, there was no splash, only a brief ripple appeared. Immediately afterward, Huang Wei was completely engulfed. That feeling was truly like being in two extremes of ice and fire. In that moment, Huang Wei's mind flashed back to his previous life where he felt aimless, and to this life the grandfather he cared about most, Huang Nan, as well as Xiao Wu, Rong, Chen Xian, Ning Fengji, and the reckless Ling Feng. Almost everyone he had met, as long as they weren't people he disliked, seemed to appear. The last person to appear was actually Tang San. At that moment, Huang Wei seemed to be ignited by potential, instantly waking up and sitting cross-legged. "Tang San, you can do it, so can I." He was unwilling to admit defeat and did not think he would lose to Tang San. Thus, he fell into a very peculiar and mysterious meditative state. The ice and fire within his body and the ice and fire within the spring were rapidly buffering each other. At that moment, he felt no pain as before, but rather a sense of indescribable joy. The ninefold body refinement skill within his body was operating rapidly, absorbing the power of the two immortal herbs and the power from the spring water to temper his body, and the progress was constantly improving. Meanwhile, Chen Xian above had already summoned the 7-killing sword to guard the spring. 10 minutes had passed, just when Chen Xian thought no one was coming. Suddenly a powerful soul force appeared, and of course, it was not as strong as his. "Has he come? This soul force indeed belongs to Douluo," Chen Xian murmured as he floated up. The person coming was indeed Douluo, but as he stepped into the poisonous mist, he sensed a sharp sword energy swirling inside. His brow furrowed, and he said solemnly, "Indeed, someone is here, and this aura is very strong. I hope they are not here to cause trouble. Otherwise, this place will be unusable, and those herbs are of no use to me anyway." He must ensure that he does not encounter any issues. Otherwise, losing his status as a title de law would mean he had no backup, which would be very troublesome. 7th soul skill, martial soul, true body. Douluo thought for a moment, and the safest way was to summon his 7th black soul ring. And a massive emerald phosphor serpent emperor appeared to protect him as he charged inside. In an instant, he saw an old man with white hair and a blue long robe, standing with a sharp long sword beside him. The other party seemed to be waiting for his arrival. 7 killing sword? Upon seeing this person for the first time, Douluo's expression changed instantly. His pupils slightly constricting as he exclaimed, "You are Chan Xin of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? No wonder there is such a sharp sword intent. It turns out to be him." With this, everything made sense. "Yes, it is I." Chan Xin nodded, also frowning in surprise. "You are Douluo?" "Indeed, it is I." Douluo nodded solemnly. If it really came to a fight, he would not be Chan Xin's opponent. Moreover, his gaze towards the seven-killing sword was somewhat bewildered. Why was this seven-killing sword different from the one he had seen before? Now, there was a blue-black stripe on the spine of the sword, looking mysterious and eerie. "What is this sword master, Chan Xin, doing on my territory? Why are you here?" Chan Xin feigned confusion and asked. "Chan Xin, this is my territory. I should be the one asking you why you are in my garden." Douluo was immediately enraged upon hearing this. If he weren't afraid of being unable to win against the other party, he would have attacked right away. Moreover, the soul power emanating from Chan Xin completely crushed his current soul power. Even using his martial soul true body would be useless. This meant that the other party had likely advanced. He was already at level 96, and if he had advanced, he would be at level 97. Thinking of this, Douluo couldn't help but narrow his pupils and break out in a cold sweat. Damn it, how can I fight? I can't win. He was very self-aware. Douluo's gaze turned to the basin below Chan Xin, and in an instant his pupils constricted, and his face changed drastically as he pointed with a trembling finger. His tone filled with anger. "Where are the herbs I planted? Chan Xin, you have gone too far. You picked them all without leaving a single one for me. How could I have expected you, Chan Xin, to be this kind of person?" Enraged, the toxic soul power within Douluo surged violently, and the 9 soul rings hovering around him expanded outward at that moment. Seeing the now empty basin, Chan Xin felt somewhat awkward and guilty, saying, "Those herbs were picked by my disciple. Now that it has come to this, Douluo, we are both from the Tiando Empire. So how about this? What do you want to do?" Douluo was furious. Now that he heard Chan Xin say this, he calmed down and thought to himself, "Anyway, I don't recognize those herbs, and they are of no use to me. They only serve to make the soul power here denser than outside. It would be better to take this opportunity to have the other party owe me a favor." His disciple. "You say your disciple picked them? Where's your disciple now?" Douluo asked. Chan Xin looked towards the only red and blue spring in the basin. They just jumped in. Upon hearing this, Douluo's pupils constricted again. "Chan Xin, you're done for. That spring water is extremely terrifying, and even I wouldn't dare to go down. Since you let your disciple go down, he won't survive. You can leave now." Although he didn't know what use those herbs had, he understood that the red and blue spring water possessed terrifying power, and even he didn't dare to touch it. He didn't even dare to get close. He never expected Chan Xin to be so reckless as to let his disciple go down. He was deeply afraid that Chan Xin would fly into a rage. It wouldn't matter if he destroyed this place, but if he took action against him, that would be severe. "If he dies, it won't be your fault." He brought it upon himself. Chan Xin said, "Speak up, what do you want to do? Of course, if you feel unhappy, we can fight as well." As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed his sword at Douluo. Douluo quickly waved his hand and said, "Forget it. How about you owe me a favor?" "Jensi note that, okay. But I won't do anything beyond my abilities or against my nature." Douluo smiled. "Rest assured, it won't be anything like that." Time passed quickly, and an hour went by. Douluo sat beside, drinking tea, and even called out to Chan Xin to join him. However, how could Chan Xin possibly be in the mood for that now? He was anxious, staring intently ahead. Ever since Huang Wei went down just now, there had been no sign of movement at all. Damn it, could something really have happened? Even from where I stand, I can feel the terrifying heat and extreme cold coming from inside. Not to mention Huang Wei, who jumped down directly. "You brat, you must not have any problems. Otherwise, I would really have to unleash my ultimate move to split this spring water." In contrast, Douluo was sipping tea with a look of schadenfreude. He had originally planned to head back directly, but he also wanted to see what kind of person that disciple of his was. He initially thought that the kid who jumped down couldn't possibly survive, but according to Chan Xin, that kid had consumed 2 immortal medicinal herbs before jumping down. Immortal herbs? Could it be that the herbs in this basin are immortal herbs? But what use are these immortal herbs? I fully know their effects. Douluo thought to himself. Just then, the hand holding the teacup suddenly paused, his eyes fixed ahead as a violent tremor occurred, followed by a burst of ice and fire spring water gushing out from the spring pool. He quickly finished the tea in his cup, put it down, and flew over rapidly. Meanwhile, Chan Xin was extremely excited and thrilled. Did he come out? He didn't know what had happened to Huang Wei inside. But as long as he came out, that was enough. After the spring water receded, a strong and tall figure bounced onto the ground. Huang Wei. However, his clothes had disappeared. But fortunately, the quality of his underwear was good enough to remain. His whole body was covered in well-developed, solid muscles, which looked very pleasant rather than off-putting. This kid has a really nice figure, Xiao said, feeling envious. This kid is your disciple? Douluo also had sharp eyes and immediately noticed Huang Wei was extraordinary. This child exuded a strong aura of vitality, standing there with a presence similar to that of a formidable force. However, this didn't work on him as a titled Douluo. It would be more effective against those of the same or lower rank. Haha, not bad, right? How about it? My disciple is excellent, right? Xiao laughed heartily, full of pride. Hearing this, Douluo couldn't help but squint his eyes in silence. This was blatant boasting. Well done, Xiao. But the next moment, he suddenly thought of something, and his eyes sparkled as he asked, Not bad, not bad. Xiao, does your disciple have a match? I have a granddaughter who is only a few years older. How about we match them up? We could be in-laws or something. Xiao's smile suddenly froze, no longer funny, and he glared at him. Well done, Douluo. You were trying to set up my excellent disciple. Xiao revealed a sly smile and said softly, Let me tell you the truth. He is so outstanding that Feng Ji has already planned to match him with his daughter Rongrong. He also has a sister, but they aren't biological siblings. Their relationship is quite special, if you know what I mean. At this moment, Huang Wei, who had already taken out clothes from the bronze ring and was putting them on, looked up at the two above who seemed to be acting flirtatiously and was a bit puzzled. However, upon seeing the green-clad man, he understood that this person was Douluo. Huang Weixin thought, if I can treat his poison before Tang San does, he will be grateful to me, and I'll have an additional brother in the future. Let's do it. He then tried hard to recall the words of Tang San from the original work and the method of treatment. He remembered that there were a few immortal herbs in the medicine garden inside his ring that seemed to be helpful for Douluo's current condition. He quickly went inside to check and soon found them, revealing a smile on his face. After preparing everything, he jumped and stepped onto the stone ahead, quickly reaching the stone platform where Xiao and Douluo were located. Xiao immediately walked over, his excitement clearly visible on his face. It's good that you're out. How are you feeling? Xiao asked. Huang Wei said, It feels great. He has cultivated a body that is immune to all poisons and gained the abilities of fire attribute immunity and ice attribute immunity. Now he can't help but smile from ear to ear. Getting these opportunities for free is quite nice. Although these two celestial herbs did not enhance Huang Wei's soul power, they significantly increased his physical strength, directly raising him to a level 35 Soul Master, an increase of 2 whole levels compared to before. Although a 2-level increase may seem small and insignificant, reaching the rank of a master in terms of physical strength is a qualitative change. So this 2-level enhancement is quite difficult to achieve. 65, you are poisoned. Huang Wei looked at Douluo and asked, Teacher, may I know who this grandpa is? Xiao showed a hint of embarrassment and introduced, Xiao Wei, this is Douluo, the poison Douluo. Quickly, call him Grandpa Poison. Huang Wei suddenly realized. So, you are the poison Douluo. Hello, poison Grandpa. Oh, little guy, you have heard of me? Douluo detected another special meaning in Huang Wei's words. Huang Wei quickly flattered, saying, I have read about you in the sect. The continent's #1 poison master is you, poison Douluo. I have always wanted to meet you, but never had the chance. I didn't expect to have this opportunity today. Upon hearing the title of the continent's #1, even Douluo's inner vanity was stirred, and he was pleased by the praise. Where? I am just slightly better, but in terms of poison, I am indeed worthy of the title. Hearing this, Xiao and Huang Wei exchanged glances, both thinking the same thing. This old man is so shameless. May I ask why Poison Grandpa is here? Huang Wei pretended to be confused. Douluo. Xiao cleared his throat and said seriously, Ahem, Xiao Wei. This is your Poison Grandpa's territory. It is a place with a master. We have intruded. Oh, so this place belongs to Poison Grandpa. What should we do? I've already picked all those celestial herbs. What should we do now? Huang Wei's face showed anxiety, startled. Douluo was not a fool. How could this cunning old man not see that these two, one old and one young, were playing a duet to show him? Douluo waved his hand dismissively and said, All right, I don't recognize those celestial herbs anyway. They are of no use to me. But fortunately, Udinti ruthlessly pull them out by the roots. In such a place, they should be able to grow back in no time. If it weren't for your master being Chan Xin, I would have suppressed you and turned you into pus. This thought flashed through his mind. But taking in such a seedling as a disciple was also not bad. However, both ideas were unrealistic now. Poison Grandpa, to apologize. I can help you cure the poison in your body. But just then, Huangwei stepped forward and said seriously. Upon hearing this, both Chen Xin and Douluo were taken aback. The latter showed a look of surprise, then laughed in anger. What did you say? I am poisoned? Xiao Wu, don't talk nonsense. Chen Xin frowned as well, wondering what this guy was doing. Others are born to use poison, but you say others are poisoned. Isn't that insulting? Even he felt it was going too far. But Huang Wei firmly said, That's right, Poison Grandpa, you are poisoned. Not only you, but this poison will also be passed on to your descendants. If you have a son or granddaughter now, they are also poisoned. Upon hearing this, Douluo's breath quickened. His pupils contracted. Everything this kid said was right. How could this be possible? No one else could know about this matter. I have never told anyone. Could it be Yin Yin? No, Yin Yin doesn't know either. Douluo, who had just turned around, was very angry but suppressed it. He turned back and stared at Huang Wei, saying, How did you see that? Seeing the other party take the bait, Huang Wei was overjoyed. Chen Xin was also astonished. Does this mean Douluo really is poisoned? While others play with fire and get burned, he plays with poison and turns to pus. TSK, TSK, TSK. At this moment, Chen Xin realized a big secret. He did not keep quiet but continued to listen, curious about how Huang Wei would conclude this. Of course, if the other party wanted to silence him, he would not hesitate to kill Douluo. So he had secretly prepared his strongest strike, ready to take down Douluo at any moment. Next, Huang Wei revealed the judgment made by Tang San in the original work. Upon hearing this, Chen Xin was speechless but also shocked. His disciple had secretly learned so much about poison. What does this guy want to do? Research poison, play with poison to kill. You, a close combat powerhouse, are messing with poison? Douluo was shocked and horrified, his heart filled with terror. Taking a deep breath, he said, Do you have a way to relieve it? I do. Huang Wei nodded. Douluo's expression changed to one of great joy. Although he didn't know if it was true, the fact that the other party could tell all his symptoms with just one glance meant there might really be hope. As long as there is hope, he must seize it. Otherwise, both he and Yin Yin would be very dangerous. It seems fine now, but as time goes on, and with age, problems will gradually arise. By that time, it will be too late. Moreover, he couldn't guarantee he would live forever. He was already old. If he died, the poison in Yin Yin would no longer be under his control, and it would erupt immediately, cutting off his lineage. He absolutely did not want to see that scene. Douluo quickly bent down, placing his hands on Huang Wei's shoulders, excitedly saying, Huang Wei, if you can cure the poison in my body, I can promise you anything as long as it does not violate my bottom line. Seeing that the other party did not take action, Chen Xin also did not make a move. However, that previous action was very dangerous. Of course, he also did not think Douluo was foolish enough to act against Huang Wei in front of him. Huang Wei was not afraid. Instead, he smiled and said, If I can cure the poison in you and your granddaughter, how about you bring this basin and join our 7-treasure glazed tile school? Even if it's just as a supporter, that would be fine. Upon hearing this, Chen Xion's eyes lit up. Goodness, this move could work. If Douluo really joined the 7-treasure glazed tile school, even just as a supporter, it would double the combat power of the sect, especially in team battles. Huang Wei pondered for a moment and finally reassembled Tang San's words from the original text in his own language. The first method to resolve the poison in your body is to simultaneously consume both the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossoms, just like I did, and jump into the ice and fire duality spring to refine them. This will allow their power to absorb and eliminate the harmful toxins in your body. However, due to the domineering medicinal properties of these 2 celestial herbs, it will also eliminate all the toxic attacks in your body. If Poison Grandfather intends to cultivate again, this method can be considered, as it is quite safe. At this point, he paused, thinking to himself, Yes, it should be like this. The meaning is pretty much the same. He felt quite satisfied with his reassembly of the words. Chen Xin was taken aback. He had witnessed the symptoms Huang Wei experienced after consuming those 2 celestial herbs simultaneously. Even he felt a bit of unease, let alone Douluo. Upon hearing this, Douluo was horrified and shook his head, saying, Although this method is possible, I cannot choose it. I have dealt with poison my whole life. I cannot give up poison, otherwise I would be finished. Skip this method. With a wave of his hand, He directly dismissed the first method. His greatest reliance was on poison. Asking him to give it up was absolutely impossible. If he lost his cultivation, his former enemies would come to seek revenge, putting Yin Yin in danger as well. Without any value, the Heavendo Empire wouldn't care about a useless person like him. Douluo then asked, besides this method, are there any other methods? There can't be none, right? That would really be the end. If it really doesn't work, perhaps I could let Yin Yin try, but I absolutely cannot. Huang Wei said, there is a second method. Upon hearing this, Douluo immediately became excited and hurriedly asked, what method? Quickly tell me. Huang Wei said, the second method is for you to guide your poison into the soul bone while you are cultivating your poison skills. At the same time, I will prepare some medicine to draw the poison you are currently afflicted with into the soul bone. However, this process is very slow, but it can provide you with some relief. This second method is feasible. When shall we start? Douluo's eyes sparkled as he asked. Huang Wei raised his head and said, this process will take several months. Teacher, I plan to stay here to cultivate for a while. Why don't you head back first? Xiao was taken aback, furrowing his brows, thinking to himself, what a joke. It's too dangerous to let you stay here alone. Don't worry. Grandpa Du won't take action against me. Huang Wei noticed Xiao's concerns. Are you really confident? Xiao asked. Huang Wei nodded. I never fight battles I'm not sure about. Teacher, you believe me, I will definitely bring Grandpa poisoned directly to report to the sect. Douluo also agreed. Xiao Wei is right. I'm not that foolish. You can rest assured and go back. Moreover, the soul power here is denser than outside. So his cultivation and growth here will definitely be faster. Worried that Xiao wouldn't be at ease, he added, besides, when the time comes, you can come to see him anytime. This place is indeed a good place for cultivation. So if you insist on this, I won't stop you. Douluo, take good care of him for me. If you encounter dangers that even you can't handle, crush the token, and we will come as quickly as possible. Remember, Huang Wei is very important to our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. He is my disciple and also the key person that Ningfengji is cultivating. If anything happens to him here, don't blame us. Xiao warned earnestly, his tone carrying a hint of threat. Douluo sighed. Rest assured, I won't be foolish about this. He'll be very safe here. Regardless of whether his method works or not, I want to try it. However, I hope you won't let others know about my poisoning. If it really comes to it, even if there is a remedy, I will agree to his conditions. Xiao nodded. I will tell Ningfengji. Otherwise, I won't have an excuse. Don't worry. He is very tight-lipped. You know his character. Douluo nodded in agreement and didn't say anything further. Teacher, take this Chihuahua tulip and fly back as quickly as possible to let Rong take it. Once we leave that place, the medicinal power of this herb will gradually fade. We must hurry. Is it still alive? Douluo recognized that this was the immortal herb from his place. It's alive? Huang Wei nodded. Well then, I will lend you this pouch. This pouch can store living things, but you must return it to me when you come back. Douluo understood Xiao's character, and besides, Xiao still owed him a favor, so he directly took out the only pouch in the original work that could store living things, feeling a bit reluctant. Thank you. Grandpa Poison. Don't worry, Grandpa Poison. I will definitely be able to cure the poison in you, and time will soon prove my words. Huang Wei didn't expect the other party to take out this treasure bag so soon. Once it was in his hands, there was no reason to return it. After taking it, he quickly took out a few petals of fairy herbs from his ring and put them inside. Then he handed it to Xiao. Teacher, the usage and names of the fairy herb petals are all written inside. Please take it back. Let Rong use it as soon as possible. Huang Wei said, okay. Xiao received it and thanked Douluo, saying, don't worry, I will definitely return it to you. Xiao keep my word. All right, Douluo nodded. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken it out. After that, Xiao transformed into a beam of light and quickly rushed out of the poisonous mist, flying rapidly towards the distant 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Upon returning to the sect, Ningfengji saw that only Xiao had come back, and his brows furrowed instantly. He quickly asked, Sword Uncle, where is Xiao Wei? Xiao recounted what had just happened in the Sunset Forest to Ningfengji. Ningfengji was taken aback, realizing the situation. He was indeed shocked by Huang Wei's knowledge. However, on the other side, upon hearing that Huang Wei had not returned, Rong and Xiao Wu were immediately filled with disappointment and insisted on going to see him. Nevertheless, Xiao took out the Kirin tulip petals and handed them to Rong for her to absorb. Xiao Wu also began to cultivate quickly, waiting for the chance to meet Huang Wei again. Ningfengji felt a bit down upon hearing that Huang Wei was temporarily away on a mission, as there was no one to train with him, but his mood quickly improved. Without that freak around, his pressure was greatly relieved. In this rhythm, soon, more than 4 months passed. During these 4 months, Huang Wei followed the methods used by Tang San in the original work, imitating them to refine medicine. However, he now possessed a large number of fairy herbs, and with the assistance of the Eye of Life, the effects of the medicine he refined were better than Tang San's, with more potent effects and faster results. However, calculating the time, Huang Wei had also turned 7. In these 4 months, he did not neglect his cultivation. However, with 3 types of cultivation, plus stabilizing his foundational strength and the time spent on alchemy, he actually had very little time left for himself. At 7 years old, he had already reached the 29th level of soul power, just 1 level away from the 30th level. However, today was the last day for Douluo to take medicine. Huang Wei's physical cultivation has reached the 38th level of Soul Master. It may seem like a small increase, but physical cultivation, especially reaching the Soul Master level, marks the beginning of a qualitative change, and each level up becomes very difficult. Although he has been diligently training his mental power after more than 4 months, his mental power has barely improved from level 50 Soul King, making it feel like he is stuck in place. This has caused him a lot of frustration. After taking herbs, he cannot continue for a short period, but now that 4 months have passed, the time is about right, and he plans to take the Autumn Water Elixir. Above the Ice and Fire 2-element eye, Huang Wei is currently refining the last batch of medicine. It has already taken shape. At the same time, a green figure jumped down from one side and sat beside him, tossing a gourd to Huang Wei. Douluo smiled and said, "Little monster, time flies so fast. Today is the last batch of medicine, and after you finish it, I will return with you." Indeed, time passes quickly for the old monster. Huang Wei took the gourd, opened it, and began to drink. Over the past 4 months, the two have become incredibly close. Their way of addressing each other has become quite casual. They can simply call each other as they wish, and it doesn't matter what anEncyclopedia thinks. The reason Douluo calls Huang Wei this way is naturally because he was startled after seeing Huang Wei's soul ring configuration. Due to his own reasons, Douluo hasn't had anyone who could play and chat with him so openly like Huang Wei in a long time. For an old man, Douluo finds that the most terrifying aspect is the companionship of youth. Huang Wei threw the medicine to Douluo and then stood up, saying, "Old monster, hurry up and take the medicine. After you finish, continue to help me refine my body with poison." Refining his body with poison was a mandatory course for Huang Wei every day over the past 4 months. Although he now had a physique that was immune to all poisons, he found that powerful toxins could still harm him. Fortunately, his 9-fold body refinement technique had the ability to absorb the poison for body refinement. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy to elevate his transformed physical body by 3 levels in these 4 months, and he felt that his physical body was close to reaching level 39. As for his soul power, he also needed to hurry and quickly cultivate to level 30, so that when his physical body reached the soul sect level, he could hunt for his 3rd spirit ring. 67. Poison refining body, come back. All right, I won't forget this matter. You really are a little monster. Douluo held the last pill in his hand, laughed heartily, and then directly threw it into his mouth and swallowed it. He had been familiar with the pills Huang Wei concocted for over 4 months and felt very assured. As for Douluo, since she was young and hadn't accumulated much poison, after taking the 3 pills Huang Wei prepared for her according to the timing, she was completely cleared of toxins. Moreover, 2 months ago, based on Huang Wei's guesses and conclusions, Douluo took Douluo to hunt an 888-year-old man-faced demon spider to obtain her 2nd spirit ring. To his surprise, they struck gold, and she obtained an 8-pointed spear, just like Tang San. It truly required immense luck to obtain such an external spirit bone after 100 years. External spirit bones are even rarer and more precious than internal spirit bones, as the former can grow alongside their master, while the latter can only remain stagnant. One that can grow and one that cannot grow and solidify are not comparable unless the latter is of a very high age. Otherwise, the former is definitely more valuable. Under Douluo's oppressive soul power, Douluo's external spirit bone completely fused with her body, becoming a true part of her. She could control it freely. This method was also taught to them by Huang Wei. After all, these were results that had been practically verified in the original work and were quite reliable. Douluo's desire to match Douluo with Huang Wei grew stronger. In the days that followed, whenever Douluo had a break, he would bring her over to cultivate alone with Huang Wei, while he would return to his cave to take medicine and digest it. As time passed, their relationship made substantial progress. As for the phenomenon of polygamy, Douluo was actually quite open-minded. He thought that with someone as powerful as Huang Wei, his genes should definitely be passed on, the more the better. Anyway, according to anEncyclopedia, Huang Wei already had Rong and Xiao Wu as his two designated wives. So having one more or one less wouldn't make much of a difference. He might as well send his granddaughter over to become the third woman. Every month or two, anEncyclopedia would also bring Ning Fengji to visit him. Douluo gradually became familiar with them and became friends, even becoming an honorary elder of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in advance. It was truly a happy situation for everyone. They were all like a family now. All right, this is the general story of the past 4 months. After giving the medicine, Huang Wei stretched and continued his meditation practice. To be honest, he hadn't seen Rong and Xiao Wu in over 4 months, and he missed them a bit. They were cultivating over at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and he would check on their progress once he returned. Time flew by, and it was already afternoon. At this moment, Douluo had finished refining the medicine and absorbed its effects, slowly walking out. His whole face was radiant, flushed with joy, and he was in much better spirits than before. After such a long time, he had finally recovered. This encounter truly gave him many precious memories. Unfortunately, this treasure land couldn't be moved. Otherwise, he would definitely relocate it to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Looking at the area ahead, he revealed a broad smile. Suddenly, he spread his arms, bathing in the sunset. At that moment, it felt as if all his mental knots had been untied. A green light radiated from his body, and his soul power became exceptionally strong, as if he had experienced a qualitative leap once again. Douluo was shocked at this, and he became excited. Old man, I've broken through. Level 93. He never expected that he could still rise one level in his lifetime. Ha ha, he thought to himself. All of this is really thanks to that little monster who completely healed my injuries and hidden ailments from so many years. That little monster is truly my great benefactor. He would not forget this kindness. For him, leveling up was an extremely high honor. Suppressing his inner excitement, he walked towards Huang Wei. Huang Wei also woke up, stood up, and followed Douluo into the familiar cave chamber. What earth-shattering events might happen here between these two big men? Huang Wei sat cross-legged and said, "Old monster. Come on." Douluo spoke up. It's been 4 months already. At this rate, won't you be completely immune to my poison? Then my poison attacks would have no effect on you at all? Huang Wei said, "It won't happen. My physique is quite special. I have immunity to most toxins. However, I can still be harmed by massive poison energy attacks, especially from someone like you, an existence at the title Douluo level." Douluo was instantly speechless. Well, I guess I'm lucky to be a title Douluo then. All right, little monster, take this. After saying that, Douluo directly condensed a ball of dark green poisonous mist, which was even denser than the previous ones, emanating a strong aura of death. This chilling and deadly poison made one's heart tremble and hair stood on end. This was a concentrated poison at the soul sect level, which was nothing for him, but not necessarily the case for others. Until now, he had only used soul master level poisons to refine Huang Wei's body, and this was the first time he was using a soul sect level poison. The previous months were mainly about helping him adapt completely. This time, it was Douluo at the soul sect level speaking. Come on, Huang Wei nodded. Then, Douluo directly hurled the toxic mist toward Huang Wei. In an instant, Huang Wei was enveloped by this terrifying, deathly poison mist. Douluo did not dare to be careless and focused on controlling the poison, ready to retract it instantly if Huang Wei truly couldn't handle it. With his injuries fully healed and having gained another level, he was now even more at his peak than before, and his control over the poison had reached an extremely refined state. Poison attacks for body refinement were a very quick way to increase physical strength for Huang Wei, who possessed the ninefold body refinement technique. That lethal toxin rapidly spread throughout his body, causing excruciating pain. The dark green flowing light was as strange and alluring as a ribbon. The next day, Huang Wei and Douluo quickly flew towards the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Their speed was fast, especially with Huang Wei's second spirit ring's instant kill effect. The two arrived at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School in less than 2 hours. They first met with Ning Fengji and others, and then went to see Xiao Wu and Ning Rong, brother, after more than 4 months apart. Both of them missed Huang Wei very much and rushed into his arms for a tight hug. It's been over 4 months. Xiao Wu, Rong, you've both grown quite a bit. Brother, I miss you so much. We haven't slacked off in our training. I'm already a level 24 Great Soul Master. Xiao Wu said. The ability of the immortal herb had significantly boosted her training speed. Ning Rongrong said, Brother Wei, I've also broken through to level 17. I'm just 3 levels away from obtaining my second spirit ring. She smiled sweetly, as if saying, praise me, praise me. During these 4 months, they had not dared to slack off at all, and the combination of training and potions had quickly improved their cultivation. You both did great. You've improved a lot in 4 months. Rongrong, show your 9 treasures glazed tower to your brother. Huang Wei nodded in satisfaction. Rongrong was very excited. Okay. After all, he had not seen her martial soul evolve yet. However, Huang Wei had already learned from Ning Fengji and Chen Xian that Ning Rongrong had successfully evolved. Now, the identity of the heir to the 7 treasures glazed tile school was thoroughly established. However, he had not seen it yet, but it should be similar to Ning Fengji's. A surge of soul power emerged, and a 9-colored light appeared in Ning Rongrong's hand, revealing a 9-layered treasure tower. 9 treasures glazed tower. A powerful force quickly ascended, and a dark light appeared in the sky, with a figure descending before the main hall. This person was very thin, with a melancholic face and wearing blue armor. He appeared both eerie and extremely melancholic. The guards on either side saw the newcomer and stepped forward to pay their respects. Elder Bone. Indeed, this person was one of the 2 pillars of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. The second, a level 95 title, Bone Douluo Guyong. Guyong quickly approached the main hall. He had just exited seclusion and wanted to find someone to spar with. The first person he thought of was Swordmaster Chen Xian. Upon entering, he saw Ning Fengji and Chen Xian, along with a green-haired old man. Uncle Bone. Ning Fengji greeted him with a smile. He was in a very good mood due to the celebratory events of the sect. Chen Xian and Douluo looked over, and the latter assessed him, thinking to himself, this person is one of the 2 elder Douluos of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, Bone Douluo Guyong. No matter who it is, I can't beat him. Chen Xian immediately smiled and teased, Old Bone, you missed out on quite a few exciting shows after being in seclusion for so long. Your timing for seclusion was really off. Everyone understood Chen Xian's words, but Guyong had a puzzled expression. Old Swordman, what exciting shows did I miss out on? Fengji, oh, who is this? Guyong responded to Ning Fengji and then looked at Douluo, frowning slightly in confusion. But he felt this old man seemed somewhat familiar. After being in seclusion for too long, his memory was a bit hazy. Ning Fengji immediately smiled and introduced Uncle Bone. It's normal not to remember since you've been in seclusion for so long. This is Senior Douluo, Poison Douluo. Now you should remember, right? Upon hearing this, Guyong's face showed a look of realization. His voice was still as hoarse and deep as before as he said, So it's you, old poisoner. I was wondering why you looked so familiar. I indeed forgot after being in seclusion for so long. Sorry about that. But what brings you to our 7 treasures glazed tile school? You're not here to spread poison, are you? Ning Fengji. Jensin. Douluo. Chen Xian cleared his throat and said, Cough, spreading poison sounds so harsh, Old Bone. Let me tell you from now on, Old Poisoner is just like us, an elder of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. However, he is a revered elder. It's actually quite similar. The meaning is the same. All elders. From now on, we are one family. Douluo did not mind Guyong's words. Even if he did, it was useless. He just laughed it off. He was the first to speak with a smile. All right, from now on, we are one family. But Old Poisoner, aren't you a revered elder of the Tiando Empire? Why did you suddenly come here? Won't there be any objections from over there? After Guyong finished laughing, he asked. Chen Xian said, The matters involved here are pretty significant, so let me briefly explain everything from the beginning. After all, you wasted my breath with your seclusion. TCH, Old Swordman. Just make it short. Guyong snorted coldly. I made some breakthroughs during my seclusion. I'll definitely crush you in our next spar. So arrogant. Chen Xian laughed heartily. Old Bone. It's not that I looked down on you. You couldn't win against me before, and this time, you definitely won't be able to. All right, Uncle Bone. Uncle Sword, stop fighting. If the kids outside see this, they'll definitely laugh. Seeing these 2 people starting to argue again, although Ning Fengji was already used to it, he still felt quite troubled and immediately stepped in to mediate. Douluo also didn't expect these 2 to have this side to them. One really doesn't know until they become part of the group. However, he actually quite liked this atmosphere, as the scene of the 3 of them bickering would at least prevent him from feeling lonely in the future. All right, I'll give Fengji some face, Old Swordman. Stop teasing me and just say it quickly, Gu Rong said, arms crossed. Chen Xian also stopped teasing this guy and immediately recounted the events of the past few months. Nearly a year. The more Gu Rong listened, the more his expression changed, shocked and stunned. I didn't expect such a prodigy to be accepted into our 7-treasure glazed tile school. This little guy is indeed formidable. Oh, you really took him from me. If it weren't for my closed-door training, I would never have let this prodigy disciple go to you. Gu Rong recalled and instantly felt furious. Seeing him like this, Chen Xian revealed a satisfied, stubborn smile. Chen Xian said, "Don't be anxious. I've kept one for you." His sister, Xiao Wu, has a rabbit martial spirit and is now 6 years old, but she is already a level 24 Great Soul Master. Although her talent is not as good as my disciple Xiao Wei's, she is still very outstanding. Where are these two little guys? I want to go see them. Gu Rong was extremely excited, showing no sign of the dignity of a titled Douluo, and said with a smile, "I haven't seen Rong for a long time. She must miss me." Soon, the few of them headed in the direction of Huangwei. At this moment, Huangwei was playing with Xiao Wu and Rong. After cultivating for so long, it's natural to get tired, so relaxing occasionally is a good thing. Balancing work and rest enhances the effectiveness of cultivation. At this time, Ning Fengheng walked over from the other side, extremely happy. He smiled broadly, and when he saw Huangwei return, he was momentarily stunned but then burst into laughter and walked up to the three of them. "Six, brother, what happened to make you so happy?" Ning Rong asked in confusion. "I've broken through level 30. My soul power has finally surpassed level 30. Ning Fengheng laughed, extremely excited. Almost wanted to hug Ning Rong and jump 100 meters on the spot. "That's great, sixth brother. You've broken through to Soul Ancestor." Ning Rong was also overjoyed, and Xiao Wu and Huangwei were naturally happy as well. After all, they had been cultivating together for so long, and they were already like a small team. "Then hurry up and find Grandpa Jian to get your 3rd soul ring." Ning Rong's delicate, lowly voice rang out. "Wait a moment." Ning Fengheng looked at Huangwei and said, "We haven't seen each other for 4 months. You must have gotten stronger, right? I heard you obtained your 2nd soul ring. How about we have a match?" He was eager. During these 4 months while Huangwei was away, he could only find others to duel with, which felt pretty good at least, as he couldn't find any other opponents among his peers except for that 4th brother. By the way, 4th brother also upgraded to Soul Ancestor 3 months ago, obtained his 3rd soul ring, and continued to stay in his mother's family's place to cultivate. Huangwei said, "Brother Hung, I advise you to get your 3rd spirit ring first before coming to fight me. Otherwise, you definitely won't be able to beat me." "Oh, it's been 4 months, and your arrogant tone is still the same. That little brat. By age you should call me big brother, but if we're talking about seniority." Saying this, Ning Fengheng shot a glance at Ning Rong, then proudly said, "Then you have to call me inner brother, big brother-in-law." As soon as Ning Fengheng finished speaking, the air in the area fell into an unusual silence. However, Huangwei was the first to react, followed by Ning Rong, whose cheeks suddenly flushed, shyly exclaiming, "Sixth brother, what are you talking about?" "Inner brother." Xiao Wu blinked her eyes, looking curiously at Huangwei. "Brother, what is an inner brother?" Huangwei felt a bit awkward and whispered something in her ear. Immediately, Xiao Wu's eyes widened. Her face turned crimson, and she pouted without saying a word. After all, she had been a rogue rabbit for 100,000 years, so she understood. Men are fickle. What dare you come? Ning Fengheng ignored Rong's punches. It didn't hurt him anyway, and he naturally indulged his own sister. "Then I will fulfill your wish." Huangwei nodded. "All right." Ning Fengheng lauket. In the next moment, the atmosphere shifted, with Huangwei standing opposite him on the lawn. Ning Rong and Xiao Wu watched from the side. "I won't bully you. You can make the first move." Ning Fengheng summoned his martial soul, the Gale Wolf, and a powerful soul force surged from his level 30 pseudo-soul master status. He crossed his arms over his chest, exuding an air of arrogance, as if at this moment he was completely confident. Indeed, reaching the soul respect level is a significant qualitative leap for a great soul master. Even without obtaining a soul ring, their combat power is not something a great soul master can rival. Of course, this conclusion only applies to ordinary soul masters. Some exceptional cases naturally do not follow this rule. A unique advantage of talented individuals is their ability to challenge those at higher levels. Seeing the 2 familiar soul rings floating around Ning Fengheng, Huangwei smiled lightly, glanced around, and noticed that apart from his own people, there were no others present. He then said, "Then I will fulfill your request." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward, and his soul power surged, manifesting a bronze spear in his hand. Immediately, Ning Fengheng, Ning Rong, and Xiao Wu's expressions changed dramatically, their pupils contracting as if they had seen something horrifying. It was shocking, unbelievable, and hard to comprehend. A gentle breeze swept through the quiet venue, and they could distinctly hear 3 breaths of cold air being taken deeply. Black, 10,000-year second soul ring. The 3 exclaimed, their voices trembling. Indeed, at this moment, Huang Wei revealed his basic configuration, 1 purple and 1 black soul ring. A 7-year-old, level 26 Great Soul Master is no joke. His soul power was already nearly on par with Ning Fengheng's level 30 Pseudo Soul Master, and frighteningly, there were even signs of leveling or surpassing him. How did you achieve a 10,000-year second soul ring? Ning Fengheng asked, his voice trembling. His body shook uncontrollably, whether from excitement or fear he couldn't tell. It's pretty much similar to your normal system's century-long soul ring operation, just a bit more intense and painful in dealing with that resentment. Huang Wei smiled and said, monsters cannot be measured or judged by normal theories. Am I making you more excited now? Yes. Come on, let me see just how strong you are. I take back what I said before. This time, I will attack first. Ning Fengheng shouted, unwilling to admit defeat, and charged forward. He was almost 15 years old this year, while the opponent was only 7, yet had achieved such accomplishments. This monstrous talent was something he could not surpass. However, he needed to prove that he was at least not that useless. First soul skill, Howling Wind Wolf. Although a soul power level of 30 without obtaining a 3rd soul ring is a pseudo soul master, the soul power is truly that of a soul master. However, strong soul power does not necessarily mean strong physical power. On the contrary, this is a sound wave type attack that directly targets a person's internal organs, bones, blood, ears, and even the spirit. However, the latter is still out of reach for now. The massive sound wave patterns layered in the air, becoming even larger than before, with an increased range as well. There is no doubt that this is the benefit brought by the powerful soul power. Huang Wei condensed the flame element, and the bronze spear immediately ignited with flames, forcefully thrown towards the center of the sound wave. The power was immense, and the speed cut through the air, the scorching high temperature vaporizing the water molecules in the air, creating a piercing friction sound within the sound wave attack zone. Crack! Boom! Just one round of collision broke through Ning Fengheng's sound wave attack, sending him flying while his arms experienced intense pain, only to find that Huang Wei had disappeared from sight. It seemed like a gust of wind rushed towards him, with a figure swift and fierce, and the bronze spear had vanished, reappearing right in front of him. Not good. Boom! Ning Fengheng gathered his soul power to his right hand's wolf claw and struck forward. However, as soon as his hand touched the spear's tip, a powerful wave of soul power sent him retreating. Ning Fengheng flew backward, looking quite disheveled. At the same time, he quickly activated his 2nd soul ring, 2nd soul skill, Gale Tornado. A wolf's howl echoed, and 2 massive tornadoes appeared around him, aiming to tear everything apart as they shot toward Huang Wei. Suddenly, Ning Fengheng clenched his hand, and the 2 enormous tornadoes merged into a more formidable Gale Tornado. The flowers and grass in the area were shredded into countless fragments, demonstrating the terrifying power. Seeing the scene, Huang Wei's eyes twitched in a certain direction as if he had noticed something, and then a smirk appeared on his face as he lit up his 2nd black soul ring. 2nd soul skill, Quick Kill. A fierce eagle cry rang out, and a giant golden-winged eagle appeared on the bronze spear. In that moment, it transformed into the spear itself and flew forward. This scene also left Ning Fengheng and the others stunned. This was the soul skill brought by his 2nd 10,000-year soul ring. In an instant of collision, it extinguished his Gale Tornado, and the terrifying golden-winged eagle charged towards him with a killing intent. No, for some reason, upon meeting the cold, fierce gaze of the golden-winged eagle, Ning Fengheng felt a sudden fear, his body frozen in place as if his mental strength had been impacted. 4th soul skill, Bone Dragon Devour. But just then a deep, hoarse voice sounded. A ghostly blue bone dragon materialized from the ground in front of Ning Fengheng, colliding with the incoming attack, causing another powerful shockwave to spread out. However, in the next moment, the golden-winged eagle was devoured by the solid bone dragon, unable to break through its strong defenses. Soon, a spear was sent flying into the sky, spinning 360 degrees before embedding itself into the lawn. Ning Fengheng was unharmed. A figure clad in a ghostly blue armor, thin as a rake, appeared. It was Gu Rong. Coming back to his senses, Ning Fengheng had already released his martial soul state, almost scared to death, truly feeling the taste of death. 70. Dragon Phosphorus Poison Flower Feather, 9 Nether Ghost Orchid. Grandpa Bone. Seeing the familiar figure in front of him, Ning Fengheng's face showed delight. Gu Rong was also shocked by this young man. So young yet possessing such height and physique, along with such an extraordinary soul ring. It seemed this was the disciple of the old swordsman, Huang Wei. He immediately scolded, "Brat, don't you know the power of a 10,000-year soul ring's soul skill? Did you intend to kill him with that attack just now?" After that, he saw three familiar figures descending from the sky. It was Ning Fengji, Chen Xian, and Douluo. However, the direction they appeared from was the same direction Huang Wei had glanced at before activating his second soul ring. Huang Wei shrugged and said, "I only used it because I knew you were coming. Otherwise, I usually wouldn't use it, unless the opponent is an enemy. What if we hadn't come? Or if we were too late to save you?" Gu Rong's voice was hoarse and deep. Huang Wei spread his hands innocently and said, "Don't worry. This soul skill is attached to my bronze spear martial soul. I can directly, and the offensive will disappear instantly. It's all under control. You can't blame Huang Wei for this. You can only blame my skills for being inferior." Ning Fenghing sighed and immediately stepped forward to say. Seeing that the situation had calmed down, Gu Rong also stopped pursuing the matter and said, "Take care of yourself. Ning Feng Ti Site Unkleku." The younger generation knows their limits, especially Xiao Wei. These two are the ones I just mentioned. He then looked to Huang Wei ahead and said, "Xiao Wei, this is Grandpa Bon Delao, also an elder of our seven-treasure glazed tile school, who has just come out of seclusion." Everyone bowed and greeted the few people. They all got to know each other. Little Monster, still the same kind of monster. Douluo came to Huang Wei's side, and the two put their arms around each other's shoulders like brothers. This scene left the others speechless. Gu Rong approached Xiao Wu and carefully examined her. "Good seed. Are you really only 6 years old?" "I'm 7. Xiao Wu blinked and said, "Now you all can tell that I'm a soul beast transformed. So I'm not afraid of you. 7 years old is nothing. Show me your soul ring configuration at level 24. Gu Rong laughed, unconcerned. Xiao Wu summoned the mutated soft-bone rabbit and 2 basic yellow soul rings. Gu Rong was not surprised by the standard soul ring configuration, but when he saw the soft-bone rabbit, he was taken aback. This soft-bone rabbit seems a bit fierce. "Grandpa Bone, this is the result of her eating the celestial herb," Huang Wei said as he walked over. Celestial herb? Gu Rong had just heard Ning Fengji mention it, but he had never seen one. "This is the celestial herb I chose for both of you," Huang Wei said, as his hand turned a pale golden color and took out 2 leaves of immortal grass from the pouch given by Douluo. Douluo and Gu Rong looked at them and didn't recognize them, but they could feel an aura that resonated well with them. "Little Monster, why didn't you give this to me earlier?" Douluo asked. "If I had absorbed it over the past 4 months, I might have made even greater progress." Huang Wei shook his head. "Old Monster, I can't give it to you at that time because of the toxins in your body. You must wait until all the toxins are cleared before I can let you take it. I'm afraid if I give it to you now, you won't be able to resist, and I don't know what the consequences will be." After all, in the original work, Tang San didn't seem to give Douluo the fairy herb, perhaps because there wasn't a suitable type for him. It's very possible. And the fairy herb in my hand is not from the ice and fire yin-yang eye, but from the fairy herb garden in my bronze ring. However, to others, this is considered to be from the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Douluo suddenly realized. "So that's it. It's okay. You're also thinking of me. If you take it out now, does that mean my body's toxins have been cleared and I can take it? There is nothing to hide now. After all, it was already mentioned in the main hall, and now we are on the same side. Besides, he has already been healed, so there is no need to worry at all." Huang Wei nodded yes. Were these 2 immortal herbs called? Ancient Yang's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The one on the left, emitting an ink-green aura, is the dragon phosphor poison flower feather. The one on the right, radiating a black color reminiscent of the Nine Nether, is the Nine Nether dark orchid. After hearing Huang Wei's introduction, Douluo fell into deep thought. "I never expected that within my ice and fire Tuyin eyes, there are such immortal herbs that resonate with me. Why didn't I notice this before?" Huang Wei said calmly, without blushing or skipping a heartbeat. "Perhaps it was hidden quite well, but it's a good thing you didn't find it earlier. Otherwise, I would have been afraid you couldn't resist eating it, and that would have been terrible. Perhaps I wouldn't have seen you before. Indeed, it was really fortunate that it was so well hidden." Douluo nodded, feeling quite relieved. Given his conduct at that time, he might really have eaten it. Huang Wei said, "Old Monster, Grandpa Bone, you two should find a place to take these. It's best to use them within today. Otherwise, the potency of the medicine will diminish." "All right." The 2 of them accepted it without hesitation. "How about right now? We'll protect you." Ning Fengji came over and said, "Good." Douluo and Gu Rong exchanged glances, both nodding. They were also eager. Chen Xian immediately released the barrier. Huang Wei added, "We'd better leave first. By the time the old monster finishes absorbing this dragon scale poisonous flower feather, it it will likely release toxic gas, which Rong and the others won't be able to withstand. Everyone nodded and left with him. Huang Wei also exited the barrier. At this moment, Ning Fengheng hesitantly approached and asked, "Did you eat that and become even stronger?" Huang Wei did not hide and nodded. "Yes, Uncle Ning, my teacher, Rong, and Xiao Wu all took it. Otherwise, their soft-bone rabbit and 7-treasure glazed tile wouldn't have evolved." Upon recalling this, Ning Fengheng also thought of it and nodded. Then he smiled, rubbing his hands, and said, "That inner brother, do you have any of that fairy herb suitable for me? If not, can you give me one as well?" Huang Wei pulled him aside and seriously instructed, "It's about you, but you must keep it a secret. Apart from the people present here, you cannot speak about the celestial herb, including your other brothers. If news about this celestial herb leaks to others, especially the Spirit Hall, it will bring disaster to the 7-treasure glazed tile school." Ning Fengheng was not a fool. He frowned, and his expression became particularly serious. He glanced at the few people behind him. Although Ning Fengji and the others did not say anything, they were listening attentively the whole time. Then he looked at the 2 Douluos inside the barrier who were already absorbing the celestial herb. He cautiously nodded and said, "Rest assured, my brother, I'm not a fool. I won't let this kind of thing slip. I will definitely keep it to myself." Huang Wei suddenly smiled and said, "You have eaten my fairy grass. So from now on, you'll be my person. I plan to apply to establish the 7-treasure glazed tile academy and form a 7-member team, and you will be one of them." Although Ning Fengji and Ning Rong had already upgraded their martial spirits to the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, the former did not rush to announce it or rename the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. The later this matter is known by others, especially the outside world, the better. Ning Fengji had his own plans. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengheng was even more excited. "Okay, I agree." Seeing him agree, Huang Wei directly took out the already prepared fairy grass from the pouch in his hand. It was a seed emitting a blue glow, and at the edges of this blue glow were 7 colors resembling a rainbow. Ning Fengheng was stunned. The others also came over to see what was happening at this moment. Xiao Wu was the first to speak. "Brother, is this seed also fairy grass?" Ning Rong tilted her head cutely and said, Yes. It's really amazing that a seed can also be fairy grass." The others were equally curious and puzzled. Huang Wei said, "This is a very magical seed, containing the rich power of celestial herbs, with extraordinarily unique effects. It is called the 7-colored Lanfeng seed. The 7 colors represent 7 different elements in the world: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Each color corresponds to a different element, and if the absorber is lucky, they might grasp 1 or even 2 of the properties within it." After speaking, he handed the 7-colored Lanfeng seed to Ning Fengheng and said, "Come on, you can absorb it right now by putting it in your mouth. Hurry up and absorb it. You might experience some unexpected changes." Ning Fengji nodded, also filled with anticipation. After all, this boy in front of him was his own son. Ning Fengheng was extremely excited and thanked Huang Wei, carefully holding the 7-colored Lanfeng seed as if it were a priceless treasure. Unsurprisingly, it truly was a rare treasure, at least in this world. He sat cross-legged, his right hand trembling as he held the seed, and he forced himself to calm down and brought it to his mouth. Before he could swallow, the moment the 7-colored Lanfeng seed touched his saliva, it transformed into a rainbow light and instantly entered his body. Soon he began to glow. It was a blue light. Following that, he fell into a deep meditation. There were only 3 people present. The others could not disturb him and waited patiently by the side. At this moment, Ning Fengji approached Huang Wei and said, "Xiao Wei, I can help you with the 7-treasure glazed tile academy, and I will leave it in your charge. I won't impose any restrictions on you, but you must participate in the elite tournament of Soul Master Academies across the continent in 8 years." Huang Wei excitedly said, "The elite competition of Soul Master Academies across the continent. Although it's the first time I've heard of it, I'm already fired up. Will there be a battle of heroes, with all sorts of talented youths from across the continent participating?" Ning Fengji nodded, finding Huang Wei's enthusiasm quite endearing and satisfying. He said, "That's right. It's an event that brings together the most outstanding and youngest individuals from many academy teams to compete. However, if you want to participate, you need to progress step by step from the bottom of the soul fighting arena. I won't help you secure a guaranteed admission opportunity, because climbing up is the best way to hone your skills." He shook his head again, saying, "If you can't even pass this stage, then it's better not to participate." Moreover, he had not established the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Academy because there was already a royal academy within the Heaven Do Empire, which is the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Many people from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect also go there to study. Additionally, Uncle Ning has his own selfish reasons. He doesn't want you to be exposed to the world too early, especially your soul ring configuration. He fears it might cause a huge uproar. Ning Fengji's gaze turned towards the distance. Huang Wei said, Uncle Ning still has 8 years, enough for me to grow to a height unreachable by my peers, even those who are a few years older. Moreover, you have already evolved and transcended under the effect of the immortal grass. 8 years is also enough for you to improve again. Xiao Wu also spoke up. That's right, Fengji. We are no longer what we used to be. Even if the Spirit Hall really wants to confront us, they will have to consider whether my 7 killing sword degrees, plus your amplification. Now, we have 3 Douluos in our sect, and if you also reach the Douluo level, we will have 4 Douluos. Although we are still at a disadvantage compared to the Spirit Hall in terms of numbers, what if 1 Douluo can take on 2 or even 3? Then this gap can be reduced. Ning Fengji slowly said, now that the Haotian sect is in seclusion, perhaps we can contact those 4 single attribute sects and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. If we unite, we will be even stronger. Although the top 3 sects are in an alliance, the distance is too far, and they won't be able to provide support in time if something happens. Xiao Wu said, let's look at the future later. We still have more than 8 years. Ning Fengji nodded. Huang Wei was pondering Ning Fengji's earlier words. Let's not talk about the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect for now, but if the other 4 single attribute sects can be brought under the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, then the future soul destruction operation would be more secure. However, right now, trying to subdue them is a very difficult task. Forget it. We'll deal with future matters when the time comes. As time passed, another 3 hours went by. At this moment, Ning Fengheng showed signs of movement. He awakened, and his aura was rising, becoming more intense and powerful. Once he calmed down, Ning Fengji and the others curiously gathered around to ask him about it. Ning Fengheng's expression was excited as he quickly summoned his martial soul, the Gale Wolf, but it appeared somewhat different now. There were fierce flames burning on it, and its body was adorned with many red flame stripes. The color of its double pupils had added a hint of fiery hue, exuding great majesty, far surpassing the original Gale Wolf. The entire wolf's form had become exceptionally mysterious and imposing. I have comprehended the red representing fire, granting my Gale Wolf the ability of flames. No, it has mutated. It should now be called the Gale Flame Wolf. My martial soul level has increased, and all my original attacks will now carry fierce flames, allowing my strikes to unleash even more lethal power. Ning Fengheng said excitedly, looking at the current appearance of his martial soul with great exhilaration. Fire borrows the force of the wind, and the wind aids the fire to flourish. Good. This is truly a great combination, Ning Fengji said, his eyes sparkling. Huang Wei quickly said, since your current level 30 doesn't have the state to hunt for soul rings, I'm not sure if it has increased your soul power level. The medicinal effect of the 7 Treasures Glazed Seed is still present. So hurry up and hunt for the 3rd soul ring. It might have a restorative effect on your soul power. Let's go. I'll take you to hunt for the 3rd soul ring right now. Chun Xin moved quickly, and before Ning Fengheng could say anything, he directly took him flying forward. As for the barrier here, he didn't need to worry too much about it. 72. 7 Treasures Glazed Academy team 3 days later. Ning Fengji established the 7 Treasures Glazed Academy internally under the name of the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. For the time being, the academy operates on a mobile teaching model, and the head of the academy is Huang Wei. At this time, a team for the 7 Treasures Glazed Academy was also formed, consisting of 7 people. These 7 will be the 7 Treasures' 7 oddities and will represent the academy in battles. Current members: Captain Huang Wei. Other members: Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Ning Fengheng. 3 more members are needed. At this moment, both Ning Fengheng and Ning Fengji recommended a person. This person is the latter's 4th son, Ning Fengshen, with a martial soul Dark Claw Bear, who is currently at level 31 and a 3-ring soul master, and he is 16 years old. However, after Ning Fengheng obtained the soul ring, his cultivation directly broke through to a level 33 soul master, instantly surpassing his older brother. Huang Wei weighed the situation. In 6 years, this guy would be 22, which is already considered old, and his talent isn't that great. So he declined. Moreover, with him included, his team already had 3 powerful attack-type soul masters. Thus, he should consider the support aspect. Although Ning Rongrong's 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda is impressive, it doesn't have healing effects. Therefore, the next position needs to look for a soul master with pure healing abilities or a healing-type soul master with attacking capabilities. though the latter is unlikely. Thus, Huang Wei focused on finding a pure healing soul master. Additionally, a crowd control role is essential. Since he still needed one more, he decided to add a defensive role. Eventually, the initial formation of the 7-member team took shape. Melee strong attack, Huang Wei. Melee strong attack, Xiao Wu. Melee agility attack, Ning Fengheng. Support, Ning Rongrong. Healing, crowd control, defense. Of course, plans may change, and adjustments could occur in the future. However, Huang Wei tentatively set the requirement that all team members must be under 20 years old in 6 years. Of course, if someone is exceptionally talented or has a unique martial soul, he would make exceptions. You all go train. I need to find the old monster for something. Huang Wei assigned them training tasks again. They must train well, eat well, and soak well. After training each day, they need to soak in potions or other treasures to refine their bodies, meditating and absorbing benefits, which is very advantageous. Later, he would take these people to the Soul Arena for competitions. Huang Wei left the playground. He thought of a control system personnel, which was the granddaughter of the old monster, Du Guyan. If nothing unexpected happens, she should also be his future designated third wife. The fairy grass hasn't been given to her yet. Du Gubo didn't ask, so now is a good time to see the situation. It's still 5 years ago, so she probably hasn't joined that seed team yet. Huang Wei himself wasn't too sure, after all. The original work didn't mention what happened 6 years ago and just skipped over it. He arrived at Du Gubo's residence in the 7-treasure glazed tile school and pushed the door open to walk in. It was quite normal to have a residence after joining the 7-treasure glazed tile school as a worshipper, but he didn't live here every day. He would also return to that residence in Tiando City, as that was where Yin Yin and his real home were. Who was so rude as to barge in? As the door was pushed open, Du Gubo's displeased voice came from inside. He was lying on a chair in the courtyard, with a table beside him holding a teapot, teacups, and a pile of peanuts, leisurely drinking tea and munching on peanuts. "It's me, the old monster," Huang Wei said with a smile. Du Gubo was taken aback and then immediately smiled broadly. "I was wondering who was so bold. It turns out to be you, little monster. Now everything makes sense. Come and sit." Du Gubo poured a cup of tea for Huang Wei and moved the peanuts over. A chair had already appeared beside him. Huang Wei also sat down without hesitation, picked up the teacup and started drinking, grabbing a few peanuts and tossing them into his mouth, chewing them with a crunch. They tasted quite good. Du Gubo threw a peanut, chewing as he said, "Aren't you supposed to be training? Why do you have so much time to visit this old man today?" Huang Wei said, "I came to ask you about something. Our Qibao Yuli Academy team currently only has 4 people, and we still need 3 more. One person I thought of is Yin Yin, so I came to talk to you about the transfer." Du Gubo said, "Humph, I knew it. You little monster wouldn't come to find me for no reason. However, this matter is simple. It's just right to transfer Yin Yin over here to build some rapport with you. Ha! We will really be a family in the future. At that time, I will be your grandfather." Huang Wei squinted his eyes and said speechlessly, "I took you as a brother. But since you want to act like my grandpa, I suppose it doesn't matter given your age." Du Gubo laughed. "Ha! When can we finalize this?" Huang Wei put down his teacup and asked. Du Gubo replied, "If you want it, we can finalize it today. I'll personally go and speak to the 3 chiefs of the Heavenly Duel Academy." "Wait, how old is Yin Yin this year?" Huang Wei suddenly asked. He had always overlooked her age and completely forgot to ask from the beginning. "She's 18 this year." At this point, Du Gubo paused, looking surprised, and said, "Right, you're only 7 this year, right?" All along, he had been misled by Huang Wei's mismatched age, height, and mature mindset, thinking Huang Wei was also around 15 or 16. But the reality was that this guy was only 7 years old, completely just a little kid. This had nothing to do with his granddaughter, Yin Yin, in terms of age. He didn't know if he was crazy or if the world was crazy. Well, it's better to let her continue studying over there. Huang Wei shook his head, hearing that she was 18. He thought that in 6 years, she'd be around 25, which was already far beyond the age range of his team. "What do you mean, you little brat? Are you looking down on my granddaughter?" Hearing Huang Wei say never mind, Du Gubo was so angry he shot up from his chair, furious. Huang Wei immediately said, "Old monster, don't misunderstand. I only want those who are no more than 20 years old in my team 6 years from now. But Sister Yin is already several years older, and the age gap is really too big." After hearing this, Du Gubo slowly sat back down, lay flat, and pouted. "You little brat are just complaining that my granddaughter is too old. But this age is indeed quite old. If you don't mind, the matchmaking I mentioned earlier can still continue." Huang Wei shrugged and said, "I'm actually fine, but you should ask your granddaughter for her opinion. After all, older women, as long as they aren't too extreme, will have a certain femininity." It's a very delightful scent that only mature men can understand. Only children would think lowly is appealing. As for Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, they can be cultivated. Both of them will grow up well. Little monster, if you don't want my granddaughter, then who do you plan to give this control position to? Douluo said, this isn't hard to guess. 73. Visiting the mansion, Huang Wei shook his head and said, I haven't thought it through yet, and there are no suitable candidates. However, I need to speed up the selection of talents. Douluo said, speak out the other 3 requirements you have in mind. Maybe I'll come across someone and bring them back for you. Huang Wei said, control, treatment, defense. It's best if they're effective for everyone. Douluo nodded. I've noted it down. After a few more pleasantries, Huang Wei said, Old monster, come on, continue to use your poison to temper my body. I can feel that my physical body is about to break through, and this time the poison is going to be even more powerful. After the soul fog tempering 4 days ago, Huang Wei's physical body had already broken through to level 39, nearing the level 40 Soul Master. However, it might not be enough at once. After all, the transition from Soul Sovereign to Soul Master is a new qualitative change, so it's not that simple, especially in physical training. Douluo stood up and led Huang Wei into the room, where a wave of soul power spread and enveloped the space. The 4th purple soul ring lit up on him, in a dangerous aura, almost at the level of 41 or 42 Soul Masters emanated from the deep green poison mist in his hand. Right in front of him, Huang Wei could fully and intuitively feel the terror of this poison mist. He slowly closed his eyes, sat cross-legged, straightened his back, took a deep breath, and embraced his dantian with both hands. This time, the poison was even more terrifying than last time, but he wasn't afraid. Instead, he felt excited. Exhaling, he softly said, bring it on. As soon as he finished speaking, Douluo directly unleashed the poison mist towards Huang Wei. Instantly, an incredibly exhilarating feeling surged from his body to his heart. Damn, this feeling is even more stimulating than last time. It turns out that using poison to temper the body is definitely the right choice. Huang Wei did not dare to be distracted and focused intently on operating the 9 layers of body refinement technique. This technique could only enhance physical strength, not soul power, so the division of labor was quite clear. To improve soul power, there were only 2 methods, training and meditation, comprehension, or using rare treasures. Among these, the effect of training became less significant as one progressed. Huang Wei was starting to feel this now, and as he stepped into higher levels, this feeling became even more pronounced. Therefore, he no longer devoted time to training. Meditation and comprehension were the mainstream methods. Currently, he lacked a technique to cultivate mental power, so he planned to consult Ning Fengji to see if he could teach him the sect's mind control technique, distraction control method. However, he was very confident, as he had made extraordinary contributions to the 7-treasure glazed tile school and was even Ning Fengji's strongly favored future son-in-law. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and a golden light burst forth in Douluo's room. When he woke up, his physical body had already improved by a level. Looking at the familiar information panel before him, he understood that his physical strength had reached a critical point, and breaking through further would be very difficult unless he advanced his soul power level. Next, he needed to cultivate his soul power to elevate it to level 30 and hunt for his 3rd soul ring. Huang Wei Dao, thank you, old monster. I have successfully broken through, and my physical body has become even stronger. Haha, there's no need to say more of these Klitsch D words. Douluo waved his hand and said, Huang Wei, then I'll head back first. Douluo nodded in agreement. After leaving, on the way, Huang Wei felt the significant changes brought by entering the soul sect and was filled with excitement. He headed straight for Ning Fengji's residence. After knocking on the door and greeting, someone came out to open the door and let him in. This was his first time here. At this moment, there were still some other servants around doing various tasks. As for his teacher, Chun Xian and Gu Rong, they had gone to the back mountain to engage in a fierce battle. Please help me inform Uncle Ning that I have come to see him, Huang Wei said to the middle-aged butler beside him. The middle-aged butler, knowing Huang Wei's identity, immediately nodded respectfully. Yes, Elder Huang. Elder Huang, please come with me to the living room and wait, he said again. Huang Wei nodded and followed along. In the study, Ning Fengji was holding a book and studying something. Suddenly, he murmured, Xiao Wei has made such a contribution to our sect and has helped us greatly improve our martial soul cultivation. I had forgotten about this matter due to my busy schedule, but it seems it's time to teach him the distraction control method. Once they come of age, we can hold the wedding early, and then he won't be able to run away. In his view, Huang Wei's future would certainly involve multiple wives. Since this fact couldn't be changed, he wanted to ensure that his Rong would be the main wife, while the others would be secondary. As a father, he would naturally feel better about it. Therefore, he planned to hold the wedding for Huang Wei and Ning Rong as soon as they turned 12, since they would be considered adults by then. Moreover, their ages were only a month or two apart, nearly the same age. Ning Fengji was quite satisfied with this. In fact, he had this idea the moment Huang Wei helped them transform the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. But due to the recent busy sect affairs, he hadn't had time to think about it until today, when he finally had a day to rest. And this thought was rekindled. Just then, someone knocked on the door of his study. Ning Fengji came back to his senses, looked over, thought for a moment, and said, "Who is it?" "It's the old servant, master," came the voice of the middle-aged butler from outside. Ning Fengji thought for a moment. After all, most of the people who came to knock on his door were this butler. "It's not locked, come in." Although Ning Fengji didn't know what this guy wanted again, he agreed. The middle-aged butler, Ningda, pushed the door open and entered. "Uncle Da, what is it?" Ning Fengji asked. Although this person was his family's old servant, he was also a member of the Ning family, and due to certain reasons, he had come to serve them. In terms of age, he was also considered an elder, which is why Ning Fengji addressed him this way. "The sect master Elder Huang is here to see you and is currently waiting in the living room." Ningda said slowly. "Xiao Wei has come. What a coincidence. Is it a connection of minds?" Ning Fengji was taken aback and then smiled. Just as he was thinking of teaching the distraction control method to Huang Wei, he had come on his own. Wasn't that a connection of minds? It wasn't hard to guess it was Huang Wei either, as there was only one elder with the Huang surname in their 7-treasure glazed tile sect. And that was the apprentice Elder Huang Wei. Ning Fengji set down the book in his hand and walked towards the living room. In the living room, Huang Wei was sitting upright, feeling somewhat awkward as it was his first time visiting what would eventually be his father-in-law's home. However, he was puzzled as to why the hostess was not present. Was it possible that Ning Fengji lived separately from his wife? Moreover, he recalled that he had been here for a year and had not seen Ning Fengji's wife at all. Furthermore, the original text did not mention her either. Could it be that she was gone? Huang Wei was pondering this thought. 74. Distraction Control Method. Upon seeing the two figures that appeared, one was the middle-aged butler Ningda, and the other was Ning Fengji. "Uncle Da, you could go ahead and get busy," Ning Fengji said slowly, glancing at Ningda. Ningda nodded and walked out of the living room along the main path in front of the two. Huang Wei saw Ning Fengji coming out and quickly stood up from his comfortable seat, cupping his hands and saying, "Uncle Ning, please sit. It's a rare guest. What brings you here today, little Wei, to personally visit my residence?" Ning Fengji quickly waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for such politeness. His expression was very kind and cultured as he leaned on his cane and slowly walked to sit down in another main seat. Huang Wei sat down, his expression serious, like a student seeking guidance. "Uncle Ning, it's like this. I've encountered some bottlenecks in my recent cultivation and wanted to ask you for advice." "Oh, wouldn't it be better to ask your teacher directly? Why come to me? Am I the only one who can help you?" Ning Fengji was also a bit surprised to hear this. Huang Wei's visit was already unexpected. Huang Wei nodded and said, "I am a practitioner of the 3 cultivations." 3 cultivations? Ning Fengji was taken aback and felt a bit puzzled. It was normal for them to be unaware at this time. Huang Wei directly explained, "I cultivate physical strength, soul power level, and mental strength. I have nearly reached the bottleneck for the first 2 and have methods for cultivation, but I have no methods for cultivating mental strength. So, I came to ask Uncle Ning if you have any techniques for cultivating mental strength." Ning Fengji listened attentively and nodded quietly. Huang Wei was indeed different from his peers and even those older than him. He was only 7 years old and was already considering this aspect. Indeed, we soul masters generally focus only on soul power, completely neglecting physical and mental strength, which they consider unimportant, especially for support-type soul masters like us. If one does not start cultivating their body from a young age, most will give up halfway if they try to catch up later. As for cultivating mental strength, although meditation can help a bit or enhance soul power, the effect is minimal. Ning Fengji quickly summarized this in his mind, then smiled slightly and said, "But you really came to the right person this time. I just happen to have a technique here specifically for cultivating mental strength, and I plan to teach it to you soon. You really came at the perfect time." Huang Wei was excited and hopeful upon hearing this, even though he knew what the method was. He said, "Uncle Ning, is it true? Then I didn't come in vain. That's great." He then asked, "Uncle Ning, what is this method?" "This method is called the mind control technique. It is a practice for cultivating the mind." Ning Fengji pointed to his heart area and said, "This heart refers to the heart, But it is not just the heart, it is your mind. His words were somewhat profound, making Huang Wei feel as though he was listening to astronomy for a moment. But he quickly realized that this heart refers to a kind of intention, probably something like that. Ning Fengji continued. The mind control technique is the top-tier foundational cultivation method of our Seven Treasures glazed tile school, and only the absolute upper echelons of our sect have the authority to learn it. It contains the heart of the 3 passages, the heart of the 4 passages, the heart of the 5 passages, the heart of the 6 passages, and the heart of the 7 passages. This method is primarily used for multitasking control of various skills while achieving a reasonable distribution and enhancement of soul power. The higher the level of cultivation, the better the effects. The mastery of soul power becomes increasingly intricate and can also provide a secondary enhancement to mental power. When you reach the heart of the 7 passages, your mind will undergo unprecedented changes, but what those changes are remains unknown. Currently, no one in the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, including myself, can cultivate to this level. Huang Wei listened carefully to his words, pondering them deeply in his heart. Ning Fengji paused for a moment before adding, the general theoretical explanation is like this, but more specific feelings and experiences can only be truly understood after you cultivate it yourself. I understand. Sect Master, please teach me. I will definitely cultivate this technique to its utmost. Huang Wei nodded seriously. Ning Fengji made a difficult decision. This technique is not forbidden to be taught to outsiders. However, if you truly believe you will become one of us, I promise to teach it to you in the future. I understand, Uncle Ning. Huang Wei nodded again. Ning Fengji suddenly stood up and said, this is not the place for teaching. Come with me to the study. After saying that, he turned and walked toward the study. Huang Wei also stood up and quickly followed. Inside the study, the door was tightly shut and locked. The windows were also securely closed. He slammed his staff onto the ground, and the 8 soul rings on his body, along with the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, rapidly unleashed a powerful soul power, forming a strong soul energy barrier in the room that isolated the sound from inside and outside. All right, you can sit down now, Ning Fengji said to Huang Wei after finishing all of this. Huang Wei immediately sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, embraced his dantian, calmed his mind, and entered a state of meditation. Ning Fengji began to teach Huang Wei the technique of distraction control. A very mysterious feeling appeared in the latter's mind. This light was a gentle blue. Time passed quickly, and it was night. Another blink, and it was the following morning with the arrival of sunlight. In the study, for these 10 or so hours, Huang Wei maintained this posture and entered a deep state of meditation. Ning Fengji had already left the room and went back to his own room to sleep, not wanting to disturb him. The soul power within Huang Wei gradually converged, signaling his awakening. As he opened his eyes, he sensed the changes in the external soul power within his body. Deep inside, he felt a very special sensation. Soul power surged in his hand, and a bronze spear appeared. He felt a significant leap in his control over soul power, and he was able to precisely allocate his soul power to different positions on the spear. Huang Wei thought to himself, this part of the heart control technique is truly profound and very suitable for soul masters with group control abilities. No matter what, once the 7-member team is fully integrated, this technique can be taught to them. If nothing unexpected happens, he should have already reached the level of the 3 apertures heart control. This 3 apertures heart control might be easy and quick to comprehend, but the subsequent heart techniques will definitely not be as simple. There will be much to cultivate and comprehend, and it will become increasingly difficult. Moreover, the fact that he could comprehend it so quickly, reaching this realm in less than a day, must be greatly influenced by his level 50 soul king mental strength. The soul power in the air also has a similar effect. Getting up, he left the study. Ning Fengji had already instructed Ning to prepare breakfast on the table, while he had gone to handle the sect's affairs. After finishing breakfast, Huang Wei quickly left Ning Fengji's residence. Another 2 days passed, and Huang Wei finally raised his soul power to the level of a 30-level soul zone. Checking his information, his current configuration was soul power at 30-level soul zone, physical strength at 40-level soul zone, and mental strength at 52-level soul king. The increase in mental strength by 2 levels made Huang Wei very happy, as it indicates that this heart control technique is beneficial for mental strength. He believes that with continued practice of this technique, the improvement in mental strength will continue. On the road to the inn, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Ning Fengheng continued their training, constantly seeking challenges from the disciples within the sect, especially those who were older, as this would yield greater rewards. After breaking through to the 30 level, Huang Wei called Chun Xian to go hunt for the third soul ring together. Chun Xian was overjoyed upon hearing this news. A 7-year-old 30-level soul Zune, the first person in the continent who could compare to him. Moreover, this was achieved through his own cultivation. Huang Wei planned to go to the Stardow Forest this time. After all, the soul beasts in the Sunset Forest are limited, and that place is truly a paradise for soul beasts. Without hesitation, Chun Xian took him directly to the Stardow Forest. The distance was quite far, and along the way, the two stayed at a somewhat remote inn. Given the time and the inn's secluded location, almost hidden among the wild mountains and fields, there weren't many guests. After finally encountering 2 guests, the innkeeper was very eager to help with the menu. Soon, various warm soul beast meats and other available dishes were prepared. Chun Xian ate very little, leaving the rest for Huang Wei. Huang Wei curiously looked at the middle-aged innkeeper and asked, "Innkeeper, aren't you afraid of being robbed in such a remote location?" The innkeeper was taken aback for a moment and nodded, saying, "Of course, we are afraid. Such things have happened quite a few times. However, the robbers don't target us. They go after others. After all, we're the only inn in this area within a few kilometers. According to the rules of the martial world, they wouldn't attack us. Our little shop doesn't have that much money. Recently, for some reason, the people who used to come here have stopped coming. The business of our little shop has really plummeted." Huang Wei was puzzled. "I see, but why don't you relocate to a better place? Are these people thinking with their butts?" Sigh. The shopkeeper sighed and said, "Our shop has been passed down for 4 generations, and I'm the 5th. I don't want to give it up, so we're not moving." While eating and listening to the story, Chun Xian also became a bit interested. However, at that moment, a fierce and menacing aura came from the entrance. The waiter who had finished clearing the dishes was about to enter the kitchen. But at that moment, he paused, looking out the door, just like the shopkeeper. Outside were 2 strong and tall middle-aged men, exuding a fierce vibe that clearly indicated they were not good people. One of them had a long knife scar down the middle of his face, which made him look even more menacing. The other also had a scar, but it was not in the middle. It was on the left side of his face. In addition, he had a noticeable muscular belly, and his body was covered in scars and knife marks. They were the Axe brothers. The shopkeeper swallowed hard and immediately greeted them with a smile. "Welcome, brothers. Please have a seat." He glanced at the darkening sky outside. At times like this, it was truly a dark and windy night, perfect for killing. Huang Wei also turned his head out of curiosity and was amazed by the aura of these 2 individuals. Such a strong and fierce killing intent. Indeed, staying in the sect for too long has made one numb, unaware of the realities of the outside world. It seems that one cannot stay in the sect for too long. They need to occasionally take time out to experience the world and hone their skills, as killing enemies is the best growth course. Chun Xian just held back for a moment at the corner of his eye and then ignored it. The Axe brothers, guided by the shopkeeper, sat down at a certain position. However, it wasn't over yet. More people followed one after another. Huang Wei suspected that the shopkeeper's earlier words were deceptive, and he remarked that no one had come recently, yet now so many people had arrived at night. Moreover, all these individuals exuded a fierce aura, their hands stained with blood. Both their appearances and the aura they radiated indicated that they were murderous criminals. In an instant, Huang Wei felt as if he had fallen into a trap set by someone. The shopkeeper himself was somewhat puzzled as to why there were so few people on ordinary days, but now so many had shown up. Furthermore, some of these individuals had a strong smell of blood, clearly having just killed some creature. Perhaps it was a soul beast, or it could be a human. Huang Wei secretly counted and found that there were a total of 7 people. In the different seats, there were both singles and doubles. The small glances of these people occasionally darted towards them intentionally. However, upon sensing the powerful aura emanating from Chun Xian, the expressions of these individuals changed slightly. It was truly overwhelming, giving them a sense of suffocation, though no one knew exactly what realm he was in. On the contrary, Chun Xian could see through the cultivation levels of these 7 individuals at a glance. The first ones to enter, the Axe brothers, were soul masters at level 31. Truly brothers in every way, even their ranks were the same. Among the remaining 5 individuals, one was a soul master at level 41, while the other 4 were all soul masters at level 32. The distribution was quite comprehensive. The sky was already late. "Let's stay here tonight, Xiao Wei. What do you think?" Suddenly, Chun Xian revealed a smile, full of meaning, and said softly. Huang Wei glanced at the sky outside and nodded. "All right." Chun Xian called over the innkeeper beside him, "Give us a guest room." He then flicked a gold soul coin to the innkeeper. Everyone's eyes sparkled with greed upon seeing the coin. "Okay, The innkeeper noticed this and quickly pocketed it. However, some people had already started to entertain ulterior motives. The innkeeper quickly took a key and handed it to anEncyclopedia, leading them upstairs. With strong aura, that old man is not simple. He is a powerful figure. I don't think he's that formidable. They're dressed like wealthy young masters. There are 7 of us here. The other 5 will hold the old man back, while the other 2 will go and capture that kid. That little brat isn't simple either. He looks young, but possesses such a physique. The 7 people took this opportunity to discuss their tactics. Others might not know, but they were aware that all 7 of them were on the same side. Coming from a mercenary group called the Fierce Wolf Mercenaries. Due to certain rules within the group, they usually preferred to act separately, and without the Fierce Wolf mark on them, they were often mistaken for unrelated individuals. This was mainly to serve as a smokescreen for others. Captain, what do you think? The other 6 turned their gazes to the middle-aged man occupying a table in the corner. This man exuded a strong smell of blood and had a killing intent, his cold eyes sweeping over the crowd. He was a level 42 soul master and the captain of their team. The man's voice was deep. Don't act rashly. That old man gives me a very dangerous feeling. The other 6 were taken aback. If their captain said so, then that old man was indeed not simple. As night fell, the plan was revised. The middle-aged man spoke again, and the others immediately revealed wicked smiles. In the room, Huang Wei looked at anEncyclopedia and said, "Those people are all criminals." anEncyclopedia sat down and nodded. Yes, they're all criminals with blood on their hand from at least 10 lives. The one sitting alone just now has the highest level, reaching the 41st Soul Master rank, and the blood on him is fresh human blood. From my calculations, at least one more person has just died at their hands. As he spoke, his gaze paused, a playful smile forming on his lips, his tone becoming full of intrigue. So, are you scared? However, to anEncyclopedia's surprise, Huang Wei did not show the kind of fear he expected. Instead, he fell silent. Any ordinary child hearing this would surely be terrified, perhaps not daring to leave anEncyclopedia's side for fear of being the next victim. In anEncyclopedia's eyes, even though Huang Wei's body and psyche did not reflect a typical youth, his appearance was still very youthful, especially since his 7-year-old age was unchangeable. Yet, Huang Wei did not seem afraid. Suddenly, he raised his lips in a slight smile, shook his head, and said, "I'm not afraid." "Oh." anEncyclopedia narrowed his eyes, a slow smile forming. "Is it because your teacher is here?" Huang Wei uttered 2 words. "No. Teacher, I have a bold idea." anEncyclopedia frowned and said, "What do you want to do?" "They have blood on their hands. They are murderers, and there may be both innocent and guilty among them." Huang Wei clenched his fist, his eyes becoming sharp, and his voice turned low. "Disciple wants to practice on them. I want to kill them myself." anEncyclopedia revealed an amused smile, also surprised by Huang Wei's decision, and his expression became serious as he said, "These people are not from the sect. They won't show you any mercy. A single strike could be fatal. Their experience in combat and hunting is extensive, with the lowest being level 31 soul masters. However, the people here are not on the same level as those trained in the sect. The former kill without hesitation, while the latter have never even killed a person. Are you sure about this?" Huang Wei nodded. "Sure, as soul masters, we will inevitably be stained with human blood. For me now, it's just a matter of getting to it faster and adapting to this psychological process." Seeing the young man before him so resolute in his words, anEncyclopedia was very satisfied. This disciple was truly extraordinary, with an unlimited future ahead. He said, "All right, given their personalities, they won't be able to hold back, especially when I reveal the capital we have. They'll strike at us tonight, and I will control the other 6, leaving the weakest level 31 soul master for you to practice on." In the room, the captain man explained the plan to the other 6. Time passed quickly, and it was already midnight. At this point, all the torches in the inn had long been extinguished. In the desolate mountains, eerie and quiet, the only inn within several kilometers exuded a strange atmosphere. In one room, 2 figures stealthily slipped out. Just then, they stopped in their tracks, noticing a door ahead open, and a small, thin figure, groggy as if just waking from sleep, was walking towards the hallway. Seeing their target, the Shayak brothers were extremely excited. Exchanging glances, "This is truly effortless. This foolish kid came out to use the restroom. Let's go catch him and trade him for money with that old man." The 2 quickly followed. This scene was also witnessed by anEncyclopedia, who did not intervene but allowed them to go find Huang Wei. The boy who had just come out was indeed Huang Wei. As for anEncyclopedia, he glanced at the room from which the 2 had emerged and the 2 adjacent rooms, sneering in disdain. He raised his finger, and a surge of soul power appeared, then pointed at the rooms. Instantly, A barrier formed quickly inside and outside those rooms. The people inside, noticing the disturbance, tried to rush out but were repelled back. A transparent barrier stood before them, and no matter how hard they hit it, there was no response. Their loud shouts could only echo within this energy barrier, unable to escape. At that moment, they understood. They were the lambs to be slaughtered. Damn it, this is bad. We need to notify those two idiots to escape quickly. We've been set up. The captain's face changed dramatically. To set up such a hard, soundproof energy barrier that even I can't break through with all my strength. At least a soul emperor, or even a soul saint level expert, is behind this. Just then, a figure appeared. His expression changed again. You, who are you? This person was the old man in blue who had been eating in the inn earlier. Chen Xian's expression was cold. His tone indifferent. Haven't you always wanted to delay me? Lambs, stay here and wait. Once my disciple kills your two accomplices, it will be your turn. One by one. After saying this, his figure vanished and appeared behind the man, delivering a chop to the back of his neck, causing him to collapse to the ground. The other four were dealt with in the same manner. Chen Xian did not kill these people, as he had his own plans. It was rare to encounter a good sharpening stone, so he naturally wanted to make full use of them, extracting all their value before allowing them to die. Outside, the two had already appeared in front of Huang Wei, revealing fierce expressions, their killing intent apparent. The Xiao brothers showed a vicious look and said, "Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for cooperating too well. Come with us obediently to avoid pain." As soon as they finished speaking, a light shone on them, and then their soul rings appeared from their feet. Both had the same soul ring configuration, white, yellow, yellow, with 3 rings of a soul master. They each wielded a single-headed axe, which emanated a bloody aura, having killed many people and looking quite terrifying. The aura of the two was completely different from that of the younglings in the sect. The most obvious difference was the fierce killing intent they carried, which was absent in the sect. Don't you think this is going smoothly? Huang Wei was not afraid at all. Instead, he smiled, feeling quite excited. After hearing this, the Xiao brothers also felt the same, quickly glancing upstairs in the inn, which was quiet and gave no indication of anything. No matter what, the outcome won't change. Brother, let me have a go at this little brat. It's been a while since I've chopped up a kid like this, the man on the left said to the one on the right. All right, just don't kill him, otherwise we won't be able to exchange for money. The older brother nodded, putting away his martial spirit, planning to watch from the side. Don't worry, brother, no one goes against money. Dante grinned wickedly and jumped towards Huang Wei, swinging his axe. A bronze-colored soul power appeared around Huang Wei, and a bronze spear instantly extended out, bang, blocking the axe's attack. The Xiao brothers were not surprised that Huang Wei was a soul master. Ha ha ha, first soul skill, axe enhancement. The power instantly surged, and Huang Wei unleashed his soul power, sending the attacker flying. Both sides were forced to retreat, and Huang Wei leaped into the air, landing heavily on the ground and sliding back under the impact. Buzz! This feeling was exhilarating. Huang Wei revealed an excited smile, his blood boiling, and his soul power bursting forth even more vigorously, with 2 soul rings, one purple and one black, appearing around him. With a push of his foot, he shot forward. Seeing the 2 soul rings on this person, the Xiao brothers were horrified. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, the first and second soul rings? How is that possible? This kid is not normal. Be careful, the elder brother Danny said, alarmed. Dante nodded seriously. This kid is a bit strange, but he's just a 2-ring great soul master. I'm a 3-ring soul sovereign. I can crush him. Wait until we capture him alive and ask him. After saying that, he also shot out directly. With his agile body, he kicked at Huang Wei, then leaped into the air, bringing his axe down. At the same time, he activated his second soul skill. Boom! Although the opponent's soul ring configuration was a bit weak, he was still a genuine soul sovereign, a being that had undergone a qualitative change in soul power. Huang Wei did not dare to be careless and went all out. After blocking the next attack, his body was kicked away, but it did not cause him much harm. However, at that moment, a flame spread from the tip of his gun, exploding with powerful force. First soul skill, flame explosion. Boom. Not good. Third soul skill, axis protection. Boom, boom, boom. Dante managed to block this fierce attack, but his body was also knocked back and caught by his elder brother Danny. This kid is interesting. Brother, it seems he's not easy to deal with. Should we attack together to avoid prolonged trouble? Dante gasped for breath. After using soul skills repeatedly, his stamina and soul power were depleting quickly, especially after blocking that strong attack. The third soul skill was draining his soul power like a pump. Danny also noticed that the opponent was unusual and that Dante couldn't resolve it in a short time. So he nodded in agreement. All right, let's quickly complete our task. I wonder how the captain is doing. It's so quiet. Yeah, we haven't even seen that old man's shadow. The two exchanged glances at the inn. It was too quiet. The earlier commotion hadn't woken the innkeeper and the others, but it was likely the work of their captain. Little did they know, an old man they had been thinking about was standing on a distant tree. Xin was watching intently. He wanted to see how Huang Wei would defeat the opponent, and also to ensure that the opponent could not kill Huang Wei and waste his potential. Huang Wei pointed his spear at the two and said, "Don't think about it. Those people might be asleep by now. Two soul lords trying to deal with me, a great soul master, and still talking such arrogant words really makes me want to laugh." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two changed. Damn it, he's seen through us. No matter. This kid and that old man are both very strange. Let's take this guy down quickly. The two suddenly charged forward, one on the left and one on the right, wielding their axes while simultaneously using their second soul skill, gathering powerful energy into a phantom that expanded on the axes. Second soul skill, splitting axe slash. No wonder they're the Blood Axe brothers. Their soul skills can be so similar. Come on, I'll send you to hell to face your punishment. Huang Wei's lips curled up as he faced the combined attack of the two without any signs of panic. His right hand spun the bronze spear, and in an instant, the second spirit ring lit up, a 10,000-year one. Second spirit skill, instant kill. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. In an instant, he summoned his powerful spirit power, and whoosh. The next second, he transformed into a gust of wind and vanished from his original spot. The two's expressions changed, their attacks missing their target. What incredible speed! Where'd he go? Be careful behind you. Years of battle experience made the leader, Danny, immediately sense the murderous intent and danger coming from behind. He quickly turned around, his pupils suddenly constricting. He saw an enraged eagle accompanied by a massive golden-winged eagle charging toward them. How could a golden-winged eagle appear here? No, this is a spirit skill attack. The two immediately activated their third spirit skill for defense, but then, boom, crack. The two's defenses were instantly shattered, and they were sent flying away, overwhelmed by the powerful force. With a squelch, Dante's body was cut in half by the illusion of the golden-winged eagle blood. Bones and internal organs flying out in all directions. Thud, thud, as he rolled on the ground. His martial soul message and life force vanished, his eyes losing their luster. He was dead beyond any hope of revival. Brother. Seeing this, Danny's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart aching like a knife. And he shouted in anger and pain, "Beast, I'll kill you!" He struggled to get up, letting out a roar, losing his sanity as he charged toward Long Fei. Huang Wei chose to remain silent upon seeing this. The bronze spear had returned to his hands, and after just using his first and second skills, his soul power had been significantly drained, leaving his face notably pale. As he faced the frenzied Danny charging at him, he pointed the spear to collide with him. Bang! Under the powerful force of the impact, Huang Wei's arm went numb and he was pushed back. Indeed, the soul Douluo was different. The enraged Danny landed and immediately threw out his soul skill, activating his first soul skill for enhancement, instantly increasing his power. Such a terrifying strike would surely bisect an ordinary person in half. Huang Wei's pupils shrank at the sight, and he immediately raised his bronze spear in defense. Bang! Suddenly, Danny rushed forward, grabbing the death axe, and swung it down towards Long Fei's head. Not good. From a distance, Xian's pupils shrank. Without a soul ring, Huang Wei was indeed under some pressure facing two external soul emperors, and he planned to take action. However, below, Huang Wei reacted quickly, raising his spear to block the death axe. The axe scraped against the spear, creating sparks. Danny kicked out at Huang Wei's side. Bang! Damn! There was no time to change his spear position, and Huang Wei was directly kicked away, crashing hard into a tree. However, he did not suffer significant injury. Under the moonlight, Danny saw that the man's skin had turned golden. Danny's expression changed. He did not continue the attack because he was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, and his face was pale. The consumption of soul power and physical strength had left him unable to hold on. His soul power was running low. He gripped the axe tightly, gritting his teeth, filled with resentment. Damn it, how can my soul power be insufficient at this moment? He could not let the grudge for his brother's death go unavenged. The exhaustion of his body was replaced by the desire for revenge. He tightened his grip on the death axe, using his last strength to deliver one final strike. First soul skill, Flame Explosion. Huang Wei now understands that having a soul ring with too high a lifespan isn't necessarily a good thing, because the consumption of soul power is terrifying. This is the side effect. Indeed, there is nothing in this world that doesn't have its drawbacks. If one's body and mental strength allow them to wear a soul ring beyond their suitability, then they must pay the price in another aspect. Previously, during battles in the sect, he didn't feel this way or felt it very little, but now in real combat, it's completely different. This feeling is growing stronger. That's why he didn't resist and was continuously beaten by this guy. On one hand, it consumed the opponent's soul power. On the other hand, it helped him recover his own soul power. Boom! The fierce and violent power of flames exploded around him. No! Danny was unwilling. Revenge was within reach, but he didn't expect the other party to be able to do this. In fact, he had been gambling that the high lifespan of his opponent would also mean high soul power consumption. It seemed he had gambled correctly at first, but he didn't expect the opponent to use their first soul skill again. He had underestimated the situation. Break kill. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the flames. It was a spear perfectly covered in fire. Huang Wei used the distraction control method to allocate the strongest soul power to the tip of the spear. Something he couldn't do before, only able to cover the spearhead. Whoosh! Thud! The fiery spear pierced through Danny's throat, blood arcing through the air. Under the moonlight, it looked quite tragic. At this moment, a tear from Danny's eye was carried away by the wind. Then his eyes became hollow and lifeless. As he coughed up mouthfuls of blood, his body was driven by the impact and slammed onto the ground. 78. The weak side. The flames disappeared, and Huang Wei supported himself on the ground, gasping for breath. The soul rings on his body vanished. And the bronze spear also disappeared, returning to its normal state, cold sweat continuously flowing from his forehead. At this moment, he could no longer hold back. Whether in his past life or this one, it was still his first time killing someone, and he had killed two at once. Although he had previously claimed to be fearless, when it truly came to this moment and he had done all of this, he had to admit he was scared. The trembling of his body had betrayed him. Regardless, he was not like Tang San, who had killed in his past life. He was just an ordinary person in his 30s, too afraid to even kill a chicken, let alone a human. The reason he dared to decisively take action against soul beasts from the very beginning and has now killed two people in succession was entirely out of desperation. Without doing so, he could not become stronger and would have to live as an ant from then on. This world was a world for cultivators. Unlike his past life, he clenched his hands tightly, pounding his head, bending over, gasping for breath, enduring the food churning in his stomach, closing his mouth, and swallowing deeply. For some reason, his body felt a bit weak now. At least, he had taken this step. He suddenly laughed. A self-deprecating laugh. My hands are stained with blood. I'm just as guilty as they are. A bitter smile. Damn it, if I had known, I would have boasted a little less. Damn it, those protagonists in the novels from my past life who came and started killing left and right. This is bullshit. We are all ordinary people. How can we not change our expressions? He closed his eyes, leaning against a tree branch to slowly adapt to this state. Chun Xian slowly descended. Seeing Huang Wei's current state was somewhat unexpected, but the next second he smiled, thinking to himself, now he is the most real version of himself. It turns out he has such a weak side. All along, he thought Huang Wei was fearless, but after all, he was just a 7-year-old child. Looking at the two corpses beside him, he waved his hand, and a powerful soul force guided the wind to carry the two bodies away from here. Chun Xian, this is the first experience you must go through to grow into a strong person. Once you adapt, it will be fine. Huang Wei didn't say much, just let out a simple HM from his throat. Chun Xian raised his hand and injected soul power into Huang Wei's body. Huang Wei quickly sat cross-legged, reflecting on this experience. 20 minutes passed. He woke up, sighed, and Chun Xian spoke up. There's still 5 left above. Should we continue to kill? Huang Wei gently shook his head. No, next time. I'm tired and want to take a nap. Chun Xian didn't say anything, but nodded in agreement. After that, the two returned to their room. As for the others, they were still in a deep sleep and wouldn't wake up until at least tomorrow. The next day passed quickly. Chun Xian and Huang Wei got up early. The morning wind blew, and there was a heavy humidity with a scent of blood in the air. It must have been caused by the blood of those two from last night. After going downstairs and finishing breakfast, the two headed straight for the starry forest. The people in the room upstairs, who had been knocked unconscious, were waking up one by one. They realized it was already bright outside, and the energy shield had vanished. After counting heads, their expressions changed as they noticed the Sha Axe brothers were missing. After going downstairs to inquire, The innkeeper and others were also unaware. However, they mentioned the smell of blood, and everyone reacted, realizing it was indeed the case. They quickly split up to search and found the bodies of the two at the bottom of a slope. It must have been done by those two from last night. Captain, what should we do now? The other four asked with expressions of hatred. The captain's eyes were cold but powerless. That old man is too strong. Last night, I had no ability to resist. With our strength, we can't take revenge. Going would only lead to death. We need to report this news back to the team leader. According to the innkeeper, they went towards the starry forest. Then let's go back and notify them, and bring people to ambush them. Okay. Chun Xin and Huang Wei moved quickly and soon arrived at the outskirts of the starry forest. Compared to the sunset forest, this place was truly magnificent and towering. The mountain ranges stretched for thousands of miles, surrounded by a rainbow-like aura. The density of vegetation was also unmatched by the sunset forest. This place had the most diverse species of soul beasts on the entire continent. For your third soul ring, what kind of soul beast do you want to hunt? Chun Xin asked as they walked. Huang Wei considered his shortcomings and said, I want to hunt a plant-type soul beast, especially one that can store a large amount of soul power or has a soul power recovery effect. Either one would be fine. Upon hearing Huang Wei's thoughts, Chun Xin was taken aback. If you've really thought it through, I won't stop you. This choice is indeed a good one. Although your soul rings are of high years, I can see that each time you use your soul skills, the consumption of your soul power is also quite terrifying. If you encounter something like last night's situation again or face a wheel battle with multiple opponents, your disadvantage in soul skills will become even more apparent. After thoughtful consideration, he nodded, understanding why Huang Wei made this choice, and felt relieved that he was not solely pursuing extreme power, but instead choosing to compensate for his own flaws. This would gradually show more obvious advantages in the future. For this plant soul beast, I think I can choose one around 20,000 years. As long as it suits me, a lower age is also fine, Huang Wei said. Then he thought to himself, anyway, his gun can enhance the age of the spirit ring, and later on, he wants to participate in the divine examination, which is also an opportunity to enhance the spirit ring's age. Chun Xin nodded. All right, let's go to the central area to search. The Star Do Great Forest has a high level, and in the central area, one can encounter 10,000-year soul beasts. Even the outer areas close to the central area have them. The two searched for several hours and finally found a very large tree in a somewhat remote place. The tree was surrounded by entwined vines, and there was a glow on the leaves. Chun Xin reached out and touched the big tree, smiling as he looked at Huang Wei and said, This is a Taiyuan-Songling tree over 20,000 years old, which has the function of storing soul power. How about we choose it? Such good luck. Huang Wei was taken aback, looking at the large tree before him. It's okay. Xin note that, for some people, finding a suitable spirit ring might take an entire night, so they were indeed lucky to have found one in just 3 hours. However, at that moment, the Taiyuan-Songling tree seemed to sense a life-threatening situation. The tree shook, and its branches transformed into terrifying, eerie plant-like tentacles that, along with the surrounding vines on the ground, ruthlessly attacked Huang Wei and Chun Xin. The speed of the tentacles and branches was very fast. Don't underestimate the 1,000-year soul beast just because it's a plant. It's actually very strong. Seeing this, Chun Xin immediately summoned the 7-killing sword and struck down. Bang! The next second, a scream echoed from the Taiyuan-Songling tree, as if it were crying. Huang Wei, who was pushed back, suddenly saw information about the tree appear in his spiritual eye. Life form, Taiyuan-Songling tree age, 21,000 years type, spiritual tree function, large storage of soul power and recovery of soul power. Vitality is abundant and has the title of core. Current state, crying, angry. The Tsong tree has a spirit, its original form as a guide. Its spiritual eye as a medium, sacrificing itself. Huang Wei was shocked, constantly muttering the last sentence in his heart. The warehouse tree has a spirit. The fate is to guide. The spiritual eye is the medium, sacrificing oneself. Is fate referring to the fate of the warehouse tree? Is the spiritual eye referring to my eyes? Sacrificing oneself. If it's not me sacrificing, then it's the Taiyuan warehouse spirit tree that is sacrificing. Isn't it only soul beasts over 100,000 years that can sacrifice? Can soul beasts just over 20,000 years also do it? It seems my eyes have a somewhat extraordinary effect on plant soul beasts. Bang! But just then, in front of him, Chun Xin's eyes severed the vines and transforming branches of the Taiyuan warehouse spirit tree, and the sword was about to penetrate the massive tree body. Teacher, stop! At that moment, Huang Wei hurriedly shouted. Chun Xian paused, stopped his hand, and the Taiyuan warehouse spirit tree also ceased its attack. What's wrong? Chun Xian frowned, puzzled. He said, if I cut him down, you can just add a shot of the soul ring and come out. Huang Wei stepped forward, his eyes wide open as he gazed at the Taiyuan warehouse spirit tree ahead. Within his pupils, a stream of energy representing the color of life flickered. Chun Xian, noticing this unusual phenomenon, was taken aback, his eyes narrowing in disbelief as he exclaimed, your eyes. Don't get close. Seeing Huang Wei continuously approaching the tree, Chun Xian shouted. Huang Wei's voice was light. Teacher, it's nothing. By the time he finished speaking, his figure had already arrived under the Taiyuan songling tree. He raised his hand to stroke its thick trunk, and his eyes suddenly softened. The Taiyuan songling tree trembled, and Huang Wei slowly spoke. It hurts, right? I am sorry. I need your power. Can you sacrifice it to me? I will preserve your consciousness. Chun Xian was also taken aback by Huang Wei's sudden action. Sacrifice? Xiao Wei, are you out of your mind? What nonsense are you talking about? A sacrifice requires at least 100,000-year soul beast to achieve. Huang Wei did not answer Chun Xian's words, and Chun Xian did not take action to stop him. Huang Wei's situation was very special. What was going on with his eyes just now? And what was that green light? Could it be a twin martial soul? Let's ask him and see. Taiyuan songling tree, I need your power. If I can become a god, I will definitely resurrect you and plant you in the divine realm. Huang Wei's soul seemed to establish a connection with the consciousness of the Taiyuan songling tree with the help of the Eye of Beings at that moment. All right, I promise you. Child of Beings. A gentle female voice echoed in Huang Wei's mind. Huang Wei's double pupils shrank suddenly, and he was taken aback. At that moment, his pupils emitted a green light that grew even larger. Circles of energy soul rings, resembling something from science fiction, began to spin out. The warehouse tree has a spirit. The life is the guide. The spirit, I is the medium, sacrifice oneself. Suddenly, the voice of the spirit of the Taiyuan warehouse spirit tree began to chant. In the next second, Huang Wei's double pupils shot out a beam of green light that struck the Taiyuan warehouse spirit tree. This unexpected scene left Chun Xian shocked and dumbfounded. What is this? Next, he saw green circles, like soul rings, rapidly rising from below, quickly enveloping the entire Taiyuan warehouse spirit tree. The latter transformed into a beam of green light and vanished from its original spot, becoming a stream of green light that flowed into Huang Wei's body. At that moment, a powerful soul force spread out, forming a magnetic field that knocked everyone else back except for Huang Wei. Chun Xian was also pushed back by this force. He did not resist. The sacrificial magnetic field. It really is a sacrifice. This. Chun Xian was astonished, his mind filled with confusion. Teacher, protect me. Huang Wei took a deep breath, casting aside the doubts in his heart, and sat cross-legged. You can rest assured to absorb it. I will protect you. Chun Xian also took a deep breath, shocked and numb by Huang Wei's actions. This was the first time he had ever seen such a phenomenon in his life. It was truly amazing and unbelievable. Chun Xian then spread a powerful soul force around the outside of the soul power magnetic field, forming a double-layered protection. His gaze was fixed inside. At this moment, Huang Wei was enveloped in a dazzling green energy light. The brilliance was resplendent, radiating a strong vitality. Within his spiritual soul, Huang Wei was merging with the soul of the Taiyuan warehouse spirit tree. An indescribable feeling of warmth and comfort spread throughout his body. The soul beast actively sacrificed itself, without resentment and without resistance. Huang Wei absorbed the power very quickly and smoothly, without any danger at all. It took only about 30 minutes for the absorption to be completed. However, at this moment, Chun Xian's double pupils contracted and expanded with an incredible radiance. It seemed as if he had seen something terrifying and unbelievable. Chun Xian exclaimed, his voice trembling, green soul ring? What kind of soul ring is this? Indeed, at this moment, Huang Wei's third soul ring was green, and it had a very gentle color temperature. 3 soul rings, 1 purple, 1 black, and 1 green. Suddenly, Huang Wei retracted his soul power, and the soul power magnetic field formed by the sacrifice of the surrounding soul beasts also disappeared directly. The 3 soul rings vanished from his body as well. Huang Wei looked inside his body and discovered a green object resembling a core in the central area, which had merged with his heart. In an instant, he felt a powerful life force sweeping through his entire body. What is this? Could it be a soul bone belonging to the heart? Huang Wei was puzzled but shocked. However, his dual pupils did not provide him with an answer. The spirit of the Taiyuan tree also fell into a deep sleep at the moment of merging with his soul, and he had no idea when it would awaken. At that moment, the green light in his dual pupils disappeared, returning to their original state. He opened his eyes and clenched his fists, feeling his strength had become even more powerful, and his energy was more concentrated. He held his heart area, where he could sense an endless stream of life force being emitted, gradually causing changes within his body under the transmission of this life force. He decided to set this aside for now. He would explore it slowly when he got back, and if it didn't work out, he could only wait for the spirit of the Taiyuan tree to awaken and ask then. As the soul power outside dissipated, Xiao walked over and asked, "Xiao Wei, how do you feel?" Today's events were too absurd, and he didn't know how to respond. Huang Wei nodded. "Teacher, I'm fine. I feel better than ever." "That's good. You've grown taller." Xiao observed the standing Huang Wei. The current Huang Wei should be about 175 meters tall. Besides that, at this moment, Huang Wei brought Xiao a very peculiar feeling, one that he couldn't quite put into words. Xiao said, "Just now, I wasn't sure if I was seeing things. But your third soul ring is actually an unprecedented green. I must be seeing things." As he spoke, he raised his hand to rub his eyes. He thought he must be getting old, mistaking colors. It had to be that way. In fact, he believed even more that it was truly his mistake. After all, a green soul ring was really outrageous. Seeing Xiao blaming himself, Huang Wei smiled slightly and quickly said, "Teacher, we didn't see wrong. My soul ring is indeed green." In fact, not only Xiao, but even he himself felt an immense sense of confusion and absurdity. In the end, unable to find an answer, he could only attribute all these strange questions to his peculiar eyes of life. He had named them himself. Could it really be that his eyes were so coincidentally matched? It must be related somehow, and the sacrifice might also have something to do with it. With a thought, he activated his soul power, and 3 soul rings slowly appeared around him. 1 purple, 1 black, and 1 green soul ring emerged. The moment the 3rd soul ring appeared, a strong life energy was ignited. Huang Wei was taken aback, feeling the effect of the 3rd soul ring brought by this peculiar Taiyuan warehouse spirit tree. He realized that since it was a passive skill, it seemed he wasn't just seeing things. If outsiders knew about this heretical ability of yours, it could really lead to some trouble. Xiao sighed, pinching his chin with his right hand and scrutinizing him carefully. Level 33, not bad. Xiao instantly saw through Huang Wei's soul power level from the soul power he emanated. Trouble is everywhere, and 1 or 2 more wouldn't make a difference. Huang Wei said, after absorbing this thing, combined with the effect of the distraction control method, his mental strength had also been enhanced. Xiao nodded. "What ability does this soul ring have?" Huang Wei said, "This is a passive soul skill. Even if I don't show it, it can help me gradually recover the lost soul power. At the same time, it can help me store at least 5 cubic units of soul power on a daily basis. Of course, this stored soul power cannot be recovered. I can only inject it myself. Besides that, there are other uses that I need to explore slowly. This soul ring is a bit special." He did not mention the core-like object that fused into his heart because he knew it wouldn't harm him. It seems to have no use, but its effect is significant. You can control whether to keep it contained or to release it. If it can be contained, then it should be. After all, no one would know what kind of disaster it might bring you. Xiao spoke up, and he was naturally referring to the disasters brought by the outside world, such as threats to life. Huang Wei nodded. "I understand, teacher." Xiao realized there was no one around and then asked, "What about your eyes? Could it be that you have dual martial souls?" "I don't know about that either." Huang Wei shook his head. He genuinely didn't know and shared the story about how his eyes changed after he woke up from his previous unconsciousness. Xiao was also puzzled. This change appeared before he turned 6, so it shouldn't be a martial soul. After all, martial souls only manifest at the age of 6. Then he spoke. "Never mind. You have too many strange things about you. My abilities are limited, but I can look for some ancient text to see if I can find any information. Try not to use your eyes in public. It's too dangerous." He felt that this guy in front of him was like a ticking time bomb. However, who could blame him? After all, he was his disciple. Huang Wei nodded and said, "Master, you should hurry back to your cultivation. Right now, with the holy sword bamboo you consumed, your cultivation and comprehension speed will also increase. Aim to reach level 98. Xiao replied, "Before taking the holy sword bamboo you gave me, my cultivation was at the peak of level 96. Now, having taken it, I've improved by 1 level. And with my recent cultivation, I have reached the peak of level 97. However, there is still quite a gap to level 98. It should at least take me 3 more years. If I could take another immortal herb, it would speed things up. The two of them walked out while he continued speaking. Huang Wei, teacher, your holy sword bamboo is quite special. After taking it, you cannot consume any celestial herbs for at least 2 years. So, 2 years later, I will provide you with new celestial herbs. As long as you break through to a higher level, both I and the 7-treasure glazed tile school will be safer. Having returned to the outskirts of the Star Doe forest, Huang Wei was looking at the screen in front of him with a smile. Martial Soul, Brave Bronze Spear, Innate Skill. Life from Death Activation Condition. Facing a death threat or when negative emotions reach their peak level. Bronze level, low. Evolution direction. Indomitable Silver Spear, intermediate. Evolution conditions, born to fight. To die is to rest. Unbreakable and unyielding. Reborn after shattering. Character Spirit Power. Level 55 Soul King Character Physical Strength. Level 41 Soul Sovereign Character Level. 33 Soul Master Cultivation Method. 9-fold Body Refinement Skill. Reach the 2nd level. Progress 91. Divine Ability. Golden Skin. Indestructible Body. Duan Zhongshan Physique. Immune to all poisons. Fire Immunity. Water Immunity. First Soul Ring. 1600. Second Soul Ring. 10050. Third Soul Ring. 21,000. Soul Skills. Flame Explosion Destruction. Quick Kill Storage Recovery. Passive. The information did not fully explain all the uses of the third Soul Ring, only briefly mentioned it, which left Huang Wei somewhat puzzled. He thought he could understand what that thing in his heart was and its uses, as well as the complete uses of the third Soul Ring. The result was quite disappointing. However, at that moment, a killing intent flew out from the left side. When he saw the attack, it was a very fast shadow, not just one but several, seemingly all heading toward Huang Wei, looking for death. Chun Xian narrowed his eyes, and the 7-killing sword appeared instantly, guarding with the spiritual sword. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, 9 soul rings emerged from his body, and a terrifying pressure of a tidal Douluo spread. The attacking shadows changed their expressions drastically. 9-ring tidal Douluo. Chun Xian slashed with his sword, creating a storm of sword shadows. The shadows immediately triggered their soul rings and unleashed soul skills for defense. The shadows smashed through the surrounding bamboo and stones, falling to the ground in pain. These people spat blood. Who gave you the courage to seek out my disciple, little soul kings? Chun Xian's cold gaze swept over the 3 shadows in front of him. It turned out there were only 3 people after the dazzling display. His spirit power spread, searching for nearby individuals, and he found that there were no hidden people around except for these 3. Huang Wei squinted his eyes and said, "These people's auras are so familiar. Could they be the accomplices of those people from last night? It's definitely them. There wouldn't be anyone else." Your Excellency, it's a misunderstanding. We've mistaken the wrong person. We apologize for disturbing you, and we hope you can spare our lives. The 3 soul kings in black felt their pupils contract and their expressions change drastically. Filled with immense terror, cold sweat continuously dripping down. They silently cursed that group of fools. Since they had provoked a tidal Douluo, it was already a blessing that they hadn't all been killed for the mistakes of those idiots. Their target was indeed Huang Wei, but they didn't expect the accompanying elder to be a tidal Douluo. Acknowledging their mistake was the best choice. If they continued to act arrogantly, they would surely die a terrible death. Speak up. Which force do you belong to? The pressure was like Mount Tai, and the little soul kings couldn't possibly resist the suppression of a tidal Douluo. They all lay on the ground like dead dogs, their bodies trembling, enveloped in fear, facing life and death. At this moment, Chun Xian's words rang out coldly and ruthlessly from his mouth. 3 sword shadows appeared as the voice sounded, each landing in front of the 3 soul kings, just half a finger away from their foreheads, with a chilling, killing intent, sharp edges gleaming. The 3 soul kings, at this moment, shrank their pupils in fright, their hearts racing, feeling the threat of death. Their fear intensified, and their black clothes were soaked with cold sweat. The 3 struggled to swallow their saliva. 2 of them wanted to speak, but were too terrified to utter a word. Finally, the person in the middle gritted his teeth and trembled as he spoke up. Tidal Douluo, really mistook the person. Please spare our lives. Oh, mistook the person? Then tell me who you were originally looking for. Perhaps I'm also interested in helping you capture this person. Upon hearing this, Chun Xian suddenly moved his lips, revealing a cold smile. To still be so defiant when death was imminent. It seemed these 3 were quite loyal to the forces behind them. At this moment, Both Chun Xin and Huang Wei had this thought flash through their minds. A bit surprised, they had already been targeted by a title Douluo, yet they still weren't willing to quickly reveal the person behind them to save their lives. This spirit of not betraying was commendable, but it was misplaced and had provoked the wrong person. I. The person in the middle became even more terrified. For him, it had just been a gamble, but he hadn't expected to actually say it out loud. Now, he didn't know how to end this, wanting to say something but hesitating, his mind racing back to the past, trying to find someone to take the blame for him. However, before he could come to a conclusion, a sound of a sword piercing through brought their spirits back, and they quickly looked towards the source of the sound to the left. The next moment, their expressions changed again, and their pupils could shrink no further. They saw the Soul King on the left being ruthlessly pierced through the forehead by a blue sword shadow, blood splattering as he fell to the ground, eyes vacant. His body paralyzed, with blood continuously flowing from his forehead, clearly dead. After killing this person, the sword shadow disappeared and reappeared behind the other two. With 3 swords locked on them, as long as Chun Xin willed it, their lives could be taken in an instant. If you dare to be defiant again, the next one is you. Chun Xin's eyes were cold, his tone like that of a demon, instilling fear in their hearts. The Fierce Wolf Mercenary Group. Yes, Your Excellency, we are from the Fierce Wolf Mercenary Group. The middle person shouted, while the Soul King on the right frantically nodded in agreement, like a chick pecking at rice. Chun Xin sneered disdainfully. The Fierce Wolf Mercenary Group? A small force I've never heard of dares to target my disciple. You really are seeking death. Take me to your headquarters. I will kill them swiftly to eliminate future troubles. Suddenly, Huang Wei spoke to stop Chun Xin. Wait, teacher. Since they are targeting me, let me personally destroy them. Besides, they are excellent sharpening stones. Let them come to me. I also want to quickly adapt to killing to become stronger. Chun Xin's lips suddenly curled up, showing interest. Oh, fine. Since you, Xiao Wu, have spoken, then let this so-called Fierce Wolf Mercenary Group live for now. He then looked at the 2 people in front of him. As for these 2, should we kill them or what? Which of them has the lowest soul power? Huang Wei asked. All the same, level 51 Soul Kings, Chun Xin replied lightly. I see. Then let's play a game. Huang Wei thought of a very interesting game and suddenly walked to the side, picked up a branch, and came back. Chun Xin was puzzled about what this little brat was up to again. The other 2 Soul Kings were also sweating profusely, their bodies trembling. Anyone would feel fear of the unknown. What the hell is this bastard trying to do? They both cursed inwardly, wishing they could crush this little ant. But it was too late now. Huang Wei pressed the branch he had just picked up onto the ground and smiled at the 2 people in front of him. However, this smile looked horrifying to them. Then they heard Huang Wei slowly speak. I want to play a game with you. And this game is called Branch Points to Corpse. When my hand leaves, if this branch points to one of you, then the person pointed will become a slightly warm corpse, while the other person can survive and leave with 2 corpses. So how about it? Do you like this game? But whether you like it or not is useless. The rules are set by me, and you can only obey me, since you came to kill me, right? He wouldn't show mercy to those who wanted to kill him, especially since they were the ones who attacked him first last night. If they weren't his opponents, even if they had a plan, they wouldn't end up dead. So let the game begin. After saying that, Huang Wei let go of his hand. At that moment, the atmosphere around them was silent, as if all the wind had stopped blowing, perfectly complementing Huang Wei's performance. The 2 held their breath, quiet enough that they could hear each other's heartbeat. Watching the branch, after he let go, it swayed for a moment before suddenly falling to the ground with a thud. At that moment, the person in the middle turned pale with terror. The person on the right, for some reason, felt a sense of relief and let out a big breath. No, don't. The middle Soul King screamed in fear, wanting to escape. Your luck is bad. If you come out to mix with the wrong crowd, you have to keep your word. The branch points to you as a corpse, so you have to become a corpse. Huang Wei shrugged and turned to look at Chun Xin, saying, Master, you can make your move now. You little brat, you really are a guy that even I find terrifying, Chun Xin said, suppressing Huang Wei. Suddenly, with a movement of his hand, the sword in the middle directly pierced through the Soul King, who was struggling to move in fear. Whoosh! With blood flowing, this Soul King died. Gulp! The last surviving Soul King swallowed hard, feeling exceptionally thirsty, almost scared to the point of wetting himself. This little devil is a demon. His eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. What kind of devil had they provoked? This guy's psychologically twisted. Can I leave now? He spoke, his voice hoarse and trembling with fear. Huang Wei said, You keep your word, you can go, but you have to take their 2 corpses back with you. By the way, Help me convey a message to the people behind you. I am always waiting for their revenge, and I hope the sharpening stone won't make me wait too long. The Soul King nodded. Okay, I promise you. I will tell them everything you said. Master, let him go, Huang Wei said. At this moment, Chun Xian's pressure was lifted, and the Soul King felt so excited. He glanced at the two corpses beside him, his eyes revealing hatred towards Huang Wei and the old man, and quickly left the place, not wanting to stay for even a second longer. 82. In Tiando City, Prince Xue Qinghe said, You usually stay within the sect. How would they find you? Chun Xian said. Huang Wei replied, That's not important. It's enough to lay the groundwork, and we'll deal with the rest later. Upon hearing this, Chun Xian was taken aback. Besides, he will definitely inform others about the title Douluo beside you. Whether others dare to come looking for you is still a question. Huang Wei chuckled nonchalantly. There will always be unexpected events, and there will always be those who are not afraid of death. Besides, I can't be with you all the time. I will have to go out and explore the sect eventually, considered a form of training. Chun Xian nodded. Shall we go back to the sect now? Huang Wei nodded. By the way, let the sect members check on this fierce wolf mercenary group to see how strong their leader is, so I can be mentally prepared. All right. Under Chun Xian's lead, the two quickly left the Stardo Great Forest, heading towards the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, passing through Tiando City along the way. There were no other incidents on this journey. It was peaceful all the way. When they arrived at Tiando City, Huang Wei asked Chun Xian to get off, as he wanted to take a look around. Chun Xian agreed, as Tiando City was also very safe. As they walked, they suddenly found themselves at the entrance of an academy. The academy had a large sign that read, Tiando Royal Academy. So this is Tiando Royal Academy. Huang Wei murmured. Chun Xian casually said, What's wrong? Do you want to come here to study? If you want, I can inform them right now. Huang Wei shook his head. I am now the head of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Academy, so let's forget about it. When will Uncle Ning over there build those ecological rooms for simulated combat and other facilities? Chun Xian slowly replied. For the time being, there won't be any construction. They have already communicated with the Tiando Royal Academy, so in the future, your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Academy can directly borrow all the equipment here. That means you will still come to this academy in the future. Huang Wei raised an eyebrow and said with a somewhat strange smile, This is indeed a good piece of news. Just at that moment, a luxurious and noble carriage arrived. The carriage was pulled by a row of 6 golden-armored soldiers. It was clear that they were the iron cavalry of the Tiando Empire, passing by this place. Greetings, Sword Douluo, Your Excellency. Young Master Huang. The luxurious carriage came to a stop, and the 6 golden-armored soldiers quickly bowed respectfully to Chun Xian, then turned to Huang Wei. As Chun Xian's disciples, it wasn't difficult for them to obtain this information from the Tiando Empire. After all, the news of Huang Wei becoming Chun Xian's disciple had spread throughout the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. There is no wall that doesn't let the wind through, so this was quite normal. However, they were puzzled about why Huang Wei was valued and accepted as a disciple. They had managed to gather some rumored information. It was said that he broke through to level 20 soul power at the age of 6, with his first soul ring being purple, and he ranked 20th on the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's Transformation Dragon list. The issues of level challenges, age, soul power, and soul rings gave them a sense of falsehood. In the end, they believed that rumors were just rumors, and all of this was false. It was also absurd information deliberately let out by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chun Xian nodded, his gaze fixed on the inside of the carriage. Knowing who was inside, after all, with 6 soldiers accompanying him, 5 of whom were at the level of Soul Emperors, and the leader being at the level of Soul Sage, this lineup was quite luxurious, which meant the person inside the carriage was none other than the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe. The person inside seemed to have realized something and quickly walked out of the carriage. It was indeed Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, who appeared elegant and composed, amiable and kind, looking just like a weak scholar with a temperament very similar to Ning Fengji. No wonder he was a disciple. He was even holding a gemstone scepter, yet his posture remained straight. If it weren't for their different appearances, others would definitely think he was Ning Fengji's twin brother. Upon hearing the soldier's call, Xue Qinghe understood what was happening. At this moment, he looked at Chun Xian and Huang Wei with unknown thoughts in his mind. His smile remained, while the other soldiers immediately knelt on one knee, the display looking even more reverent than when they met Chun Xian. However, this was understandable. After all, he was most likely the future emperor of the Tiando Empire, so their worship was normal. The sword Douluo, Xue Qinghe, slightly nodded to Chun Xian, his body bending slightly before straightening up. As a prince, He couldn't bow as deeply as the soldiers had just done, nor could he kneel like them. However, he did not call out to Huang Wei. Huang Wei naturally understood that no matter what, the other party was the crown prince, and the inherent pride of being a high-level power holder would not allow him to act otherwise. Chen Xi nodded slightly. What a coincidence. Brother Huang, we meet again. Shuqinghe looked to Huang Wei and smiled slightly. If he had previously underestimated him because of his surname, now, with the latter being Chen Xian's titled Douluo disciple, this identity was enough for him to take him seriously. Most importantly, as the crown prince, he had heard some rumors about Huang Wei. Although they were absurd, he felt that some parts were true, especially regarding talent. Otherwise, Chen Xian would definitely not have taken him as a disciple. However, what surprised him the most was that the other party was only 6 years old. That was just too monstrous. As for the first millennium-level spirit ring, he felt that was ridiculous and unrealistic. Moreover, he hadn't heard any news about this person lately. It seemed he was intentionally being kept hidden, which made him very puzzled. Now that he encountered him, perhaps he could test the waters. During this time, he had also visited the seven-treasure glazed tile school to see his teacher, Ning Fengji, hoping to extract some useful information. But unfortunately, Ning Fengji was too tight-lipped and said nothing, also mentioning that Huang Wei was not there. However, at that time, Huang Wei indeed wasn't there because he was refining medicine in the ice and fire duality, Eye of Dugabo. At this moment, Shuqinghe felt a strange impression from Huang Wei, pondering whether this guy was the genuine article or if he was disguised like Bai Dong's daughter, Qian Renxue. He was somewhat confused, but from some details about this guy, his instincts told him that this person was still the original. It seems that the Spirit Hall hasn't taken action yet. Perhaps it will be soon. Huang Wei secretly thought. Huang Wei smiled and said, Indeed, Your Highness. It has been a long time since we last met. It seems we are quite fortunate to encounter each other at this moment. The Crown Prince Shuqinghe is not simple. So how could Huang Wei be simple? Chen Xian also understands the character of his disciple. He appears approachable, but deep down, he is quite frightening. Just like the so-called branch pointing to a corpse in the forest just now, it is enough to illustrate all of this. Oh, the Crown Prince knows my disciple. Chen Xian was also surprised by the Crown Prince's words. Shuqinghe said, Yes. We met once at the auction house in the seven-treasure glazed tile city. At that time, Brother Huang was walking with Miss Ning Rongrong. Huang Wei glanced at the horse-drawn carriage and asked, Is the Crown Prince going out? Shuqinghe nodded. That's right, Brother Huang. We have some matters to attend to outside. If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving first, and then I will visit the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. All right, the Crown Prince can go ahead with your business. Chen Xian replied with a nod. Shuqinghe looked at Huang Wei again, his smile growing more pronounced, and then turned back to the carriage. The soldiers who had been kneeling on one knee also stood up, clasped their fists to Chen Xian, and then drove the carriage away. Huang Wei and Chen Xian watched them leave. Huang Wei's eyes turned, and he suddenly said, Teacher, I plan to play in Tiantou City for a while. This place shouldn't be dangerous, so why don't you head back first? After all, Seven Treasure Glazed Tile City isn't far from here. Chen Xian thought for a moment and nodded, saying, That's fine. Tiantou City indeed doesn't have much danger. It's time for me to return and focus on my cultivation, to fully digest the medicinal power of the sacred sword bamboo to enhance my strength. The sacred sword bamboo is indeed a high-level celestial herb. And even now, he hasn't completely exhausted its medicinal power within him. Even so, he has already reached the peak of level 97 in soul power. If he fully absorbs it, he might really break through to level 98. Suddenly, he left a strand of sword intent in Huang Wei's brow, merging it in, and said, This is a strand of my sword intent connected to my mind. If you encounter insurmountable danger or are in life-threatening situations, just call my name in your heart, and I will know your location immediately and rush to save you. At the same time, it will unleash a sword attack from me. An ordinary tidal Doa hit by would either die or be heavily injured. With this protective talisman, Chen Xian finally felt completely at ease. Huang Wei touched his brow and immediately smiled broadly, saying, Thank you, teacher, I understand. Chen Xian soared into the sky, transforming into a blue streak of light that quickly headed towards the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. A fledgling eagle should be allowed to roam free. If it remains under his protection, it won't grow. Therefore, he was quite pleased to see Huang Wei venture out. But he was also worried that the soul ring configuration on this guy might cause some unrest. So he had to speed up his cultivation. Other forces were manageable. But the Spirit Hall was another matter, especially the two statues in the Hall of Offerings. In the territory of the Heaven Do Empire, in a certain valley surrounded by towering mountains. There was a natural area resembling a treasure basin. This place was very secretive, yet it exuded a chilling, bloody atmosphere. Below, a flag fluttered uncertainly in the wind, featuring the fierce head of a one-eyed wolf. In the dense forest behind, many snakes lay in ambush, and wolves were howling nearby. Deep within the forest stood a large building, from which the sense of blood and brutality wafted out most pungently. The building bore two large characters, Fierce Wolf. This was the headquarters of the Fierce Wolf mercenary group. Just then, a man carrying two lifeless bodies rushed back into the stronghold. "Where's the boss? Something big has happened." The man shouted anxiously as he ran with the two corpses. "Boss Bahu." The two guards immediately cupped their fists upon seeing him. This man was, of course, the one who had tried to ambush Huang Wei in the Stardow Forest but had been killed and had returned alive. "Where's the boss?" Bahu asked. "All three bosses are in the main hall," the guards replied. Without hesitation, Bahu dashed towards the main hall, carrying the two corpses. The other two, who seemed to be the other two hall masters, looked dead. It seemed that something big was about to happen. The two guards exchanged grave looks and discussed in a serious tone, their gazes sharp and tense as they watched the front, fearing enemies might arrive and preparing for battle. Inside the main hall, there were currently 4 individuals. One of them was clad in golden armor, exuding a sinister and eerie charm. The other 3 knelt before him. "We greet you, Your Excellency Zhu Douluo," the 3 said in fear and anxiety, cold sweat pouring down their foreheads. As the light improved slightly, their faces became visible, revealing that it was Yu Guan from the Spirit Hall, although at this moment the demonic aura surrounding him was even more intense than before. He slowly took his seat at the main position, crossed his legs, resting his right wrist on the armrest, propping his head with one hand while the other moved in front of him, becoming even more enchanting. Originally possessing a gender-neutral aura, he now seemed to have completely lost any semblance of humanity, appearing entirely possessed by demonic influence. Yu Guan, with a seductive voice, asked, "How is the food I asked you to prepare?" Ever since he was revived with the help of the Demon Lord, he had secretly sought out these villainous forces during his idle time at the Spirit Hall, developing them with only one purpose: to find him blood food in exchange for his protection, but this could not be openly stated or they would face dire consequences. The fear and negativity emanating from these people transformed into an invisible aura that was being consumed by the Demon Lord within Yu Guan. Although the amount was small, it was better than nothing. The principle of accumulating little by little applied everywhere. The negative emotions accumulated over the past year had gradually loosened the seal on his soul power level. He had been at the peak of level 95 for many years without a breakthrough, but now he felt signs of a breakthrough. So he grew more fond of the Demon Lord within him. Usually, he could completely conceal its existence, so Bibi Dong would never notice. "We are ready. This is the negative energy you need," the Grand Master said, trembling as he took out a black orb from the Soul Guide. This orb was a magic pearl refined by the Demon Lord under Yu Guan's guidance, with only one function: to collect negative emotions. However, refining this magic pearl was no easy task. He had only managed to refine 4 in a year. Looking at the large and rich black negative energy within the magic pearl, Yu Guan laughed heartily. "It seems you've killed quite a few living beings. Not bad, not bad. Very diligent. It is only natural for you to contribute to me while I protect you." Yu Guan raised his hand, summoning the magic pearl into his palm, and began to absorb it frantically. In just a few seconds, the magic pearl completely dimmed, its demonic energy gone. A dark glimmer flashed in Yu Guan's eyes as he returned the magic pearl. "Unless you encounter danger, I won't be back for another 6 months. Work hard." He then raised his hand and pointed. 3 strands of black, demonic energy entered the bodies of the 3 men. "Yes, it is our honor to serve Your Excellency." The 3 Grand Masters immediately looked delighted. This black energy was the second time they had received it. Since they had benefited last time, their soul power and strength had increased, and they had completely fallen into greed, becoming Yu Guan's slaves. Just as Yu Guan was about to leave, Bahu suddenly burst in, shouting "Boss!" with urgency, carrying 2 corpses. However, upon seeing the tense scene before him, he froze, unable to speak. He saw the 3 Grand Masters kneeling before a man. The atmosphere was heavy and dreadful. He swallowed hard. Yu Guan narrowed his eyes at Bahu, causing the latter to tremble in fear. He had only met these 3 powerful individuals. He had never seen the others. The 3 Grand Masters, startled by Bahu's intrusion, started to sweat profusely and angrily shouted, "The esteemed one is here. How dare you act like this? Come here and kneel." "Yes." I apologize for not knowing the esteemed one was here. Bahu realized he had caused trouble and immediately came forward to kneel in fear. Seeing the three Grand Masters behave this way, it was clear that the man before them, exuding an eerie aura, was a terrifying presence. Meanwhile, the two corpses fell to the ground. This scene caught everyone's attention. Tai Shan and Yin Shang. They are dead. What happened? The three Grand Masters questioned. Clearly furious. Quickly explain, they demanded. Bahu immediately recounted the events that had just occurred in the Stardew Forest. In an instant, the three Grand Masters recalled that this information had just been relayed by a small team they had sent out. A titled Douluo? That old man accompanying that little brat is actually a titled Douluo? The three leaders gasped in shock, filled with dread. If they were to be retaliated against, they would be doomed. Their gazes returned to the figure of Yueguan ahead. They wanted to ask Yueguan for justice. However, Yueguan had been deep in thought after hearing Bahu's words. The old man wielded a sword, and he was a title accompanied by a child. The only known sword-wielding title Duo on the continent was Qinshin of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Once he thought of Qinshin, scenes from a year ago at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy flashed in his mind, and his eyes turned cold. Raising his hand, a wave of black, demonic energy, soul power, directly pulled the two corpses over, hovering in front of him. The other four looked on in silence, waiting for their master to decide how to handle the situation. This master was also a title Duo. They wondered if he would seek revenge for the two Soul Kings. After all, in Yueguan's eyes, the two Soul Kings were indeed insignificant, and there was no need for a major upheaval. Yueguan's soul power scanned the two corpses, and suddenly he sensed residual sword intent from their foreheads, a sword intent he was extremely familiar with. It couldn't be wrong. This time it was absolutely certain that the murderer of these two was Qinshin of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the boy beside him was 98% likely to be Huang Wei. His eyes narrowed. This sword intent seemed even stronger than before. Thinking of this made his pupils involuntarily constrict. Could that damned old man have broken through again? Originally at level 96, if he broke through, he would be at level 97. Damn, with that, even with the demon eye, I wouldn't be a match. After all, the demon eye in his body had not truly recovered, and he couldn't T-coordinate to kill a 97-level super Duo at his peak of 95. But if I could break through to 96 and combine with it, perhaps there would be a chance. After all, the power increase from each level of title Douluo is terrifying. After a moment of silence, Yueguan slowly spoke. You have quite the audacity to provoke this person. Qinshin of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. His cultivation is that of a 96-level title Douluo, but judging from the strength of this sword intent, he has likely broken through to level 97. If you expect me to seek revenge for these two Soul King ants, then you are truly naive. Yueguan crossed his arms and said coldly, at least not now. There will be opportunities in the future. We are in a tense situation now, and I do not want to complicate matters. You should increase your efforts to help me find what I seek, and then naturally, I will take revenge for you. He has some connections with me. Yes, master. Indeed, the two insignificant Soul Kings are not worth your effort. The three leaders gritted their teeth, bowed their heads, and flattered. At that moment, Bahu was also intimidated by Yueguan's aura, lowering his head and not daring to look up. Simultaneously, the fear among the four intensified after hearing about the old man's background and strength, and cold sweat poured down. Their small fierce wolf mercenary group, let alone provoking a title Douluo, could be wiped out even by a Soul Saint or Soul Douluo. After all, the three leaders were the strongest top forces in the entire fierce wolf mercenary group. The first leader was a 67-level Soul Emperor. The second was a 64-level Soul Emperor. The third was a 64-level Soul Emperor. Moreover, they could achieve this cultivation only by practicing the mysterious black, demonic energy that Yueguan had bestowed last time. Suddenly, Yueguan seemed to think of something and said with a wicked smile, however, you can't kill the old one, but you can indeed deal with the young one. After all, they can't stay together forever, and the young one won't always remain in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. There will definitely be a day when he comes out. As for which day, it depends on your luck and the distribution of your undercover agents. He then added, but if you catch him, don't kill him or severely injure him. Inform me, and I will reward you handsomely. I allow you to notify the entire mercenary group. After all, Huang Wei was also very interested. This little brat is quite extraordinary. Perhaps the demon I would like him. Understood. The four nodded. All right, I must take my leave. See you in 6 months. With that, Yueguan transformed into a wave of black, demonic energy and flew out the door, disappearing from the place. He left without hesitation. incredibly fast, without a moment's pause. After all, Yueguan still needed to go to another forest to absorb 3 more magic orbs and had no time to waste with these people. From beginning to end, these people were merely tools for him to collect negative emotions, and if they were useless, he could discard them at any time. 3 leaders. Who exactly was that master just now? After Yueguan left, the pressure in the area dissipated, and the atmosphere relaxed, allowing everyone to breathe comfortably. The 3 leaders immediately stood up and returned to their seats. At this moment, Bahu asked. The first leader said solemnly, "I don't know. One day, he suddenly came looking for us. You shouldn't ask about him anymore. We also don't know which force he belongs to. But I can tell you that this master is also a titled Douluo, just like the old man who killed Taishan and the others." Bahu didn't seem too surprised that the other was a titled Douluo. The first leader continued, "Burn their bodies, give their families a condolence payment, and do as that master said. You and those few people should draw a portrait of that little brat and distribute it to every brother in the group. Remember this person's face. As for monitoring, we don't have enough manpower for now, so let's put that aside for the time being. We can't seek revenge in the short term." "Understood, leader," Bahu replied. 85. The turmoil in the alley in Tiando City. Huang Wei was wandering around a sparsely populated small path, looking around. There were few people here, likely because it was daytime, and they had all entered the shops to eat, drink, and have fun. However, after nightfall, it would present a different scene. Suddenly, Huang Wei heard a shout of anger, and he hesitated for a moment before slowly walking towards the direction of the voice. As he got closer, the sounds of cursing and hitting seemed to grow stronger. Finally, he arrived at a small alley with a turn, where the surroundings were blocked by buildings, preventing sunlight from shining through, making it particularly dark and damp. There was a hidden open space inside. "Kid, it's time to pay back the money. If you don't pay it back, I'll chop off your head and sell it." "Big brother, give me a little more time. I really have no money. Besides, that was my damned father's debt to you. You should go look for him. How can a kid like me pay you so much money? Bastard, your damned father has run away. And what about your dead mother? If we don't look for you, who else should we look for? If it doesn't work, just sell him." In an open area, 3 people surrounded a small boy who looked to be only about 6 years old, their expressions fierce and menacing. Their deep, booming voices sent chills down one's spine. No matter how the boy pleaded, the 3 adults showed no mercy and ultimately beat him mercilessly, leaving him curled up and trembling. "It really has nothing to do with me. I can't pay that much. You should go find the person who owes you money." The battered boy was left with a bruised face. The 3 adults bore 3 soul rings, 2 white and yellow, and 1 standard yellow and purple. The boy was so frightened that he didn't dare to fight back. Sigh, it seems that such dark sides exist everywhere. Suddenly, a haunting voice rang out. Behind them, Huang Wei leaned against the wall. After all, while Tiando City is the royal capital, the essence of this world remains the same. Even Tiando cannot manage everything, especially not the commoners, who were viewed as mere ants. Having spent so long in the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Huang Wei had become filled with the warmth and sunlight from there, forgetting the harsh realities of the outside world. "It seems I really can't stay in the 7-treasure glazed tile school any longer. I need to venture out. Crisis is also a great opportunity for growth." The sudden voice startled both the 3 men beating the boy and the boy himself. The 3 men turned around, finally getting a clear look at him. They looked fierce, with varying body types, some thin and some muscular. When did this guy appear, and why didn't we hear him approach? Perhaps our loud voices drowned out his footsteps. "Hey, kid, who are you?" The 3 men's expressions darkened, and they sneered dismissively. "Run, run. They'll kill you." The boy, seeing this, panicked and shouted at the young man in front of him. But the next moment, one of the men kicked him in the stomach, causing him to spit out blood. Unable to endure the pain, collapsing onto the ground, struggling to breathe, his eyes fluttering in agony. "You talk too much. Kid, are you here to meddle?" The leading man said arrogantly, with his hands in his pockets, and his retracted soul ring burst forth again, soul power surging. The other 3 also released their soul rings once more. The thin man on the left wielded a dagger spirit, while the sturdy man on the right held a long sword spirit. The robust man in the middle, their leader, had a beast spirit with blood-red eyes. The atmosphere suddenly became tense and imposing. You can understand it this way. Huang Wei narrowed his eyes and smiled, clenching his fists, twisting his neck, and swinging his arms. He showed no signs of fear. "Kid, aren't you afraid of us? We're Soul Kings." The leading man frowned and asked. "I killed 2 Soul Kings just last night." Huang Wei grinned, adapting to the state after killing, feeling inexplicably excited and immersed in it. Perhaps this is a kind of psychological distortion. Just a little kid, talking big. The three men, unimpressed, instead laughed derisively. Suddenly, the man in the middle and the one on the right retracted their soul powers and said to the thin man on the left, "We'll leave him to you. If he dares to meddle, just slit his throat and let him bleed out." Keat D. The thin man sneered, gripping his dagger and swiftly lunging at Huang Wei. To him, this weak little kid looked big, but that was it. He couldn't even be bothered to use soul power. Conserving it was fine too. However, in the next moment, Huang Wei dodged to the side, evading the attack. Although the man was fast, Huang Wei was not slow either, especially after days of fighting. His cells and muscles had memory, instinctively dodging when danger approached. Oh, but it's not over yet. After missing the strike, the man was slightly surprised, but then grinned even more sinisterly, flicking his dagger and smoothly slashing towards the left. Clang! Just then, a bronze light appeared, and his dagger collided with a very hard weapon, producing a loud sound. Huang Wei summoned a bronze spear and easily blocked the attack. The spear! Just as the man was taken aback, Huang Wei kicked directly towards his abdomen. Poof! Taking advantage of the man's moment of vulnerability, as he was about to retaliate with stomach acid, Huang Wei quickly turned and struck down with the spear towards the man's head. Bang! The distraction control technique precisely channeled the powerful soul power of the soul master into the point of impact on the man's head with the bronze spear. Suddenly, a sound of bones breaking echoed, and the impact caused the man to suffer a concussion, leaving him dizzy, spitting blood and saliva, his eyes filled with stars. With a scream, he collapsed to the ground. This is the consequence of being careless. If the man had gone all out from start, using 3 soul rings and soul skills, he wouldn't have lost so miserably and quickly. It was a complete defeat. The other 2 men and the boy lying on the ground, barely alive, were all shocked. The boy's eyes widened, as if he saw hope. Old 3. The expressions of the other 2 men changed drastically, their eyes narrowing. Impossible, even Old 3, despite being weak, is a level 31 soul master. How could he be taken down so easily? Could this seemingly tough kid, who is just more muscular than us, also be a soul master? But his soul rings haven't appeared. No, it's Old 3's carelessness, damn it. The leading man looked foolish, with a strong physique, but his mind was very sharp, and he quickly analyzed various possibilities in his mind. Damn it, boss, let me kill him, for Old 3's revenge. The second man, with a fierce expression, wielded a long knife, martial soul, staring at the boy in front of him, wanting nothing more than to kill him. Go all out, don't hold back, don't be careless. The leading man said in a deep voice. I understand. The second man grinned wickedly, charging towards Huang Wei, while his first white soul ring lit up, and a dazzling light appeared on his long knife. First soul skill, blade light. A blade of light struck towards Huang Wei faster than the long knife. Huang Wei quickly dodged the attack. The second one continued to pursue him, using his second soul skill to block Huang Wei's movements. After all, he was a soul master at level 32, and his strength should not be underestimated. Huang Wei seized the moment, activating his first soul skill. Guided by his soul power, a thick flame enveloped his spear, deflecting the man's descending long knife. The knife was knocked away by the powerful impact. Immediately afterward, he launched an explosion of flames directed at the man's abdomen. Not good. The second one and the first one changed their expressions. The latter immediately sprang into action, moving in front of the second one, and they both activated their third soul skills. Third soul skill, blade control. Third soul skill, blood horse protective shield. Then, in the next second, explode, huh? Huang Wei revealed a charming smile. First soul skill, flame explosion. The concentrated flames at the spear's tip erupted at that moment. Boom! A thunderous explosion and a scream echoed. Flames engulfed the area, and within the fire, a black light shone from Huang Wei's body as he activated his second soul skill, swiftly moving away from the spot and appearing in front of the boy, then quickly leaving the area again. The dim place was suddenly overshadowed by a terrifying brightness, like being covered by the blazing sun. Such a huge commotion would surely attract the attention of people nearby, and soon the Tiando patrol team would arrive quickly. He was too lazy to get involved in this mess. After they left, the 2 individuals affected by the attack were directly smashed into the wall, lying in a V-shape. Their defenses had been broken, and they were covered in dust, hair disheveled, looking somewhat miserable, coughing continuously. The first one knelt on the ground, the intense pain in his body still not subsiding, and he bitterly smiled. Damn, that little brat is no ordinary person. What do we do now? That little brat ran away, and the boy is also missing. The second one, looking more miserable, spat out blood and said, there was a lot of noise here, The Tiando patrol team would be coming soon. First, let's take the third one and leave. I don't know if he's dead, but we need to get him to a healing soul master. And what about us? Let's go. Stop talking nonsense. The two gritted their teeth and stood up, carrying the unconscious third one, who had also been knocked against the wall by the explosion. This guy looked fine. After all, they had been blocking for him on the front lines, and the direct damage from the explosion hadn't hit him. So his injuries were definitely not as serious as theirs. However, this guy had been hit on the head, which is not good because the head is a very critical area. They dared not linger and could only curse their bad luck as they quickly took the third one away from the scene. Sure enough, after they left, many people gradually gathered to watch. These onlookers were from the nearby shops, who had come out to witness the scene of the two leaving. Soon after, the Tiando guards and patrol teams arrived at the scene. They began to inquire about what the surrounding people had seen and heard, and after gathering information, they went to chase the two fleeing individuals. After rescuing the child and leaving that area, Huang Wei took him to an inn, directly showing his 7-treasure glazed tile school identity token and tossing out a few gold coins to rent a room. The manager was very perceptive and didn't ask anything, cooperating fully. Just seeing the 7-treasure glazed tile school token was enough to scare him. Inside the room, Long Fei threw the unconscious child onto the bed. At this moment, the latter was already in a faint. Just as he was escaping with this guy, he felt something special about his third soul ring, and to verify his suspicion, he directly activated his third soul ring. The gentle green color was intoxicating, as if he had merged with nature itself. Following this feeling, he placed his hand on the boy's body and pressed down. Suddenly, a very peculiar sensation came over him. He felt the soul power within his body and the power stored in the third soul ring dissipating, transforming into a green energy that resembled life energy. However, it consumed his soul power rapidly, and a gentle-colored healing energy quickly injected into the boy's body from his hand. The soul ring was in operation. Could it be that soul power could be converted into healing energy? Huang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. He didn't expect this third soul ring to have such a remarkable function. However, he could feel that his internal soul power was depleting quickly, while the boy's injuries were visibly healing at a noticeable speed. No longer bruised and battered, the boy's delicate face began to restore. So that's how it is. This soul ring has a counteractive ability. It can help me quickly recover lost soul power, while also converting the existing soul power in my body or stored in the soul ring space in a healing energy to be delivered to another individual for healing. I wonder if this ability is useful for myself? Huang Wei realized in his heart that he had discovered a third way to use the third spirit ring. Seeing that the boy's injuries had healed, he immediately let go of his hand. Since the third spirit ring he had just obtained had not been around for long, the stored soul power was limited, and now it was completely used up. There was still a considerable amount of soul power in his body, but it was unnecessary, as the boy had already recovered. Moreover, the healing effect was still ongoing in the boy's body. It was uncertain how long it would last, but during this process, it would also have a reparative effect. Huang Wei immediately entered a meditative state to recover his strength. The third soul ring on his body was also recovering, and a beam of sunlight shone down from the balcony, hitting Huang Wei. Suddenly, the speed of his soul power recovery became even faster, and this unexpected change stunned Huang Wei. After opening his eyes, he did not interrupt his meditation. He looked at the sunlight ahead and exclaimed in surprise. Could it be photosynthesis? After all, this soul ring was of the plant type, and plant-type soul beasts, not to mention other aspects, are known for their ability to absorb sunlight, which is essentially photosynthesis. It seems that I can soak up more sunlight in the future. Looking at the third soul ring, its colors appeared even more beautiful, radiating a unique charm onto the sunlight. Huang Wei did not go out to the balcony, fearing being seen by others. He continued to cultivate in this position. It was unclear how much time had passed when the healing aura surrounding the boy lying in bed finally faded, and he slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes were surprisingly beautiful. If placed in another book, he might have been another protagonist. As time passed, the sunlight gradually weakened, eventually replaced by a beautiful sunset. Huang Wei has already awakened from his meditation. The soul power he had lost has been completely replenished. In fact, he had replenished it early on, but next he quickly injected the replenished soul power into the soul ring space under the sunlight for storage. The 5-cubic space is neither too big nor too small. It seems to be about 3/5 full now. The boy who had awakened in front of him climbed out of bed, looking at the unfamiliar room. This was his first glance, and the second was at the boy sitting cross-legged on the bed behind him, whose soul rings were green, which shocked him greatly. Huang Wei got up. retracted his soul power, and the soul rings disappeared along with it. He slowly stood up and said, "Stop looking. It was me who saved you. Thank you for saving me. What happened to those 3 people before?" The boy's tender voice rang out, and he was also surprised by the scene before him. All his injuries had miraculously healed. They didn't get killed. They should have run away by now. Huang Wei shrugged and said, "How many times have they come looking for you?" Huang Wei asked the boy. The boy replied, "Including this time, it's a total of 3 times. Do you hate them a lot?" Huang Wei asked. The boy nodded firmly, "Yes. And that man who abandoned us." As he spoke, the boy clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, with anger and resentment evident in his eyes. "How old are you?" Huang Wei asked. "I'm just 6 years old this year." The boy said, taken aback. Huang Wei frowned and said, 6 years old is the age for soul awakening. I can sense that there is no soul power within you. Do you have a useless martial soul? No, I just haven't awakened my martial soul yet. The boy shook his head. What is your name? Huang Wei asked. The boy replied, Sang Yi, what about you? Let's go. I'll take you to awaken your martial soul. After saying that, Huang Wei jumped off the bed and walked towards the door. He didn't ask why the boy hadn't awakened. It was probably due to family reasons that delayed it, which was the best explanation. When Sang Yi heard that Huang Wei was going to help him awaken his martial soul, he immediately became incredibly excited. It was precisely because he lacked strength that he had been beaten up by debt collectors who nearly killed him. If he could awaken his martial soul and gain soul power to become a soul master, he would go find that damned man who had bullied him. All this suffering was not something he should bear at his age. It was all because of that damned man who abandoned him and his mother. He hurriedly chased after Huang Wei. On the way, Huang Wei noticed that the Tianshou guards and patrol teams were intensifying their searches, which was undoubtedly due to the recent explosion. Brother Huang, what is going on? Sang Yi quietly asked, following closely behind Huang Wei like a little, even mimicking his address. Huang Wei turned to look at him. According to age, he was 7 today, and the other was 6, so it wasn't wrong for him to call him Brother Huang. Because of the recent explosion, I don't know if you remember, Huang Wei said faintly. These people are probably here to bully those 3. Just wait and don't say anything. Sang Yi nodded seriously. However, as soon as the 2 of them finished speaking, they became the target of the guards' search. 2 guards clad in golden armor walked over with a heavy authority, blocking the way of Huang Wei and Sang Yi. You 2 little ones, please cooperate with our investigation. Huang Wei smiled faintly and asked, I wonder what this big brother needs. We're just passing by. A guard beside him spoke up. That explosion clearly couldn't have been caused by these 2 little brats. Don't waste time on them. Hurry up and find the next one. The guard who just spoke nodded thoughtfully, as he also felt it was impossible for these 2 little ones to have done it. All right, it's nothing. You 2 can leave now. After saying this, the 2 golden armored guards continued on their way behind Huang Wei and the others. Seeing this scene, Sang Yi let out a sigh of relief. Then he saw Huang Wei enter a luxurious store. Once inside, he purchased 6 awakening stones, a blue crystal, an awakening array pattern booklet, and a few special soul power ink brushes. The total cost was 25 gold soul coins, which was just a small fraction of his wealth. After taking out the exclusive card of the 7 Treasures glazed sect, coupled with Huang Wei's noble attire, the people inside became even more respectful. This feeling was quite nice. After completing the purchase, Huang Wei asked the staff to arrange an independent room for them. Huang Wei opened the Awakening Array Pattern Manual and looked through it, which provided detailed explanations. Sang Yi stood by silently, waiting. A few minutes later, Huang Wei put the manual away into his ring and began to draw on the ground with his soul power ink. After several dozen minutes, he finally finished. It was quite taxing on his mental energy. Afterwards, Huang Wei summoned his martial soul, the bronze spear, and 3 soul rings, 1 purple, 1 black, and 1 green, appeared, with a terrifying surge of soul power. Sang Yi couldn't help but gasp. What an overwhelming pressure. This person in front of him was actually a 3-ring soul master, and so young. If he knew that Huang Wei was only 1 year older than him, who knows what changes might occur. He threw out 6 awakening stones and infused them with soul power. The stones floated on the array pattern, activating it. Huang Wei looked at Sang Yi and said, Come in and stand here. Oh, okay. Sang Yi was very excited and eager, quickly standing inside. At that moment, a powerful soul force enveloped Sang Yi, lifting him up and suspending him in midair. Feel it. Your martial soul is awakening now. Huang Wei said. A stream of soul power was directly injected into the stone. The next second, a dark energy mist gradually appeared around Sang Yi, and then, under Huang Wei's gaze, a large bat with sharp green eyes emerged from Sang Yi's body. It's a beast martial soul, the night bat. but this looks a bit different from what I've seen in books. Its body is 2 or 3 times larger than a normal night bat. At this thought, Huang Wei's pupils suddenly constricted, and he continued to think. Could this be the night bat king? Has it mutated? It shouldn't be a mutation. How could such a martial soul appear in a child from such a humble background? Could it be his mother or father? Thinking of this, he frowned. If it really is the night bat king, then this is a rare martial soul that combines both agility and control. At this thought, Huang Wei's eyes suddenly lit up. His team was lacking a control type, and this position would be perfect for him. After all, the 2 people in the team were only a year older than Song Yi. As for Ning Fingheng, that's another story. 88. The night bat king mutated? After the awakening was complete, Song Yi had already landed on the ground, now examining his martial soul. His gaze was filled with desire and excitement, and he had a look as if he had seen such a bat before, showing no great surprise. The only thing that surprised him slightly was why his was so large. Huang Wei had been secretly observing the changes in Song Yi's facial expressions and noticed something. So he tentatively asked, "You don't seem too surprised that your martial soul is a bat?" Song Yi nodded and replied, "Yes." Huang Wei seemed to see through everything, narrowing his eyes slightly as he spoke. "Your parents' martial soul is a bat? Or perhaps one of them is. Did you inherit it? Moreover, the other person's martial soul is not of a higher grade than a bat, and you have read books about this kind of thing. Otherwise, this expression shouldn't appear on a 6-year-old child like you." Song Yi heard Huang Wei's words and realized it was a complete inference, without any concealment. Gritting his teeth with hatred, he replied, "That bastard father of mine, who abandoned me and my deceased mother, has a martial soul that is a bat, and my deceased mother was just a commoner. He could have awakened a bat and given us a good life, but instead he didn't, and we ended up in massive debt. He is incredibly lazy, loves to gamble, drinks, and enjoys partying with his worthless friends. When he came back unhappy, he would bully me and my mother. Finally, one day my mother fell ill, and with her injuries compounding, she couldn't pull through and died in front of me. I watched her die right in front of my eyes, and I was powerless to help. If it weren't for that bastard, if we had money, my mother could have been saved. That damn bastard. Scum. In such a life scenario, I never had the chance to read any books or receive an education. Wandering around without money to buy anything, and the only reason I know is from what I've heard from others. After my mother lay in the hospital, he never showed up again. Now, I don't even know where that bastard has run off to. No matter what, it's best if he dies. No, he can't die. I want to become strong. I want to become a powerful soul master. And I will personally kill that scoundrel who bullied my mother and me." As he spoke, Song Yi began to roar in anger. His emotions fully reflected on his face. It was evident how much resentment he held towards the father he spoke of. The atmosphere in the room grew particularly heavy with his deep, angry roar. Huang Wei did not interrupt, but chose to be a listener, quietly hearing Song Yi's complaints. He needed someone to help him release the long-suppressed resentment in his heart. Thud! Song Yi suddenly knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with tears. With tears streaming down his face, all he could see in his eyes were the peaceful smile of his mother when she was alive, and the image of her passing away in front of him on the hospital bed. Seeing this, his tears flowed even more fiercely. As he continued to cry, choke, and sob, his tears fell to the ground like a small waterfall. Huang Wei deliberately sidestepped at the moment he knelt down, coming to his side and watching him calmly. Such a man truly makes one feel hatred. Damn it, no matter where he goes, there are always such men. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. His gaze shifted from Song Yi to the large bat that had not yet been retracted from his body. He slowly raised his hand, and under the pull of his soul power, gradually brought the martial spirit into Song Yi's body. The sturdy enforcer pressed down on him and said, "I'm glad you can share such a story with me. I feel sorry for you as well. Don't worry, following me, you will become very strong. If your father is still alive by then, I will help you find him, and you can beat him up. However, your mother is already. No matter what, he is your biological father. If you really kill him, you will regret it in the future. And perhaps your mother wouldn't want you to do that. He is your only family." Hearing Huang Wei's words, Song Yi's body suddenly shook violently. His eyes widened. "I want to beat him until he is battered and bruised, doubling the resentment my mother and I have endured over the years, and then make him kneel before my mother's grave to repent." Song Yi's voice had become hoarse, his fists clenched tightly. He was only 6 years old, yet he had already lived such a sad life. Seeing him change his tone, Huang Wei also revealed a hint of a smile. He took out a blue ball, handed it to Song Yi, and said, "Come on, the last step. Let's test what level your soul power is." Huang Wei's feeling was very strong. This guy had soul power, and it was likely not low. His father was a little bat, and he was clearly a night bat. Regardless of whether he was a king or not, the transformation from a little bat to a night bat was already a process of mutation. Therefore, Song Yi's martial soul was a mutated martial soul, and he had not guessed wrong before. Or it could be said that Song Yi didn't even know the specific name of his father's bat, only knowing it was a little bat. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that it was a night bat. Everything would soon be revealed. Song Yi stared at the large blue sphere in front of him, and with his other hand, he quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, gently touching it with his right hand. Huang Wei and Song Yi both stared intently at the blue sphere, with the latter holding his breath, as this moment was of great significance to him, determining the fate of his entire life. Buzz! However, in the next second, a beam of light flashed from within the blue soul testing ball, and Song Yi's mouth opened wide, revealing an excited and thrilled smile. Yet, this beam of light seemed to be more complicated than it appeared, as it did not stop but continued to intensify. As time passed, the blue light became brighter and eventually enveloped the entire blue sphere, affecting the room as well. This, Brother Huang, what level of innate soul power do I possess? Song Yi swallowed hard, looking somewhat puzzled, clearly not recognizing it, and raised his head to lock his gaze on Huang Wei. Looking at the sphere radiating such vibrant blue light, Huang Wei could now confirm. He smiled and said, "Congratulations. You have full innate soul power, and your martial soul is the mutated martial soul, Night Bat King." Night Bat King. I remember his friends used to call his martial soul the blood-eyed bat, but I can be sure that his bat was very small, very small. Blood-eyed bat, very small. Night Bat King, very large. It really is a mutation. Huang Wei said, no matter what at this moment. Song Yi let out a sigh of relief, feeling extremely excited. 89. The night raid begins. The night had fallen, beneath a dense and unknown forest mountain range. At this moment, several golden-armored soldiers were stationed here, and beneath the horse-drawn carriage was a tent. In front of the tent was a pile of lit firewood, and beside it, a woman was cooking food. This convoy belonged to Prince Xue Qinghe, and this woman was one of the servants he brought along. The woman walked to the side of the carriage and said respectfully, "Your Highness, dinner is ready." Xue Qinghe, a bit drowsy, stepped down from the carriage and sat by the fire to warm himself. The temperature at night was low, and having this fire to keep warm was quite nice. Xue Qinghe gazed at the fire in front of him, his eyes reflecting a hint of depth.